The world had changed, not due to some trivial natural disaster, but because of the arrival of an army of monsters of all kinds. A cool man in black appeared, revealing that these monsters had suddenly arrived and almost wiped out the entire world. The hooded narrator stood high above, looking down at the sea of monsters, and smirked. Quite a gathering, isn't it? The cause of this chaos is about to be revealed. The source of all power, and the reason for the monster's appearance was a colossal tower, known as the Demon Tower or God Tower. The hooded narrator's face was revealed as he explained the reason for those powerful names. An extremely tempting invitation was extended. Climb the tower. Everything you desire is within. Power, wealth, fame. Just climb, and you'll be rewarded. This tower had 999 floors, and at the top of the food chain were high-level entities, gods and demons. Governments worldwide did not stand idly by, deploying a fleet of heavy tanks to blockade, attempting to prevent reckless individuals from entering the tower. But how could mere mortals stop the game of the divine? A bolt of lightning from the sky blew away the leading tank in an instant. Boom! The result was a charred wasteland of scrap metal, and a warning from the gods and demons themselves was issued. Anyone who dares to block the path to the tower will be mercilessly punished. For 5 years, the entire world had its eyes glued to the tower, and now, someone smirked and declared, "The moment to conquer the 600th floor, for the first time in human history, has arrived." Without further ado, a blazing red energy streak tore through the enemy formation, signaling a bloody purge. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion shook the entire tower, with enough destructive power to blow away everything in its path. Jinhuk roared, his face filled with murderous intent. "You dare block my path?" 9-star. Facing him was a group of people, none other than 9-star, the only 9 players who had reached the peak of the tower. The blonde-haired man from 9-star warned his comrades to be careful, because their opponent had completely lost his mind. But the goal of climbing the tower remained unchanged. Dark power surged around Jinhuk as he roared, his identity revealed, one of the stars, known as the Black Star or Star of Death. He was not a weapon master or a superhuman, but he always held the title of the strongest 9-star, Jinhuk, and with a crazed smile, he commanded, "Arise." A colossal dark magic circle appeared. Death energy surged as countless skeleton monsters emerged from the ground at the command of Jinhuk, the one who resurrects the dead. The pinnacle of death took form. A skeleton knight with eyes blazing with purple fire, clad in dark armor, ready to slaughter all living beings. Standing amidst his army of skeletons, Jinhuk smirked and declared he was sick and tired of humanity's ridiculous peace. With a crazed smile, he roared that power was the only thing he needed, and that he would turn everyone into his subordinates to become the strongest. 9-star faced the army of undead. A member shouted that, as expected, he had betrayed humanity. But Jinhuk merely snapped back. "Betrayal? Damn it." The blonde-haired man in 9-star, his eyes blazing with holy light, raised his spellbook and ordered the entire team that they had no choice but to punish the traitor Jinhuk. The battle erupted. 9-star members charged in, fighting fiercely, easily cutting down Jinhuk's puny skeleton soldiers. In the air, 3 mages of 9-star combined their strength to unleash a full-power lightning strike, creating a terrifying explosion that swept across the battlefield. Overwhelmed by their collective power, Jinhuk stood amidst his pile of fallen soldiers, gritted his teeth and cursed, unable to take on the entire 9-star team by himself. Seizing the opportunity, all 9-star members descended from above, unanimously shouted that Jinhuk must pay for betraying humanity. Jinhuk's eyes were wide with horror, sweat pouring down as he realized he had been cornered by the full-force attack of his former comrades. A spear of light unexpectedly pierced Jinhuk's chest, making him fall backward in shock. The one corrupted by power finally paid the price. But that was just the play told to the world. Jinhuk, collapsed and spitting black blood, had never actually betrayed humanity. The truth was buried within the colossal tower. He was the one ambushed by the other 8 stars, and 10 years had passed like a joke. 10 years later, the scene shifted to a messy rented room like a dump, with a fly buzzing around a pile of dirty dishes. A groan came from under the blanket, where a young man lay sleeping. Jinhuk shot up, still immersed in the horrific memory, gritted his teeth and swore, "I will return to 9-star." He woke up from the nightmare, shouting in rage, "You bastards!" He looked around the unfamiliar room in a daze, then realized in shock, "Huh? Where is this?" It worked. The young man flashed a sinister smile, clenching his fist triumphantly. "I did it. I used the hidden skill." His purple eyes flashed, memories flooded back. It was the ultimate skill, soul transfer, a magic that could only be activated once when facing death, allowing one's soul to transfer to another suitable body. The official comeback begins. The young man realized the skill had found him a compatible body, and it seemed the resurrection location was still in Korea. Clenching his fist on the blanket, he hissed in his mind, "Damn it, you dogs of 9-star." He ground his teeth, bitter that he was strong enough to solo the 600th floor, but was invited to cooperate by his comrades, only to be stabbed in the back. A surge of resentment rose within him. The memory of that moment made him cough violently, as if spitting real blood. The memory replayed the tragic scene. Cha Jinhuk collapsed, pierced by countless swords, while someone coldly asked if he wanted to know the reason for his betrayal. Paladin Cain Fallon and Saintess Carmen Fallon appeared, declaring that in this holy domain, his summoning tricks were completely nullified. Carmen Fallon sneered, mocked his title of one-man army, claiming that he stood no chance against all of them alone. Gasping from his severe wounds, Cha Jinhyuk looked up, bitterly said that he merely wanted to help them. Cain Fallon looked down with an emotionless expression, told him not to take it personally, as they had no personal grudge. The brown-haired betrayer, with a twisted smile, concluded with the real reason. "We just wanted a new beginning." Cha Jinhyuk roared in despair, questioning the traitors. "Choi Kyung-hoon, did you deceive him too?" One of them casually mentioned Choi Kyung-hoon, 9-star's star warrior, and his close friend, who had not participated in this battle. Cha Jinhyuk collapsed to his knees, bitterly realized they had deliberately sidelined his close friend so he couldn't help, admitting he had been cruelly deceived. Losing too much blood, Cha Jinhyuk's vision began to blur. Death was imminent. Accepting defeat, he collapsed, declaring that this time he would die, but dark magic began to flare up in his hand. But he growled. Deep purple magic erupted from his chest, asserting that this was not the end. In his dying moments, the images of the traitors appeared, as he swore to return stronger, to exact his bloody revenge. With eyes blazing with hatred, Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth and swore to make them pay dearly for this betrayal. With a thud, Cha Jinhyuk's body fell, completely motionless, ending a legend. Immediately, in a completely new body, his soul awoke, letting out a pained roar as memories of the betrayal flooded back. Still dazed, the protagonist gritted his teeth and swore, "Just you wait, I'll turn all of you into summoned beasts and crush your souls until you can never reincarnate." Suddenly, a phone alarm blared loudly, shattering the tense atmosphere of revenge. He woke up on the bed, his eyes still heavy with sleep, fumbling under the covers in confusion. It turned out to be a smartphone, a piece of technology he hadn't touched in a very long time. He smiled with amusement. The feeling of having a phone again after so many years stuck in the tower wasn't bad at all. But as soon as he turned it on, his pupils constricted. A shocking truth hit his eyes, making him unable to believe it. Cha Jinhyuk quickly put on his hoodie, blended into the bustling crowd, and headed straight for the familiar tower. Amidst the crowd, some loudmouths were bragging about conquering the tower to get rich, while others sneered, claiming those guys couldn't even clear the first floor. Standing among the small fry, Cha Jinhyuk pulled up his hood, his purple eyes glinting profoundly as he gazed at the place that was once his glorious peak and also his grave. The tower's gate appeared, an ancient, mystical structure with stone steps and dim blue light, ready to welcome a legend returning from nothing. Click! In a dark catacomb, the lid of a heavy stone coffin slowly opened. A skeleton mage with a glowing blue magic eye peeked out, a true one, not some small fry soldier. Scene change. A forest was engulfed in a sea of flames, and a voice echoed, determined to burn it once more. A pair of bare feet frantically dashed through the night, racing against death. It turned out to be Haryu, running headlong, her face drained of color as hellfire pursued her closely. Elsewhere, a skilled hand tossed a gold coin into the air, beginning a gamble of life and death. The masked broker sat amidst a mountain of money, catching the coin and firmly declaring he would guarantee something. A small, pure white fox, Spirit, quietly walked down a deserted alley, signaling an important event was about to unfold. The masked broker's promise was revealed, to make everyone know the name. Cha Jinhyuk, and the silhouette of a towering overlord emerged. Cha Jinhyuk, in a completely new form with a pair of demon king horns and sharp eyes, his aura dominating a corner of the sky. At exactly 1 p.m., the tower's gate swung wide open to the excited cheers of the waiting crowd. Amidst the jostling crowd, the reborn main character advanced calmly alone, his demeanor completely different from the small fry around him. Pulling down his hood slightly, Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his purple eyes burning with hatred, declaring that his journey of revenge had officially begun. The first figures rushed into the gate, hurrying as if afraid to miss their chance to change their lives. Thud. The tower's gate slammed shut immediately after, trapping all the conquerors in a completely different world. Whoosh! As soon as he stepped inside, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and the tower system sent its greetings to the challenger. Jinhuk. S face showed no wavering, only his cold eyes recalling the past. It's been 15 years. The system announced a welcome to the tutorial zone, where the first path of trials lay before him. Jinhuk sighed wearily, speechless at the tutorial label, knowing full well this was the toughest torture, because this so-called tutorial was actually a death maze full of repetitive traps, famously the most annoying floor among the first 10. The system panel appeared, announcing a simple objective. Overcome the traps, reach the finish line. HP would be restored at the starting and ending points. First, I need to see how useless this body is. Jinhuk coldly summoned his status window. The status window appeared. Name was still Jinhuk, but the stats were truly garbage, all of them at 1. He was speechless. Wow, how pathetic. Wait a minute, the Predator, skill and mana-infused body? These are the real deal. Jinhuk froze, realizing these were the abilities he possessed before he died, and began to suspect that his power was tied to his soul. If that's the case, then crack. He stretched and cracked his joints, his body ready for a light warm-up. A calculating smile appeared on Jinhyuk's face as he decided to turn this beginner's tutorial into a genuine experience farm. Whoosh! He pushed off the ground, gathering momentum as he lunged forward. Despite his garbage stats, the experience of a top player remained, and he sped through the maze corridor. As soon as he left the starting line, the system announced that the magic arrow trap had been activated, and a deadly red light flashed ahead. Psh! The magic arrow whizzed past Jinhyuk's face, but he merely smirked, dodging the attack instinctively. He thought confidently, I can only see the arrow the moment it's fired. Still the same old trick. Flash! The entire corridor ahead lit up with a series of new traps, signaling an impending rain of arrows. Jinhyuk broke into a sweat, muttering with amusement. This greeting is a bit too enthusiastic. Thud. Without faltering, he charged straight into the barrage of arrows, his speed undiminished. Whoosh! An arrow unexpectedly grazed his temple, making him startle and become wary of the trap's density. Swish! Despite his vast experience, this useless body couldn't keep up, and an arrow lodged directly into his shoulder. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth against the pain, his eyes full of determination as he growled. Not yet, just a little more. Ahead was a dense forest of traps, the path to survival almost non-existent. Swish! Swish! A barrage of arrows pierced his body, but Jinhyuk frantically struggled, searching for a glimmer of hope in the deadly storm. Jinhyuk cried out as a series of glowing red energy arrows pierced through his body. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and ran headlong, telling himself to keep moving forward. Sweat poured down, but Jinhyuk's eyes remained sharp and cold, without the slightest waver. Stumbling his last steps, he left a long trail of blood before collapsing right at the starting line of the tutorial zone. Thump! Jinhyuk fell face first onto the floor, his body riddled with arrows, officially dead. A green light enveloped him as the system announced, You have returned to the starting point. HP has been restored. Jinhyuk staggered to his feet, telling himself that this body's limits were just that, and it truly hurt to the bone. Standing in his own pool of blood, he smirked. Of course, I'm not stupid enough to rush into death without a plan. He wiped his hand through the pool of blood, revealing that 2 abilities had brought him to the peak of the world, and one of them was Predator. Jinhyuk's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, and he licked the streak of blood from his finger with a devilish smile. The pool of blood beneath. Jinhyuk's feet boiled as he explained the Predator skill, devouring any dead object or creature to seize their attributes. He smirked, declaring that this target included his own blood, and all the blood he had shed would turn into experience points. The system panel displayed a level up notification, +1 to all stats, and the endurance levels for bleeding, piercing, pain, and fainting have all increased. Jinhyuk confidently asserted that with his buffed endurance stats, he was now tough enough to withstand basic attacks without needing equipment. A laser arrow unexpectedly shot through his shoulder, but Jinhyuk merely gritted his teeth, declaring that a good player would take a week to clear the tutorial. But, different. I'll clear it by taking every single arrow to grind my stats to insane levels. True to his word, Jinhuk charged straight into the arrow traps, collapsed, and revived again, repeating the suicidal cycle to grind his endurance stats to perfection. The result of his insane grinding, the endurance bars for bleeding, piercing, pain, and fainting were almost completely filled. A month passed, and Jinhyuk, looked haggard, but his eyes were razor-sharp, the fruits of a month of pure grinding clearly visible. With his back riddled with arrows like a porcupine, Jinhyuk calmly advanced towards the warp gate, officially completing the tutorial in a way no one else would dare. The system panel popped up with a notification. Congratulations, you have cleared the tutorial. Jinhyuk sighed in relief, calculating that this insane pure grinding had taken him exactly 1 month. As soon as he finished, Jinhyuk sensed trouble, a clear look of displeasure on his face. The system reported again. Many gods and demons are interested in your method. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering, "Tsk, it's them again." He exploded, shouting into the air in defiance. "Hey, you perverts! Are you here to spy on me again?" The shadows of numerous powerful entities, from horned demon kings to nine-tailed foxes, appeared, all fixated on him. Jinhyuk scornfully called them damn stalkers, knowing full well they always hunted for potential players to recruit. He smirked, knowing they wouldn't give anything for free, only looking for a new disciple to run errands, and he wasn't interested just because he'd cleared the tutorial. Amidst a flurry of notifications, a sinister red message appeared. A demon is smirking. And then, a chillingly familiar name appeared. The apex of malevolence just sent a friendly greeting. "How have you been lately?" Jinhyuk snapped when he recognized the name Baal, cursing him directly as a perverted stalker. He recalled his previous life. Baal, also known as the apex of malevolence, was the demon who tried to recruit him as a disciple, and now he wondered if he had been recognized. Jinhyuk smirked, admitting that it was thanks to that demon he acquired the soul transfer skill, but he didn't forget to curse under his breath, calling him a sick pervert. A flurry of notifications from gods and demons appeared, all fixated on him, but Jinhyuk just stood there with a cold expression. Annoyed by the unnecessary attention, Jinhyuk pointed directly at the apex of malevolence's notification and yelled, "Hey, you're making me stand out." Immediately, other gods began to gossip about their relationship, while the apex of malevolence hastily sent an apology. Even the god of thunder wanted to talk privately, and the Monkey King showed interest, causing Jinhyuk to explode, yelling at everyone to shut up because it was too annoying. Regaining his cold demeanor, he asked directly, "Do I look like someone who'd work for others?" Then he ordered them to just shut up and do it if they wanted to spy. The notification from the apex of malevolence immediately changed to a sad status after being rejected. Jinhyuk decisively delivered a final blow, asserting that even if he were to become someone's disciple, that person would never be the apex of malevolence. After cleaning up the small fry, Jinhyuk licked the blood from his hand, smirking. "All right, isn't it time for my reward?" As soon as he finished speaking, a brightly glowing magic circle opened beneath his feet, sucking him into another space. Ding, ding, ding. The system began spamming notifications, signaling an incoming shower of rewards. The status window appeared, stats buffed crazily. Strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, and mana all skyrocketed, along with a bunch of fancy resistances like bleeding, pain, and fainting. Jinhyuk delightedly clenched his fist, feeling the power. Thanks to the mana-infused body skill, his stats increased like a hack, especially mana, which was extremely difficult to farm at low levels. Suddenly, a brand new notification appeared right before him. A new ability has been unlocked. He was dumbfounded, wondering why, as he clearly already had the predation skill. The skill window appeared, confirming he had predation, and a second skill slot was still a huge question mark. Jinhyuk suddenly understood. The phantom of his old self appeared as he realized this was an hidden ability of this new body, not his soul. And the brand new skill was revealed with a resounding name, All Arts Mastery. Jinhyuk frowned, looking at the newly unlocked skill, muttering, "Huh? All Arts Mastery? What the hell is this?" The description window appeared, a skill that grants mastery over everything. All practice skills receive a proficiency buff, and during combat, additional stats are granted based on that proficiency. He smirked with a wild grin, realizing how overpowered this thing was. Amazing. With this, perhaps anything is possible. An image from the past flashed, of an all-master he once yearned to become but failed. Suddenly, a crimson notification appeared, interrupting his thoughts. The apex of malevolence wants to view your status window. Jinhyuk was stunned, sweat pouring down, not expecting to be noticed so early by one of the tower's boogeymen. Ignoring the invitation, He coldly turned his back and walked straight into a spatial gate that had just opened behind him. The system welcomed him to the selection and training room, an endless space with countless weapon phantoms floating around. He stood amidst a forest of weapons. The system commanded. After making your selection, destroy the floor below to be teleported to the first floor of the tower. Jinhuk recalled his previous life. When he discovered he was mana attuned, he didn't hesitate to immediately choose the path of becoming a mage. But this life was different. Instead of a magic staff, Jinhuk grabbed a bow, dark energy swirling provocatively around it. He smirked, deciding to immediately test the all-arts mastery he had just received. Let's see how overpowered this omni-mastery trait is. Create training targets. The system responded, and 3 glowing purple phantom targets appeared in mid-air, ready for the firing sequence. Without a second of hesitation, he drew the bowstring taut, and a sharp energy arrow instantly formed. Whoosh! A single shot split into 3 streams of light, rocketing straight towards the targets like guided missiles. Boom, boom, boom. All 3 targets exploded into smithereens in an instant, with pinpoint accuracy. The warm-up was too boring. He demanded increased difficulty. Create more targets. Let them attack me too. The system warned of the danger since he hadn't chosen a class yet, but Jinhuk just smirked. Screw it. Immediately, a line of humanoid training droids appeared, their eyes glowing red, ready for action. The system confirmed combat mode, and the droids charged forward, determined to devour the one who had just summoned them. As he glided, dodging attacks, Jinhuk unleashed a volley of arrows like a god, his speed unstoppable. The arrows pierced straight into the heads of the training droids, clean headshots without a single miss, causing them to explode on the spot. But these small fry were as numerous as ants. As one wave fell, another surged forward, determined to overwhelm with sheer numbers. 2 droids closed in, unleashing a devastating punch straight at Jinhuk's face, thinking they had him for sure this time. But before they could even touch him, both were cleanly sliced in half by a sword strike, as smooth as cutting tofu. The great sword, just summoned, plunged into the ground, emitting a chilling aura, signaling the end of the warm-up. Sword in one hand, spear in the other, Jinhuk stood amidst the pile of scrap metal, growling defiantly. More! Bring out some tougher ones! The system responded, increasing the difficulty and summoning a giant boss droid along with its minions, ready for round 2. The boss droid had barely locked onto its target when it saw a shadow descending from the sky at terrifying speed. Without wasting a second, Jinhuk landed directly on the boss's head, plunging his spear deep into its eye, finishing it off swiftly. Having dealt with the melee attackers, Jinhuk drew a pair of daggers, ready for the next wave of attacks. He landed lightly amidst the swarm of small fry droids, while the giant boss collapsed into a pile of scrap metal behind him. Suddenly, a new squadron of combat drones appeared from above, aiming their weapons directly at Jinhuk. Jinhuk smirked, immediately recognizing their tactic. Ranged attackers, huh? The drones simultaneously opened fire, unleashing a rain of blazing red energy projectiles that engulfed his position. The system issued a crimson warning. These are the most dangerous targets that can appear on this floor. But Jinhuk only saw a swarm as numerous as ants. He scoffed defiantly, his voice sarcastic. Really? These are the strongest ones already? It was time to end the warm-up. He decided to show his hand. Then I'll have to use my trump card. An ancient staff, radiating deep purple magic, was summoned by Jinhuk, proving his all-mastery was not just for show. Before the drones could even react, the staff fired, unleashing destructive magic streams that swept away the flying robots in an instant. Jinhuk smirked defiantly, the staff in his hand glowing with purple magic. I'm faster than you. Without further ado, he channeled his magic. An ancient runic circle appeared, and he shouted the skill's name, Magic Arrow. Boom! A series of purple magic explosions engulfed the entire battlefield, wiping out the small fry in the blink of an eye. He marveled at the power of his omnipotent trait, feeling as if he had wielded these weapons for 1,000 years. Suddenly, a system notification appeared right before him. Achievement complete, which surprised him. The system announced he had unlocked the All-Master achievement for using all types of weapons, the reward being the unlocking of the class of the same name and a direct addition of 5,000 attack points. Jinhuk was stunned, not expecting All-Master to be the name of a class rather than just a title. The system presented a final choice, whether to choose All-Master as his main class, warning that this decision could not be changed. He pondered deeply. Although this class was extremely powerful, he couldn't abandon his biggest trump card, the Necromancer's power. After some consideration, Jinhuk made a decision of someone ahead of his time. System, I choose All-Master as my subclass. Cha Jinhyuk tried to select a subclass, but was harshly rejected by the system, leaving him stunned. What? Why? The system poured cold water on him. Subclasses are only unlocked after a player clears floor 100. Cha Jinhyuk cursed under his breath, completely forgetting this newbie rule. It was a dilemma. If he didn't choose a class, he couldn't leave. He began to consider using achievement points to go all in. Without beating around the bush, he directly asked the system with the attitude of an omniscient being, "Can achievement points be used to unlock a subclass slot?" The system seemed to lag. It began processing, and a huge question mark appeared, wondering why a rookie knew about this mechanism. An explanation panel appeared. Achievement points are a special currency, allowing players to pay to change the system's rules. Cha Jinhyuk brushed aside the system's question, getting straight to the point. How I know isn't important. 5,000 points to unlock a subclass slot shouldn't be a problem, right? The system replied, possible, but then quoted 5,050 points. With 5,000 points in hand, he officially didn't have enough. Cha Jinhyuk sighed, seemingly out of options. He muttered, calling out the name of a formidable entity. Hey Baal, it's time for you to be useful. He laid his cards on the table with the system, pointing to a red notification. The apex of malevolence, Baal, has revealed its identity and spoken to me. Is there no achievement for the first time communicating with a god? The system popped up a notification. The apex of malevolence achievement has been unlocked for daring to speak with Baal, instantly rewarding 200 achievement points. The apex of malevolence suddenly sent hearts through the system, asking a cheesy question. Did I do well? Which made Cha Jinhyuk nauseous and scream in silent agony. Please don't do that again. The system asked if he wanted to use achievement points to choose Allmaster as his subclass, while the apex of malevolence was sulking from being criticized. But Cha Jinhyuk brushed it off and immediately agreed. Congratulations, Cha Jinhyuk has officially succeeded in unlocking the Allmaster subclass, radiating charisma as he held the staff, biding his time. The system announced it would teleport him to floor 1 after destroying this room, and Cha Jinhyuk didn't hesitate to raise his staff, gathering a maximum surge of purple magic. With a crazed smile and glowing eyes, Cha Jinhyuk growled. Now, shall we begin the revenge? He slammed the staff onto the ground, releasing all its energy, a purple magic explosion sweeping clean the entire selection room. Immediately after, the system confirmed the teleportation, and the scene changed, bringing him to floor 1, the gloomy coral forest under the night sky. As soon as he set foot there, what greeted him was a horde of goblins with blood-red eyes and jagged teeth, ready to tear anyone apart. Nearby, another group of players was surrounded by goblins, one of them desperately shouting, "Damn it. If floor 1 is already this hard, how are we supposed to climb the tower?" A kobold roared, swinging its sword and charging straight at the players with a bloodthirsty expression. One of the weak players screamed shrilly, his face pale with fear. Suddenly, a surge of blue magic tore through space right above them. Cha Jinhyuk emerged from the spatial rift, landing gracefully and smirking. Oh, seeing new prey, the kobold immediately changed its target, thinking to itself, my first prey. Cha Jinhyuk merely sneered, his purple eyes flashing with a deadly glint, ready for his grand entrance. Whoosh! The staff in his hand transformed into an energy scythe, smashing the kobold to smithereens in an instant. Standing on the still-smoking corpse, Cha Jinhyuk casually remarked, while the players behind him stared with wide eyes and open mouths. Kobolds, huh? Long time no see. The unfortunate kobold's companions roared in anger, ready to charge in for revenge. Cha Jinhyuk pulled up his hood, slinging the newly acquired mace over his shoulder with a cunning smile. Come on, you kobolds. Cha Jinhyuk smirked cunningly, radiating intense killing intent. If I wipe you all out, I wonder what I'll be able to farm. He stood alone, facing the entire horde of kobolds, while the clueless players behind him could only stare dumbfounded at his dominant back. The rookies gaped, unable to believe their eyes. Holy crap. He took down the kobold with a single blow. The muscular guy was still in shock. What's more, he looks like a mage, but took it down with a kick. One of the rookies, wielding twin daggers, dangerously suggested cooperation. I don't know who you are, but let's fight together. If we combine our strength. Cha Jinhyuk harshly poured cold water on him, his voice sharp as a knife. Scram. The guy with the twin daggers froze, the smile vanishing from his face, not expecting such a blunt refusal. Cha Jinhyuk cast a warning glance at the players, his voice full of menace. If any of you dare to touch even one of them, I'll send you off too. Understood? All the players turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down them like rain. Immediately understanding the situation, they all quickly agreed and then ran for their lives, not daring to look back. Seeing their comrade wiped out, The remaining kobolds roared in fury, their eyes bloodshot with killing intent. Jinhuk sneered, dark purple energy billowing around him, his voice full of challenge. What's wrong? Planning to avenge your friend? Without further ado, a foolish kobold roared and charged straight in, determined to fight to the death. Thwack! Jinhuk's magic staff slammed directly into the monster's face, a devastating blow that left it dazed. He coldly pinned the kobold to the ground, finishing it off without hesitation, to the horror of its companions. Jinhuk glanced at the last kobold, his voice full of sarcasm. What are you doing, not coming up? The remaining kobold was scared out of its wits, realizing this fight was a lost cause, and immediately turned tail and ran for its life. Jinhuk sneered, a glowing purple magic orb gathering in his hand. Ha! You think I'd let you run? He unleashed his magic arrow skill, a stream of purple energy tearing through the air, embedding itself directly into the back of the fleeing monster. The last kobold fell, the monster clearing, now leaving only Jinhuk standing amidst the pile of corpses, neat and clean. After finishing up, Jinhuk casually looted the items, ignoring the systems. Floor 1 welcome notification. Too late. In busy looting. The quest required killing 10 kobolds. He merely smirked. Easy peasy, I can handle 100 of them. While he was at it and feeling motivated, Jinhuk decided to grind for the Slayer title, to look like a pro player. He recalled his previous life, when he had almost collected the entire set of Slayer titles, an achievement that the small fry could only dream of. Standing before the corpse of a kobold, he declared, "All right, time to fill my empty stomach first." With a cunning smile and glowing purple eyes, he activated the predation skill. Shh! A surge of reddish-pink energy erupted from the kobold's corpse, beginning the absorption process. Whoosh! All the essence from the corpse was drained, pouring directly into Jinhuk's body like a whirlwind. Gulp! He swallowed the stolen power whole, feeling it merge with his body. Immediately, his eyes turned fiery red as he realized a new ability. I can see this kobold's memories. Jinhuk finished absorbing the kobold's power, his purple aura exploding. He smirked. All its power is mine now, plus a bonus of the kobold language. The status window appeared. Jinhuk's stats had skyrocketed. Strength 21, Intelligence 25, Mana 31. The subclass Allmaster was now recognized. Jinhuk broke out in a cold sweat from shock. His current power was on par with a player who had grinded up to the 10th floor. He realized something even more incredible. Wait, did I receive bonus class points? A series of class icons appeared, proving that the All-Master class allowed him to gain experience for all systems. Suddenly, Jinhuk's pupils contracted into a fiery red slit as a strange memory flooded his mind. In the kobold's memory, it was frantically running towards a dark cave, panicking. Hurry! Hez getting angry. Inside the cave, a human child was being held captive. The kobold trembled, thinking, I must prepare it quickly. His scolding hurt so much. The final memory showed an aged kobold lord, holding a skull scepter, declaring everything was ready for the ritual. Back in reality, Jinhuk smiled a bloodthirsty grin, his eyes gleaming with amusement. A kobold lord. Perfect timing. He realized that the appearance of a monster lord signaled an impending monster wave, with a pack of goblins growling ahead. This was a golden opportunity to grind for the Slayer title and farm items. Facing a horde of monsters, Jinhuk smirked, coolly declaring, to handle a wave, you need an army. With the smile of a battle maniac, his purple eyes blazing, he roared the familiar command of a necromancer. Arise! Dark energy immediately surged towards the unfortunate goblins, turning them into raw material for the army of the dead. 2 gates of shadow opened, and the first skeletal figures began to be recreated from Jinhuk's magic. From the darkness, 2 skeleton soldiers, glowing with dark energy, rose to obey their new master's command. The system window popped up, announcing that Jinhuk had successfully changed his class to Necromancer, an act that bent the tower's rules. Standing before the 2 kneeling skeleton soldiers, he confidently asserted that with the All-Master title and his past life's memories, this was child's play. But his ambition was even greater. His true goal was a much more powerful hidden class, waiting to be unlocked right here on the first floor. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier spun around, seemingly having detected something and reporting it to its master. What it found was someone trembling in fear, apparently the child about to be sacrificed to the kobold lord. Before the dark power, the goblins could only let out desperate, meaningless shrieks. Jinhuk smirked with an evil grin, ordering his new troops. Come, my skeleton army. Doom. The skeleton soldiers rose, radiating killing intent. Receiving their master's command, wipe out every kobold in sight. Swish! A skeleton soldier's eye flashed, firing a piercing purple energy beam that tore through the enemy. After the sweep, a verdant magic stone, a war trophy, was tossed into the air. Leading his skeleton army, Jinhuk casually caught the magic stone, while the quest log reported 10 over 35 kobolds defeated. He muttered, "It should be around here." Suddenly, Jinhuk froze, his eyes flashing as if he had just remembered something extremely important, and just as expected, an old wooden house appeared in the forest. He confirmed, "Found it." Creak! The heavy wooden door was pushed open. Jinhuk, carrying a bag, cautiously peered into the darkness inside. Inside the empty house, he thought to himself, "Lucky. It seems no one has come here yet." Jinhuk ordered his skeleton soldiers, "You guys wait here," then entered the wooden house alone, holding the magic stone, looking incredibly cool. Crash! He didn't bother with the usual path, stomping down to shatter the wooden floor, revealing a secret passage below. Jinhuk gently landed on the stone stairs below, brushed his hands, and smirked. Jackpot. He tossed a few magic stones down the steps, muttering about a high-tier hidden class of the Necromancer system, a mage specializing in controlling souls. His destination was an ancient stone coffin, where the legendary class was hidden, Spiritmaster. Jinhuk knew everything. He revealed that the first Spiritmaster in history, also the NPC guiding class changes, was sleeping soundly right here. Without hesitation, he used his hands to push the heavy coffin lid aside. Whoosh! A surge of blue energy burst forth, and a ghostly skeletal figure in a dapper vest slowly floated up from inside the coffin. Jinhuk pulled down his hood, his sharp gaze fixed on the entity, calling out its name familiarly. Balkan. The skeletal Balkan looked down, his eyes glowing with power, and asked directly, "Are you my successor?" Balkan, the skeletal spirit, stared directly at Jinhuk, asking with an authoritative voice, "Are you my descendant?" Jinhuk smirked confidently, pulled down his hood, and greeted him like an old acquaintance. "Long time no see." Balkan. Balkan froze, his two glowing blue eye sockets flashing with confusion, not understanding what was happening. Balkan felt a bit awkward that his grand entrance had no effect on the young man. But Jinhuk calmly retorted, "What's so surprising for a necromancer to see a skeleton?" He added that he had come here after reading Balkan's diary, so he already knew everything. He recalled Spiritmaster Balkan's diary, a hidden item he hadn't read in this life. He reminisced about his past life, when Jinhuk, in his silver-haired form, found the diary when he was stuck and decided to return to the first floor. Memories flooded back. After becoming a Spiritmaster, he had once failed to turn Balkan into one of his summons. Balkan nodded with delight, declaring bluntly, "Just as you said. I like you already." Balkan enthusiastically praised Jinhuk, saying he was far better than some rude fellow from 10 years ago, completely unaware that it was his past self. Jinhuk smirked, a vein throbbing on his forehead, thinking, "Should I just make this dry skeleton disappear?" But then he held back, cleared his throat, and demanded Balkan change his class immediately, only to be refused with the reason that he had to reach the 10th floor first. Balkan began his spiel about Spiritmaster being a formidable, higher-tier class than Necromancer, but Jinhuk calmly cut him off. "I'm already a Necromancer." True to his word, Jinhuk thrust his information panel directly in front of Balkan, proving he already had the Necromancer class and the All-Master subclass, despite only having climbed one floor. Balkan was utterly shocked, his two eye sockets flashing like car headlights, his mouth agape in astonishment at such unprecedented natural talent. The old skeleton continued to flatter Jinhuk, praising him as even more formidable than that brat from back then, causing our protagonist to twitch with anger at being insulted for his own past life. Carried away by excitement, Balkan accidentally asked Jinhuk if he intended to change classes, then awkwardly covered it up with a forced laugh. Without further ado, the ritual began. Jinhuk sat in meditation while Balkan hovered in the air, releasing a stream of blue soul energy downwards. The energy flowed like a surging waterfall, engulfing the surrounding space. All the energy converged on Jinhuk, transforming into his characteristic dark purple as he held a sphere of light in his hand. Long, long ago, even before the tower appeared on Earth, there was one who ruled it, and his story began. He was once the strongest necromancer, but that power wasn't enough. He craved something even more formidable. He considered his flesh and bone summons worthless, and began searching for a different class of summons. Liches and Death Knights were too outdated. What he wanted had to be an entirely new concept. And then he found it. The core of power, souls. He declared he would summon the souls of the dead, creating a new type of summon that could crush all old limits. After a long period of arduous work, he finally succeeded, giving birth to the spiritmaster class and commanding a powerful army of specters. But his mortal body had reached its limit, and the spiritmaster class he had painstakingly created was on the verge of being lost. With no other choice, he decided to play his final card. Balkan used his own necromancy on himself, transforming into an immortal skeleton, waiting for a worthy successor to inherit his legacy. To find a successor, Balkan accepted becoming a half-human, half-NPC entity, a hidden boss awaiting the worthy. Balkan's entire legacy, the orb of energy containing the essence of the spiritmaster class, was completely transferred to Jinhuk. Witnessing the unbelievably smooth power absorption process, Balkan could only gape in astonishment. Jinhuk stood firm, his entire body erupting with purple dark energy, completely mastering the new source of power. Balkan solemnly declared, "The boy I once mentioned was the second, and you are the third spirit master." The old skeleton began his introductory lecture. "Use the soul forge to capture souls, and then you will be able to summon your own legion." Jinhuk smirked meaningfully, thinking, "Thanks for the soul forge you just gave me." His eyes turned cold, declaring his first incredibly audacious target. "My first prey is you, Balkan." Balkan, still oblivious, proudly clapped, congratulating his successor. "Go forth, climb the tower, and bring glory to my name." Jinhuk nonchalantly interrupted the old skeleton's speech, a meaningful smile on his face. About that." Jinhuk pointed directly at Balkan, smirking provocatively. "Do it yourself, Balkan." Balkan froze, his skull clearly showing extreme confusion. "What?" Realizing he had been painfully tricked, Balkan roared in anger, blue spiritual energy erupting. "You bastard. Have you forgotten the promise in the diary?" Jinhuk casually advanced, purple dark energy swirling around him, lecturing as he walked. "Pushing your work onto others is a bad habit." Balkan recoiled, his voice trembling with terror. "Wait, why are you coming closer? No way." With a crazed smile, Jinhuk growled, activating a skill, a radiant purple energy orb glowing in his chest. Soul Harvest. Balkan's soul was ripped directly from his skeleton amidst desperate screams, tightly bound by purple energy chains. Exhausted and powerless, Balkan's soul smoked, gasping faintly. "You think..." In a final effort, Balkan's soul tried to flee, yelling, "You think I'll let you catch me?" As his physical skeleton crumbled to the ground, Jinhuk flashed a chillingly satisfied smile, declaring victory. Done. On the floor, Balkan's soul had been separated into pure purple energy crystals, glowing eerily. Even as a mere soul, Balkan was still defiant, raising a middle finger in challenge. "This is rude on Earth, isn't it? The previous successor taught me that. See you in hell." No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of purple magic energy lashed directly at Balkan's face, shaking his soul. Balkan's soul was sucked backward, his skeletal eyes showing utter horror as an invisible force dragged him away. Suddenly, Balkan found himself neatly trapped within a purple magic circle on the ground, stammering, This is magic?" Jinhuk looked down at his prey with a condescending gaze, his voice full of sarcasm. "How does it feel? Quite comfortable, isn't it?" He casually explained that he had used a low-level spell, a magic wall, to create this personal prison for Balkan. Balkan roared in helplessness, struggling and vowing to shatter this trashy trap at any moment. Jinhuk smirked cunningly, growling, "Did I say this was the only thing?" It turned out that along the way, Jinhuk had scattered kobold mana stones and set traps to activate automatically when needed. Jinhuk sealed the game, posing a deadly question. "You can certainly break them easily, but will you be fast enough before I capture you alive?" Trapped in the magical prison, Balkan broke out in a cold sweat, utterly unable to comprehend why a mere first-floor rookie possessed such profound skills and tactics. Jinhuk pulled up his hood, flashing a sinister smile. "In my previous life, I failed, but in this life, I finally caught you, Balkan." Hearing the words previous life, Balkan froze, his skeletal eye sockets revealing extreme horror, unable to believe what he had just heard. Jinhuk continued his masterful taunt, wondering if he should now be called the second spirit master or the third to inherit this power. Finally realizing, Balkan recognized the person before him as the monster from back then, screaming Jinhuk's name in rage and fear. Without giving his prey time to recover, Jinhuk raised his hand, activating the Soul Harvest skill, purple energy currents surging forward amidst Balkan's desperate screams. Balkan's soul was torn apart, dragged directly towards Jinhuk by purple energy chains like an irresistible vortex. The entire soul of the first spiritmaster was compressed and absorbed directly into Cha Jinhyuk's chest, marking the end of a legend. A moment later, Balkan was reborn as a skeleton soldier, a control collar still around his neck, his entire body trembling from complete subjugation. Cha Jinhyuk looked down at his new subordinate with a condescending gaze. "Don't be too sad, Balkan. Follow me now, and everything you desire will come true." Cha Jinhyuk strolled leisurely through the dark forest, followed by an entire army of newly subjugated skeleton soldiers, including Balkan, all exuding a chilling purple killing intent. System notifications continuously popped up. The apex of malevolence was staring at him, and the Keeper of Death was curious about this bizarre class. Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, knowing full well that the final bosses couldn't enter the class change area. He scoffed defiantly, taunting the big shots who were watching. "No need to fret, just wait, and I'll show you what I've got." Cha Jinhyuk stood before his skeletal army, the aura of a dark king emanating powerfully from him. He looked at the skeleton soldiers, including Balkan, and asked himself a humiliating question. Do I still need this useless skeletal legion? Without a moment's hesitation, Cha Jinhyuk raised his hand, a simple yet powerful gesture, preparing to cast magic. He commanded, "Disintegrate," and immediately, the entire skeletal army, including the former spiritmaster Balkan, shattered into countless fragments of purple energy and were sucked back towards their master, gathering all the energy into a brightly glowing orb before his chest. Cha Jinhyuk coldly declared, and once again, "Rise." Whoosh! The purple energy exploded violently, and from the orb emerged the forms of new monsters, looking infinitely more ferocious and powerful than the dry skeletons. An entirely new army of demonic beasts was summoned, from three-headed dogs to hideous imps, all roaring to display their terrifying power. Cha Jinhyuk stood before his brand new army of demonic beasts, clicking his tongue and remarking, "As expected, still a bunch of mute ones." In the mind of a certain soul, a furious roar echoed, "Cha Jinhyuk, you bastard." Suddenly, one of the souls transformed into Balkan's human form. He knelt, unable to believe his eyes. "How can this be?" Balkan snapped his head up, screaming in humiliation. "How dare you turn me, Balkan, into a soul knight?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked mockingly, taunting. "Oh, first time seeing you in this form. You looked quite handsome when you were young, didn't you?" Unable to bear the contempt, Balkan's power erupted, blue lightning roaring around him. "You won't get away with this, Cha Jinhyuk. How dare you disrespect the first spiritmaster?" Whoosh! But before he could do anything, Balkan's face changed color as an invisible force choked his throat. "Choke!" Balkan struggled in vain, and Cha Jinhyuk coldly warned, "Don't push it. You're breathing with my mana. If I cut off the flow, you'll vanish instantly." Forced to crawl on the ground, Balkan panted, but still retorted, "Do you really think I'll obediently follow your orders?" Cha Jinhyuk leaned closer, a challenging smile on his face. "So, what are you going to do, huh?" Cha Jinhyuk sat amidst his shadow summons, casually taunting Balkan, who was kneeling on the ground. "Remind me again. What did you do with those disobedient soldiers?" "Ah, you turned them into soul knights, didn't you?" He smirked maliciously, his tone condescending. "And I'm sure you haven't forgotten my abilities, have you?" Balkan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the deadly threat. Could it be that he still has that overpowered predation skill? If so, I'm definitely going to be devoured. Knowing his place, Balkan finally asked, "Damn it, what exactly do you plan to do?" Cha Jinhyuk pointed into the distance mysteriously. "Oh? Can't you feel anything?" He pointed directly at a towering castle on a hilltop under the moonlight, declaring, "We're going to start a sweep." Cha Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed with amusement as he finalized the target, aimed at the Kobold Lord. The Kobold's castle appeared eerily under the blue moonlight, a fortress awaiting its downfall. At the city gate, 2 Kobold soldiers stood guard, looking no different from low-level creeps. Cha Jinhyuk casually strolled in alone, causing the 2 Kobold guards to spot him and let out a startled cry. The Kobolds howled loudly, raising their spears in a battle-ready stance, signaling that a cleanup was about to begin. Cha Jinhyuk smirked maliciously, dark purple energy fiercely erupting around him. Whoosh! He unleashed 2 colossal demonic summons from the dark energy, ready for a bloody hunt. Crash! The demonic summons charged in, slaughtering the kobolds, a punch through the chest, a claw tearing through enemies in an instant. Cha Jinhyuk calmly watched his monstrous disciples clear the battlefield, the kobolds falling like autumn leaves. The kobolds on the city walls screamed in terror as they witnessed their comrades being slaughtered, but it was too late to escape. He muttered with satisfaction, "With 30 soul knights, the kobolds have no chance of resisting." He picked up a spear from a fallen soldier, declaring, "And this time, I won't just sit back and watch the show." Carrying the spear on his shoulder, he ordered the surviving kobolds, "Lead me to your lord, you weaklings." Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed through the castle's dark corridor, signaling the arrival of death. A surviving kobold crawled into the main hall, seemingly trying to report back to the final boss. In the main hall, the kobold lord sensed an unfamiliar killing intent and muttered, "An intruder?" He snapped orders at his petty soldiers. "Hurry up, prepare the sacrifice," ignoring a trembling soldier. Suddenly, one of Cha Jinhyuk's demonic beast summons materialized in the hallway amidst purple smoke, letting out a terrifying roar. Whoosh! The demonic beasts swept through like a purple whirlwind, tearing apart several guarding kobold soldiers in an instant. The remaining kobolds in the hallway froze, utterly terrified as they saw their comrades vanish without a chance to react. Cha Jinhyuk himself appeared, grabbing a kobold's face with a devilish grin, dark energy exploding around him. Crack! He tightened his grip, crushing the unfortunate kobold's skull. Thud! The kobold's head was smashed onto the stone floor, beyond recognition. Another kobold bravely lunged down from above, intending to stab him, while Cha Jinhyuk calmly held the headless corpse. Thwack! Before it could reach its target, the kobold was impaled through the chest by a demonic beast that lunged from the shadows, neatly clearing the nuisance for its master. Cha Jinhyuk gripped his sword hilt, preparing for the purge. A brilliant purple sword slash tore through the air, instantly cutting down the obstructing kobolds. Standing amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, Cha Jinhyuk smirked alongside his two demonic beast summons. This hidden class is truly top tier. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a familiar dark energy. "Oh, this energy?" He smiled confidently, knowing he had arrived at the right place. "We're almost at the Kobold Lord's chamber." Unexpectedly, a red system notification appeared, with two cheering sticks. "The apex of malevolence is holding light sticks and cheering for you." Cha Jinhyuk looked speechless, muttering disdainfully, "I don't need cheers from a hairy old man." Ignoring the taunt, he confidently strode forward with his monstrous disciples. "I'm going to win anyway!" Meanwhile, in the main hall, a kobold minion plunged a knife deep into the chest of the sacrifice on the altar. The old kobold lord, hands drenched in blood, was devouring the victim's heart, roaring savagely, "More, more." The old kobold lord roared fanatically, believing his minions hadn't offered enough to satisfy his master, the keeper of death. The minions dragged in a screaming, struggling sacrifice, and the old kobold lord asked with interest, "Oh, have you brought the next sacrifice?" It turned out the sacrifice was a horned girl being held down by two kobolds. Her hair was pulled up, revealing defiant red eyes, and a kobold exclaimed in surprise, "A hobgoblin?" The old kobold lord had hit the jackpot, laughing savagely as he grabbed the girl. "A lucky find. You're a much better sacrifice than a human." The girl was no pushover, swinging her arm in resistance, a flash of purple energy blocking the old man's attack. Whoosh! A sword flew from nowhere and plunged into the ground. A panicked kobold pointed up at the balcony and screamed, "Intruder!" From the shadows, Cha Jinhyuk smirked darkly, his tone mocking. "What's this? Sacrificing to a god? Or human sacrifice?" He stepped out of the shadows, a surging aura of purple magic around him, declaring bluntly, "Well, whatever. You're all going to fail anyway." Looking down from above, Cha Jinhyuk faced the old kobold lord, who had turned to stare at him. The old kobold lord roared in fury, cursing the intruder directly as a bastard. Cha Jinhyuk sneered, radiating dark purple magic. "You must be the kobold lord. You certainly look like the leader of a bunch of small fry." The old man boasted loudly, proclaiming himself Kaloum, king of all kobolds, and yelled for the human to know his place. Cha Jinhyuk's smile grew even more sinister. A floor one monster acting so arrogant. "You want my respect? Try earning it." While the two bosses were trash-talking, the horned girl realized this was a golden opportunity, as the old man was completely distracted. The girl's red eyes flashed with determination, seizing her only chance at survival. Whoosh! The horned girl shot away like an arrow, making Kaloum furious as he roared. "A sacrifice dares to escape." Cornered, Kaloum began to beg for power from his master. "My lord, the keeper of death, please grant me strength." Hearing the familiar name, the smile on Cha Jinhyuk's face vanished, his eyes becoming serious. "The keeper of death?" Kaloum unleashed his skill. A barrage of blood-red energy spears shot straight forward with a terrifying hiss. Amidst the rain of blood-red spears, the horned girl ran desperately to escape, but alas, she tripped miserably right in the middle of the path. With a horrified expression, Haryu could only let out a desperate cry as she saw death approaching. She fell to the ground, pleading in vain as the blood spears prepared to pierce her. In her final moments, Haryu could only think, "I can't die here." Whoosh! A dark figure rushed forward with astonishing speed, purple eyes flashing in the night. Crash! With a powerful spinning kick, Cha Jinhyuk swept away all the deadly attacks, the energy spears shattering into pieces. The old kobold lord's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. He blocked my attack. Cha Jinhyuk smirked provocatively, shocking the old man even more. Just with one kick? Haryu stammered her thanks, but Cha Jinhyuk coldly cut her off. "Shut your mouth and get out of my sight." Cha Jinhyuk glanced at the girl's horns, immediately recognizing her hobgoblin identity. He frowned in thought. Hobgoblins are a powerful race all the way on the 100th floor. There's no reason a kid like this would come down to the lower floors. Suspecting trouble on the 100th floor, Cha Jinhyuk decided to save the girl to extract information. Interrupted, the kobold lord roared, his voice guttural. "You brat, how dare you disrupt our ritual for Lord?" Cha Jinhyuk coldly warned Haryu, who was running away. "Get out of here if you want to live. I won't bother saving you a second time." And she immediately complied. The kobold lord chuckled sinisterly, channeling energy into his two subordinates beside him. "Let's see if you can handle this. These fresh corpses have double the power." Whoosh! Fiery red energy erupted from a kobold, and the old man roared his skill. Corpse explosion. Boom! A horrific explosion of blood and flesh engulfed Cha Jinhyuk's position. As the smoke cleared, Cha Jinhyuk stood without a scratch, smirking contemptuously and clenching his fist. Too slow. The kobold lord's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his prey had just tanked his full self-destruct attack. Wham! Cha Jinhyuk delivered a thunderous uppercut to the kobold lord, cursing him directly. "Your mana usage is terrible." The old man flew backward, sprawling on the ground, stammering in horror. How could a first-floor player have this kind of power? Cha Jinhyuk smirked, charging forward like a gust of wind, his voice guttural. "What are you doing? I haven't even warmed up yet." The kobold lord gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred as he realized he was completely outmatched. Cornered, the old mage screamed for help in despair. "My lord, the keeper of death, save me." In response to that plea, a gigantic pool of blood suddenly formed and began to boil beneath Cha Jinhyuk's feet. Whoosh! A column of blood shot skyward, engulfing the surrounding space. A gigantic blood hand suddenly reached out, seizing Cha Jinhyuk tightly. From the pool of blood, a massive monster slowly emerged, its roar shaking the entire area, while the kobold lord could only stare, frozen by the sight. The old man realized it was a blood golem, a high-rank summoned monster, and completely panicked. How could he summon such a high-rank monster? The blood golem's blood hand squeezed Cha Jinhyuk tightly, as if it could crush him instantly. Crash! The blood golem wasted no words, slamming Cha Jinhyuk straight into the ground, crushing him, while the kobold lord watched with satisfaction. The kobold lord burst into maniacal laughter, crowing, "Ha ha ha, how do you like that?" The old man pointed at Cha Jinhyuk, who lay in the rubble, proudly declaring, "See, this is the pinnacle of my summoning power." Lying on the ground, Cha Jinhyuk smirked, a purple aura beginning to emanate around him. Summoning power? Cha Jinhyuk's eyes flashed with deadly intent, and he asked a question in a guttural voice that sent chills down the old man's spine. "Who are you to dare use summoning magic in front of me?" The purple aura exploded, and a series of grotesque specters began to be summoned from the void. Cha Jinhyuk declared, "Let me show you." Whoosh! An entire army of demonic beasts with wild white eyes and sharp claws materialized, ready to tear everything apart. The demonic beasts charged straight towards the blood golem, and Cha Jinhyuk finished his sentence with the tone of a king. "What true summoning magic is." Whoosh! The purple ghostly army surged into the red blood golem, creating an earth-shattering clash of energy. The blood golem began to convulse, its energy core throbbing as if about to explode. Boom! Cha Jinhyuk's army of demonic beasts stormed in like a purple hurricane, tearing apart the slimy mass of flesh without mercy. The kobold lord's jaw hung open, eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before him, only able to utter a few meaningless sounds. Amidst the purple smoke, Cha Jinhyuk stood there, hands in his pockets, coldly observing the remnants of the golem that had just vanished. The old man was in deep shock. He defeated his golem so easily. Cha Jinhyuk pulled down his hood, his sharp eyes analyzing. "Even if you're a monster lord, a weak kobold like you couldn't possibly summon a blood golem." He directly addressed the puppet master through the system. "It's you, isn't it, the keeper of death, Bune?" A notification panel appeared, confirming the entity's surprise. The Keeper of Death silently nodded in acknowledgement, while another crimson notification appeared. The apex of malevolence is glaring at someone. Balkan's phantom appeared behind him. Jinhuk continued to expose. You were curious about my power after I transitioned to a spiritmaster and summoned a blood golem after seeing me defeat one of your apostles. He turned to the kobold lord, who was cowering on his throne. Clearly, you're just an ignorant puppet. You ran out of mana, didn't you? Because Boone suddenly made you summon the blood golem? The old kobold screamed in despair, spittle flying everywhere. Impossible. My lord will come for you. He will avenge me, even if I die. Jinhuk smirked, dark energy erupting around him as the demonic beasts materialized. Just tell your master. I have a lot to say to him too. The demonic beasts lunged and seized the kobold lord, who screamed in panic. Let me go. I'm your king, aren't I? Jinhuk raised his hand, lifting the old kobold into the air with dark magic, the old man only able to shriek the Keeper of Death's name in despair. He stared straight into the air, sending a stern warning to Boone. Your fun is over. Don't be bitter. You provoked me first. His purple eyes were as sharp as knives. And you, too, will pay for daring to test me. The system unexpectedly announced. The Keeper of Death says he likes you and laughs loudly. Hearing the provocative reply, Jinhuk merely silently clenched his fist. Crack. A deafening sound of bones breaking echoed, fresh blood splattering everywhere amidst the old kobold's final scream. Jinhuk stood coldly amidst the pool of blood. Above him, the blood-soaked legs of the kobold lord hung suspended, officially gone. The old kobold's face was contorted in horror in the final moments of his life. Jinhuk casually stepped over the pool of blood, asking the kobold lord's corpse. Dead already? No sooner had he spoken than the kobold lord's soul screamed and shot out of the corpse, erupting in a blue will-o'-the-wisp flame. Jinhuk didn't bother with words, reaching out to seize the screaming soul, his voice guttural. Hey, I won't let you die peacefully. He flashed a sinister smile, clenching both hands, compressing the old man's soul into an energy orb amidst pitiful cries. This was soul forging, a basic skill of a necromancer, transforming souls into orbs for easy absorption. Jinhuk smirked, bringing the struggling soul orb to his mouth and declaring, Bon appétit. Immediately after absorbing it, Jinhuk paused, his eyes revealing clear surprise. It turned out the stats he received were utterly trash. Only 1 point added to each. He commented dejectedly, This isn't even enough to climb to the 50th floor. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Jinhuk. Excuse me. A girl with small horns bowed her head in thanks for saving her life, her pink eyes looking straight at him. My name is Haryu. Jinhuk waved his hand dismissively, saying he just dealt with the kobold lord because it was convenient, but Haryu insisted on repaying him. Jinhuk smirked mockingly, asking directly, What if I'm also a scoundrel and try to sell you off? Haryu didn't flinch, her eyes blazing, declaring bluntly, If that happens, it'll come back for revenge later. Jinhuk chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement that it was indeed a true hobgoblin trait. Revenge for grudges, repayment for favors. He plopped down, getting straight to the point. Why are people from the 100th floor struggling in this corner? This made Haryu hesitate. Haryu recounted that her village on the 100th floor had been attacked, which startled Jinhuk. She explained that the hobgoblin tribe was very strong, even the big shots found them tough to deal with, and a powerful hobgoblin ancestor spirit appeared behind her to illustrate. Jinhuk pondered deeply, then asked directly, Was it the 4 emperors? The 4 emperors were revealed, comprising the super-powerful giants, the magic-mastering dragons, the demons with unrivaled magic power, and the celestials bearing wings of justice. Jinhuk asserted that anyone who dared to provoke the hobgoblins without being detected could only be the 4 emperors, or some extremely formidable backing force. Haryu speculated that perhaps even the 9-Star Guild was involved in this matter, as images of 2 core members, Kane Fallon and Carmen Fallon, appeared, looking dangerous. Hearing the name 9-Star, Jinhuk gnashed his teeth, his killing intent surging as if he wanted to devour his enemies alive, making Haryu ask worriedly. He brushed it off, declaring that it was time to begin, and turned his back, walking away decisively, leaving Haryu to hesitantly ask where he was going. Jinhuk turned back and asked Haryu directly if she intended to root herself in the pool of blood from the monsters that had just been minced. Haryu seized the opportunity, cautiously asking to accompany Jinhuk. Jinhuk secretly assessed, This girl is still green, but having her on the team isn't a bad idea. He warned her directly that he was very busy and wouldn't have time to protect her. but Haryu confidently declared she could take care of herself. Cha Jinhyuk delivered a fatal sarcastic remark, reminding her how badly she had just been tricked by the kobold lord, instantly leaving Haryu speechless. Haryu puffed out her cheeks and stubbornly argued that it was because she had let her guard down. Cha Jinhyuk was at a loss for words, but eventually agreed to let her follow him. Cha Jinhyuk looked at his blood-stained clothes and decided he needed to change into new ones to avoid unnecessary attention. Cha Jinhyuk and Haryu stood looking at the kobold lord's corpse, a brightly glowing item icon appearing, signaling that loot had dropped. He realized it was an equipment item, and seemed to be a good one. Leaving the dungeon area, they both stepped out into the ruined fortress under the night sky. Cha Jinhyuk had changed into new clothes, a much more fitting mage's robe, and strode away with Haryu. Suddenly, a purple magical vortex appeared right beneath their feet. Haryu stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. A figure slowly emerged from the vortex. Haryu gasped and let out a startled cry. It turned out to be Balkan, the legendary spiritmaster, now Cha Jinhyuk's subordinate, hovering in midair with his spirit summons and reporting concisely. Everything has been handled. Not a single kobold survived in the castle. Cha Jinhyuk nodded in praise. Well done, Balkan. Meanwhile, Haryu clung tightly to his arm, her face pale, and whispered, "Who is that?" Balkan was equally surprised, wondering why this girl could see him. Cha Jinhyuk then explained that some hobgoblins have a strong affinity for spirits. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, thinking, so that's it. This girl really is a special kind of hobgoblin. Cha Jinhyuk secretly calculated that instead of using predation to absorb Haryu's power, he decided to keep her and train her, as she was still green and saw him as her savior. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Cha Jinhyuk. The system activated the Monster Wave quest after a boss was defeated, accompanied by a severe warning. Accepting this quest would wipe out all safe zones on the first floor. Cha Jinhyuk smirked with delight. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Balkan and Haryu's faces turned pale, and they cried out in panic. A monster wave? Are you really going to accept it? He replied nonchalantly, his smile still present. If I didn't intend to participate, I wouldn't have wasted my effort coming here to kill the boss. Immediately, a series of notifications from high-level entities poured in. The apex of malevolence criticized his recklessness. Another god stuck out their tongue in anticipation, while the Keeper of Death outright offered a reward if he came in first. Cha Jinhyuk glanced at the messages, asking sarcastically, "What else are you trying to drag us into now?" And the system confirmed that the Keeper of Death fully agreed with his statement. All right, Cha Jinhyuk shrugged. Let's see what the reward is, then he'll decide. Balkan was speechless, muttering, "What a reckless fool," then thought, "Well, if he dies, I suppose I'll be free." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, delivering a chilling remark to Balkan. "No, even if I die, you'll still be my slave," which left the old man utterly silent. Without a moment's hesitation, Cha Jinhyuk's finger pressed directly on the accept button on the system panel, officially igniting the fun. The system roared, announcing to the entire server, "Monster wave erupted. Kobolds are swarming towards the village gate, and all safe zones on the first floor have officially vanished." In Coral Village, the gathered players began to riot as they realized the disaster had struck. Damn it, what is this? A monster wave? A barrage of notification panels appeared before the panicked players, who screamed, "Which lunatic accepted this damn quest? The whole village is going to be wiped out," a more sensible player shouted, trying to warn the crowd. "Anyone who's finished their quest, get to the second floor now. Once the wave starts, there's no escape." But another guy grabbed him, desperately pleading, "Let me go. I only need 3 more kobolds. Please help me." Whoosh! A stream of purple magical energy swirled high in the night sky, signaling a powerful emergence. Flash! The energy erupted into a dazzling orb of light, leaving the players below stunned in amazement. Whoosh! From the center of the explosion, a summoned kobold warrior with bulging muscles and bloodthirsty eyes burst forth, ready for slaughter. The kobolds roared savagely, surging forward like a wave of flesh ready to crush everything. The panicked players could only watch, screaming in despair. "It's too late. The wave has started. There are so many. Holy crap." Whoosh! A colossal pillar of light suddenly rose in the middle of the battlefield, separating the two sides to the astonishment of the kobolds. Cha Jinhyuk appeared with a murderous smile, declaring coldly, "Anyone who dares to lay a finger on them." Along with Haryu and Balkan, he continued domineeringly, "I'll kill them first." A group of bewildered players shouted from behind, "Who are you guys? It's too dangerous, don't you see that whole horde of kobolds over there?" Ignoring them, Cha Jinhyuk concentrated his energy, and a brilliant purple magical orb glowed at his abdomen. He growled the command, "Arise!" releasing a surging storm of death energy as countless vengeful spirits rose from the shadows. An armored player realized in shock, his voice trembling, "A necromancer? This is only the first floor. How the hell did he change classes?" Cha Jinhyuk's wave of dark energy collided head-on with the kobold horde, completely halting their attack. Cha Jinhyuk's shadow army stood firm, completely blocking the kobolds who were roaring in helplessness. Haryu turned to Cha Jinhyuk, asking if she could join the hunt to earn the Slayer title. Cha Jinhyuk smirked challengingly. "Then hurry up. My spirit army won't leave anything for you." Haryu replied with a confident smile. "Don't worry. I have my own tricks too." Whoosh! A spatial rift suddenly opened along Haryu's body, amidst a surge of purple energy. Even Cha Jinhyuk was surprised, realizing it was a subspace. Haryu decisively drew a greatsword, shimmering with dark magic, from within that very space. Without a word, Haryu charged, grabbing a kobold's head tightly with one hand. The monster shrieked miserably as she lifted it into the air, her sword already poised. Haryu's gaze was sharp, the blade flashing with a deadly gleam. Slash! Haryu swung her sword, cleanly cleaving a kobold in two, blood splattering. Cha Jinhyuk observed from behind, silently acknowledging that Haryu's sword was no ordinary item, and her skills were quite impressive. He began to deduce. Could it be that the attackers of the Hobgoblin village were specifically targeting Haryu? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Cha Jinhyuk's thoughts. "Hey you!" A group of players appeared, their leader jutting his chin out as he asked, "Who are you and why are you blocking the monster wave?" Cha Jinhyuk glanced coldly, asking back indifferently, "And who are you?" The other man arrogantly introduced himself, pointing to himself. "I am Kim Seung-tae. You know the White Swallow Guild, right?" Seeing Cha Jinhyuk's lack of reaction, Kim Seung-tae sneered, assuming there was no way he wouldn't know such a renowned guild. Kim Seung-tae added, boasting that White Swallow was a guild affiliated with the Sanctuary, under the command of the famous Fallon siblings from Nine Star. Upon hearing the Fallon siblings' names, Cha Jinhyuk's killing intent erupted, his eyes glowing with fury. "What did you just say?" Kim Seung-tae was still blabbering, boasting about his brother in the White Swallow Guild, and declaring that their whole group would join when they reached the 10th floor. Seeing that Cha Jinhyuk seemed capable, he began to speak condescendingly, suggesting he could talk to his brother about getting him a spot in the guild. But Cha Jinhyuk flatly refused, and immediately a shadow imp summon materialized from behind him, seizing Kim Seung-tae by the nape of his neck. The imp's chokehold panicked Kim Seung-tae, while Cha Jinhyuk calmly stated that he had arrived at just the right time, as he needed some clues to catch those others. Cha Jinhyuk leaned close to the restrained man's face, a smirk playing on his lips as he growled, "After this monster wave, I have a few questions for you." Two White Swallow Guild members, seeing their boss being bullied, rushed forward to lecture him, questioning why he would bully other players just because he was stronger. Cha Jinhyuk's expression remained unchanged as he casually retorted, "Why not? It's perfectly logical." He began to preach, stating that rubbish rules like no hitting people or no killing were only valid on Earth. But in this tower, the only truth is power. The strong are everything. While Cha Jinhyuk was expounding his philosophy, Kim Seung-tae was being choked by the imp, screaming to be released as he was about to pass out. Cha Jinhyuk looked at Kim Seung-tae, who was coughing violently on the ground, and coldly declared, "Listen carefully. You're not really alive. I'm only sparing you because I need information." He turned and walked away, throwing back a warning not to run his mouth and cause trouble, telling him to keep his distance, leaving Kim Seung-tae sprawled in the panic of his subordinates. Two White Swallow Guild members helped Kim Seung-tae up, wondering if they were going to let that guy just walk away. As soon as he was helped up, Kim Seung-tae's face turned pale with fear, and he stammered an order to his subordinates, "Run." Kim Seung-tae screamed in panic, urging everyone to flee quickly because if that guy caught them again, they would surely die. Meanwhile, in another corner, Cha Jinhyuk's shadow army had charged in, sweeping through a horde of goblins. A leading goblin pointed to the sky, letting out an incomprehensible shriek, seemingly having detected the approaching danger. Whoosh! Cha Jinhyuk descended from above like a phantom, aiming straight for the formation of the puny goblins. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Cha Jinhyuk's face as he swung his sword, a purple slash tearing through the air. Suddenly, a mysterious glasses mage appeared, gathering a blue energy orb in his hand, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Boom! A blue energy explosion ripped through the formation, blasting all the goblins into the air amidst their miserable screams. The glasses mage stood in the middle of the battlefield, looking down at the monsters with disdain. What a bunch of weaklings. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, assigning Balkan a task. I'll fight. You control them. Balkan acknowledged, saying it seemed there was a lot to do today. Cha Jinhyuk growled. Rise, as he and Balkan unleashed a sky-filling surge of purple dark energy. From the shadows, a skeleton emerged, its eye sockets glowing with purple death magic. The skeletal army surged from the ground, bony hands seizing the legs of the panicked goblins. A goblin shrieked in pain as a skeleton soldier leaped onto its shoulder and bit directly into its neck. Standing amidst the Shadow Legion, Cha Jinhyuk commanded, "Turn them all into skeleton knights." Balkan replied nonchalantly, saying he knew what to do without being told. Gathering momentum, Cha Jinhyuk channeled power into his legs, the ground cracking as he prepared to charge. Whoosh! Cha Jinhyuk soared into the air with a crazed smile, growling. Shall we begin the game? Boom! Cha Jinhyuk landed directly in the middle of the goblin horde, a burst of dark energy blasting the puny creatures away. Without wasting a second, Cha Jinhyuk glided like a phantom, his glowing purple blade continuously tearing the goblins to shreds. Slash. Another clean cut sent one more goblin to the ground, without even a whimper. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Haryu was also at work, swinging her greatsword to create an arc of deadly energy. Seeing this, the goblins shrieked wildly, rushing forward en masse, intending to overwhelm Haryu with sheer numbers. Haryu frowned slightly, muttering as she saw the sea of monsters before her. There are too many of them. Seizing the opportunity, a goblin snarled and lunged from behind, swinging its sharp claws to sneak an attack. Slash! The sharp claws raked a long line across Haryu's back, fresh blood splattering. She cried out in pain as she took the full force of the surprise attack. But immediately, she gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with resolve, telling herself, no, this is nothing. Haryu recalled the immense pain of her village being burned down, asserting that her current physical wounds were nothing. Transforming her fury into strength, she swung her sword wildly, ceaselessly slashing and killing to avenge her past. But human strength has its limits. After a period of slaughter, Haryu was exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath amidst the goblin encirclement, she desperately thought that this was her limit. Kaboom! Suddenly, a massive purple energy explosion swept away the surrounding monsters, leaving Haryu stunned. She turned back in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes at the overwhelmingly powerful display she had just witnessed. Cha Jinhyuk acted coldly, a single slash dispatching a goblin, leaving Haryu in deep shock. He's just a first-floor rookie. A human. How can he be so strong? Haryu's eyes blazed with determination. She resolved to follow this man, to climb the tower and gain enough strength to avenge her village. While she was distracted, another goblin snarled, lunging to sneak a punch at Haryu. Psst. Haryu reacted incredibly fast, unleashing an energy-infused punch that instantly blocked the monster's attack. An elegant man with a purple aura appeared, holding a blue energy orb, and asked Haryu, "Young hobgoblin, are you all right?" Despite her exhaustion, Haryu braced herself, gripping her sword tightly, and growled, "I can handle myself." Balkan looked at the determined girl before him, wondering what her past had been like. Haryu questioned him directly, "Why are you helping me?" This caught Balkan slightly off guard. She recounted her bitter past, fleeing from the 100th floor, receiving no help, and only encountering scoundrels who wished her harm. Harrius' eyes were sharp, full of suspicion. "You're helping me because you want something, aren't you?" Balkan turned away, coldly admitting, "I'm not even sure myself." This left Haryu dumbfounded. He explained his identity, a spirit knight who only knows to obey the spiritmaster. That's all. Haryu froze, trying to process the newly revealed information about the master-servant relationship. Balkan concluded, revealing the truth as Cha Jinhyuk appeared beside him. "Cha Jinhyuk ordered me to help you, to protect you and assist you in farming achievements." Balkan turned and walked away, declaring he had to leave if he didn't want that guy to nag him for slacking off. Haryu gripped her sword hilt tightly, her eyes resolute, thinking that Cha Jinhyuk was the only one who had ever offered her a helping hand in this damned tower. Pink dark energy erupted around Haryu as she made her resolve. "I'll bet my very life to repay your kindness." A blazing red Oni mask, full of fangs and sharp horns, formed from her own energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Haryu pressed the mask to her face, ready for her transformation. Her eyes behind the mask flashed with deadly red light, and the demonic fangs bared menacingly. Haryu let out a roar, her entire body exuding an overwhelming aura, her hair wildly fluttering after completing her transformation. Balkan, standing nearby, was also stunned, astonished by the breakthrough power of the young hobgoblin. Meanwhile, Cha Jinhyuk maintained a calm expression amidst his skeleton army, as if everything was going according to plan. Faced with this new power, the small fry goblins could only shriek in despair, ready to become punching bags for the test run. Behind the demonic mask, Haryu let out a savage roar, her blazing red eyes signaling a massacre. With a whoosh, Haryu transformed into a shadow tearing through the night, charging straight into the monster horde. A goblin shrieked piercingly, its face drained of color as it sensed an irresistible killing intent. Before it could react, Haryu was already closing in from behind, her pale eyes behind the mask looking at her prey as if it were a joke. Swish, swish. The greatsword danced with deadly pink slashes, the goblins only glimpsing a streak of light before their bodies were torn apart. Amidst the rain of blood, Haryu stood tall, her sword glowing brightly while the corpses of the small fry were scattered everywhere. She turned her head, dark smoke pouring from her mask, searching for her next targets. Gaining momentum from above, Haryu plunged down like a meteor, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to the remaining goblins. Witnessing the insane display of power, Balkan could only watch from afar, completely shocked by the young hobgoblin's transformation. Cha Jinhyuk stood beside a corpse, his expression calm as he confirmed, just as expected. Those attackers were targeting Haryu and her sword, Cha Jinhyuk thought to himself. If he told Haryu now that she was the reason her entire village was wiped out, it would truly be a disaster. The system counted down, with only 1 minute left to clean up the aftermath before the attack wave ended. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the Glasses Mage frantically unleashed lightning. Haryu in her red demon form snarled, while Cha Jinhyuk calmly bided his time. The last goblin frantically rushed towards the closing gate, screaming Cha Jinhyuk's name in despair. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his eyes full of predatory intent. Oh, so this is the last small fry? Whoosh! Without another word, Cha Jinhyuk swung his sword, charging straight at his prey. Thwack! With a clean kick, Cha Jinhyuk sent the goblin flying, blocking its escape route. The goblin let out one last shriek as it was pulled into the gate by an irresistible force, facing unavoidable death. Fss. The spatial gate swirled and then vanished, ending all hope for the monsters. Cha Jinhyuk stood alone amidst the battlefield, a system window displaying the victory notification. The attack wave has been successfully repelled. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, declaring simply, the outcome was predetermined. The Glasses Mage broke out in a cold sweat, forced to admit, you truly are a monster. Demonic energy flared around Haryu one last time as she mumbled in exhaustion. It's over. With that, Haryu collapsed, completely unconscious. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a bandaged hand firmly grasped her shoulder. Cha Jinhyuk caught Haryu, coldly remarking, such a frail body, yet you're trying to use such powerful skills? Are you okay? Haryu's face flushed red, and she stammered awkwardly. Thank you. Suddenly, blue system screens appeared before both of them. The system announced that the attack wave had been wiped out, and rewards would be given to the top 3 players with the highest achievements. Cha Jinhyuk smirked expectantly, muttering, excellent. Time to check the spoils, isn't it? The system screen announced the attack wave ended, the battlefield littered with the corpses of over 2,500 kobolds. Cha Jinhyuk received the Kobold Slayer achievement, granting 5 points directly to all stats. He smirked, thinking that stats from achievements were the real deal. With a confident smile, Cha Jinhyuk thought of the infinite growth potential once he mastered his 2 abilities. This number would only continue to rise. The system confirmed Cha Jinhyuk's undisputed position at the top, and a glowing cube containing his reward appeared in his hand. Haryu also received her reward cube for 2nd place, exclaiming with excitement. Balkan stared blankly at the cube in his hand, completely baffled as to why he was ranked 3rd. Cha Jinhyuk approached Balkan, casually extending his hand. All right, hand it over. Balkan obediently handed over the reward, while Cha Jinhyuk coldly took it without even a glance. Haryu unexpectedly stepped forward, offering her cube with both hands and declaring, please accept my reward. This is how I asked to join you. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked again, yours too? Cha Jinhyuk bluntly poured cold water on her hopes, stating that traveling together was one thing, but trust was out of the question, since he had already been stabbed in the back once. He leaned down, his sharp gaze fixed on Haryu, making it clear that this bribe was too significant to accept without suspicion. Cha Jinhyuk laid down his condition. Being stabbed once is enough. Earn my trust, or don't even think about following me. Haryu's red eyes gleamed with steely determination. She remained silent. Whoosh! Haryu erupted with pink energy, channeling it directly into her reward cube. Balkan, standing nearby, flinched, his voice trembling as he recognized Cha Jinhyuk's name. Haryu offered both her reward cube and her hobgoblin mask, declaring, Please accept everything, including my mask. Balkan was utterly panicked, yelling, "No way! She's giving a hobgoblin mask to an outsider?" It turned out that the hobgoblin mask was the essence of their power, an item given to a life partner only once in a lifetime, like a marriage proposal. Jinhuk held the mask, his confusion evident, and asked in bewilderment, "Why are you giving this to me?" Haryu affirmed resolutely, "This is proof that I will never betray you. And also, my thanks for saving my life twice." Jinhuk remained suspicious, holding the mask. "Even so, this mask is too valuable. You have another motive, don't you?" Haryu's face darkened, and she spat out a single word, "Revenge." Jinhuk's surprise was clear. He hadn't expected that answer. Haryu recounted with hatred, images of her village engulfed in flames flashing before her. "My entire village was razed. I tried to find survivors, but there were none left." She bowed her head, admitting bitterly, "I think I'm the only hobgoblin left." Her eyes blazed with resolve, her hand clutching the reward cube. "As the last hobgoblin, I must avenge my people. Please allow me to follow you up the tower." Jinhuk fell silent for a moment, pondering the familiar word revenge in his mind. He looked at Haryu offering the item, and a realization dawned on him. This child is just like me in the past. He placed his hand on Haryu's head, his voice as cold as ice. "Betray me again, and you will surely die." Jinhuk held the demonic mask, declaring bluntly, "I don't need this mask, so don't think of it as your lifeline." Haryu's eyes crinkled in a joyful smile, and she replied, "Yes, I look forward to learning from you, boss." Jinhuk waved his hand, tossing the glowing reward cubes to Balkan, ignoring whatever Haryu called him. The light from the cubes flashed dazzlingly, signaling the imminent appearance of high-quality items. A full mana accessory set appeared. Mana ring, mana earrings, and mana necklace, all boosting stats and greatly reducing mana consumption. Balkan stroked his beard, praising the excellent items, while Haryu looked bewildered, not understanding why the old man was so excited about mana-boosting gear. Jinhuk explained to the girl, clarifying its significance. For a necromancer, this set increases both the quality and quantity of summoned troops by up to 45%. Jinhuk immediately put on the new earring, smirking meaningfully at Balkan. "Hey, why are you so quiet?" He directly called Balkan by the name Booney, asking if the old man thought he'd forgotten his reward, then opened a system notification window. The notification window displayed a powerful message. The Keeper of Death wishes to change locations. The group had moved to a deserted village, desolate under the night sky. Inside the inn, Jinhuk concluded that the entire village had fled to escape the monster attack, leaving only the three of them and Balkan's spirit hovering behind. Jinhuk lost patience, snapping for the item. "This place is fine. Stop beating around the bush. Hand it over." But the Keeper of Death's notification urged him not to rush. Vroom! Immediately, a colossal pillar of purple energy descended from the sky directly onto Jinhuk's table. Amidst the magical smoke, a black ring with a skull emblem appeared, radiating a dark aura. Jinhuk smirked as he picked up the ring, telling himself that today was truly a harvest day for accessories. But upon closer inspection, his eyes widened, realizing this item was far from ordinary. Seeing their boss's reaction, Balkan and Haryu flinched, hastily asking what was wrong. Jinhuk broke into a sweat, his voice filled with astonishment as he announced, "This ring carries demonic power." Balkan was heavily shocked, his face paling as he stammered, "Demonic power? Are you sure?" Balkan explained that demonic power was the exclusive ability of one of the four emperors, a source of strength even more formidable than mana. To obtain it, ordinary people had to sell their souls to demons, becoming demon kin and only receiving a meager fraction of its power over time. Jinhuk put on the Ring of Demonic Power, and his status window immediately updated, his demonic power stat jumping straight to 10 points. The system announced that the Keeper of Death wished to make peace, and extended a hand for a handshake. Having received a good item, Jinhuk happily overlooked the previous prank and accepted the handshake through the air. Balkan and Haryu marveled at their boss's overwhelming power, acknowledging that he had prepared too thoroughly for climbing the tower. Suddenly, a blazing red notification appeared, trembling in the air. The apex of malevolence is seething with jealousy. A barrage of spam messages appeared, showing that the apex of malevolence was also going crazy, wanting to shake hands and even shaking hands with thin air. Jinhuk retorted in a low voice, "Everything has its price. If you want something, bring something out here." This made Balkan's face pale at the audacity of this guy daring to provoke a demon king. The apex of malevolence immediately panicked, the system announcing it was rummaging through drawers, wardrobes, and under beds, leaving Jinhuk speechless as he yelled, Stop, that's enough. After racking its brain in desperation for a while, the apex of malevolence finally came up with an idea. The system exploded with a notification. The apex of malevolence declares it will bestow a quest upon him. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes widened, his mouth agape in surprise. A quest? Are you serious? The quest notification appeared right before the three of them, aimed directly at Cha Jinhyuk. Balkan, surrounded by a purple aura, warned, "That's a quest from a demon, kid. Prepare yourself, it won't be easy." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, a superior look on his face. "Fine. Consider it me granting you a favor." The apex of malevolence muttered through the system that this wasn't its intention, but Cha Jinhyuk immediately cut it off. "If you don't want to, then don't. I won't accept." "Shake, shake." The apex of malevolence hastily waved its hand through the notification panel, sealing the deal. "It's already stamped. There's no taking it back." Ding! The apex of malevolence's quest panel appeared. "You must make your reputation resound throughout the tower before reaching the 100th floor. Failure will make you a disciple of the apex of malevolence. Success will reward you with the blueprint of any item." Cha Jinhyuk's eyes lit up, a cunning smile on his face. "The blueprint of any item? If it's a demon's blueprint, I can craft anything." Cha Jinhyuk muttered as he read the quest. The conditions were tough, but the reward was too tempting. "Ugh, but the quest conditions are so harsh. If I lose, I have to become its disciple. I don't want that at all." But his recklessness outweighed his common sense. Cha Jinhyuk smirked confidently and held out his hand to seal the deal. "It's still a golden opportunity. All right. The apex of malevolence. I accept your quest." The deal was sealed. The apex of malevolence's notification panel displayed smiling text and a waving hand, as if shaking Cha Jinhyuk's hand with great excitement. A wooden door creaked open. Balkan spoke up, asking about the next plan. "What now? Are we going straight to the second floor?" Cha Jinhyuk dismissed the idea, recalling Kim Sung-tae's smug face. "No, we need to extract information from that Kim Sung-tae first." He turned to Balkan, who was radiating a purple aura, and ordered like a boss. "Go capture him and bring him back here, Balkan." Balkan retorted discontentedly. "What? I don't even know where he is." Cha Jinhyuk casually revealed his hand, showing a purple phantom silently trailing Kim Sung-tae. "I've already attached a soul night tracker to him. They've gone quite far, but are still on the first floor." Balkan was speechless. He grumbled, then immediately opened a purple teleportation gate. "Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner?" "See you later." After Balkan disappeared, Cha Jinhyuk turned to Haryu, who was standing silently, and started a conversation. "How about a walk and a chat?" Cha Jinhyuk held up the glowing red demon mask, his eyes full of interest as he looked directly at Haryu. "This mask. I want to hear more about it." Cha Jinhyuk and Haryu walked through the dark forest, beginning their conversation about the item in his hand. He turned the demon mask over, summarizing the matter. "In short, this is a tool that helps its hobgoblin master use their power." Cha Jinhyuk held the mask radiating dark energy, directly asking about the hobgoblin tribe's abilities, and Haryu confirmed they were various types of magic and superpowers. Haryu confidently revealed her skill. "I have an ability called Foresight that helps me see the future." Cha Jinhyuk openly showed his disappointment, bluntly criticizing, "Foresight? A bit useless. If I had to choose, I'd prefer an ability more geared towards combat." After hearing his pragmatic judgment, Haryu could only stare silently at him with wide, astonished eyes. Seeing her look at him, Cha Jinhyuk immediately asked, and Haryu simply replied, "Nothing. It's just that you're really very different." Haryu began to recall the past, when the hobgoblin elders used crystal balls to foresee the future for countless individuals from other tribes. She recounted that many of them, like this client warrior, always lived in fear of the future and tried to eliminate all uncertain elements. Cha Jinhyuk smirked domineeringly, refuting the philosophy of those small fry. "Why bother eliminating them? It's easier to just smash them head-on and break your own limits." While Haryu was still bewildered, Cha Jinhyuk declared coolly, "Sounds good. I think your ability will suit me very well." Haryu smiled confidently, introducing her signature skill, Battle Foresight, specialized in predicting combat situations, then asked him what he thought. Without a word, Cha Jinhyuk suddenly rushed forward and embraced Haryu, leaving her stunned, her cheeks flushing red. Held tightly, Haryu could only widen her eyes, her mind blank, but inside she screamed, "Perfect." Cha Jinhyuk broke into a crazed, satisfied smile, exclaiming, "Thank the heavens, it's you, you're the one." He thought of Nine Star's combat experts and realized that with Harry's ability, his chances of winning were wider than ever. In Cha Jinhyuk's arms, Haryu was still reeling, only able to stammer incoherently. In the middle of the night forest, Haryu finally regained her composure and softly whispered a thank you. The tender moment was suddenly interrupted by 2 system notifications. The apex of malevolence and some 9-tailed fox were furiously snapping photos. Cha Jinhyuk immediately flew into a rage, yelling straight up at the sky. The apex of malevolence, you stalker. Put your camera away right now. Cha Jinhyuk scratched his head, admitting he was a bit overzealous, while Haryu's face was flushed red, hastily waving her hands and saying she was very happy to help. Cha Jinhyuk sneered, holding out a demon mask radiating dark energy, sealing the deal. Don't worry, I'll pay a high price for this mask, and I'll join your revenge. Haryu's eyes shone brightly. She clenched her fists with determination, happily accepting, thank you. I look forward to your guidance from now on, big brother. Suddenly, a shadowy hand clamped over a player's mouth, silencing his screams. A voice from the shadows echoed, Hey, stop struggling. The shadow imp summon continued to hold the player, who was whimpering in fear, and delivered a shocking piece of news. Your teammates have all run away. Just lie still and wait for my master to arrive. Balkan, the spiritmaster's soul, grabbed the player by the collar, his face wrinkled like a monkey eating chili, muttering, Where did that kid go? Does he even know how troublesome it is to capture someone alive? Just then, Cha Jinhyuk and Haryu leisurely approached. Balkan immediately turned to complain. Why are you only arriving now? Do you know how much I struggled to keep this idiot from escaping? Cha Jinhyuk gave a faint smile, swiftly drawing the other man's sword from its sheath, his eyes sharp. Oh? Were you trying to escape? Then he ordered Balkan. Step aside. Swish. The blade plunged into the tree trunk right next to the player's temple, making him scream in terror. Cha Jinhyuk pointed the sword at the man, his voice full of sarcasm. Here, I'm returning your sword. But how do you plan to hold it now? Cha Jinhyuk smirked menacingly, dark energy surging around him. Do you want to take the sword back with your hand, or with your gut? It depends on your answer. Terrified to his core, the player turned pale, stammering out a torrent. Tell me everything you know about the White Swallow Guild. Right now. Yes, sir. After extracting the information, the player was released, and hastily bid farewell under the moonlight, while Cha Jinhyuk simply replied coldly, Get lost. Seeing the man run off, Haryu wondered, but Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly declared, It's fine, I'm going to smash his guild anyway. Balkan appeared, explaining the enemy's structure to Cha Jinhyuk. The White Swallow Guild is just a branch of the Sanctuary Guild, and there are countless other small guilds scattered from floors 10 to 200. The 3 walked together in the night, Cha Jinhyuk, calculating, If I intend to crush all of them, it will indeed be a troublesome and repetitive task. Haryu quickly caught on to his intention. But there's a good side to it too. You're talking about the apex of malevolence's quest, aren't you? Cha Jinhyuk confirmed, the image of the Fallon siblings appearing in his mind. That's right. Destroying their bases is also a good opportunity to complete the quest. With a confident and challenging smile, Cha Jinhyuk turned to invite his companions. So, shall we race to the 10th floor? In the safe zone of the 2nd floor, players were gathered, buzzing with chatter about those who had just quelled the chaos, unaware that 2 of those heroes were about to cause big trouble. As soon as they set foot in the safe zone, the trio of Cha Jinhyuk, Haryu, and Balkan immediately became the center of attention, the crowd of players whispering, They're here. The dark aura emanating from Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan made a burly player in the crowd shiver, stammering, What the hell is this? Another player recognized the murderous Oni demon mask Cha Jinhyuk was wearing and exclaimed, A demon mask? The crowd began to grow noisy, surrounding the trio and buzzing with questions like flies. Hey, are you the one who took the quest? Do you have a guild yet? Tell us your name. Cha Jinhyuk secretly calculated that if he used his real name, he would immediately be tied to the apex of malevolence's quest, making things complicated and troublesome. With his purple eyes flashing behind the mask, he declared with authority amidst the crowd, My name is Demon Mask. With that, all 3 coldly turned and walked away, leaving the players gaping at such a cool debut. The loudmouth player was about to chase after them for more explanations, but was held back by another hoodie player. Wait, you don't see him. The hoodie player seemed sharper, speculating that the masked individual might be a criminal who ruined his life on Earth and fled into the tower. Cha Jinhyuk walked on, a smirk playing on his lips behind the mask. He knew that concealing one's identity was common in this place, and rumors of the monster wave and the demon mask would attract precisely the attention he needed. Cha Jinhyuk, still as Demon Mask, turned to Balkan. Let's go. There's still a lot to test. The old man simply replied, All right, With that, all three disappeared in a pillar of teleportation light, ignoring the small fry players who were shouting helplessly. The dust hadn't even settled, and the loudmouth player and the hoodie player could only stare blankly at the empty space, muttering, "They're gone." With a whoosh, the three of them landed in a dense forest, officially entering the next floor of the tower. A system panel appeared, welcoming them to floor 2, with a ridiculously simple quest: clear 10 kobolds and 10 kobold warriors. Jinhuk glanced at the quest with a bored expression, taking off his mask. Just as I expected. Nothing special. He snapped his fingers, turning to Balkan, with a calculating smirk. "All right, Balkan, this quest is yours." Balkan narrowed his eyes, veins throbbing, his voice full of implication. "Are you ordering me to capture them alive?" Jinhuk replied nonchalantly. "If you can, complete Harrius quest too. I'm about to test my demonic energy, so hurry up if you want to watch." Balkan flew off in a huff, yelling, "You insolent brat, wait for me, don't use it all up." Haryu could only stand there, watching her two masters. Haryu wondered how to do the quest, and Jinhuk replied curtly, "If you don't like it, go catch them yourself." The two stood in the middle of the forest, Jinhuk acting like the boss, with Haryu quietly following behind. Jinhuk smirked, clenching his fist excitedly, muttering that he never thought he'd get to try out demonic energy. He began to channel his power, dark purple energy swirling around his hand, declaring that he would test the power of demons and the 4 emperors. With a whoosh, a dark purple demonic energy orb formed, crackling with immense power. Jinhuk stared at the demonic energy orb in his hand, confirming that this was the power he had been searching for. Haryu suddenly cried out a warning as she sensed an enemy approaching. She pointed towards the bushes, where a kobold with bloodshot eyes and sharp claws was lurking. Without a moment's hesitation, the kobold lunged out of the bushes, aiming straight for Jinhuk. Jinhuk sneered, treating the puny monster like a godsend. "Perfect timing, let me test it out." Jinhuk smirked, activating his demonic power manifestation skill, and a deep purple energy orb shot straight forward. The demonic energy orb grazed the kobold by a hair's breadth as it managed to tilt its body to dodge the attack. Haryu's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe that the puny monster had dodged the attack. Jinhuk sneered confidently, "No, this move doesn't need to be aimed." The kobold hadn't even had time to understand what was happening, its face blank with confusion. Crack! The kobold's entire body suddenly split open, and it let out a grotesque scream as its body began to shatter. While Haryu was still dazed, Jinhuk explained nonchalantly, "Demonic energy is a cruel power. The weak have no chance against it." The two stood watching the last fragments of the kobold vanish, and he added that just a slight graze was enough to obliterate it. Jinhuk bent down to pick up the blue soul of the recently deceased kobold, declaring that the important experiment was only just beginning. He held the blue soul in one hand and the purple demonic energy in the other, asserting that if a soul knight absorbed demonic energy, they would undoubtedly become stronger. Jinhuk began the empowerment process, forcing the deep purple demonic energy into the pale blue soul of the recently obliterated monster, but it seemed the weak soul couldn't handle the power. Jinhuk strained, cursing as the puny soul was about to shatter from being unable to bear the demonic energy. He decided to reduce the dose, injecting only 1 unit of demonic energy, and a ferocious demonic shadow began to form within the purple flames. Success! Jinhuk laughed gleefully as a muscular summoned demon, engulfed in purple demonic energy, took shape before him. Haryu watched, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, acknowledging the success but noting how difficult it seemed, while Jinhuk nonchalantly said it was easier than he thought. A high-tier demon in the past once asserted, apart from the demon race, no one else was skilled enough to use pure demonic energy. Haryu was still in shock, her eyes sparkling as she asked if he had just used demonic energy to create that monster. It turned out the guinea pig was Balkan. Now his soul was enveloped in purple demonic energy, and Jinhuk declared this new creation a Hell Soul Knight. Balkan, in his new form, looked visibly smug, while another demon subordinate flattered Jinhuk about his master's flawless skill. Jinhuk suddenly realized a problem. If he had to empower each minion by hand like this, when would he ever finish? It was too time-consuming for actual combat. Balkan suddenly had a cunning idea, he thought. Wait a minute. I don't necessarily have to be the one to summon them, do I? Jinhuk turned to praise Balkan, saying he was far better at summoning and commanding troops than himself. Flattered, Balkan scratched his chin, putting on an air of importance, and cleared his throat. So you finally know how to respect your master. No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of deep purple demonic energy shot straight into Balkan, freezing him in place. Cha Jinhyuk changed his tune instantly, grabbing Balkan's soul while the old man screamed, "Cha Jinhyuk, what the hell are you doing?" He grinned sinisterly, explaining his crazy plan. "If I infuse you with demonic energy, turning you into a Hell Soul Knight, then all the minions you create will automatically be upgraded too." Cha Jinhyuk continued to taunt, saying that since Balkan was much tougher than those kobolds, he would go all out, injecting a full 10 units of demonic energy, making the old man's face turn pale. Without another word, Cha Jinhyuk swung his hand, and a colossal pillar of demonic energy engulfed Balkan with a thunderous explosion. Haryu worried about the old man's fate, but Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked reassuringly. "Don't worry, the first-generation spiritmaster won't be obliterated that easily." Inside the pillar of energy, Balkan screamed in extreme agony, furiously yelling, "When I get out of here, I'll grind you to a pulp, Cha Jinhyuk." Cha Jinhyuk smirked defiantly at Balkan's threat. "Be my guest. I always welcome a summoned being strong enough to threaten me." Whoosh! The pillar of demonic energy dissipated, leaving behind a colossal dark vortex, signaling that a new existence had been born. From within the vortex, Balkan slowly emerged, hovering in midair, his entire body radiating an overwhelming surge of deep purple demonic energy. Cha Jinhyuk smiled contentedly, declaring, "My strongest Hell Soul Knight." Balkan bowed, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, officially recognized by his master. "It is you, Balkan." No sooner had he been praised than Balkan changed his tune, his voice filled with killing intent. "You've made a mistake, Cha Jinhyuk." The old man roared, ghostly spirits appearing behind him. "The greatest mistake a necromancer can make is to create a being stronger than themselves, my dear student." Cha Jinhyuk turned to Haryu, completely unfazed, taking the demon mask from her hand. "Oh, it seems you're feeling resentful. That's good." Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the demon mask directly onto his face. Purple eyes gleamed behind the mask, and Cha Jinhyuk sneered, his voice eerie. "I needed someone to test this mask on." Balkan laughed maniacally, boasting loudly, "As you wish, Cha Jinhyuk. I'll show you mass-produced Hell Soul Knights." With that, the old man unleashed his power, summoning a swarm of deep purple, grotesque, ghostly spirits from behind him. Balkan hovered high above, pointing down and ordering his Hell Soul Knights to surge forward and attack Cha Jinhyuk. Behind the demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk's eyes flashed with a deadly purple light, signaling that this fight wouldn't be simple. Haryu stood far away, her face paling as she realized. Hez used the mask's power. Suddenly, the world in Haryu's eyes transformed. Everything plunged into an eerie color palette, as if time itself was distorted. Through her foresight, the ferocious Hell Soul Knights suddenly moved as slow as turtles, while Cha Jinhyuk stood there with blazing red eyes. This was, in fact, the world through Haryu's vision, and Balkan, in her eyes, was merely a faint shadow. Boom! Cha Jinhyuk unleashed a massive purple energy blast, wiping out the charging Hell Soul Knights in an instant. Balkan froze, his face pale, unable to believe his eyes, as his elite soldiers vanished in a flash. Cha Jinhyuk's fist gathered dark energy, and he growled. "I may look like this now, but back in the day, they called me the Black Star." Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on Balkan's face, sending the old man's spit flying. Before he could recover, Balkan took a full uppercut to the chin from Cha Jinhyuk, letting out a cry of indignation. Cha Jinhyuk grabbed Balkan by the hair, a superior smirk on his face as he ordered, "Behave, Soul Knight." Crash! Balkan was thrown to the ground like a ragged sandbag, and Haryu cried out in alarm. "Old man." Standing over him, Cha Jinhyuk calmly said, "Don't worry. A Soul Knight can't be hurt by a mere punch," while Balkan just groaned in pain on the ground. Balkan clutched his head, bitterly retorting, "Yeah, if it were a normal person's punch, your punch hurts like hell." Haryu turned to ask with a worried expression, "Big brother, did you use the mask's power?" Cha Jinhyuk lightly touched the mask, confirming, "That's right. It feels like everything slows down, just like a martial arts master who has reached the peak of their power." He suddenly paused, seemingly realizing something unusual about the phenomenon he had just experienced. Haryu broke out in a sweat, explaining that the overwhelming feeling Cha Jinhyuk had just experienced was merely a side effect of not properly utilizing the mask's power. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes widened, utterly shocked to hear the word side effect. He grabbed Haryu by the shoulders, urgently pressing. "If that's just a faulty product, then how does the real thing work?" Haryu began to lecture about battle foresight. Normally, you wouldn't just see opponents slow down, but also predict their next move. Cha Jinhyuk confusedly asked how to achieve that level, but Haryu nonchalantly replied, I don't know either. For me, it's just instinct. Hearing such a genius-like answer, Cha Jinhyuk could only force a wry smile and let out a heavy sigh. He thought to himself, it's true that you can't ask a hobgoblin genius to teach you something that's as simple as breathing to them. Haryu unexpectedly asked, by the way, do you feel dizzy? But Cha Jinhyuk immediately denied it. She explained that untrained hobgoblins would get headaches when using the ability, and even she couldn't use foresight casually. Haryu delivered a critical blow with her words. You'll probably be fine, since you can't use it anyway, leaving Cha Jinhyuk speechless on the spot. Cha Jinhyuk glared at Haryu, growling. You just hit a nerve, didn't you? Making her frantically wave her hands, quickly trying to salvage the situation. I mean, you'll be able to use it soon, Cha Jinhyuk reflected, admitting that he had been too arrogant because everything on the second floor had gone too smoothly and favorably. He unexpectedly patted Haryu's head, thanking her for helping him regain his composure, while Haryu shyly replied that she hadn't done much. In a corner, Balkan's soul sat huddled in self-pity, emitting a gloomy purple aura filled with melancholy. Balkan hugged his knees, muttering in despair, unable to believe that a spirit master as powerful as himself had fallen to such a pathetic state. Balkan looked up, hesitantly speaking as he realized someone was standing before him. Haryu stood towering over Balkan, frowning as she looked at the spirit master immersed in despair. Haryu grabbed Balkan by the collar and shook him wildly, yelling, That's right, Haryu, you're completely different from that kid. I came here to comfort you, making Balkan shriek. After a session of violent comforting, Haryu held the bewildered Balkan tightly, her expression thoughtful as if she had just realized something. Haryu pointed towards Cha Jinhyuk, who was standing amidst a group of tied-up kobolds, then delivered a blunt statement to Balkan. I think you haven't caught enough kobolds yet. Haryu relayed Cha Jinhyuk's words, accompanied by an image of him radiating dense dark energy filled with killing intent. You missed one. Bring it here immediately, or it'll turn you into a soul potion. Upon hearing the threat, Balkan's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth in resentment and helplessness. A flashback to Balkan's golden age on the third floor appeared, as he roared with authority amidst a horde of Hell Soul Knights. Immediately after was an image of Cha Jinhyuk on the fourth floor, wearing a demon mask, clenching his fist as dark energy erupted, signaling the arrival of a new era. Haryu was no pushover either. In a battle scene, she charged forward with fiery red hair, swinging her sword in a clean, swift strike. She flashed a savage smile, her bloodshot eyes filled with pleasure as she bathed in the blood of her enemies. Meanwhile, in the safe zone, some low-level players were discussing the demon-masked guy, assuming he had died in the fifth-floor forest because he had been out of contact for 3 days. Another female player interjected, warning that the fifth floor had goblins that shot extremely potent poisonous needles, further solidifying their belief that the guy was gone. But the truth was completely opposite. Cha Jinhyuk was meditating in the forest, one hand pressed to the ground, releasing a cold blue stream of energy. The magical energy spread throughout the forest, showing that he was not in trouble but preparing for a large-scale cleanup. Deep in the forest, a nimble goblin swung through the branches, aiming at an unsuspecting Cha Jinhyuk. With a fierce expression, the goblin blew a poisoned dart, preparing for a stealthy finishing blow. Whoosh! The dart flew with tearing speed, aimed straight at the back of the target's neck. Slash! A swift cut sliced the dart in half mid-air. Haryu had appeared out of nowhere, coldly swinging her sword to block the attack for Cha Jinhyuk, the broken dart falling to the ground. Haryu's hair turned fiery red, her killing intent exploding, and she bared her teeth in a snarl. How dare you attack my big brother? The low-level goblin's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably under the terrifying pressure. Immediately, a small shadow imp appeared from thin air, grabbing the head of the panicking goblin. Cha Jinhyuk stood behind, his hand gathering a sphere of dark energy. A mystical purple light flashing. Energy erupted, and a massive demonic beast was summoned, ready to tear apart anything in its path. Cha Jinhyuk praised Haryu for her good block, while she was still fuming, surrounded by a red aura of killing intent, furious that someone dared to touch her big brother. Balkan appeared, his face worried as he asked Haryu how she was, still bitterly thinking that she should have just slit that brat's throat herself. Balkan suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he realized something was off about Haryu's demeanor. Haryu turned around, her hair fiery red, eyes blazing, and a savage smile that sent shivers down Balkan's spine, making him realize this wasn't the girl he knew. Cha Jinhyuk worriedly called Haryu's name. She had returned to normal with her black hair, while a hooded stranger stood with his back to them. Haryu startled awake, confusedly wondering why she was holding a sword and smiling so terrifyingly, completely unable to remember anything. Jinhuk ignored Haryu's confusion, looking directly at the stranger and declaring, "I have waited a long time. Everything is finally ready." The wave initiator turned around, a confident smirk on his face as he announced shocking news. "Tonight, I will initiate a monster wave." The scene shifted to the previous night on the 4th floor, where the group sat around a campfire, preparing for the next challenge. Jinhuk explained the battle plan to Haryu and Balkan. Starting from the 5th floor, goblins will appear instead of kobolds. It's time to claim the title of Goblin Slayer. Balkan dismissed it, arguing that hunting a monster lord was impossible since no one knew where or when it would appear. Jinhuk nonchalantly replied, "Why hunt a goblin lord? It's not necessary." He smirked confidently, revealing a shocking secret. "I know how to create an artificial monster wave." Haryu and Balkan's jaws dropped, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe their ears. Create an artificial wave? Balkan remained skeptical, thinking that if this trick was feasible, word would have spread like wildfire. But Jinhuk simply replied that he had only stumbled upon it by chance. He recounted the past. When he was the renowned Black Star, he had once accidentally pierced a corner on floors 300 to 400 and discovered this secret amidst a swarm of skeleton soldiers. Jinhuk pointed, explaining the tower's mechanism. Each floor has a central area dedicated to spawning monsters. The plan was incredibly simple yet audacious. Find that core, continuously pump mana into it, and a monster wave would erupt. Balkan wondered if he had reaped a hefty reward from this, but Jinhyuk coolly stated, "No, this is my first time trying." He explained why. Monsters on floor 300 were on a completely different level from the puny goblins. If a monster wave erupted there, even the 4 emperors would struggle to defend against it. Sitting by the campfire, Jinhyuk firmly asserted to his two companions, "Yes, but now it's different." He declared an extremely ambitious goal: clear as many monster waves as possible to farm stats, while in the safe zone, the tower challengers were still bustling about like ants. Thud. The ground beneath a player's feet suddenly shook violently. A blonde player in orange and his blue hat player companion were startled. An earthquake? In the tower? The blonde player in orange frantically pointed forward, his voice trembling. A gigantic spatial gate, brimming with radiant energy, burst open in the middle of the city. A player immediately recognized it. It's a monster wave. Just like on the 1st floor, from within the gate, a swarm of green-skinned goblins with bloodshot eyes roared savagely and poured out like a flood. The crowd of tower challengers panicked, scattering in all directions, not understanding why a monster wave had erupted right in the middle of the village. There was no announcement about this. The goblins began their attack, simultaneously blowing darts from bamboo tubes, creating a deadly rain. Whoosh! The blue hat player couldn't dodge in time, taking a dart squarely in the back and falling face first, making his blonde player in orange friend scream in terror. The blonde player in orange rushed to help his friend up, but it was useless. The other man could only gasp in despair. "I can't move." The blonde player in orange. His face turned pale, realizing his friend had been hit by the paralyzing poison from the goblins' darts and could now only lie there waiting to die. Carrying his companion on his shoulder, the blonde player in orange ran headlong, but the goblins were right on their heels. He cried out in despair, "Damn it, they're here. This is really over." The blonde player in orange gritted his teeth bitterly, unable to believe he was about to die before even reaching floor 10. Whoosh! A hand appeared in midair, dark purple magic surging from a skull ring, signaling an intervention from an overwhelming force. Kaboom! The dark energy exploded violently, sweeping the ground clean with a sky-shattering roar. blocking the monster's advance. Amidst the magical smoke, a mysterious figure spoke, his voice chilling. Those unharmed, escort the injured to safety. The ID, blonde, player, in orange, recognized the newcomer, his voice trembling with terror. Demon mask? The crowd of ID, tower challengers, cheered as they recognized their savior. It's the demon mask. He has experience clearing. ID, monster, wave. We're saved. ID. Cha. Jinhuk smirked calculatingly, thinking to himself, of course I'll save you all so you can spread my reputation far and wide. With that, he spread his arms, summoning an entire legion of demons from the shadows, growling his command, awaken and fight, my Hell Soul Legion. ID. Cha Jinhyuk. S. ID. Demonic, beast, summons, lunged at a high-tier monster, tearing its body to shreds in the blink of an eye. ID. Balkan. Angrily yelled at. ID. Cha Jinhyuk. You brat. I'm the one who created the army. Why are you taking all the credit? But only received a cold reply. Shut up and keep creating knights. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted in front of ID. Cha Jinhyuk, signaling the appearance of a new variable. ID. Balkan was startled to see a knight from his ID. Shadow army, engulfed in eerie blue flames. From within the blue flames, a new group of monsters emerged, looking like an elite mage army rather than mere cannon fodder. The monsters revealed themselves to be a swarm of ID. Psychic goblins, with bloodshot eyes, clutching skull staves, ready for battle. ID. Balkan warned that these creatures could damage the knights, and ID. Cha Jinhyuk admitted they had to be dealt with first if they didn't want to lose the entire battle. On a rooftop, ID. Haryu appeared, silently observing the chaotic battlefield below, preparing to join the fray. Without a moment's hesitation, ID. Haryu plunged straight down from above, a confident smirk on her face, aiming directly for the ID. Goblins. Whoosh! ID. Haryu landed, her sword flashing with a pink trail of light, instantly cleaving a ID. Psychic goblins in half. ID. Balkan visibly bristled, clenching his fist, annoyed that ID. Haryu had stolen his thunder and taken all the spotlight. While still fuming, the old man froze, sensing ID. Cha Jinhyuk's familiar surge of power right behind him. Voom! ID. Cha Jinhyuk acted, his demon mask baring its fangs and directly siphoning a surge of pink-purple energy from the goblin's corpse. The predation skill was activated, and the ID. Psychic goblin's soul was ripped out without any resistance. ID. Cha Jinhyuk analyzed the spoils. Soul-shattering flame? A skill too good for these puny ID. Goblins. I'll take it. True to his word, he unleashed soul incineration, a massive wave of pink-purple energy that swept across the entire battlefield. After clearing the area, ID. Cha Jinhyuk turned to an exhausted ID. Haryu. Well done, ID. Haryu. But if you keep dealing with these ID. Psychic goblins, ID. Haryu. His hair suddenly turned fiery red, and she looked up with a provocative smile, showing no sign of obedience. ID. Haryu's attitude made ID. Cha Jinhyuk pause. He called her name, bewildered. ID. Haryu. In response, ID. Haryu. Sword erupted with a blazing pink soul flame, signaling that she was ready for a new massacre. Whoosh! A massive surge of pink-purple sword energy was unleashed by ID. Haryu, straight into the sky, signaling that a display of power was about to begin. ID. Cha Jinhyuk stood watching, with only one thought in his mind. Her sword is glowing. I knew it wasn't ordinary, but what the hell is this? His purple eyes behind the mask narrowed, completely taken aback by the unfolding scene. ID. Haryu stood there, her hair fiery red, her small horns clearly visible, her sword blazing with energy in her hand, her aura completely transformed. ID. Cha Jinhyuk was still stunned, only able to utter her name in astonishment. ID. Haryu? In response, ID. Haryu smirked provocatively, her sharp eyes seeming to say, now is when it truly begins. Slash. Without another word, she swung her sword, unleashing a vertical slash brimming with destructive energy. ID. Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, utterly shocked by the unimaginable power Haryu had just displayed. The pink sword energy streaked forth like a laser beam, tearing through space. Crash! An entire building was cleanly bisected by Haryu / demonstrating a completely different level of power. The goblins could only let out their final pathetic screams before completely vanishing. Crash! An entire row of houses was flattened to the ground with just a single blow. A log was cleanly severed, its cut surface smooth and molten as if sliced by a laser, emitting thick smoke. Jinhuk leaned on his staff, frozen by the scene of devastation, unable to believe his eyes. The entire village vanished in an instant. Haryu laughed maniacally, baring her sharp teeth, her bloodshot eyes full of aggression. She let out a savage cackle, then shot forward, pink energy erupting violently. Clang! A glancing blow, slicing off a piece of Jinhyuk's mask. Jinhyuk had just barely dodged when a massive energy explosion swept away everything behind him, discarding the broken mask. Jinhyuk revealed his face and shouted loudly to awaken her. Haryu, it's me, Jinhyuk. Don't you recognize me? His only reply was a cold sword strike. Haryu swung her blade straight at him without hesitation. Clang! Haryu furiously swung her sword, but the crimson sparking slash was parried by Jinhyuk's weapon, hilt by a hair's breadth. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth and strained to defend, sweat pouring down as he realized a harsh truth. Wait, she's ridiculously strong. Boom! Haryu unleashed a sweeping attack, creating an earth-shattering explosion that blew away an entire area of rock and earth. Amidst the rubble, Jinhyuk walked, enveloped in a purple aura, shouting her name in despair. Haryu! He scrambled to his feet, coughing violently, when Balkan's voice echoed in his head. Hey kid, are you still alive? Is Haryu safe? Jinhyuk spat out a mouthful of blood, bitterly replying via telepathy. Safe, my ass. Haryu's kicking my butt right now. Through the dust and smoke, Haryu's silhouette emerged, wielding her wicked sword, and Jinhyuk thought to himself, it seems like. Haryu bared her teeth in a savage grin, her bloodshot eyes wild with madness, making Jinhyuk admit, I'm facing the strongest weapon the Hobgoblin tribe has ever created. Balkan asked about the monsters. Jinhyuk gripped his axe tightly, growling. Most of them were wiped out in the explosion. You deal with the rest. Jinhyuk put on a new demon mask, declaring firmly, my job is to take care of Haryu here. Leap! Jinhyuk channeled power into his legs, charging straight forward like an arrow. Whoosh! He swung his battle axe, closing in on Haryu, who stood defiantly amidst the rubble. Haryu's eyes flashed with deadly purple light as she activated her battle foresight skill. In Jinhyuk's eyes, Haryu's entire body erupted with an eerie purple aura. Every move he made was seen through. The intuition of someone who had once climbed to the 999th floor screamed in Jinhyuk's head. That sword is dangerous. One hit, and I'm gone. He gritted his teeth, telling himself that in this tower, there were no permanent friends or foes, and though he felt guilty towards Haryu, this had to end here. Sorry. Jinhyuk swung his axe, unleashing a decisive attack, but Haryu merely smirked savagely, effortlessly raising her sword to block the devastating blow. In that moment, the image of an innocent Haryu, smiling and calling him Big Brother, flashed through his mind. Damn it! Jinhyuk froze, cursing himself for a fatal second of hesitation right in front of his opponent. But Haryu was even faster. She caught Jinhyuk's axe blade with her bare hand, stopping the attack with effortless ease. Jinhyuk was stunned, unable to believe that the weak girl from before could now stand firm against his full-power attack. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized something was wrong. A strange power was enveloping Haryu. With a savage smile, Haryu smirked, one eye flashing, making Jinhyuk realize, is this Haryu's battle foresight ability? Before he could collect himself, Haryu burst into maniacal laughter, then swung her sword, cleanly slicing through Jinhyuk. The immense force of the slash sent Jinhyuk flying like a broken kite, plowing a long furrow in the ground before he lay sprawled. But a top-tier necromancer wouldn't fall so easily. He braced his hands on the ground, and dark purple magic began to surge forth. Haryu flinched as she felt the ground tremble. She spun around sharply, sensing something ominous as she heard the command. Rise! Boom! The ground cracked open, and numerous purple skeletal hands emerged from the rubble, tightly encircling Haryu. Jinhyuk had summoned the souls of the goblins buried in the previous battle, transforming them into his own loyal skeletal army. Cha Jinhyuk roared, commanding his goblin skeleton knights. Attack! The skeletons immediately obeyed, their grotesque hands reaching out to grab Haryu tightly, trying to restrain her. But in an instant, Haryu's eye flashed with a deadly crimson light. Whoosh! With just one slash, Haryu swept away the trashy skeleton soldiers, turning them into a pile of fragments. Cha Jinhyuk was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. I didn't even see her move. Is it battle foresight again? Haryu smirked savagely, making Cha Jinhyuk bitterly admit. Too strong. There's no way to win against an opponent like this. Bang! A pink energy explosion engulfed Cha Jinhyuk, blowing him away. He somersaulted in the air and landed safely, but he had clearly taken a significant hit. Cha Jinhyuk looked up, his eyes flashing with doubt. Across from him, Haryu was panting heavily, and Cha Jinhyuk immediately realized. Something's wrong. Is she running out of energy? Just as he expected, Haryu clutched her head in pain, blood trickling from the corners of her eyes, a clear sign of power abuse. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, realizing this was the side effect Haryu had mentioned, a golden opportunity to turn the tables. The plan was clear. Force her to continuously activate battle foresight until she collapses. Thud! Cha Jinhyuk pushed off the ground and dashed away, beginning a high-speed game of cat and mouse, luring Haryu into a trap. Haryu landed, growling in frustration as her prey kept dodging like an eel in front of her. Cha Jinhyuk stood calmly in the distance, deliberately maintaining his distance to stall, waiting for his opponent to lose patience. He smirked mockingly, snapping his fingers provocatively. Why are you just standing there? Not attacking anymore? She took the bait, Haryu roared, charging straight with a heaven-splitting slash as pink and purple energy erupted. But it was too predictable. Cha Jinhyuk deftly dodged aside, letting her powerful slash shatter the floor. Just as Haryu was still suspended in the air, Cha Jinhyuk commanded Rise, summoning a shadow assassin that lunged from behind her. The undead assassin unexpectedly stabbed through the chest of a goblin zombie, spraying a deadly toxin right in front of Haryu. Cha Jinhyuk smirked mockingly. He knew well that goblin paralysis poison was potent stuff, enough to cripple a hobgoblin in battle. Her eyes bleeding, Haryu gritted her teeth and activated battle foresight, the only ability that could help her evade this dirty trap. Pushed to her limit, Haryu let out a furious roar, unleashing a massive pink energy wave that swept away everything. Within the energy storm, Haryu glided like a ghost, aiming straight for the mastermind. All of Cha Jinhyuk's summoned soldiers, from the undead assassin to the goblin zombie, were wiped out in an instant. Cha Jinhyuk clicked his tongue, seemingly annoyed that his prey had cleared out the small fry faster than expected. Without a moment's pause, Haryu closed in, swinging her sword with murderous intent towards Cha Jinhyuk. Boom! Cha Jinhyuk deftly dodged aside, letting Haryu's slash tear through the arena floor behind him. As Haryu landed, Cha Jinhyuk leaped away, continuing to maintain his distance and prolong the chase. Still in a frenzy, Haryu charged forward at terrifying speed, swinging her sword directly at Cha Jinhyuk. With a maniacal grin, she poured all her strength into the finishing blow, determined to end the fight with a single strike. But Cha Jinhyuk deftly dodged in midair, narrowly evading the sword, leaving Haryu to slash at empty air. Haryu landed, feeling something was wrong as her sword got caught in her opponent's cloak. She froze, completely unable to understand why the attack, confirmed by battle foresight, had missed so badly. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, revealing that he had figured out the side effect of battle foresight, and this entire plan was designed to counter it. He pointed behind him, where a goblin zombie holding a blowgun was, the very one who had carried out the sneak attack. Cha Jinhyuk explained his crazy move. He had intentionally let the goblin zombie's poison dart shoot through his own body to hit Haryu. The toxin seeped in, Haryu staggered, her strength drained, and she became completely paralyzed. Having lost all her strength, Haryu collapsed. Her pink combat energy dissipated, and the match was decided. The match ended. Cha Jinhyuk seized the now completely helpless Haryu. He lifted her up, sighing with satisfaction. Finally, I've got you. Setting Haryu down, he looked at his bandaged hand, realizing the toxin was also spreading through his body and making it numb. Ignoring it, Cha Jinhyuk turned to order the goblin zombie. Hey zombie, bring that here for me. The zombie waddled closer to the poison dart that had fallen to the ground, the weapon that had just defeated Haryu. Receiving the dart, Cha Jinhyuk without hesitation put it straight into his mouth, and dark energy began to pour out. He chewed ravenously on the dart and absorbed the toxin, and the system panel displayed a notification that he had gained paralysis toxin resistance. Having finished, he coldly looked down at the unconscious Haryu and commented. He admitted, Haryu, your ability is quite troublesome, you know. In her unconsciousness, Haryu floated in a dreamy pink space, her sword also hovering beside her, marking her complete defeat. In a faint pink mental space, Haryu woke up, confusedly wondering where she was. A mysterious voice rang out, asking if she was the new master, while a hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. Before Haryu was an overpowering silhouette, carrying a sword on his shoulder under the full moon, claiming to be the new master of the Dragonflesh sword. The Dragonflesh sword spirit revealed itself, a red-haired demon with a pair of white horns and a sneering grin, scoffing that Haryu was just a kid. The demon grabbed a tiny version of Haryu in his palm, asked if she was a hobgoblin, then made a half-right, half-wrong statement. Haryu completely didn't understand what the hell he was saying. Clang. The demon pressed the sword blade directly against Haryu's neck, killing intent overflowing. He leaned close to her face, his voice full of menace. "Kid, let me warn you once." The demon continued his deadly warning, saying that next time if she dared to use him without proper preparation, she'd have no one to blame but herself. Waking with a start, Haryu opened her eyes, escaping the nightmare in the mental world. Balkan's spirit informed Cha Jinhyuk that Haryu had woken up, just as he was carrying her on his back through the crowded safe zone. The group had arrived at the village on the 6th floor, a safe zone after clearing the 5th floor. Haryu was startled and confused, asking why she was on his back, but Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked mischievously, making up a story about being injured and not remembering clearly. He led her to the door of room 304, declaring he would explain everything inside. After Haryu was seated on the bed, Cha Jinhyuk got straight to the point. After checking their equipment and recovering, the team would head straight up to the big city on the 10th floor. He explained the tower's rules. Every 10 floors there would be a major city, and the entrance was that floor's boss. Balkan added information, stating that the boss was the Orc Warrior, a being with combat power comparable to monster lords. Haryu eagerly offered to fight alongside them after recovering, but the reply she received was a cold no. Cha Jinhyuk crossed his arms, delivering a statement like a splash of cold water. "From now on, you will act separately from us." Haryu was completely shocked, crying out in panic, unable to believe she was about to be abandoned. Cha Jinhyuk got straight to the point, asking Haryu if she remembered what happened on the 5th floor, and she admitted her memories were fragmented. He explained that her sword was a demonic sword, devouring reason in exchange for peerless power, turning her into a bloodthirsty demon. Haryu froze upon hearing the harsh truth. She had lost control and turned to attack him. Cha Jinhyuk warned bluntly, "If you keep relying on that unstable power, you'll be dead before you even reach the 100th floor," then declared he would give her a task. The task given was to climb to the 10th floor by herself without using the sword's power. Haryu immediately understood. She needed to stop relying on this borrowed power and train her own strength. With a challenging smile, Haryu boldly accepted. "All right, I'll definitely become a worthy teammate for you." Cha Jinhyuk smirked with satisfaction. His training plan was on track. Afterwards, Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan's spirit began to move through a crowded street, separating from Haryu to carry out their own plans. Haryu, now wearing a hooded cloak, thanked Cha Jinhyuk for helping her conceal her hobgoblin identity while acting alone. Cha Jinhyuk casually told Haryu to take her time, because he had business on the 10th floor anyway, while Balkan stood beside him, lamenting their temporary separation. Haryu looked straight into Cha Jinhyuk's eyes, declaring with determination, "I'll catch up to you soon enough." Haryu turned and walked away, beginning her solo journey, while Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan watched her silhouette fade away, telling themselves they would wait, no matter how long it took. A few days later on the 9th floor, a devastated battlefield appeared. Orc corpses lay scattered everywhere. A remaining large orc let out a pathetic roar, its eyes wide with fear and rage. Cha Jinhyuk, in his combat form with a demonic mask, charged forward and scoffed. "You're big, but you're no different from those goblins." His eyes behind the mask flashed with deadly intent, and he growled a single word, "Begone." With that, he launched a roundhouse kick enveloped in purple mana, with wind-splitting speed. Pow! The kick landed squarely on the orc's jaw, and a dry thud echoed. The orc flew backward like a kicked ball, crashing headfirst into the ground with an earth-shattering roar. Cha Jinhyuk landed after finishing the cleanup, and Balkan's spirit appeared and reminded him, "It's done. Remember to harvest their souls. I need orc soul knights." Balkan looked at the pile of scattered orc corpses, casually remarking that creating monster waves had become routine, even enjoying it. Balkan suddenly grumbled, calling Cha Jinhyuk a cold-blooded bastard for not even mentioning Haryu. Cha Jinhyuk smirked domineeringly. "If she wasn't capable enough, I wouldn't have taken her in from the start. She's strong, and shall overcome it, even if it's for revenge." "Stop babbling, and bring more orcs here," Cha Jinhyuk ordered, giving a thumbs up. while the quest panel displayed an incredibly overachieved monster farming count, 997 over 50. Balkan's eyes practically popped out, and he strained his neck to yell. You truly are disrespectful. Don't you know how to show respect to your elders? Do you not have parents? Cha Jinhyuk glanced at him with icy eyes, replying curtly and emotionlessly. No, I don't. Balkan froze, his mouth agape, speechless at the blunt and cruel answer. Cha Jinhyuk explained. I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. Choi Kyung-hoon was also there with me. Balkan could only utter an "oh" before falling silent, completely silenced by Cha Jinhyuk's past. Balkan placed a hand on Cha Jinhyuk's shoulder, intending to play the sympathy card after hearing about his past. Balkan feigned understanding. Everyone has their own story, I suppose, but Cha Jinhyuk merely scowled in response. What's with that attitude? Balkan tried to act all chummy and ask for a hug, but Cha Jinhyuk snapped. Get lost. I don't need your pity. At the same time, the system announced a new achievement. Orc Butcher. With a whoosh, 2 brightly glowing warp gates opened, signaling the start of a new game. Both of them had been warped to the 10th floor, heading straight into the challenge room. The system panel appeared, the rules simple. Defeat the boss to clear the stage, lose and get sent back. Balkan's surprise was evident as he saw something unfamiliar. Oh, what is this? It's my first time seeing it. Before them was the clear time leaderboard, filled with insane records under 1 minute, leaving Balkan stunned. Balkan bitterly pointed out that neither of their names were on the board, guessing they were all achievements of the 4 emperors, those born to hack players. Cha Jinhyuk smirked domineeringly. So what? Don't you think, well, break the record today? Balkan's delight was evident at Cha Jinhyuk's declaration, dark aura flaring around him. Sounds good. Cha Jinhyuk looked at the preparing system panel, casually asking if they could set up before the match. The system confirmed, and a 1-minute countdown began, allowing them time to prepare. Without wasting a second, Cha Jinhyuk commanded, Balkan, as soon as the boss appears, use the Hell Soul Knight to bind it. Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan took their stances, spirit summons hovering around them, ready for their debut. Shall we begin? Thud. Cha Jinhyuk slammed his hand onto the arena floor, sharp claws digging deep into the ground to activate a skill. Whoosh! A gigantic, brightly glowing blue summoning circle spread across the arena from his position. Energy converged, and he roared, Magic Spear. A colossal spear of light formed amidst dazzling lightning bolts. Cha Jinhyuk smirked arrogantly, boasting loudly, Let me show you the power of an All-Master. Enchant. Element. Whoosh. Blazing flames immediately enveloped the magic spear, transforming it into a destructive weapon with dual attributes. Balkan continuously bestowed a series of overwhelming buffs upon the spear. Penetration, agility, strength, and finishing blow. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, adding one last wicked buff. Enchant. Mana. Crack. The spear was enhanced to its limit, a surge of dark purple mana exploding to engulf it. Whoosh! The fully buffed spear shot forth, carrying the combined power of both Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan. The system announced coldly. The test will begin shortly. The countdown ran, Cha Jinhyuk staring ahead, his eyes full of challenge. Balkan also took his stance, ready as soon as the final number appeared on the screen. Kaboom! The test began, a summoning gate exploding in the center of the arena, the system calling out, Summon Orc Warrior. From within the gate, a blood-red eye flashed, radiating intense killing intent. Roar! A colossal orc warrior, muscles like mountains, swung its enormous battle axe and charged straight at Cha Jinhyuk. Balkan didn't say much, letting out a roar before unleashing his Hell Soul Knight summoning skill, iron chains and dark purple mana exploding forth. Immediately, the ghostly soldiers of the Shadow Army materialized, rushing to surround the newly summoned orc warrior. Meanwhile, Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked challengingly, softly calling out the name of his weapon, Gungnir. A colossal, razor-sharp purple energy spear condensed directly above the orc warrior's head. Whoosh! The Gungnir spear plunged down with terrifying speed, piercing through the boss like a skewer. The orc warrior froze, its body beginning to disintegrate before it could even swing its axe or do anything else. Thud! The giant collapsed to the ground, completely vaporized, leaving Cha Jinhyuk standing there nonchalantly. The system clock stopped at 96. An unbelievable achievement. The announcement board exploded. New record. 10th floor test cleared in 0.96 seconds. Cha Jinhyuk grinned sinisterly, entering the name that would spread terror throughout the tower. Devil's Mask. The system announcement board exploded with shocking news. 10th floor clear record updated. Time 0.96 seconds. Achieved by Devil's Mask. At a tavern on the 8th floor, screens simultaneously lit up. a player shouting upon seeing the new record. Check it out. The 10th floor record is under 1 second. Haryu, sitting alone, was also stunned. The other player continued gossiping. Devil's Mask? Isn't that Wave Killer? Harriet's red eyes gleamed with determination. She gripped her cup of water tightly and told herself, "I'll try even harder, big brother." Meanwhile, Balkan burst into insane laughter before the warp gate, shouting joyfully, "Ha ha ha, we've broken the 4 Emperors record." The old man clapped Cha Jinhyuk on the shoulder, proudly showing off their great achievement, but the main character simply gave a short, cold reply. "It was just you and me, wasn't it?" Cha Jinhyuk ordered them to quickly proceed to the 16th floor. As there was still much to do, Balkan immediately agreed, suggesting they handle everything and then wait for Haryu. Elsewhere, a skilled hand tossed a money bag into the air and caught it professionally. In a luxurious office, the masked broker sat in contemplation behind a desk, his expression full of calculation. What he was looking at was the shocking record announcement of Devil's Mask on the system screen. The masked broker smirked, his eyes flashing with calculation. Devil's Mask, huh? The 10th floor, the first major city that tower climbers had to visit, was also where the warp gate back to Earth was located. Those who gave up or ran out of skill to climb the tower had gathered here, turning this place into the busiest city within the first 100 floors. Cha Jinhyuk opened the system shop, got rid of some junk items, and conveniently bought a few HP and mana potions to prepare for the new journey. Balkan remarked that the market here was still bustling despite the auction ban being lifted. Cha Jinhyuk merely hummed in acknowledgement. Having completed the auction registration, Cha Jinhyuk knew well that not every item could be bought through normal means. As he carried a sack through the market, a gold lich grocer enthusiastically called out an invitation. Immediately after, a blacksmith from the gold lich workshop also strained his neck to call out, "Hey young man, need any weapons?" Walking a few more steps, an innkeeper waved an invitation from the entrance of the Gold Lich Inn. Balkan grumbled irritably. "What the hell is this Gold Lich bastard?" Cha Jinhyuk replied without changing his expression. "Ah, I guess you wouldn't know." Balkan wondered what Gold Lich was. Cha Jinhyuk explained that it was a newly emerging top company in the tower from the past few years. He added that Gold Lich was actually the name of the richest man in the tower, a hidden magnate who manipulated almost all the cash flow here. Balkan pressed him about what needed to be done. Cha Jinhyuk casually declared, "Go find a sponsor." Balkan was dumbfounded, not understanding who this kid intended to find for support in such a strange place. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, pointing directly at the Gold Lich Company signs. "You're looking at the sponsor's logo right now." Balkan was completely shocked, his face paling as he understood Cha Jinhyuk's insane intention. With a confident smile, Cha Jinhyuk asserted firmly, "I will make Gold Lich my sponsor." A receptionist with a wide, ear-to-ear smile welcomed them as they stepped into the Gold Lich Company's main headquarters. Inside was a colossal trading floor, where everything from weapons and medicine to confidential information could be bought and sold. Cha Jinhyuk received queue number 18, and Balkan immediately teased that it was a number perfectly suited for him. The electronic board lit up, calling out the number 18, signaling that it was Cha Jinhyuk's turn. At the counter, an employee named Halcyon greeted him warmly, ready to serve. Cha Jinhyuk coldly stated his desire to buy something, and when Halcyon asked for his name for the procedure, he remained silent. Instead of stating his name, Cha Jinhyuk pulled a crimson demon mask directly from his bag, asking a weighty question. "Is this enough qualification?" Halcyon's face turned pale as he immediately recognized the legendary item, stammering incoherently, The demon mask." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, signaling Halcyon to keep quiet. "You must understand why I have to hide my face everywhere, right?" Halcyon nodded frantically, and Cha Jinhyuk ordered him to check the money before discussing further. He dumped a heavy sack containing 3,000 gold onto the table, nonchalantly declaring it loot he had just farmed from monster waves. Halcyon was utterly stunned by the enormous sum, his voice trembling as he asked what this mysterious customer intended to buy. Cha Jinhyuk looked directly into the employee's eyes, declaring an unthinkable goal. "Gold Lich. I want to buy a meeting with him." Halcyon was mind-blown, shouting aloud upon hearing the request to meet Sir Gold Lich. In the employee's mind, he screamed, thinking Cha Jinhyuk was just a madman, a thug from outside the tower who didn't know his place. Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly retorted, "Is there a problem? Didn't you say everything here could be bought and sold?" Leaving Halcyon speechless and stammering, Halcyon was sweating profusely, bowing his head as he flatly refused. "I apologize, but this transaction cannot be completed." Cha Jinhyuk coldly asked for the reason, and Halcyon offered the first excuse. "Firstly, Sir Gold Lich is very busy." Cha Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow and asked, "Secondly?" Halcyon hesitated, looking troubled before giving the real reason. Finally, Halcyon spoke frankly, pointing at the bag of money. The amount you've offered is too little. 3,000 gold is a lot, but compared to Sir Gold Lich time, it's nothing at all. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, resting his chin on his hand, feigning acceptance. I guess it won't work then. Halcyon had just sighed in relief, about to bid him farewell, when Cha Jinhyuk cut him off with a single word. Then, with a meaningful smile, he swiftly changed his objective. How much do I need to pay to meet the manager here? As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Cha Jinhyuk was cursed directly by Balkan's spirit. You truly are a scoundrel. Balkan continued to grumble, unable to understand why Cha Jinhyuk would bother a lowly employee like Halcyon just to demand a meeting with the company's big boss. Cha Jinhyuk turned back with a sneer, retorting to Balkan. Do you have a better idea to meet Gold Lich? If so, I'll listen. Otherwise, shut up. The two approached a luxurious door, clearly the big boss's office. Just as Cha Jinhyuk raised his hand to knock, a voice from inside rang out, immediately recognizing the demon mask and granting entry. The door swung open, and a man in a suit, looking like a manager, welcomed them with a flamboyant manner. He slumped into his chair, crossing his legs with an air of authority, introducing himself as Puppet Manager, the branch manager of Gold Lich's company on the 10th floor, and welcomed the super rookie. Puppet Manager got straight to the point, asking if Cha Jinhyuk wanted to meet Sir Gold Lich, and he nonchalantly confirmed, though he already knew the CEO wasn't here. Puppet Manager began his usual spiel about insufficient funds, but was immediately cut off by Cha Jinhyuk with a challenging question. Then how about this? With an arrogant smile, Cha Jinhyuk commanded, just call him here first. If he meets me, he'll definitely become my sponsor. Puppet Manager sighed, his face showing annoyance, sarcastically remarking that Cha Jinhyuk was gambling with his arrogance. Puppet Manager spoke condescendingly, saying he had heard of Cha Jinhyuk, but disliked his attitude of casually calling the CEO by name. Without bothering to argue, eerie purple energy strings began to wrap around Cha Jinhyuk's hands, a sign of an impending skill. He summoned a giant puppet behind him, showing off his marionette ability to control enemies, and coldly told the manager to get out of his sight. Cha Jinhyuk sneered, his purple eyes flashing with challenge. Arrogance, you say? Roar! Cha Jinhyuk channeled his mana, using pure power to shatter the energy strings binding him. He declared he would go all in with his arrogance, challenging the manager back. Is this level enough to talk to you? Puppet Manager was utterly shocked, unable to believe his control skill, which was effective even against big shots on the 180th floor, had been nullified so easily. Regaining his composure, Puppet Manager flashed a sinister smile, his hands gathering purple magic. All right, then how about this? The manager clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash a new technique, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. The manager suddenly changed the playing field, pulling both of them into a strange space with an endless expanse of water. He smirked confidently, introducing it as the Mind Realm, a place he was sure Cha Jinhyuk was witnessing for the first time. Cha Jinhyuk sneered in response, explaining in detail that it was an infinite space created by separating the soul and mind from the body. The manager was sweating profusely, his face paling as he couldn't believe a rookie who had just cleared the 10th floor knew so much about the Mind Realm. Regaining his smug look, the manager declared that here, the rules of reality were meaningless. This was a solo match of experience and soul power. The manager's energy erupted, his face turning into a dark shadow as he set the terms. If you can defeat me in this battle, I will arrange a meeting with Sir Gold Lich for you. Purple energy strings immediately bound Cha Jinhyuk tightly, but he merely stood still, his expression unchanged. Cha Jinhyuk smirked with disdain, issuing a challenge. A battle of experience and soul power? Then you have no chance of winning. He flexed slightly, and the binding energy strings began to strain as if about to snap. Crack! With just a squeeze of his hand, Cha Jinhyuk broke free from all restraints and asked pointedly, You still haven't realized, have you? Your unique characteristic. Cha Jinhyuk growled, It's useless. Black energy erupted, completely shattering the cheap binding strings. He smirked challengingly, sending shivers down the puppet manager's spine. How does someone who's only cleared the 10th floor know my unique characteristic? The puppet manager was sweating profusely, realizing that his opponent's mental strength was at least on par with those who'd cleared floor 100, perhaps even floor 200. Trying to maintain his tough facade, the puppet manager sneered. All right. I admit you're on my level. Suddenly, the water in the mind realm began to ripple violently, making Cha Jinhyuk wary. Cha Jinhyuk froze, realizing something was wrong, as the water around him began to fluctuate abnormally. From beneath the water, A puppet-like arm emerged, covered in strange liquid. A series of faceless humanoid puppets began to rise from the water, slowly advancing towards Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk gaped, his pupils constricted as he recognized what was surrounding him. Before him was an entire army of water puppets, numerous as ants, silently awaiting orders, transforming the entire space into a deadly stage. The puppet manager raised his hand, displaying an army of puppets as numerous as ants, declaring it his puppet army. The eyes of one puppet flashed with a deadly pink light, signaling that the entire army had been activated. The puppet manager smirked, boasting loudly, "In the mind realm, experience is power, and this is the fruit of my labor." He explained that these puppets were custom-made, upgraded to be mana-enhanced, a prerequisite for clearing floor 100. Standing before Cha Jinhyuk, he confidently declared that each of these enhanced puppets possessed strength equal to a player on the 50th floor. With a crazed expression, the puppet manager asserted that the victor had been decided the moment Cha Jinhyuk stepped into the mindscape. He roared an order to attack, and the entire puppet army immediately surged towards Cha Jinhyuk like a tsunami. A puppet charged forward, swinging a powerful fist directly at its target. Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils contracting at the overwhelming, inescapable assault. Wham! Thinking he was ambushed, Cha Jinhyuk immediately counterattacked, unleashing a dark purple mana-infused punch that shattered a puppet's face. The puppet manager watched on, still smug, muttering, "It's over." He even spoke condescendingly, explaining that injuries sustained in the mindscape wouldn't affect the real world, so he could just relax and take his beating. Boom! A massive blue energy explosion suddenly erupted from Cha Jinhyuk's position, sweeping away the surrounding puppets and blowing them away like trash. The puppet manager's face turned pale, and he frantically yelled, "What the hell is that? Magic?" The water surface within the mindscape suddenly rippled violently, signaling something about to emerge from the depths. A cloaked shadow slowly rose from the water, carrying a dense aura of death and surging purple magic. The real deal revealed itself, a skeletal lich mage, in tattered robes, holding a staff, with purple hellfire blazing around him. The puppet manager broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing the formidable entity before him, and stammered in horror. "Lich mage? Why is a floor 100 boss here?" The puppet manager began to realize this wasn't going well, as his puppets surfaced from the water, muttering, "Not as easy as I thought. My puppets." Meanwhile, Cha Jinhyuk, clad in his dark cloak, merely sneered, thinking, "Even if this is the mindscape," he continued his imposing internal monologue. "It still takes some time to materialize a dead entity." Dark magic erupted from Cha Jinhyuk, making the manager's face turn pale, as he taunted, "A puppet army, huh? Looks like you don't know what a real army is, do you?" Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed. He decided to teach the brat a lesson. "This is a good opportunity. Open your eyes wide and see. This is what you call." A massive surge of magic erupted, and countless figures of an shadow army began to materialize within the thick purple smoke. A real army. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, declaring bluntly, "From the moment we stepped into this mindscape, the victor was already decided." The manager trembled violently amidst the water surface, now stained with dark energy, as he heard Cha Jinhyuk's verdict. "They're just mere puppets. That's why you lost." The puppet manager panicked completely as he realized Cha Jinhyuk's legion was filled with formidable entities like leeches, Dullahan, and countless monsters he'd never seen. Screaming in his mind, "Are these all bosses from floor 80 and above? Who the hell is this guy?" The puppet manager's face drained of all color, and he shrieked in terror, "Who are you, demon mask?" Before him, Cha Jinhyuk stood amidst his shadow army, filled with formidable entities like lich mages and high-level monsters, their dark aura engulfing everything. The oppressive pressure from the deathly magic made the puppet manager unable to breathe, his mind feeling as if it would explode. The puppet manager only managed a final scream before being completely overwhelmed, his consciousness sinking into darkness. Thud! Both returned to the real world. The puppet manager was kneeling on the floor, the ground beneath his feet cracked, completely helpless and wondering, "When did we get back here? I didn't dispel the mindscape." The puppet manager trembled, realizing a horrifying, unbelievable truth. Could he have taken control of my mindscape? Cha Jinhyuk coldly looked down at the defeated man, issuing an order, "Stop crying like a child and get up." He leaned down, a dangerous smirk on his face, and reminded him, "You haven't forgotten our bet, have you?" Cha Jinhyuk sneered, stating his purpose directly. "You need to arrange a meeting for me with the Gold Lich." Cha Jinhyuk handed the puppet manager a blank envelope, quickly laying out the terms. The puppet manager took the letter, still in shock, and asked incredulously, "Just this letter?" Cha Jinhyuk confirmed, Yes, send it to the Gold Lich. Despite his crushing defeat, the puppet manager still tried to save face, saying that if there was no reply, he would be helpless. Cha Jinhyuk smirked confidently, asserting firmly, "Don't worry, there will definitely be a reply." The puppet manager reluctantly accepted, promising to contact him as soon as there was news, while Balkan's spirit floated, observing behind Cha Jinhyuk. All the staff, including the puppet manager, bowed deeply as they saw Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan off, as if bidding farewell to a true overlord. As dusk fell, Balkan suggested they both return home to rest after a long day. Cha Jinhyuk bluntly dismissed the idea, declaring that they still had to go to the next location, leaving Balkan dumbfounded. With a calculating smile, Cha Jinhyuk explained that sitting idly, waiting for the Gold Lich to arrive, was too inefficient. Cha Jinhyuk decided that while waiting, they needed to kill time and fulfill the duties of a guild member at the White Swallow Guild member's house. Inside the first-floor lobby, a blonde guild member asked her hooded guild member where she had climbed to, receiving a cold reply, "Floor 57. The hooded guild member reminded the blonde guild member that she would get new gear if she met this month's quota, then urged, "Finish eating, then go climb the tower." The blonde guild member slammed the table, angrily yelling, "But I don't understand, why do we have to be stuck in the 10th floor lobby?" Just then, a loud noise from the main entrance made the irritable, blonde guild member wonder who the idiot was that dared to barge into the main entrance of a guild affiliated with the Holy Nation. Crash! The door burst open, and Cha Jinhyuk walked in alone, spreading his arms as if he owned the place, leaving both girls stunned. Overwhelmed by the stranger's aura, the blonde guild member stammered a greeting and asked his purpose. Cha Jinhyuk flashed a dangerous smile, repeating the girl's question. "You're asking why I'm here?" He leaned back, grinning fakely, then declared bluntly, "Climbing the tower is too hard. I want to join the guild." The two female guild members sighed in relief, the blonde guild member confirming, "Ah, you're here to join? You startled us." But immediately after, both of them paused, realizing there was something to consider. Cha Jinhyuk knew exactly what they were thinking. Snagging a promising rookie would boost the guild's performance. Instantly, the two women switched to a warm, eager demeanor, inviting, "Welcome. Did someone recommend you here?" Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly played the part of a novice. "No, I came on my own. I heard your guild is a branch of a super huge guild." The two women beamed, thinking they'd found an easy target, secretly musing, "Great. Just a naive rookie." The blonde guild member got straight to the point, her eyes full of scrutiny. "Then, could you show us your abilities?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked, making a strange request that baffled both of them. "Could I borrow a coin? Just one coin?" Holding the coin in his hand, he flashed a meaningful smile, his eyes glinting dangerously. Now, with this coin, crack, the hard metal coin was twisted and shattered by the mere grip of his two fingers. The two recruiters gaped, eyes wide and mouths agape as they watched the rookie crush the coin with his bare hands. "Oh my god, he just crushed it with his bare hands. That's incredible," Cha Jinhyuk casually added. "And I also know a bit of simple magic," leaving the two women stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery magic circle flared in his palm, accompanied by a sneer. "Just petty tricks like creating fire." The two women seemed a bit deflated, expecting something more formidable, and offered a forced remark. "Oh, you have many petty tricks." But immediately, they turned to whisper to each other, their eyes shining as if they'd struck gold. "What a steal. This isn't just about improving our performance anymore. If we nurture this guy, who knows, he might become a big shot." The blonde guild member even licked her lips greedily. "Besides, he's quite handsome, isn't he?" This made the hooded guild member turn pale at her friend's bold taste. While the two were still plotting, Cha Jinhyuk had run out of patience, his eyes sharp and cold. "Enough stalling. It's time." Boom! A terrifying sound echoed, making everyone jump. The two women panicked. "What was that? What was that sound?" A ponytail warrior rushed in, his face drained of color. "Hey, something big has happened," he shouted in despair. "There's some crazy demonic monster outside, it's destroying the whole village." The blonde guild member yelled, announcing that all players above floor 50 were being urgently summoned, while the hooded guild member grumbled about the terrible timing. The two women told Cha Jinhyuk to wait a moment, and they'd be right back, then ran off at top speed. Slam! The door closed, leaving Cha Jinhyuk alone in the empty room. Then Cha Jinhyuk quietly picked up a red cloak. He decided it was time to return to his demon mask persona, and dark energy began to pour from his body. The transformation complete, Cha Jinhuk donned the red cloak and demon mask, purple magic swirling around him, ready to join the fray. Meanwhile, outside, the streets were in chaos, a purple energy explosion destroying houses while players screamed warnings to stay away. The low-tier players were completely helpless, admitting that all their attacks had no effect on the enemy. The culprit revealed himself, a glasses mage looking extremely resentful, channeling energy and roaring. How hateful. From a distance, a short-haired scout and a blue-hooded scout watched, speechless at the mage's overly dramatic display. That's truly embarrassing. The glasses mage, his face red, roared with bitterness. I know. I've lived for hundreds of years and never gotten to play a proper role. He continued to furiously curse Cha Jinhyuk for daring to humiliate the first spiritmaster in history, and swore he would never forgive him. Wham! A devastating punch landed on the ponytail warrior's face, making him let out a pathetic cry. Before he could recover, Cha Jinhyuk delivered a lightning-fast kick directly at the warrior lying sprawled on the ground. Crash! The warrior flew like a bullet, smashing through the wall behind him in helplessness. Cha Jinhyuk coldly stepped over the rubble, muttering, searching for something. Not here, then where? From another door, a top-knot warrior poked his head out irritably. Seriously, so noisy. What was that sound just now? As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed, his eyes wide with horror at the sight before him. Facing him was Cha Jinhyuk. The warrior stammered in fear. Who are you? How did you get in here? Without a word, Cha Jinhyuk lunged, grabbing the warrior's throat, mercilessly cutting off all questions. Still clutching the top-knot warrior's throat, Cha Jinhyuk dragged him into a room full of books, muttering, "Oh, this room has many books. It must be here." He pressed his mask close to the warrior's face, his voice cold as ice. "Hey, I'm looking for something. You guys are a subsidiary guild of 9-star, right?" His eyes behind the mask flared with killing intent, as he bluntly stated his purpose. "I want a list of all the other guilds and their exact locations, so I can crush them all." The top-knot warrior was sweating with fear, but tried to stand his ground, stammering a threat. "Do you think you'll be safe in this tower, after messing with a member of 9-star? Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. "Thanks for your concern, but now isn't the time for you to worry about others' business." He tightened his grip, warning in a low growl that made the warrior's eyes bulge in pain. "You could really disappear if you don't give me the information right now." Under the pressure of death, the warrior finally gave in, trembling as he pointed towards a table. The warrior stammered, pointing at some papers on the table, his voice panicked. "Over there, on the table." Snap. Cha Jinhyuk cleanly broke the warrior's arm, coldly thanking him. "Thanks for helping me save time." Thud. He tossed the useless body to the floor and casually walked towards the table, where what he needed lay. Cha Jinhyuk placed his hand on the stack of documents he had just acquired, beginning his purge. With the list in hand, he muttered behind his mask. "So this is..." He glanced through the names of the guilds, his voice full of contempt. "All of Fallon's lackeys?" With a snap of his fingers, a magical flame erupted, burning the corner of the paper. He growled, "Cain and Carmen, just you wait. I'll slowly crush everything." The list burned to ashes at his feet. He declared firmly as he walked away. "Until I find you." Amidst the towering inferno of a recently flattened guild base, Cha Jinhyuk coldly announced, "One down." The flames of vengeance still burned brightly, signaling that the hunt had only just begun. Next one. Elsewhere, a flickering candle illuminated a luxurious room. The masked broker sat at a table, flipping through documents and speaking. Next. He examined a report, frowning as he asked, "Is this a report from the 10th floor branch? Sent by Puppet?" Amidst the pile of papers, an envelope was pushed out, signaling a piece of sideline news. The broker glanced at it, looking puzzled by its unusual appearance. Russell. He opened the letter and wondered. A letter? There's already a report. Why send this? Sitting alone in his luxurious office, he began to read the contents. His eyes widened, and sweat began to pour as he read the name, Demon Mask. He frantically crumpled the paper, roaring in his mind. Damn it, how does he know about this? In the report, a city was engulfed in flames, the information clearly stating, the incident was suspected arson, the perpetrator's identity was unknown, and all combat witnesses had been eliminated. Amidst the devastation, Beck Julio, the guild leader of White Swallow, spoke. "That guy who wants to join our guild is very suspicious." A blonde female member was asked about the culprit's appearance, and she hesitated before replying. "Well, he was thin." The testimonies of the two witnesses became chaotic. One said he was a handsome man with a high nose, while the other insisted he was an ugly man with a flat nose. The completely contradictory statements from the two female guild members made Beck Julio snap. What the hell are you two talking about? The blonde female member suddenly froze as she recalled Cha Jinhyuk, signaling silence, a manipulated memory now revealed. Meanwhile, Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, his face distorted like an illusion, muttering, "Don't tell me." Standing amidst the city, engulfed in flames, Beck Julio began to suspect. Could it be magic? Cutscene. Cha Jinhyuk had returned safely to base, quietly standing by the window. He declared, "I'm back," just as Balkan's spirit materialized, and he praised his subordinate. "Well done, Balkan." Cha Jinhyuk teased Balkan about rumors of a terrifying ghost, causing the old spiritmaster to grumble back. "Are you mocking me?" Ignoring the taunt, Cha Jinhyuk got straight to the point. "How did it go? Did you handle everything smoothly without getting caught?" He explained his trick, a cheap but extremely effective illusion that made everyone who saw him remember a slightly different face. Balkan wondered why he returned empty-handed. Cha Jinhyuk smirked and tapped his temple. "All the information about other guilds? I've got it all in here." Amidst their conversation, a knock echoed at the door. Balkan immediately spun around, while Cha Jinhyuk remained unfazed. "Come in." Cha Jinhyuk teased his subordinate. "Did you order room service or something?" Balkan grumbled in response. "Of course not." Outside, a slender hand was placed on the doorknob, preparing for a far from peaceful visit. Cha Jinhyuk put on his demon mask and gave a concise order. "I'll count to 3. Balkan, catch them." He began his deathly count, his purple eyes gleaming behind the murderous mask. 1, 2. As soon as he finished 3, Balkan acted, a dark magic circle bursting open beneath his feet, purple magic chains shooting straight towards the door. The unfortunate employee screamed in agony before he could even understand what was happening. As the magic chains tightened around his body, crash! The unlucky man was dragged straight into the room and slammed face first onto the floor. Balkan and Cha Jinhyuk stood there, looking down as if at a worm. The purple eyes behind the demon mask stared at the captured man, who immediately recognized him. "You are." The employee was utterly terrified, stammering his identity. "It's me, Halcyon from Gold Lich Company." "That's right. I'm the manager." "I'm Sir." Halcyon broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a fawning smile as he confessed. "Puppet manager sent me here." The door creaked open, and Cha Jinhyuk, wearing the demon mask, stepped in, calmly announcing, "Gold Lich has arrived on the 10th floor." As soon as they entered, both were blocked by an army of knights in gleaming golden armor, weapons at the ready, exuding an oppressive aura. Halcyon bewilderedly asked where Gold Lich was, when a voice from the front rang out, enunciating each word. "I don't know how you got the information from the letter." Gold Lich, the wealthiest man in the tower, appeared with a disdainful expression. "But I have to admire your audacity for brazenly coming here to try your luck with me." Gold Lich advanced, his shadow looming over Cha Jinhyuk, his voice cold as ice. "But you will pay a very heavy price. I cannot allow those who know that secret to exist in this tower." Cha Jinhyuk slowly removed his mask, revealing his familiar face and a smirk. "Long time no see, Gold Lich." Gold Lich turned to his soldier, giving a brief command. "Take him to my room. Keep him alive." Immediately, the knights obediently complied, their spears pointed directly at Cha Jinhyuk and Halcyon, surrounding them tightly. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes behind the mask flashed with a deadly purple light, his magic exploding. "So, you want to fight?" The commander of Gold Lich's guards roared his command. "Form up, stop him at all costs." He was about to shout, "Follow me," when a shadow darted forward like lightning. Bang! Cha Jinhyuk delivered a devastating punch straight to the commander's helmet, his voice full of sarcasm. "Stupid? Why would you blurt out the plan?" The commander's helmet was shattered, revealing a face contorted in extreme pain, to the horror of the low-ranking guards. Behind the mask, Cha Jinhyuk's eyes glowed with a deadly purple light, his magic beginning to erupt violently. Whoosh! Cha Jinhyuk unleashed a surge of dark energy, tearing through the guards' formation in an instant, and coldly declared, "Now, for the next one." Seeing his subordinates eliminated, Gold Lich immediately turned on his heel, seemingly intending to flee inside. But Cha Jinhyuk blocked his path from above, holding a shield and spear made of magic, challenging him in a low voice. "Wanna solo me, Gold Lich?" For the first time, the face of the wealthiest man in the tower showed clear astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. In the room filled with gold coins, Cha Jinhyuk descended like an arrow, while Gold Lich could only freeze, watching death approach. Without another word, Gold Lich put on his mask and unleashed his power, a furious golden storm roaring to life. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed, immediately recognizing this overwhelming energy. The power of gold? Clang! The mana-infused rain of gold coins poured down. Cha Jinhuk paused for a beat as he took the full force of the preemptive strike. Gold Lich removed his mask, boasting lightly about his exclusive ability, summoning gold and turning it into deadly weapons. Clink. Each gold coin embedded itself into Cha Jinhyuk's shield, but he looked unfazed, completely unharmed. Crash. Cha Jinhyuk slammed his shield onto the ground, his voice full of challenge. Is that all you've got, Gold Lich? Of course not. Gold Lich smirked, his eyes gleaming as he began to unleash his real firepower. Whoosh! A series of gigantic golden spears erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Cha Jinhyuk, who was hovering in the air. Gold Lich confidently declared this was the golden wave created from his entire fortune in this branch, warning that even Cha Jinhyuk would be eliminated if he took the hit. Kaboom! With just a flick of his finger, Gold Lich detonated the entire golden wave, creating a terrifying explosion that swallowed everything. Amidst the smoke and dust, Gold Lich confidently declared, "It's over." But it wasn't over. A golden spear unexpectedly pressed against Gold Lich's throat, making him freeze. Cha Jinhyuk had appeared behind him at some point, coldly stating, "When it comes to speed, I don't lose, you know?" The employee Halcyon, watching from afar as his boss had a blade at his throat, turned pale, stammering Gold Lich's name. Gold Lich brushed the spear aside, growling, "You think you can suppress me so easily? Someone like you, I can easily." Cha Jinhyuk interrupted calmly, his eyes unwavering. "No, you can't kill me." He immediately explained his hand, that Gold Lich didn't know the source of the leaked confidential information, and that's why they were ordered to capture him alive. The purple eyes behind the mask gleamed with absolute confidence. Cha Jinhyuk concluded, "I'll tell you the source of that information." Knowing he had completely fallen into a passive position, Gold Lich broke into a cold sweat and had no choice but to concede. "Follow me." The two were led to a private, luxurious room, clearly to begin a far from pleasant negotiation. Stepping into the opulent room, Cha Jinhyuk sarcastically remarked on Gold Lich's wealth. "Nice room. It's good to have money, isn't it?" Shwoom. Gold Lich placed his hand on the door, and a dazzling golden barrier was immediately activated, sealing off the entire room. Immediately, sharp golden spears flew from all directions, tightly encircling Cha Jinhyuk, seemingly leaving no escape. But Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, calmly announcing, "This place has been completely sealed by my magic. Neither gods nor demons can enter." Gold Lich froze, his voice strained as he questioned, "Now tell me." Losing his composure, he roared, exposing his vulnerability. "Who told you I own the auction house?" Cha Jinhyuk flashed a wicked smile behind his mask, delivering a fatal blow. "I was lying. No one actually told me." Fwish. Realizing he had been painfully tricked, Gold Lich flew into a rage, pure golden energy gushing from his hands. A massive stream of liquid metal condensed into an enormous double-bladed battle axe, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Losing an arm or a leg probably won't be an issue for you, will it?" Gold Lich roared, swinging the colossal battle axe down, determined to finish the fight. Slash! The colossal pure golden battle axe cleaved straight down towards Cha Jinhyuk's head, its power enough to split an entire building in half. Clang! Believed to be obliterated, Cha Jinhyuk unexpectedly raised a hand enveloped in purple mana, lightly parrying, stopping the destructive attack as if it were nothing. Gold Lich's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe his eyes, only managing to utter a sound of astonishment. Right behind Cha Jinhyuk, Balkan's spirit appeared, its surging dark purple magic power making Gold Lich freeze. A spirit knight? Gold Lich broke out in a cold sweat, stammering as he realized the implication. Only a spiritmaster can summon a spirit knight. "Could you be?" Cha Jinhyuk sneered, slowly pulling down his demon mask, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you recognize me now?" "Revealed." Cha Jinhyuk grinned widely, declaring bluntly, "It's time to pay your debts. You owe me money, William." Gold Lich's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He shrieked in utter horror as he recognized his sworn enemy. "You're still alive, Cha Jinhyuk?" He began to mutter, piecing together his memories. The 600th floor mission, 9 stars betrayal, and Baal's gift. Gold Lich rested his chin in thought, his eyes sharpening. He had deduced the truth. "You resurrected yourself afterward, didn't you?" Cha Jinhyuk exhaled slowly, calmly, listening to Gold Lich's story, while Balkan's spirit hovered right behind him like a warning. Gold Lich was still reeling from shock, admitting he still found it hard to believe this was Cha Jinhyuk, but the protagonist merely dismissed it indifferently. Regaining his composure, Gold Lich got straight to the point, his eyes sharp. "What do you want?" Cha Jinhyuk sneered, laying down conditions like a boss. "First, I need money from the Gold Lich Company. Sign a sponsorship contract with me." Gold Lich growled. You talk as if my company belongs to you. But Cha Jinhyuk calmly retorted. It practically does. A flashback flickered, revealing the past when Cha Jinhyuk, in his original appearance, supplied goods from the higher floors to Gold Lich when he was still a petty merchant. Cha Jinhyuk declared directly, asserting his status. I am a founding contributor and the largest shareholder of the Gold Lich Company. Gold Lich had to admit this brazen attitude was exactly like Cha Jinhyuk, and the protagonist merely confirmed coldly. Who else could it be? Accepting the truth, Gold Lich shifted to negotiation, smirking as he laid down a condition. But you must offer something in return for the contract to be signed. Even if you're the real deal. Cha Jinhyuk played his trump card, offering to exchange intelligence and the deductions he had gathered thus far. Gold Lich, ever the merchant, his eyes gleaming at the scent of money, immediately named his price. All right, name your price. Tell me. Cha Jinhyuk began to analyze, stating that 9-star members were all ego-driven, and there was no way they would cooperate willingly. There had to be a mastermind pulling the strings. He raised 4 fingers, confidently asserting that in this tower, only 4 forces were powerful enough to command them. Gold Lich's face turned pale upon hearing this, stammering as he recognized the terrifying name. Don't tell me. The 4 emperors? Cha Jinhyuk explained that these 4 emperors only wanted to protect their race's exclusive status, so they wouldn't allow any foreign genius to have a chance to climb to the top of the tower. Therefore, they would ruthlessly eliminate anyone who planned or had the potential to reach the tower's summit. Gold Lich continued, saying that the 4 emperors would turn those who cooperated with them into rulers of the higher floors, and Cha Jinhyuk simply replied with one word. Bingo. Gold Lich tried to salvage the situation, arguing that this was merely speculation, and currently, Cha Jinhyuk was the only known victim. Cha Jinhyuk remained unfazed, throwing out a fatal question that silenced Gold Lich. Do you know about the Hobgoblin village on the 100th floor? He sneered, declaring that he knew the sole survivor of that tragedy, a young hobgoblin named Haryu, while Balkan's spirit appeared behind him, as an affirmation of power. The scene shifted, focusing on a young hobgoblin in battle. In a flashback, Haryu single-handedly wiped out a horde of orcs, each swing decapitating an enemy. Even so, she gritted her teeth, knowing her current skill wasn't enough. I need more strength to defeat that thing. Haryu tensed, her hair turning red and horns sprouting as she poured all her might into the life-or-death battle. But her opponent was a colossal orc warrior, a true boss. And Haryu completely collapsed as the system coldly announced, time's up, mission failed. The system announced that Haryu had lost in the challenge room on the 10th floor and was kicked back to the safe zone on the 9th floor. Back in the present, Haryu gripped her sword tightly, her eyes burning with determination. I must become even stronger if I want to see my brother again. Suddenly, an enigmatic red-haired entity appeared behind her. It was the sword spirit, tempting her. What are you complaining about? Just use me. The dragonflesh sword spirit smirked, continuing to whisper temptations to Haryu, asserting it could easily handle that orc warrior. But Haryu resolutely refused, her eyes sharp. No, I will not use you, dragonflesh sword. Haryu recalled her promise to her brother, telling herself she wouldn't take any shortcuts. She brushed off the dragonflesh sword spirit's temptations, declaring bluntly, I have to get stronger on my own. Don't bother me. In a luxurious room, Gold Lich listened to Haryu's story, wondering why, in an entire massacre, only a young hobgoblin and a sword survived. Gold Lich narrowed his eyes, his mind racing, immediately realizing the issue. Their target was that hobgoblin girl and her sword? Cha Jinhyuk snapped his fingers, sneering as he confirmed. Bingo again. They wiped out the entire hobgoblin tribe just to kill one child. He continued to explain, with the haunting image of the brown-haired betrayer appearing, that their goal was to eradicate them completely. Gold Lich broke out in a cold sweat. This information was too shocking, enough to shake the entire tower, but he also had to admit that all the pieces had fallen into place. The financial magnate sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth. And my goal is revenge. Cha Jinhyuk leaned in close, his voice chilling as he declared his target was 9-star, and if the 4 emperors were pulling the strings, he would wipe them all out too. Finally, Cha Jinhyuk delivered the finishing blow, looking directly into Gold Lich's eyes. They are the ones who killed your family. Cha Jinhyuk's words struck Gold Lich's most terrifying memory. The image of himself as a child, eyes wide and vacant under the pouring rain. The past flooded back. The young Gold Lich stood alone amidst a graveyard, surrounded by the corpses of his entire family sprawled in pools of blood and cold rain. Back in the present, Gold Lich's pure golden energy fluctuated wildly, flickering as if about to extinguish, reflecting his master's internal collapse. The financial magnate slumped into his chair, utterly devastated by the cruel truth, while Cha Jinhyuk merely stood there, observing coldly. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the curious onlookers began spamming messages. The apex of malevolence was curious about the conversation, while the nine-tailed fox outright teased, "Are you interested in men?" After a struggle, Goldlich lifted his head, accepting the wager. "All right, I'll buy your information," and Cha Jinhyuk smirked triumphantly. "Excellent choice." But immediately, Goldlich's eyes sharpened like razors, his gaze filled with calculation and ruthlessness. He sprang to his feet, the aura of a dominator returning, and challenged in a strained voice, "But prove that you are him, right here, right now." Cha Jinhyuk sighed, clearly losing patience. I thought you were starting to trust me. Was all this really necessary?" The Gold Lich replied with a merchant's air, "I am a businessman. Trust is as precious as money to me. Nothing can be bought or sold without absolute trust." Cha Jinhyuk muttered, "Annoying idiot," then directly called upon a hidden power. "Hey, Baal." He turned to the Gold Lich, asking loudly, "Can you help me prove my identity?" The financial magnate, still suspicious, pointed and asked back, "Is a handshake all it takes?" A message from the apex of malevolence appeared, playing hard to get. Who would vouch for someone just for a handshake? Cha Jinhyuk clenched his fist, sealing the deal. "Fine. 3 handshakes." Ding, ding, ding. 3 crimson notifications from the apex of malevolence spammed continuously, confirming unequivocally for the Gold Lich, "He's the real deal. Stop doubting. I stake my honor on it." Seeing such a formidable backer, the Gold Lich let out a sigh of relief, then smirked, knowing he could no longer deny it. Completely convinced, the Gold Lich spread his arms wide, acknowledging his counterpart. "I trust you. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Demon Mask." Cha Jinhyuk also extended his hand, replying cryptically, "I hope one day we can greet each other by our true names, Gold Lich." Their hands clasped firmly, the deal successfully sealed. The Gold Lich declared confidently, "As long as it can be bought with money, I will bring you anything." Cha Jinhyuk immediately got to business. "Then, as a sponsor, there are a few things I'd like to ask of you." Dark purple energy violently erupted around Cha Jinhyuk as he made his outrageous demand. "I need all types of weapons that exist in the tower, and while you're at it, get plenty of spares too." The Gold Lich's jaw dropped, cold sweat beading on his brow at the impossible request. "You're a spiritmaster. What do you need so many weapons for? Are you planning to wage war on the 10th floor? Cha Jinhyuk smirked, retorting, "Have you ever heard of the title All Master?" while simultaneously displaying his status window with the overpowered subclass. The Gold Lich's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as he realized that All Master wasn't a joke, but a real occupational title. Cha Jinhyuk explained nonchalantly, "Just as the name implies, I'm proficient in all professions. Any weapon I wield feels like I've used it for decades." The Gold Lich secretly calculated, realizing that Cha Jinhyuk, though currently weak, already surpassed his potential from his previous life, a monster waiting for its metamorphosis. His daring spirit surged, and the Gold Lich decided to go all in, roaring to his subordinate, "Puppet Manager, are you out there?" The Puppet Manager poked his head out the door, looking annoyed. "Yes. Have you two finished talking?" The Gold Lich didn't mince words, giving a direct order. "Go buy all the weapons on the 10th floor and bring them here. Use a different company name to avoid exposure." The Gold Lich flicked out a gleaming gold card, acting like a magnate. "Oh, and remember to package it to VVIP standards." In the room filled with gold, the Gold Lich and Cha Jinhyuk waited, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched string. The Gold Lich turned, his face serious. "My apologies for keeping you waiting." The Puppet Manager returned, holding up a pitch-black coat, and reporting that he had brought all the requested goods. Cha Jinhyuk frowned, wondering how a mountain of items could be contained in just one piece of clothing, but the Puppet Manager calmly asserted that everything was neatly inside. Still unconvinced, Cha Jinhyuk pressed, "Inside where?" The Gold Lich smirked, explaining that this wasn't ordinary merchandise, but a genuine spatial coat. It turned out the coat's lining connected directly to a personal dimension, capable of storing an entire arsenal of weapons, as long as they were inanimate objects. Cha Jinhyuk swiftly put on the coat. This item not only allowed customization of temperature, size, and color, but also came pre-buffed with defensive magic. Even better, all accessories stored in the subspace automatically activated their effects, and his earring immediately glowed with a blue light. The Gold Lich, in his magnate persona, reminded him that this was a rare item owned by only a few big players in the tower, so he should use it carefully. Cha Jinhyuk, wearing the coat, exuded charisma, smirking in response. "You're the one who needs to be careful, because you'll be bearing the consequences of this extravagant spending." With that, he turned and walked away, purple magical energy already gathering at his feet, signaling an impending equipment test. A group of battered players stumbled out of the teleportation gate, their leader Kim Sung-tae sighing in relief. "We're alive. I thought we were goners." The headband warrior also felt relieved, admitting that even though they didn't gain any achievements, they survived thanks to Kim Sung-tae's gear. But the price was too high. The hoodie player lamented that the entire team had exhausted all their funds on the 10th floor mission, wondering how they would continue climbing the tower. Kim Sung-tae puffed out his chest, reassuring everyone, and boasting that they shouldn't worry because the White Swallow Guild had a branch on the 10th floor. Once they met his older brother, they'd all be rich again. Meanwhile, the helmet player was seething, recalling the encounter on the first floor, muttering to himself, "That bastard on the first floor seems to have become the super rookie, Demon Mask." The knight clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, vowing to make Cha Jinhuk pay for daring to threaten and humiliate him. Unaware of this, Kim Seung-tae continued to pump up his team, shouting, "All right, let's go. From now on, it's a battle of revenge." But no sooner had he finished speaking than Kim Seung-tae's entire group froze, their faces blank as statues. Before them lay a scene of devastation. The guild branch building they had sought was utterly collapsed, a pile of scrap. The warrior turned to Kim Sung-tae in despair upon hearing that all guild members had evacuated to the 30th floor, and his brother was completely out of contact. After their plan fell apart, Kim Seung-tae's team slumped onto the stairs, acknowledging the harsh truth. "We're both unskilled and out of money. Climbing to the 30th floor is impossible." The headband warrior couldn't keep his composure any longer, turning to confront Kim Sung-tae. "We trusted you and followed you all the way here, Sung-tae." Another chimed in, bluntly concluding that aside from having a cool older brother in a good guild, Kim Sung-tae was completely useless. Cornered, Kim Sung-tae roared furiously, "Shut up, you useless bastards," he retorted, contemptuously telling his teammates that they were just a bunch of good-for-nothings, and without him, they wouldn't have even made it past the 10th floor. From a hidden corner, Cha Jinhyuk witnessed the drama, a calculating glint in his eyes. This seems like a good opportunity to clean up these fools. Amidst their internal strife, a small white two-tailed fox cub unexpectedly appeared from the dark alley. The fox cub staggered, looking frail, but still tried to crawl towards the bewildered players. Kim Sung-tae flinched in alarm, quickly waving his hand to shoo it away. "If you're looking for food, we don't have anything for you, scram." Completely ignoring Kim Sung-tae's attitude, the little fox calmly approached and gently licked his shoelace. Kim Sung-tae's eyes widened, snapping at the approaching little fox. "What the hell are you doing? I told you to get lost." Without another word, he swung his leg, delivering a direct kick to the fox, calling it a filthy thing. Taking the full force of the kick, the two-tailed fox cub was sent flying, tumbling across the ground. Kim Sung-tae hovered in the air after his kick, threatening that the fox was dead for daring to bother him while he was angry. Slam! He brought his heel down, mercilessly crushing the small creature. The man vented his rage like a madman, continuously punching and kicking the two-tailed fox cub and screaming, "Damn it! Why?" He continued to torment the animal, yelling in despair that nothing in his life was going right. Kim Sung-tae's face contorted with fury. He roared that he was too unlucky for the only thing to appear to be a damn dog. Suddenly, a flash of blue light gleamed in the dark alley. Swish! A lightning-fast kick from the shadows struck Kim Sung-tae's arm, making it bleed and knocking it off target. Kim Sung-tae froze, his face blank, not understanding what had just happened to his arm. From the shadows, a figure radiating dark purple aura slowly approached, delivering a cold warning. "That's enough. If you keep kicking it, it'll take a long time to recover." Knocked down by another kick, Kim Sung-tae clutched his leg, wailing miserably, frantically shouting to ask who the hell had just attacked him. Lying flat on the ground, the two-tailed fox cub sarcastically whimpered. "Are you talking about me?" Cha Jinhyuk reveals his true form with the demon mask, exuding an overwhelming aura, and declares bluntly, "I am the new owner of the fox you just kicked." Standing protectively in front of the two-tailed fox cub, Cha Jinhyuk thought to himself that he never expected to meet a descendant of the nine-tailed fox, a legendary divine beast, in a place like this. Suddenly, a quest panel appeared, requesting him to rescue and heal the fox, with a reward of an item to increase intimacy, making Cha Jinhyuk realize he had just stumbled upon a great deal. Kim Sung-tae broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing the familiar mask and stammering. "Demon mask?" The man racked his brain, trying to remember where he had seen this person before, while Cha Jinhyuk simply stood silently, his eyes behind the mask, looking down at him like an insignificant insect. Regaining his aggressive demeanor, Kim Sung-tae gritted his teeth, growling a challenge. "Is this how you intend to provoke me?" At Kim Sung-tae's command, two subordinates from the White Swallow Guild aggressively charged forward, intending to ambush Cha Jinhyuk. Beneath the mask, Cha Jinhyuk's eyes flashed with a deadly purple light, signaling that the game was about to end. With a whoosh, Cha Jinhyuk teleported from his spot, leaving only an energy aftershock on the ground. The two henchmen were bewildered, still trying to process what had just happened. Huh? Where did he go? Before they could finish speaking, Cha Jinhyuk appeared right behind them, taking down one with a single blow, while the other was still processing. Holding the two-tailed fox cub in his arms, Cha Jinhyuk coldly warned, "Do you know what you just stepped on? That was your last bit of luck." Kim Sung-tae was sweating but still tried to stand firm, drawing his sword and growling. "Why the hell would I need to know? I'll chop off your leg just the same." Cha Jinhyuk completely ignored the threat, turning to ask the fox cub, "Nine-tailed fox, what should we do with these pieces of trash?" A notification panel appeared, clearly conveying the divine beast's will. "The nine-tailed fox tells you to kill them all." Still unaware of his impending doom, Kim Sung-tae yelled out a command. "Charge. Surround him. Don't let him escape." Cha Jinhyuk, still wearing the demon mask, coldly called out to Kim Sung-tae, "Hey, come pick up the item you left behind." With that, he threw Kim Sung-tae's severed leg, enveloped in dark energy, straight at him. Kim Sung-tae froze, utterly horrified as he realized the disgusting projectile flying towards him was his own leg. The mana-infused leg shot like a bullet, embedding itself into the already defeated henchman. Cha Jinhyuk activated the corpse explosion skill, turning the entire battlefield into a giant purple mana bomb, blowing everything away. After clearing out the small fries, he looked at the two-tailed fox cub in his arms and asked, "So, you are the child of the nine-tailed fox?" The two-tailed fox cub grinned, letting out an excited yelp as if to confirm its prestigious identity. Back at the base, Cha Jinhyuk took off his mask and decided that the first thing to do was give his new pet a cool name. After some contemplation, he came up with a creative name. "If we shorten baby fox, it would be Box, right?" The fox cub was speechless upon hearing it. Balkan's spirit appeared and commented sharply, "I think when that fox grows up, it'll split your head open." And the nine-tailed fox nodded vigorously in agreement. Provoked by Cha Jinhyuk, Balkan's aura flared, and he declared that he would show the young man his sophisticated naming sense, accumulated over the years. Balkan puffed out his chest and pronounced a cheesy name, with the meaning of fox, ho, and brilliant rang. "Let's call it Horang." Both Cha Jinhyuk and the two-tailed fox cub were speechless, their contemptuous silence making Balkan shout in embarrassment, "If you don't like it, just say so." When it was his turn, Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly held up two fingers. "It's a two-tailed fox, so let's just call it Miho for short. Isn't that brilliant?" Balkan sneered, still trying to save face. "Ha! Would that picky fox accept such a common name?" Contrary to his prediction, the two-tailed fox cub visibly beamed with joy, letting out an excited keng sound, officially sealing the name Miho. Cha Jinhyuk smirked at the speechless Balkan. "Looks like it likes it?" Making the old man just clear his throat to hide his embarrassment. The system panel displayed a notification. Quest completed. Rescue the descendant of the nine-tailed fox, Miho. Rewards have been granted. Immediately, Miho spat out a brightly glowing purple energy orb, as if it were a gift. Cha Jinhyuk looked at the orb in surprise. Inside was a cat-like shadow with mesmerizing glowing eyes. This is. The reward appeared. A high-quality fox mask, enveloped in mystical purple energy. Wearing it grants the user fox abilities, with power increasing based on the former owner's level. Cha Jinhyuk picked up the mask, noting its resemblance to his demon mask, and began calculating the formidable abilities it could bestow. Among the fox's abilities, Charm was considered top tier, an unrivaled hard crowd control skill to restrain enemies. The system unexpectedly displayed a notification from the nine-tailed fox, stating that the quest was ongoing, and he needed to focus on Miho's recovery. Quest Part 2 was officially assigned. To restore Miho's strength, you must feed it 999 fresh livers. Cha Jinhyuk's face twisted when he heard the number 999 livers. And what's more, they had to be fresh. Hunted by his own hands, a true grind quest. However, after considering the value of the mask, he clicked his tongue and accepted, deeming it an offer he couldn't refuse. He smirked confidently, believing that gaining the nine-tailed fox's favor would undoubtedly bring great benefits, and sent a message. "I'll be looking forward to it, nine-tailed fox." The nine-tailed fox replied via the system with a condescending tone, as if to say, "Obviously, it's beneficial. No need to ask." Everything was settled, and Balkan announced he would take a stroll, leaving Cha Jinhyuk and Miho on the table. Before his spirit vanished, Balkan instructed, "Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the class change tower. If you're afraid of being late, just go straight there and wait." Then he zipped away. Whoosh! Balkan's spirit zipped away, leaving a brilliant purple energy trail tearing through the night. Gliding through the city, Balkan muttered, Just as expected. It's completely different from when I used to climb the tower." Suddenly, a terrifying surge of killing intent descended, manifesting as the glowing red eye of a fierce beast. Balkan startled and landed on a rooftop, sensing a familiar yet deadly aura. This feeling. Could it be? Looking down from above, Balkan spotted a stranger standing in the middle of the road, his entire body enveloped in dark magic. Balkan narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the other's true nature. A dragon. Those horns and that wild magical power, there's no mistaking it. It's a dragon. The black-horned man let out a cold breath, his sharp eyes filled with contempt. With a burst of crimson aura, the dragon declared chillingly, "I want to kill every single dragon." Balkan froze, his pupils contracting in utter shock, sweat pouring down. "Kill the dragons?" The dragon explained with a disdainful tone, behind him an illusion of a giant dragon. "Dragons are a bunch of narcissists, ready to betray even their own kin. They are the most arrogant species among the four emperors, and a dragon who dares to declare that no other of its kind shall survive is even more deserving of death." Balkan broke into a cold sweat, cursing under his breath as he realized they were screwed. The dragons were about to swarm floor 10 because of this guy. Meanwhile, two passers-by pointed up at the rooftop, whispering about how Balkan had been standing there for days, muttering like a madman. Balkan also wondered why, after several days, the dragons remained silent, showing no reaction to that dragon. Suddenly, the black-horned man sensed something, his crimson eyes darting to the side. With a swift motion, the black-horned man spun around to look directly at Balkan's position, making him jump. "Damn it, he sensed my mana." The black-horned man crossed his arms, looking at Balkan with disdain. "Ah, so it's you, that evil spirit hovering around, quite an eyesore." Balkan's eye twitched in anger, and he growled, "What? Evil spirit?" Balkan landed on the ground right in front of his opponent, his purple magic flaring. "Seeing how you don't recognize my power, I can already guess your level." The black-horned man didn't flinch, his eyes sharpening as he called out directly, "Hey, you young dragon." Hearing the words young dragon, the black-horned man gritted his teeth, veins bulging. "You bastard, how dare you!" The black-horned man, enraged, veins bulging on his face, roared, "How dare you call me a dragon? It seems you're tired of living." Meanwhile, in another place, Cha Jinhyuk advanced alone towards the mage-class change tower on the outskirts of the 10th floor. Cha Jinhyuk, now wearing a demon mask, wondered why Balkan hadn't returned yet and why he couldn't contact him telepathically, while the little two-tailed fox cub sat on his shoulder. The large doors of the tower creaked open, and Cha Jinhyuk stepped into an empty hall, wondering why there was no one around. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. "Oh, welcome." A man with tied-up blonde hair and a smug smile appeared, introducing himself as Ken, the challenger, and also the manager of this tower. Cha Jinhyuk remarked that the place was too quiet, and Ken explained that on the 10th floor, the number of people who awakened mana could be counted on one's fingers. They were all just small fry. Cha Jinhyuk got straight to the point, asking to borrow the Necromancer's room. Ken happily agreed, but it seemed there were conditions. Ken held out a crystal ball, asking Cha Jinhyuk to prove he had awakened mana by channeling energy into it. Cha Jinhyuk casually confirmed the request, while Ken began instructing him to channel mana slowly, as if casting a spell. Without any preamble, Cha Jinhyuk placed his hand directly on the mana-measuring crystal ball. Whoosh! A colossal surge of dark purple magic power erupted from his hand, the terrifying pressure blowing the manager, Ken, backward. Ken's face turned pale, sweat pouring off him like rain, as he screamed in his mind, "Impossible! How could a mere brat who just reached the 10th floor possess such a monstrous amount of mana?" Crack! Under the pressure of the pure and dense mana flow, fatal cracks began to appear on the orb. Smash! The crystal ball shattered into countless fragments, blowing away the manager who was screaming miserably on the floor. Thrown back by the aftershock, Ken fell sprawling, his voice trembling as he pointed at the masked figure. You broke the orb." Cha Jinhyuk stood tall amidst the purple aura, the little fox still perched on his shoulder, and coldly asked, "So, where is the Necromancer's room?" Scene change. In another place, the black-horned man let out a furious roar, his entire body erupting with a pitch-black killing aura. Slash. He unleashed a blazing red slash that tore through space, its power enough to flatten everything. In the air, Balkan, in his spirit form, hovered, directly facing the black-horned man who held his sword menacingly. Balkan, in his spirit form, began to find this situation difficult, muttering that without Jinhuk, his use of mana and spirits was severely limited. The black-horned man charged forward, roaring a challenge. "How long do you plan to hide behind those spirits? Come out and fight me solo." A terrified villager pointed at his horns, and the black-horned man smirked, confirming it arrogantly. The villager shrieked, "He's a dragon!" which sent the black-horned man into a rage, veins bulging on his face. "Shut up! Who called me a dragon?" the black-horned man roared, scaring the townsfolk out of their wits, sending them fleeing headlong. Hovering high above, Balkan analyzed the situation. Hez definitely a dragon, but it seems Hez extremely sensitive to that word. Balkan continued to ponder, realizing something illogical. It's as if his body and soul are operating independently. How is that possible? Suddenly, Balkan froze. Images of his younger self and Cha Jin-hyuk flashed through his mind, and a crazy idea sparked. Balkan's research blood boiled, his spirit contorting into a sinister smile, as he growled, "A researcher's curiosity is surging." Whoosh! Balkan unleashed his power. A shadowy entity with sharp teeth shot out from his hand, ready to fight. The black-horned man narrowed his eyes, realizing his opponent was using his own spirit as a weapon. Balkan laughed like a madman, shouting that he absolutely had to see what was inside that guy with his own eyes. Boom! Balkan fired his spirit laser, a destructive purple energy beam shooting straight towards the black-horned man. Whoosh! The black-horned man easily dodged the attack, smirking. "It seems you're no ordinary evil spirit." Balkan smugly explained his exclusive magic, spirit power, a strength that even that kid hadn't touched yet. He boasted loudly, proclaiming himself the first spiritmaster, the Great Balkan, and threatened to make his opponent regret daring to provoke him. The black-horned man casually glided past the attack again, scoffing, "Oh, is it introduction time?" Whoosh! Without another word, the black-horned man drew his sword and shot straight towards Balkan like an arrow. Clang! Balkan had to strain to block the heaven-shattering slash. The black-horned man's sword pressed down on him, suffocating him. "I am the dragon hunter, Hendrik," he roared, "and I am the one who will send you to your grave." Balkan broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing his opponent's title, stammering, "A dragon hunter?" He suddenly understood that such a title could only be earned by truly slaying a dragon, and he couldn't fathom why such a formidable spirit was trapped within a dragon's body. Hendrik's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, his killing intent exploding, giving Balkan no more time to think. Whoosh! A stream of crimson energy in the shape of a phoenix shot straight towards Balkan, exploding upon impact with the ground. Thrown back by the aftershock, Balkan realized he had been too overconfident. His opponent was not a young dragon, but the spirit of a conqueror of the 7,800th floor. Hendrik took a stance, and Balkan bitterly admitted that this fight was too difficult. Even with Cha Jin-hyuk here, victory wasn't guaranteed. Knowing he couldn't hold back, Balkan channeled all his spirit power, creating a dark orb beneath his feet, preparing for a counterattack. Hendrik sneered contemptuously, growling, "You think that petty trick can hit me?" Balkan roared Spirit Bind, and immediately, purple energy chains shot out, tightly coiling around the charging Hendrik. As soon as he bound his opponent, Balkan poured all his strength into throwing a colossal spirit power orb directly at the immobilized Hendrik. Crack! Hendrik strained, easily shattering the spirit chains that bound him as if they were mere toys. Without wasting a second, he swung his sword, unleashing a moonlight slash, a brilliant purple sword aura that tore through space and shot straight towards Balkan. Whoosh! As the sword strike flew, Hendrik glanced with absolute confidence, certain his prey had been hit. But Balkan had summoned a giant spirit hand to block the attack, making Hendrik gasp in astonishment. A giant. Hendrik was stunned, unable to believe his eyes as his trump card was neatly neutralized. Boom! The giant spirit hand slammed straight down onto the ground at Balkan's command of Spirit Bind, trapping Hendrik in an explosion of dark energy. The ground trembled as a colossal mass of shadow enveloped Hendrik's position, imprisoning him within. Gasping for breath, Balkan's spirit admitted it was a risky gamble. He had burned through all the temporary mana and spirits that Cha Jin-hyuk had given him. Sweat pouring off him, Balkan muttered that the bastard definitely wouldn't be able to move for a while. And this was his chance. Balkan's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth and made the ultimate decision. Time to run. Just as Balkan thought he was safe and made his escape, the spirit prison flashed with a ray of light, a sign of its collapse. Slash! A sharp strike from within tore through the shadowy barrier. Hendrik let out a powerful roar, his blazing red sword aura sweeping away the remnants of the spirit prison. Gasping for breath, Hendrik muttered the name of the one who had just escaped. Balkan. That's his name, isn't it? He burst into maniacal laughter, declaring bluntly, "Good. Next time we meet, I'll personally tear you apart." Raising his glowing sword to the sky, Hendrik shouted, engraving his vow into the air. Scene change. Ken, the tower manager, walked and introduced the rooms in the area to Cha Jinhuk, explaining that there were many ways to use magic. Cha Jinhuk secretly assessed the guide, realizing that even though Ken was only a 10th floor challenger, his true strength might even surpass that of 35th floor players. Wearing the demon mask, Cha Jinhuk decided to use Ken as a temporary guide. Ken grinned as he opened a door, announcing to Cha Jinhyuk and the two-tailed fox cub sitting on his shoulder, "This is the Necromancer's room." Inside the Necromancer's room, dark purple energy violently erupted, sending countless ancient books and magical items flying into the air. Cha Jinhyuk looked around the treasure trove, smirking. Potions, corpses, even books. Truly a paradise for a necromancer. Ken, the tower manager, poked his head out with a sinister smile, telling him to call if he needed anything, but Cha Jinhyuk simply gave a curt reply to dismiss him. "All right, let's begin," Cha Jinhyuk declared, while the two-tailed fox cub began sniffing around the stone floor curiously. Suddenly, a surge of purple magic power erupted from the two-tailed fox cub, making it jump in surprise. From that energy, Balkan's spirit appeared, looking disheveled, muttering his own name in astonishment at being suddenly summoned. Cha Jinhyuk crossed his arms and asked Balkan what he had been doing, to which the old spiritmaster just clutched his head and sarcastically complained, "Oh, just a bit of over-exercising this morning." Taking off his demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk looked directly at Balkan and stated his purpose clearly. "That's right. I want to use spirit power just like you." Finishing his words, Cha Jinhyuk unleashed dark magic power, commanding, "Spirit Knights, get to work," and a giant shadow hand emerged from the ground. It turned out that the formidable Spirit Knights were just a bunch of small shadow demons, summoned to act as laborers, carrying and reorganizing the messy piles of books. A shadow librarian lit a candle, initiating the ritual. Within the magic circle, Cha Jinhyuk began to meditate, his shadow minions hovering around him. The two-tailed fox cub stared blankly at its highly focused master, not understanding what was happening. Balkan's spirit suddenly appeared, scooping up the two-tailed fox cub and sneering, "Stay away from it, Two Tails." Cha Jinhyuk commanded with an unprecedentedly serious tone, "This might be my last order, listen carefully, Balkan." He cast a sharp glance, instructing, "Protect my body until I awaken." Balkan smirked slyly, warning and taunting, "Be careful, if you die, I'll take your body for myself." Whoosh! Cha Jinhyuk put on his demon mask, and a massive surge of soul energy erupted from his body. The summoned spirit roared wildly, and a terrifying mental pressure enveloped the entire room. With a whoosh, the giant spirit plunged straight into Cha Jinhyuk's body, beginning the process of assimilation or absorption. Whoosh! Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, enduring as the surging purple spirit power invaded his body, a painful assimilation process. Witnessing the horrifying sight, the two-tailed fox cub could only let out a terrified shriek. Balkan hugged the little fox, calmly reassuring it, "Don't worry, that kid will be fine." The old man began to explain spirit power, a crucial skill for necromancers, which allows users to infuse spirits and use them as mana. Balkan smirked, revealing that the fastest way to awaken this power was to push oneself into a spirit state, and the price was not cheap. In other words, you have to die once. Cha Jinhyuk's consciousness began to waver. Thud! As soon as the process began, Cha Jinhyuk's body lost all strength and collapsed. Balkan knelt on one knee, observing the situation and muttering, It seems he's entered." Cha Jinhyuk's soul gradually sank to the bottom of a deep body of water, which was the spirit realm. A greedy voice screamed in Balkan's mind, "Body! Give me his body!" The old man gritted his teeth and spun around. The real battle had just begun. A green vortex of spirits appeared, the vengeful spirits screaming for a fresh body to be reborn. A spirit lunged straight towards Cha Jinhyuk's body, but Balkan was already blocking the way, growling, "Mine! Get lost! If you're old, go to heaven and clear the waters." Balkan roared, summoning dark power. "Spirit Knights, Jinhyuk's body is unprotected. Protect your master from the dead." Immediately, a spirit knight appeared, grabbing the face of an approaching spirit, making it shriek miserably. Another shadow soldier, looking like a goblin, tightly grabbed a spirit, despite it struggling and cursing. "Let me go, you filthy kobold." Tired of the cat-and-mouse game, Balkan unleashed his true power, channeling energy and shouting, "Spirit laser!" A giant dark beam shot out, sweeping everything away. Hearing the commotion, the tower manager poked his head out the door, asking bewildered, "Sir, what's all this noise about?" Upon seeing Balkan and his shadow army sweeping away the spirits, the manager clutched his head in panic. "What in the world is happening? It's chaos." Balkan spun around, snapping at the newcomer. "Who's that? Are you the manager here? Come here and lend a hand, quick." Amidst the battle, the two-tailed fox cub could only cower behind a stack of books, trembling with fear. After cowering in fear, the two-tailed fox cub narrowed its eyes, its gaze filled with determination. Taking advantage of the chaos, a cunning spirit glided towards Cha Jinhyuk's unguarded body, smirking triumphantly. It lunged straight at its target, yelling, "Idiots! No one's guarding his back." The tower manager was the first to spot the danger, frantically shouting at Balkan, "Hey, over there, near the player." "Damn it!" the spirit roared, preparing to possess the body. "Wake up, brat. This body is mine now." At that critical moment, the two-tailed fox cub shot forward like a streak of white light. Whoosh! It landed right in front of the spirit, unleashing a blinding pink energy surge. The two-tailed fox cub's entire body glowed brilliantly. It closed its eyes, looking incredibly cool as its power erupted. The energy explosion spread, pushing away both Balkan and the tower manager who were standing nearby. Both froze. Balkan stammered in disbelief. "Two tails?" While the tower manager could only gape. What was that halo of light? The hovering spirits suddenly flinched, bewildered by the mysterious light that had just appeared. Pure white light, reflected in the eye sockets of a spirit, signaling a sudden change. Instantly, all the spirits were smitten, their eyes turning into pink hearts, their mouths muttering, "So cute. Look at that pretty tail." The spirits now flew around the two-tailed fox cub like a mob of fangirls, completely losing their initial ferocity. Even Balkan's shadow soldiers couldn't escape. They melted into heart-shaped puddles, leaving the old spiritmaster stunned. Balkan yelled for the tower manager to snap out of it when he saw him also enraptured with heart-shaped eyes, completely out of control. Balkan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was no ordinary charm skill. It was more than just controlling simple desires. He stared at the two-tailed fox cub, bitterly admitting that creatures with a divine bloodline were truly formidable, capable of enslaving even souls. A cold, authoritative voice echoed amidst the chaos. "Too noisy," emanating from a giant skull wreathed in blue flames. A giant undead summon emerged from Cha Jinhyuk's shadow, looking around and speaking with a sigh. "Oh dear, look at this mess." Balkan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the newly summoned entity was a renowned monster, surely an extremely powerful tower climber when it was alive. The giant undead summon glanced towards Cha Jinhyuk, its voice filled with longing. "Oh, a fresh body," clearly intending to possess it. Recognizing the danger, Balkan braced himself and charged, determined to stop the monster before it could act. Crash! He suddenly stumbled and fell face first onto the ground in a pathetic heap. Balkan trembled, bitterly realizing he was still under the fox's charm effect, completely devoid of strength. Helpless, he could only yell at the two-tailed fox cub standing nearby. "Two Tails, stop it!" The giant undead summon snarled at the fox, treating it like a tiny fluff ball. "Get out of my way, I'm not interested in you." Without another word, the two-tailed fox cub erupted with pink energy and lunged straight for the bony monster. The undead's giant hand was stopped by one of the tiny fox paws, making it exclaim in astonishment, "What the hell?" The two-tailed fox cub bristled its fur and let out a powerful growl, proving it wasn't just a decorative pet. The giant undead summon was utterly bewildered by the fox's energy. What kind of monstrous energy is this? Could it be a mythical creature? In response to its surprise, the two-tailed fox cub merely puffed out its cheeks and blew a harmless-looking pink heart-shaped bubble. Balkan stood frozen in the distance, unable to believe his eyes. "No way. Is that all its strength? Is that all it's got?" Seeing the fox antics, the giant undead summon roared in contempt, raising its sword to strike. "Two Tails. I can't believe this useless thing dares to threaten me." The two-tailed fox cub suddenly narrowed its eyes, tensing up as if about to unleash a real attack. But no. Another hand from behind had gathered deadly purple dark magic, ready to fire. Whoosh! A stream of deep purple energy pierced straight through the giant undead summon's chest, leaving it no time to react. Balkan's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down him as he realized who had truly made the move. Cha Jinhyuk appeared, patting the fox sitting on his shoulder. "Thanks, Two Tails. Then he turned to Balkan, his eyes sharp, his voice cold as ice. "And you're dead for sure, you bastard spiritmaster." Shot through with a hole, the giant undead summon screamed miserably as its spirit body disintegrated. Cha Jinhyuk declared coldly, absorbing all the vengeful spirits around him. Even evil spirits can be used as ammunition. Under the two-tailed fox cub's power, the ferocious, vengeful spirits were instantly charmed, their eyes turning into hearts as they were obediently absorbed. Furious at being tricked, the giant undead summon roared, "You brat!" and swung its giant bony arm at Cha Jinhyuk. Without bothering to dodge, Cha Jinhyuk spread his arms, dark purple magic swirling and gathering on his 10 fingertips. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint, and he growled, unleashing his skill. 10-finger bullet. Thwack! Thwack! Countless streams of deep purple magic bullets shot out, embedding themselves in the giant undead summon's body, piercing it like a sieve. Boom! The entire cluster of energy bullets converged and exploded, not only blowing away the monster, but also creating a massive hole in the city wall. Witnessing the scene, Balkan could only mutter in admiration, gathering spirit power at the fingertips and shooting it out. Simple, yet terrifyingly powerful. Having dealt with the small fry, Cha Jinhyuk and the two-tailed fox cub calmly walked through the hole in the wall, leaving the ruins behind. Cha Jinhyuk held the demon mask he had just acquired, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. "Well, not bad, huh?" Meanwhile, Ken Tower Manager was still in a daze, dozing off with a wide grin. Another man who had just appeared was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down him at the sight of the devastation. Oh my god. All three landed in the ruined main hall, and the puppet manager cried out in alarm. What the hell happened to the mage-class change tower? Cha Jinhyuk calmly replied, "It's a long story, but why are you here, puppet?" The other man immediately answered, "Oh, I came to deliver some things to you." The puppet manager gestured, and a purple mannequin puppet brought a suitcase, explaining, "These are the items you requested that we couldn't fit into the spatial jacket." Inside the suitcase were numerous vials of various level poisons, a blazing firestone, and a chilling ice stone. Cha Jinhyuk seemed surprised to see the delivery faster than expected, and he narrowed his eyes, asking, "Oh, you found them quicker than I thought. But didn't you say—" He stared at the puppet manager, questioning, "that you use this puppet for battles from floor 100 and above?" The puppet manager merely smiled meaningfully, calmly confirming, "Yes, that's right." The puppet manager declared this was his last assignment as a manager. He would soon return to being a tower climber to continue grinding. Cha Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes and asked concisely, "Why?" The puppet manager smirked, his eyes filled with ambition. "Because I feel I need to become even stronger." He explained his goal was to become one of the top merchants, and he had a hunch that the presence of the Gold Lich and Cha Jinhyuk would create a massive upheaval for the entire tower. With that change, he asserted that a floor 100 climber's skill level would no longer be enough to sit in the top merchant's seat. Cha Jinhyuk scoffed, showing interest in the other man's determination, and secretly thought he bore a resemblance to the Gold Lich in his youth, ambitious and sharp, standing beside an equally young puppet manager. Cha Jinhyuk made a powerful offer, holding the demon mask in his hand. "Once you have acquired the necessary skills, share your plans with the Gold Lich and me." The puppet manager immediately clasped his hands and bowed in thanks, a satisfied look on his face. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." The carriage, driven by the mannequin puppet, began to roll, leaving the ruined tower, while Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan watched from above. Balkan flew off, leaving Cha Jinhyuk alone with his thoughts. Well then, Cha Jinhyuk opened the box filled with rare skill stones and mana, muttering, "Time to fill this empty stomach, huh?" Balkan returned, his face paling in horror. "You're not going to devour all of that, are you?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked challengingly, picking up a blue stone. "What else? What good are these things otherwise?" He explained clearly as the energy from the stone was absorbed into his hand. "My predation skill allows me to absorb the power of any item and make it my own." Shh. He prepared to swallow the stone, his voice full of provocation. "Aren't you curious what new powers I'll gain after devouring all of them?" In another room, Ken Tower Manager slowly regained consciousness after his stupor. Ken Tower Manager jolted awake, screaming in panic, "Challenger, you're in danger." Balkan coldly looked down at the newly awakened manager. "Oh, you're finally awake." Ken Tower Manager slumped to the floor, anxiously asking about the situation, but Balkan reassured him, "Don't worry, they are all safe." Balkan seemed flustered, admitting that even he wasn't sure what would happen next. Ken Tower Manager looked bewildered, not understanding what danger Balkan was referring to. Suddenly, Balkan floated in the air, emitting an overwhelming aura of deep purple energy that made Ken Tower manager scream in terror. Meanwhile, Cha Jinhyuk was writhing in agony, his entire body engulfed in a fierce flame. Going all out, he opened his mouth and swallowed the blazing skillstone straight down his throat, screaming in torment. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the two-tailed fox cub lay flattened on the ground, trembling, while the system notification from its mother, the nine-tailed fox, was also fretting. The nine-tailed fox continued to complain via the system, asking not to show her child such violent scenes anymore, causing the two-tailed fox cub to roll onto the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed with a deadly light, and he growled, activating his skill. Predation. A chaotic storm of energy, a mix of fire and dark purple magic, erupted from Cha Jinhyuk's body, blowing away everything around him. After the skill charging process ended, Cha Jinhyuk panted, his face covered in ash, proving that the recent grand display had drained his strength. The system reported that Cha Jinhyuk had burn resistance. He smirked, holding a vial of poison, muttering that his next goal was poison resistance. In a flashback, Balkan was speechless watching Cha Jinhyuk torture himself, cursing him as a bastard for chugging so many poisons. Cha Jinhyuk explained that he needed to build resistances for all of 9 Star's fighting styles, with system notifications confirming he now had resistance to all toxins, burn, and freeze. Recalling his miserable death, Cha Jinhyuk bitterly thought that if he had realized the tricks of the poison expert among the traitors that day, he wouldn't have perished. Back in reality, a shadow imp flew in front of Balkan. He calmly said, "Oh, it's here." Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan stood together. The shadow imp nodded, confirming to Balkan that these were all the orcs in the area. Cha Jinhyuk turned to the two-tailed fox cub sitting on his shoulder, smiling. "Sorry to keep you waiting. You can eat now, Two Tails." Balkan wondered if he needed to mash the liver for it. Cha Jinhyuk suddenly remembered. Oh right. It's still a baby after all. A close-up of the baby two-tailed fox cub's jaws, with razor-sharp enormous fangs, drooling profusely. The two-tailed fox cub transformed into a giant shadow monster, devouring the pile of orc corpses in one gulp, leaving both Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan stunned. The two-tailed fox cub happily looked up, its mouth still stained with blood. It seemed mashing the liver, for it was unnecessary. The feed liver quest has reached 127, over 999. Cha Jinhyuk walked through the bustling city, secretly thinking that, although he really wanted to start a monster wave, it was best not to draw attention here. Balkan walked beside him, suddenly asking directly, "Hey, who did you fight yesterday?" This startled Cha Jinhyuk, who was wearing a demon mask. "Wait, you know?" Balkan snapped. "Do you think I wouldn't notice your mana being used? Who was it? Did you run into one of the 4 emperors or something?" Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed. He confirmed succinctly, "Bingo." Cha Jinhyuk calmly admitted, "I soloed a dragon. He was quite strong." Balkan was severely shocked upon hearing this, his eyes wide as Cha Jinhyuk continued to explain that he even had to use spirit power to restrain his opponent. Whoosh! Dark purple magic fiercely flared around Cha Jinhyuk as he muttered, "One of the 4 emperors." His eyes were bloodshot. The presence of such a formidable opponent right here made him restless. "Was here?" Balkan broke out in a cold sweat, frantically shouting, "Calm down, Jinhyuk. Don't unleash your demonic power in the middle of the street." Cough. Cha Jinhyuk coughed up a mouthful of blood, the price for overexerting his power. He wiped his mouth, muttering about the side effects of Predator, while Balkan grumbled, "I told you to calm down." Cha Jinhyuk dropped a bombshell. He wasn't an ordinary dragon, leaving Balkan stunned. In the middle of the street, Cha Jinhyuk began to recount the entire course of his epic solo battle to Balkan. His purple eyes narrowed. The name began to emerge. A dragon hunter named Hendrik? Balkan confirmed that was the name the man called himself, but still couldn't believe it. But that's impossible. Cha Jinhyuk flinched, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized an even more terrifying truth. How could he separate his soul from his body? The phantom of young Balkan appeared, and Cha Jinhyuk suddenly realized that he himself was living proof that it was entirely possible. A light flashed in his mind. Cha Jinhyuk whispered, "I've heard the name Hendrik the Dragon Hunter somewhere before." In a flashback, Hendrik appeared as a true monster, standing on the corpse of a giant dragon, one who had earned the title of Dragon Hunter by slaughtering every dragon that dared to challenge him. Cha Jinhyuk said he heard rumors that Hendrik had died on the 80th floor, and speculated that he might have also been ambushed by the 4 emperors. Cha Jinhyuk smirked challengingly, declaring, "All right then, we should go meet that Hendrik." No sooner had he finished speaking than Cha Jinhyuk coughed up blood violently, making Balkan frantically shout that he was pushing himself too hard. Balkan explained that while the predator skill was powerful, ingesting poisons, and those stones had caused severe damage, requiring immediate treatment, Cha Jinhyuk brushed it off, scoffing at the idea of finding a priest for healing, fearing he and his army of spirits would be purified. This made Balkan retort, "So, are you just going to keep coughing up blood?" He declared that the best solution was to seize divine power himself, a crazy idea that made the two-tailed fox cub sigh in exasperation. Suddenly, the two-tailed fox cub bared its fangs and growled fiercely, making Cha Jinhyuk wonder, what's wrong, Two-Tails? The little fox began barking loudly ahead, extremely vigilant, leaving Balkan bewildered and unsure what was happening. Balkan grimaced in annoyance at the deafening barking, snapping, "My ears hurt. Be quiet." Balkan called Jinhyuk's name, but his purple eyes had narrowed, clearly sensing something unusual. Balkan noticed the crowd ahead seemed strange, not like normal people. These people showed absolutely no reaction to the two-tailed fox cub's growls, acting like a bunch of zombies. Balkan concluded that the entire crowd was walking unconsciously, like a group of controlled sleepwalkers. Suddenly, a brilliant golden halo appeared right above Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan, signaling the appearance of a formidable boss. Both looked up, extremely vigilant as steady footsteps approached. A woman wearing a hooded cloak, with a holy aura, stepped out from the soulless crowd and greeted them. She smirked, directly naming Cha Jinhyuk's item, Demon Mask. Cha Jinhyuk immediately recognized the enemy's identity, his eyes flashing with danger, a celestial. Without another word, Cha Jinhyuk charged forward, a dark purple magic orb gathering in his hand, mocking, "Ha, happy to see me." But the celestial was on a different level, easily grabbing his wrist, stopping his attack, and coldly retorting, "And I am not happy to see you." The celestial blocked Cha Jinhyuk's sword with one hand, her voice full of condescension as she warned, "Don't do anything you'll regret." Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe the opponent's speed, only managing to think, "So fast, when did she?" The celestial smirked provocatively, greeting him once more. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Demon Mask." Cha Jinhyuk strained with all his might but couldn't push her back an inch, bitterly admitting that his opponent was too strong and hadn't budged. The celestial unexpectedly placed her hand on Cha Jinhyuk's mask, stating bluntly, "Your tongue is completely rotten." While holding Cha Jinhyuk firmly, she rattled off his body's condition like a scanner. "Your throat, stomach, and even your intestines are all damaged." The halo above the celestial's head suddenly flared with brilliant golden light, signaling an impending skill activation. Holy energy enveloped Cha Jinhyuk. She maintained a confident and powerful smile. Cha Jinhyuk was stunned, as he felt a strange power affecting his body, his voice faltering. "This is..." Clang! Cha Jinhyuk was flung backward. Balkan's spirit immediately materialized, shouting anxiously, "You bastard! Are you all right?" Cha Jinhyuk stared, placing a hand on his chest, realizing his battered body had been completely healed. The celestial displayed her angelic divine power, asserting that she was not an enemy. "By now, you understand I'm not your foe, right?" Her name is Uriel, a celestial belonging to the Wingless organization. Bong! The clock tower's bell chimed in the middle of the night, seemingly activating a strange effect. A player suddenly flinched, eyes wide with confusion. The white-haired man looked around blankly, completely unable to recall what he was supposed to be doing or what time it was. Inside the Gold Lich Hotel, a similar event was unfolding. "Ah!" A maid who was cleaning suddenly jolted as if waking from a trance. She turned to ask her colleague, both sharing the same question. "Huh? Why did I suddenly zone out like that?" Neither of them noticed anything unusual, simply thinking they were overworked. Cha Jinhyuk quietly peeked out from behind the door, his gaze full of scrutiny. With a thud, he was already in the room, questioning what Uriel was doing. Uriel calmly explained that she had tampered a little with the memories of the townspeople to protect them, preventing other angels from sniffing her out on the 10th floor. Cha Jinhyuk silently assessed. A bit aggressive but not stupid. Acceptable. He approached, asking directly, "Memory manipulation? Not bad. Why didn't you use it on me? Or is it too late?" Uriel scoffed, nonchalantly replying that such a trick was useless against those with strong egos like him, and casually glanced at the two-tailed fox cub with a compliment. Uriel's gaze suddenly sharpened, proving she was no ordinary individual. She laid her cards on the table, pointing directly at the air next to Cha Jinhyuk. "And your spirit friend, who's been closely watching me this whole time." Balkan materialized, his face showing surprise at being discovered, then turned to ask Cha Jinhyuk, "So, why did you seek me out?" Cha Jinhyuk raised his head, making a domineering declaration. "This masked one is the embodiment of anomaly, and a challenger to the celestial realm." Balkan stood behind Cha Jinhyuk, making a blunt remark. Even if this kid and his followers are weak, they will still succeed. Uriel revealed her reason for coming here. It was due to the prophecy bestowed upon Wingless. Cha Jinhyuk asked directly, "Was it decreed by God?" Uriel replied nonchalantly, "Something close to that." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, thinking to himself about the prophecy. The masked one who embodies anomaly. It's definitely talking about me. He turned to question. What the hell is this Wingless group? This is the first I've heard of it. Without bothering to explain further, Uriel decisively removed the black cloak she was wearing. The cloak fell to the ground, revealing her figure in a white dress. Cha Jinhyuk was stunned, unable to utter a word as he saw what was on her back. Uriel turned her back, revealing a pair of tiny, seemingly severed wings on her bare back, making Cha Jinhyuk exclaim, "Your wings." She turned back with a serious expression. Warning. The angels have all gone mad now. Their greed has blinded them. Uriel explained that those who opposed them would be deemed sinners, exiled, and subjected to cruel punishment. She emphasized that the punishment for a sinful angel was to have their wings torn off, the symbol of their entire race. Cha Jinhyuk summarized the matter bluntly. In short, you were once an angel, but now you're out of favor. Uriel confirmed and introduced her organization. Wingless is a group of angels, like myself, who have been exiled from Utopia City. She revealed a shocking prophecy, that Cha Jinhyuk was the one who would disrupt the reign of the 4 emperors. Based on that prophecy, Uriel flatly declared, "And Wingless wants to lend you a hand in this matter." Cha Jinhyuk fell silent, his demon mask concealing all expressions, but he was clearly calculating his next move. In his mind, Balkan was wary, but Cha Jinhyuk decided, "I don't think she's lying, just agree." He got straight to the point. "So, what kind of assistance can Wingless offer me?" Uriel closed her eyes, replying with a chilling answer that left her opponent speechless. "Nothing at all." Cha Jinhyuk froze at the blunt reply, his purple eyes behind the mask flashing with disbelief. "What?" Uriel explained that this deal wasn't as sweet as it seemed. Wingless possesses infinite power, but because of that, Utopia considers us enemies and is closely monitoring us. Supporting you would mean incurring the enmity of all angels. Cha Jinhyuk mumbled, weighing the pros and cons. This is a dilemma. Refusing an army that once consisted of angels would be a waste, but accepting comes with too great a risk. But then he concluded, looking directly at Uriel, "But if there's a situation where I'm forced to use Wingless's power, will you help?" Uriel didn't hesitate for a moment, her sharp eyes replying, "Very willingly." Cha Jinhyuk smirked behind his mask. "Good. Then we have officially sealed our alliance, Wingless." Uriel bowed deeply in thanks and then conveniently gave him a nickname. "Thank you very much, Demon Mask." Cha Jinhyuk thought to himself, "I see." Realizing he hadn't introduced himself yet, he approached, asking a loaded question. "Can you blind both gods and demons?" Uriel was bewildered, not understanding what he was saying. In response to Cha Jinhyuk's request, Uriel reached behind her back and decisively pulled a feather from the base of her severed wing. The pure white feather radiated brilliant golden divine power, ready to activate a special ability. A burst of golden light erupted, enveloping Uriel, Cha Jinhyuk, and even Balkan's spirit, pulling all three into a completely separate space. Uriel explained that this space operated on a similar principle to a skill the Gold Lich once used, a private world that could not be interfered with. Cha Jinhyuk, in his demon form, asked to confirm, "Those bastards really can't hear us, can they?" Uriel confirmed, telling him to curse freely. Hearing that, Cha Jinhyuk smirked defiantly, ripped off his mask and growled, "Then let's try this." He tilted his head back and roared directly at the supreme beings who were watching. "You sick, peeping bastard, Ball. Are you listening?" Uriel froze, speechless at the audacity and recklessness of her newfound ally. Cha Jinhyuk returned to his human form, smiling contentedly. Phew, the real deal. Uriel was still bewildered, not understanding why he needed a special space just to pull off this crazy stunt. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, beginning to reveal his hand. "Since we're in this together, why bother with fake names and masks?" He revealed his true identity without hesitation. "I am Cha Jinhyuk. 10 years ago they called me the Black Star." Uriel was utterly shocked upon hearing this, her pupils contracting as she stammered his name in extreme horror. She cried out in alarm, then collapsed to her knees before Cha Jinhyuk, completely losing her composure. She bowed her head repeatedly in apology, admitting her incompetence for not recognizing a figure of his stature sooner. Cha Jinhyuk paused, his purple eyes flashing with suspicion as he realized her reaction was far from normal. "Wait a minute. You." Uriel looked up and confirmed bluntly. You know me, Cha Jinhuk, the one who died 10 years ago. She broke into a sweat, her voice trembling as she confessed a shocking secret. 10 years ago, at the place where your death was decided, I was also there. Upon hearing this, Cha Jinhyuk's face darkened, radiating intense killing intent. Cha Jinhyuk glared at Uriel, who was kneeling on the ground, his overwhelming aura completely dominating. Purple killing intent erupted at Cha Jinhyuk's feet, cracking the ground as he issued his warning. He growled, his eyes sharp as knives. You should choose your words carefully. Uriel didn't flinch, beginning to reveal a shocking secret. Do you know what will happen if you climb to the 999th floor? Cha Jinhyuk replied succinctly, his goal far from ordinary. I will become a transcendent being, the one who governs the gods and demons of this place. Uriel explained that the Celestials, or rather, the four emperors, had been blinded by power and wished to monopolize that supreme position. Therefore, they planned to eliminate all those with the potential to conquer the tower who were not part of their faction. Cha Jinhyuk immediately understood, his face grim. So they want to nip their rivals in the bud. Uriel looked up, confirming. You already knew? Cha Jinhyuk withdrew his killing intent, his voice icy. Just a guess, but now it's confirmed. Cha Jinhyuk's killing intent erupted, shadows swirling as he realized, and one of the masterminds is right before my eyes. His eyes blazing, he roared, ready to finish her. I'll send your head flying, Uriel. Cha Jinhyuk's dark energy tightened around Uriel, suffocating her. Even while being choked, Uriel uttered a crucial phrase. And, she calmly continued, ignoring the pressure. That's also why I became one of the wingless. Cha Jinhyuk paused, his killing intent noticeably receding, and he asked with an incredulous expression. What do you mean? Uriel explained clearly. I became wingless 10 years ago because I opposed the purge of a player. She looked him straight in the eye, revealing a shocking name. That person's name was Black Star. Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk was utterly stunned, sweat trickling down his temples as all the pieces clicked. It was you. The killing intent vanished, and Cha Jinhyuk retracted all his power, leaving Uriel kneeling on the floor while Balkan merely watched in silence. Cha Jinhyuk, still sweating, lowered his voice to apologize for his rudeness, but Uriel simply shook her head, accepting it as a burden she had to bear. He waved his hand, clearly stating he wouldn't take his anger out on her, as he now understood that the wingless were vastly different from the Celestials. Uriel bowed her head, thanking him for his understanding. She suggested that there were outcasts like her in other races as well, and he should consider accepting their help. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, acknowledging that this world truly had all kinds of people, both good and bad. A new vision unfolded, gathering outcasts from other races to form a powerful alliance, strong enough to confront the four emperors. Cha Jinhyuk got straight to the point, asking for an address if he wanted to meet again, and Uriel revealed that the Wingless's base was located in Dream City, on the 190th floor. He was a little surprised that their stronghold was on such a low floor, but Uriel explained that the higher one went, the more terrible the four emperors' influence became. Cha Jinhyuk suddenly remembered, his eyes turning cold as he muttered that he had forgotten it was his territory, and he was Martial Emperor Tessio, an overwhelming force dominating floors 200 to 300 entirely, an opponent even worse to face than the four emperors. Uriel, in her revealing attire, suggested she wanted to change clothes, and Cha Jinhyuk immediately agreed. She turned her back, revealing the stumps of her wings on her bare back as she gathered her clothes. Cha Jinhyuk watched in silence, his gaze somewhat thoughtful. As she was about to change, Uriel suddenly asked him if her giving him something would leave a trace. She explained that because she was being hunted by the Celestials, the only thing she carried with her was this body. Cha Jinhyuk smirked meaningfully, replying simply, "That's enough." Uriel blushed, asking again in confusion, not expecting him to be that kind of person. Cha Jinhyuk flinched, hastily waving his hands to explain, stammering that he meant he wanted one of her feathers. Hearing that, Uriel sighed in relief, telling him to take as many as he liked since they would grow back. Uriel carefully pulled a feather from the base of her wing stump, explaining that she was only worried it wouldn't grow back. Cha Jinhyuk seized the opportunity, grabbing a handful of pure white feathers from Uriel. He was warned that the Celestials could locate the owner through the feathers, and they absolutely must not be given to others. Cha Jinhyuk grinned sinisterly, nonchalantly declaring, "Don't worry, I plan to devour all of these myself," leaving Uriel dumbfounded. Uriel recoiled in alarm, insisting he was that kind of person, while Cha Jinhyuk frantically yelled denials. Uriel instructed that she would leave everything to him, and would meet him again in Dream City. Standing beside Balkan's spirit, Cha Jinhyuk vowed not to disappoint him, while the two-tailed fox cub sat obediently at his feet. Uriel, in her new cloak, turned back for a final message. I will look forward to your progress, Demon Mask. The fallen angel decisively turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. As soon as she left, the feathers in Cha Jinhyuk's hand immediately glowed and floated, preparing to be absorbed. The two-tailed fox cub looked up at its master, letting out a few soft cries as if questioning. Balkan asked Cha Jinhyuk if he intended to devour the feathers right away, and the protagonist unhesitatingly confirmed. Of course, I can't wait. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, wondering if his body could withstand the divine power of the Celestials, and if successful, what new skills he would acquire. Balkan helplessly turned away, remarking bluntly, Do whatever you want. I admit I gave up the third time you drank poison. Balkan reached out to the two-tailed fox cub, ordering it to lift its head. As he lifted the two-tailed fox cub, Balkan warned it not to pick up its master's indiscriminate eating habits, leaving the pet bewildered. Without another word, Cha Jinhyuk shoved the entire bunch of feathers into his mouth. Swallowing with a gulp, Cha Jinhyuk's expression became extremely focused, his hand gripping his demon mask tightly. A flash of light, and Cha Jinhyuk's pupils turned emerald green, glowing eerily. Immediately, Cha Jinhyuk's body was enveloped by streams of brilliant golden energy, making him scream in agony. Balkan initially seemed startled, but then turned away with an expression of not my problem, muttering that he wouldn't get involved in this. Balkan grabbed the two-tailed fox cub and flew off, declaring, All right, Two Tails, let's fly, leaving Cha Jinhyuk writhing in the dazzling golden energy. Overloaded with divine power, Cha Jinhyuk let out a desperate scream, his eyes rolling back as if he were about to pass out. The pain temporarily subsided, and he could only manage a faint whisper before his consciousness faded. Losing all control, Cha Jinhyuk's body collapsed onto an endless surface of water. Submerged in the water, he gradually regained some clarity, struggling to get up. Sitting bolt upright in the middle of the water, Cha Jinhyuk realized he was no longer in the real world. Did I pass out? This place is. He was astonished to realize he had been thrown into the mindscape, a vast mental space. Cha Jinhyuk muttered, understanding that his body could no longer withstand the divine power, and decided to end the battle right here. As soon as his hand touched the water, a brilliant golden light suddenly spread from his palm. He turned back in surprise, realizing something was wrong within his own mental world. Shwa! A gigantic waterfall of brilliant golden divine power suddenly cascaded down in the mindscape, astonishing Cha Jinhyuk, who asked with a trembling voice, A waterfall? He was overwhelmed to realize this was the divine power within him, power from a single feather, as vast as a mountain. Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking it was a good thing he hadn't confronted Uriel directly, as he wouldn't have survived intact even if he won. He could only imagine the terrible pain of having to swallow all of her power while wading through the current of divine power. The brilliant golden water level suddenly rose, making Cha Jinhyuk realize this was not an illusion but a real threat. Standing before the divine power waterfall about to engulf his entire mental world, he wondered what to do to win this gamble. Facing a perilous situation, Cha Jinhyuk smirked again, full of defiance. A purple aura of dark energy exploded around him, and he licked his lips, declaring firmly, Well, there's only one way. Back in reality, Balkan sensed something was amiss, as Cha Jinhyuk's unconscious body on the floor began to tremble violently. Shh! A massive surge of dark magic erupted from Cha Jinhyuk's body, pushing Balkan, who was holding the fox cub by the scruff of its neck, away. Balkan frowned, realizing his junior was using spirit power, but sensing something very different about it. Balkan broke into a sweat, realizing this kid was crazy. He was using his own soul as material. In Balkan's arms, the fox cub could only whimper, her face downcast. Balkan reassured the fox cub, deciding to take a gamble. Just trust him. The fact that he started acting means he already has a plan. The fox cub's eyes welled up with tears, worried for her master. Balkan smirked, his gaze sharp. Don't. Think you're the only one excited to see your potential, my disciple. Balkan's expression became utterly thrilled, and he growled with anticipation. How will you surprise me this time, Cha Jinhyuk? Swish. Inside the mindscape, Cha Jinhyuk gulped down a surge of dark energy. Gulp. Standing submerged in the sea of brilliant golden divine power, he continued to chug down that dark energy. He let out a sigh, his face showing clear disappointment. Damn it. Still not it? Cha Jinhyuk realized his initial plan had failed. Using spirit power to create an image of himself devouring divine power to suppress, it was a terrible idea. Standing before the sea of brilliant golden divine power about to engulf him, he knew that at this rate, he was doomed. Either he had to release all the energy, or lose his mind permanently. But then he snapped awake, his purple eyes flashing with determination. No, what the hell am I babbling about? He realized this was the mindscape, his home turf, and growled, I can do it my way. His hand exploded with dark energy. Immediately, purple shadow tentacles emerged from the sea of divine power, stirring up the entire space. A gigantic shadow monster with a wide-open mouth emerged from the darkness, letting out an earth-shattering roar right behind Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk smirked arrogantly, his kingly aura returning. Now, this is the real deal. Whoosh! The shadow monster charged like a storm, devouring the brilliant golden sea of divine power into its bottomless maw. He stood there, a delighted smile on his face as he watched his creation sweep everything clean. With a gulp, Cha Jinhyuk swallowed the reprocessed mixed energy. Cha Jinhyuk smirked with delight, his purple eyes glowing brightly amidst the dark energy. Yeah, that's more like it. A chaotic vortex of energy, a mix of dark and divine power, erupted violently, swirling within his mindscape. He grinned, savoring the taste of the new power source after absorbing it. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. The hunger for power surged, and he roared maniacally, drooling as he demanded to absorb even more. His entire body submerged in a sea of darkness. His desire to devour everything reached its peak. After the energy high, Cha Jinhyuk collapsed onto the floor, unconscious but with a satisfied smile still on his lips. The fox cub looked worriedly at her master, while the system announced a chilling truth. The apex of malevolence is smiling. The system continued to blare. The apex of malevolence applauds, declaring this is what he has been waiting for and celebrating the birth of the predator demon king. Elsewhere, a blonde man was complaining to a red-haired man. The greedy dragon? Just like you have Baal, I also have a neutral god clinging to me. The blonde man explained, with an image of a ferocious dragon behind him. It's greedy, just like its name, specializing in devouring bad omens. In short, it's a crazy dragon that wants to consume the entire world. The blonde man smirked, revealing shocking information. Its divine name is the greedy dragon, but its true name is... Meanwhile, Cha Jinhyuk's instinct for greed was roaring wildly, a shadow monster demanding to devour everything. Balkan appeared with a sly smile, along with the overjoyed fox cub. Hey kid, you're finally awake. Cha Jinhyuk slowly woke up, and Balkan immediately got to the point, his voice full of challenge. Success or failure? Tell me quickly so I can mock you if you failed. Cha Jinhyuk gave him a sidelong glance, a clear winner's smile on his lips. Too bad for you. Of course I won, Cha Jinhyuk declared, as a hybrid energy orb of dark and divine power gathered in his palm. He showed off his achievement right on his chest, where the energy orb was glowing. It's not very big, but I've created a divine power reactor right inside my body. How about that? Satisfied yet? Balkan broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe it. But he's not even one of the 4 emperors, just a mere human. How the hell did he absorb the power of the Celestials? Balkan's expression was a mix of panic and slight delight, and he warned, if those Celestials find out about this, they won't hesitate to issue a worldwide bounty on you. Cha Jinhyuk remained unfazed, his attitude as if this were a trivial matter. If you've wounded their pride, it won't stop there. I wouldn't be surprised if their entire race came looking for me. Balkan acknowledged Cha Jinhyuk's achievement as remarkable, but also warned that it was too dangerous, as his current level was not enough to withstand a direct blow from one of the 4 emperors. He envisioned a terrible scenario, if an unavoidable situation were to occur, forcing Cha Jinhyuk to face one of the tower's top figures alone. Then, with his incomplete power, his only outcome would be annihilation. A few days later, at the 10th floor hunting grounds, Cha Jinhyuk's farming expedition officially began. A shadow devourer was summoned, letting out a wild roar to signal the hunt. Immediately, the demon charged forward, delivering a devastating punch that made an orc spit blood. The unfortunate orc's head thudded to the ground, game over in an instant. The remaining orc roared in anger, swinging its battle axe and charging to avenge its comrade. But it was useless. 2 more shadow devourers appeared from thin air, surrounding the prey, giving it no chance to live. The shadow devourer darted forward, its purple eyes glowing with deadly intent. An orc's axe blade hadn't even reached its target before it was torn apart by dark energy. From the mountaintop, Cha Jinhyuk observed the entire battlefield, orchestrating the massacre from afar. Balkan's spirit appeared beside him, remarking in a low voice, "So it has begun." Cha Jinhyuk smirked confidently, while Balkan nodded. "Well done, just as expected." A holy healer appeared, using light energy to heal a shadow demon, an unprecedented grotesque tactic that completely transformed a necromancer's playstyle. Standing before a mountain of orc corpses, Balkan warned that using divine power would cause some undead to find peace, but Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly deemed it a necessary cost. Amidst the pile of corpses, an orc's body suddenly twitched, being gnawed on by something. The culprit was the two-tailed fox cub, happily devouring its spoils, its mouth stained with blood. Balkan realized it had finished eating, and Cha Jinhyuk turned to ask his pet, "Is it good?" The quest window from the nine-tailed fox appeared. Feed two tails, 999 fresh livers. Progress, 892. Almost done. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, thinking he'd snag the orc butcher title for the second time. Cha Jinhyuk coldly ordered, "Status window." The status window appeared. Spiritmaster, All-Master, and most notably, his pathetic divine power stat had jumped to 3 points. Cha Jinhyuk scoffed. After days of grinding, his divine power finally increased by 2 points. He clicked his tongue. 3 points is barely anything, but it's good to have for emergencies. Balkan's spirit appeared, asking seriously, "What do we do now?" Cha Jinhyuk flashed a calculating smile, declaring his next objective. "We have to go meet that guy, Hendrik." Balkan confirmed that Hendrik had always stayed in one spot, never bothering to climb the tower, leading Cha Jinhyuk to speculate he was waiting for someone. Balkan revealed shocking information as they walked through an alley. Hendrik is a dragon slayer disguised as a dragon. Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, admitting he had wanted to meet him for a long time. Cha Jinhyuk surmised that Hendrik's reason for being rooted on the 10th floor was similar to Uriel's. Perhaps he was waiting for some signal from the gods and demons. Balkan announced they had arrived. They just needed to step out of the alley to see their target, where the clamor of the crowd could be heard. To conceal his identity, Cha Jinhyuk pulled down a cool-looking red demon mask, his sharp purple eyes glinting. In the bustling square, Hendrik stood tall, his superior aura making the surrounding crowd seem like mere small fry, while Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan observed from afar. Cha Jinhyuk's dragon aura couldn't be hidden. Hendrik immediately sensed it and muttered, "So that's it. He really has become a dragon." Cha Jinhyuk gestured with his chin, preparing to rush out, but Balkan quickly stopped him. His voice panicked. "Wait, are you just going to talk to him without a plan?" Balkan continued to warn, his voice filled with worry. "There's a chance you're not the one he's waiting for. Doing that will only provoke him." Cha Jinhyuk smirked confidently, his attitude dismissive. "If it comes to that, we can just fight, right?" Hearing the all-brawn, no-brain answer, Balkan's face paled, and he gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "This madman," Balkan yelled, trying to back out. "Do whatever you want, but don't drag me into it." But Cha Jinhyuk immediately saw through him. "Ha, I knew it. You got beaten up by him last time, so you're scared now, aren't you?" Balkan vehemently denied it. "Scared? Who said I was defeated? The first-generation spiritmaster never." But Cha Jinhyuk cut him off. "You're clearly lying. He beat you to a pulp, so you had to run away, right?" Seemingly oblivious to the noisy argument nearby, Hendrik simply closed his eyes, completely immersed in his own world. In a flashback, a red-eyed warrior, his face scarred and eyes bloodshot, recalled a fateful promise. The prophecy echoed. "On the 10th floor, one will come to fulfill your wish. Wait for him," accompanied by the silhouette of a dominant warrior standing amidst a storm of crimson energy. Back in the present, Cha Jinhyuk stepped forward decisively, his overwhelming aura completely unconcealed. Standing before Hendrik, Cha Jinhyuk got straight to the point. "You are Hendrik, correct?" While Balkan and the two-tailed fox cub stood right behind him. Hendrik smirked, casually confirming his identity. "That's me. I was waiting for you to speak first." Hendrik's gaze swept over and stopped at Balkan, making the old spiritmaster jump in fright. "Oh, a familiar face is here too." Hendrik turned back to assess Cha Jinhyuk from head to toe before declaring, I suppose you're qualified enough, but..." Veins bulged on Cha Jinhyuk's masked face, clearly annoyed. "I don't like being openly criticized, but since I passed the test, I'll let it slide this time." Hendrik paid him no mind, crossing his arms and ordering, "There are too many people here. Follow me." The group began to move, Hendrik leading, followed by Cha Jinhyuk, the two-tailed fox cub, and Balkan's spirit, who was trembling like a leaf. Cha Jinhyuk stopped at the meeting point, stating firmly, "We're here." The group was led by Hendrik into a dead-end alley. Cha Jinhyuk wondered, "Huh? A dead end? Why did we wander so far?" Without another word, Hendrik gathered a crimson energy sphere in his hand, crackling with electricity. Psst. He punched the energy directly into the wall, opening a distorted spatial gate, from which a terrifying aura surged out. Cha Jinhyuk decided to see it through. "Let's just follow him." And Balkan could only nod and follow helplessly. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes behind his mask glinted, clearly sensing the overwhelming power emanating from the gate. Shh. The group was sucked into another space. Cha Jinhyuk looked around, bewildered. Where are we? Hendrik explained that this was a hidden area on the 10th floor. Hendrik confidently asserted that even the gods and demons couldn't pry here, and Cha Jinhyuk admitted that the feeling of being watched had significantly diminished. After ensuring their safety, Hendrik turned to face Cha Jinhyuk, getting straight to the point. Now then, I will ask you. Hendrik dropped a bombshell. I will wipe out the dragons that killed me in this tower. Are you ready to join me in this battle? Cha Jinhyuk smirked arrogantly behind his mask, clearly not considering Hendrik's offer to be a superior one. He taunted him directly. Hey, for a big guy like you, isn't your dream a little too small? Hendrik frowned, asking again in an irritated tone, unable to believe his ears. Small? Standing behind him, Balkan's face turned pale as he yelled in panic. Jinhyuk! Balkan's spirit trembled, whispering into Cha Jinhyuk's ear. That guy is a monster. Why are you provoking someone like him? Cha Jinhyuk brushed him off, ordering Balkan. Shut up, you useless fellow. I have a plan. Cha Jinhyuk crossed his arms, feigning understanding. I don't know the details of your situation, but I can guess how you got here. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes behind his mask flashed sharply. You know it too, don't you? The 4 emperors weren't the only ones who killed us. Cha Jinhyuk flipped in the air, his tone challenging. Your obsession with dragons is your business, but that goal isn't grand enough for me. He pointed forward, declaring his ultimate goal. I'm going to clean up all the bastards who betrayed me, not just the 4 emperors. Cha Jinhyuk patted Hendrik's shoulder, bluntly criticizing. I repeat, your plan is too small, not grand enough for us to cooperate. Hendrik froze, realizing the madness of the man opposite him. Don't. Tell me you're planning to go all out against the 4 emperors too? Cha Jinhyuk shrugged, his voice full of challenge. I'm just like you, returned from the dead, and those bastards were the ones who sent me off. Do you need a clearer answer than that? Upon hearing this, Hendrik suddenly burst into insane laughter, leaving Balkan standing behind him bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hendrik cackled, showing extreme delight at Cha Jinhyuk's audacity. Cha Jinhyuk glanced at Balkan, who was sweating profusely, his face calm as if to say, See, I knew it. The laughter subsided, and Hendrik nodded in acknowledgement. Is that so? You're right. I apologize. Hendrik's expression turned sinister. He had pieced everything together. So, the one that woman Uriel mentioned in the prophecy is you. Cha Jinhyuk was startled to hear the name Uriel, a question forming in his mind. Had he already met the wingless? Hendrik placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, the blade flashing with a cold light, and declared, All right, I like you now. Hendrik drew his sword, a blazing red aura erupting from him, and declared, Let me test if your resolve is real or just empty words. He narrowed his eyes with interest, asking directly, You, the one who wants to start a revolution, what is your name? Cha Jinhyuk slightly removed his mask, a proud and confident smile on his face as he stated his name, Cha Jinhyuk. Black Star, Cha Jinhyuk. Suddenly, a sky-shattering roar echoed, cursing directly at Hendrik. You damned lizard! Geno, a muscular old man with horns on his head, stepped forward with an overwhelming killing intent, questioning, Are you here to cause trouble again? Haven't you taken enough of what you wanted? Cha Jinhyuk turned to ask Hendrik, who looked annoyed. Who's that? An acquaintance of yours. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes flashed, realizing something unusual about Geno, who had just appeared. Hendrik explained. He's been the blacksmith here since before I arrived. He's also the one who forged this sword for me. Geno, the horned blacksmith, carrying his hammer on his shoulder, growled. That's right. If you've already received the sword, then get out of here. Why are you back? Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan, standing behind him, both broke out in a cold sweat, their faces paling in shock at Geno's aura. No way. Cha Jinhyuk froze, his mind racing as he realized the true identity of the muscular old man. He's a hobgoblin. Geno, the horned blacksmith, narrowed his eyes, assessing the strange group before him and muttering, A spirit, a divine beast, and that mysterious man in black. Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan simultaneously broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered a seemingly absurd question. How are you still alive? Thinking he was being mocked, Geno growled, but Cha Jinhyuk retorted nonchalantly, with an extremely arrogant attitude. That's right. I'm still alive. Is that a problem? Seeing Geno's killing intent surge, Cha Jinhyuk quickly waved his hands to clarify. No, that's not what I meant. He asked seriously again, his gaze fixed on Geno. What I mean is, how did you survive that tragedy? Hendrik suddenly spoke up, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, killing intent beginning to leak out. So you are. Jeno, the horned blacksmith, exploded, letting out an earth-shattering roar before lunging straight at Hendrik. The one who burned down my village. Crack! A hand unexpectedly grabbed the old man's wrist, effortlessly stopping the powerful hammer swing. Cha Jinhyuk had already stepped between the two, easily deflecting the attack, leaving Hendrik dumbfounded. Held back by Cha Jinhyuk, Jeno, the horned blacksmith, roared, calling out Hendrik's name directly. Let me go. This bastard is the one who. Cha Jinhyuk turned to Hendrik, his face expressionless. Calm down. He's in the same situation as me. He turned back and asked Jeno directly if he knew a hobgoblin named Haryu, making the old man gasp, his voice trembling. Haryu? How do you know Haryu? The scene shifted to the blacksmith's forge, smoke still rising from the chimney under the sunset sky, signaling a story about to be told. Jeno, the horned blacksmith, was stunned, muttering Harrius' name, then disbelieving. She's still alive? Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik stood with their arms crossed, observing, the protagonist thinking to himself that it was indeed a cruel coincidence. Balkan began to recount. That day, the entire hobgoblin village on the 100th floor was holding an incredibly grand traditional festival. Balkan and the two-tailed fox appeared in the flashback. He explained that due to his old age and weakness, he had decided to stay behind and not participate. And then tragedy struck. The entire hobgoblin village engulfed in flames. A bloody massacre. Back in the present, Jeno leaned across the table, pressing to know where Haryu was and if she was safe, and Cha Jinhyuk replied concisely. She's on the 9th floor, about to come meet us. Jeno stiffened, sweat pouring down his face, and pressed. Then that mask. Cha Jinhyuk held up the red demon mask, purple aura swirling around it, confirming nonchalantly. That's right. She gave it to me as thanks for saving her life. Hendrik crossed his arms, listening intently, and probed about her strength. Is that hobgoblin named Haryu strong? Cha Jinhyuk smirked, praising his comrade. She's a monster, just needs a bit more polishing. I bet she could take both of us in a one-on-one. Hendrik narrowed his eyes, getting straight to the point. Is she just a temporary comrade, or will she stay with us until the end? Cha Jinhyuk looked directly at Jeno, sealing the deal with certainty. She will stay with us until the end. I promise to help Haryu get her revenge when I receive this mask. Grab. Jeno suddenly gripped Cha Jinhyuk's hand tightly, pouring all his emotions into the clasp. The old man knelt on one knee, both hands clasped around the protagonists, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you, young man. Jeno looked up, his eyes resolute, and introduced himself. My name is Jeno, formerly the blacksmith of the Hobgoblin village. I will give my all to support you. Jeno grabbed Cha Jinhyuk's shoulders, his eyes pleading. Please, help Haryu rebuild our village. The protagonist could only break out in a cold sweat, mumbling his agreement. Balkan's spirit appeared, eavesdropping, speechless at the protagonist. Doesn't this kid know that receiving a hobgoblin's mask is a marriage proposal? Jeno went all out, declaring bluntly, Take everything in my workshop. Cha Jinhyuk picked up a sword, admitting that Jeno's wares were far superior to the items the Gold Lich had given him. Hendrik nodded, confirming that this was the skill of the Hobgoblin tribe's #1 blacksmith. After sealing the deal, Cha Jinhyuk turned to Hendrik. Let's go, then called out loudly. Old man, we're leaving. Both turned back to see Jeno, already dozing off in a corner. Hendrik explained that the old man had probably found true peace knowing he wasn't the only survivor. This was his first good sleep since the tragedy. Balkan's spirit also appeared, eavesdropping, and the group decided to let the old man sleep and planned to bring Haryu here as soon as they met her again. Cha Jinhyuk smiled, feeling relieved to have another survivor, but suddenly a shout called his name from afar. Jinhyuk, watch out! The warning shout rang out, and Cha Jinhyuk turned back in surprise. Whoosh! A massive, blazing red energy stream grazed Cha Jinhyuk's face by a hair's breadth, his eyes turning sharp and cold. Kaboom! The energy stream shattered the wall behind him, creating a terrifying explosion. But Cha Jinhyuk stood firm like a god. Amidst the rubble, Cha Jinhyuk stood unmoving, his sharp, cold gaze fixed on the assailant. You. Hendrik spun a blazing red magic circle in his hand, his tone nonchalant. Humph, you're quick to react. He revealed his true form, a figure brimming with demonic energy and a pair of pitch-black horns, and repeated with a sneer. Didn't I tell you that I would test you? Hendrik sneered, bluntly declaring that if Cha Jinhyuk was so useless as to die by his hand, then his so-called revolution was nothing but a joke. Cha Jinhyuk retorted with an even more arrogant smile, his purple eyes blazing with defiance. Don't get cocky, Dragon Slayer. You're being tested too. Thump. A nearby building shook violently as if something had just crashed into it. Whoosh! A colossal shadow shot straight through the window, destroying everything in its path. Boom! An entire floor of the building exploded into fragments under a terrifying impact. A collision with dark purple energy pulverized the wall into 100 pieces, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. Jinhuk and Hendrik lunged at each other, dark purple energy and blazing red demonic aura clashing, beginning a battle on an entirely different level. Jinhuk charged like an arrow, dark purple energy surging, directly confronting Hendrik, who was hovering in the air. Hendrik narrowed his eyes, drawing his sword with terrifying speed, blazing red demonic aura erupting from the sharp blade. Consecutive slashes. Hendrik unleashed blazing red sword strikes that tore through the air, pressuring his opponent with overwhelming swordsmanship. Jinhuk retaliated, a series of hovering silver swords appearing from thin air, ready for battle. Clang! Hendrik used his sword to swat away the flying blades, growling contemptuously. All these dirty tricks. Jinhuk glided past like a ghost, neatly dodging the attack before Hendrik could even react. Whoosh! Jinhuk counterattacked, the great purple sword in his hand drawing a deadly arc, aimed straight at his opponent. Too fast, too dangerous. Jinhuk closed in, the tip of his purple sword at Hendrik's throat in a flash. Hendrik was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? He dodged my swordsmanship, the swordsmanship I mastered with my all-arts ability, as if it were nothing. Jinhuk didn't even bother with a weapon, effortlessly catching Hendrik's blade with one hand, stopping the attack in a humiliating manner. Jinhuk wasted no words, swinging his sword down with a heaven-shattering strike that cracked the ground. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jenna was meditating while Miho lay beside him, letting out a few bored whimpers. Hendrik stood amidst the dust cloud, beginning to lecture. Your swordsmanship isn't bad for a mage, or rather, a necromancer, isn't it? He continued to mock, claiming Jinhuk's fatal weakness was only being able to summon weak monsters from the 10th floor and below. His army utterly useless. Is that so? Jinhuk retorted with a sneer, dark energy erupting and a series of purple magical chains binding Hendrik tightly. Balkan's spirit suddenly appeared right behind Hendrik, grinning sinisterly. What about the first spiritmaster, you brat? Jinhuk's great sword transformed, purple energy converging into a colossal spear, crackling with electricity. Jinhuk raised the divine spear Gungnir high, terrifying pressure radiating everywhere, ready to send Hendrik to his demise. Hendrik was speechless, his face pale, unable to believe the mythical power aimed directly at him. Jinhuk transformed his weapon into a staff again, boasting loudly, "This is my ultimate magic, the one that decapitated a great orc warrior in just 1 second." Jinhuk smirked, uttering a cold farewell. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff in his hand transformed into a colossal dark blade, striking straight down at Hendrik's head. Bound tightly by the magical chains, Hendrik gritted his teeth, his face filled with fury. He strained, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, determined not to yield to Jinhuk's attack. Hendrik's sword flared with a brilliant red light, emitting a scorching energy, ready to counterattack. Balkan's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him as he recognized the familiar pattern on the sword. That pattern. Could that sword be? Hendrik roared, activating his magic dispel ability, his sword easily shattering the dark chains. Balkan was utterly panicked, shouting a warning. Run, Jinhuk. His sword. Hendrik swung his blazing sword, yelling its name. Dragon Slayer sword. A slash carrying crimson demonic energy directly collided with the dark blade, two opposing forces exploding. Jinhuk was pushed back by the aftershock of the explosion, but he stood firm, the dark staff in his hand radiating deep purple energy. The terrifying explosion sent Balkan flying, the old man only managing to scream Jinhuk's name in pain before impact. Wham! Balkan, still dazed, took a heaven-shattering punch to the face, sending his glasses flying. Hendrik grabbed Balkan, his voice full of sarcasm. You're Jinhuk's strongest weapon, aren't you? Hendrik's grin widened, his crimson eyes gleaming with arrogance and extreme delight. He declared that Jinhuk had run out of pawns, then shot forward, decisively ending the match. It's over, Jinhuk. Whoosh! Jinhuk suddenly appeared, blocking Hendrik's attack and coldly retorted. Wrong. Jinhuk smirked, his weapon having transformed into an energy crossbow at some point. Did you forget about me? I'm the strongest one. The crossbow fired colossal purple energy spears, tearing through the air straight towards Hendrik. Hendrik easily dodged the attack, bluntly criticizing. Compared to your swordsmanship, your archery is truly terrible. Jinhuk responded to the criticism with action. The crossbow in his hand transformed into a brilliant purple magic spear. He didn't just create one, but two energy spears, hovering in mid-air, ready to launch like guided missiles. Hendrik froze, realizing this wasn't archery but pure magic, while Cha Jinhyuk smirked with a small magic circle right before him. Swoosh! The two magic spears flew at terrifying speed, piercing straight into Hendrik's chest, fresh blood splattering. Hendrik gritted his teeth, letting out a pained groan, unable to believe he had taken such a fatal blow. His crimson eyes flickered, clearly indicating the recent attack had caused severe damage. Cha Jinhyuk knew the time was right. He charged forward, determined to finish the fight quickly, before his opponent could recover. He pulled out a trump card, a demonic mask radiating dark energy, muttering to himself, "When I was with Haryu, I couldn't use it properly. But this time, it will work." As soon as he finished speaking, Cha Jinhyuk pressed the mask to his face, a colossal wave of dark energy engulfing him. His purple eye flashed with a deadly light, signaling a new power about to be unleashed. A surge of dark magic from the mask shot straight at Hendrik, sending him flying backward. Hit by the attack, Hendrik gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes bloodshot, clearly enraged. He roared, unleashing a colossal firestorm that swept through everything around him, demonstrating overwhelming power. Wearing the demonic mask, Cha Jinhyuk bitterly realized he had missed his chance to finish the fight, and the battle would now become much tougher. Amidst the sea of flames, Hendrik burst into delighted laughter, roaring, "Ha ha ha, you're stronger than I thought. I lost strategically." His face became utterly frenzied, as he screamed a challenge. "But this isn't the end. Give me more." He swung his sword, summoning the Dragon Flash technique, a colossal energy dragon roaring, challenging his opponent to continue attacking. Cha Jinhyuk was stunned, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying power of the new technique. Sweat poured down him. He realized he couldn't find any escape from this absolute attack. Facing the fire dragon about to devour him, Cha Jinhyuk desperately admitted that even using battle foresight wouldn't be fast enough to dodge, and taking this hit would surely mean his end. Out of options, Cha Jinhyuk decided to play another trump card, pulling out a white fox mask and muttering, "If that's the case." Miho's ears perked up somewhere, sensing the familiar power that had just been activated. Wearing the new mask, Cha Jinhyuk whispered with a confident smile, still holding the old demonic mask, "I trust you." Deep purple dark energy erupted from the mask, its eyes glowing brightly, signaling a truly extraordinary item. Amidst the sea of flames and the colossal energy dragon, Cha Jinhyuk confronted Hendrik, his aura not inferior in the slightest. Hendrik roared, "Dragon Flash!" swinging his sword, the energy dragon screaming as it charged straight at its target. Whoosh! Instead of defending, Cha Jinhyuk transformed into a purple blur, charging straight into the eye of the storm, deciding to fight to the death. But just as he was about to strike, he froze, realizing his opponent had also vanished from sight. Boom! Hendrik suddenly appeared from above, unleashing a heaven-shattering blow down on the charging Cha Jinhyuk. One beat faster, Hendrik's blade was already at Cha Jinhyuk's eye, a perfect counter that turned the tables in an instant. Kaboom! Hendrik's dragon flash exploded, flattening an entire block in a sea of fire. But when the smoke and dust cleared, his sword was plunged into an empty crater, the target having vanished. Hendrik was stunned, unable to believe someone could dodge that move with just speed. Did he dodge my attack? Whoosh! Cha Jinhyuk landed lightly on a nearby wall, completely unharmed. Hendrik's gaze was fixed on his opponent's new toy, that mask. He immediately recognized it as belonging to that fox, and bared his teeth in a sneer. "Are you playing dress-up, Cha Jinhyuk?" Hendrik roared and charged, determined to finish this. In response, Cha Jinhyuk unleashed his power, his 10 fingertips transforming into sharp, dark claws, ready for battle. Without hesitation, he lunged straight down from the wall, preparing for an all-out confrontation. Clang! Claws and steel sword clashed fiercely. A battle of an entirely different caliber had officially begun. Clang! Clang! Dark claws and steel sword clashed, sparks flying, as the two lunged at each other like monsters. Hendrik burst into delighted laughter, realizing Cha Jinhyuk's speed and strength were on a completely different level. He roared, suspecting the power came from the fox mask, while Cha Jinhyuk coldly parried the sword strike. Clang! A heaven-shattering slash was unleashed, but Cha Jinhyuk easily blocked it with just a magic-enhanced arm. Seizing the opening, Cha Jinhyuk lunged, his sharp claws aimed directly at Hendrik's weak point. But it was a trap. Hendrik had been waiting, a blazing red energy array appearing in his palm. Cha Jinhyuk realized he'd been tricked. This bastard had deliberately created an opening to buy time for a chant. Boom! A massive energy explosion engulfed everything, Hendrik unleashing a finishing blow at close range. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a dark silhouette tore through the curtain of fire and burst out. Thud. Cha Jinhyuk landed cleanly on a cliff face, narrowly escaping the explosion without a scratch. The eyes on Cha Jinhyuk's fox mask gleamed with a pink light. Time to mess around. He erupted with energy, activating the charm skill from the mask. A pink aura spreading everywhere. Hendrik froze, his face blank as he was surrounded by a swarm of flying hearts. Crack. This cheap effect began to shatter before the iron will of a true warrior. "I'm not interested in men," Hendrik roared, shattering the charm magic. He smirked, smug that he could break this childish trick with just a little focus. But Cha Jinhyuk had been waiting for that moment, declaring, "But for an instant, you won't be able to move," and lunged like a ghost. In a flash, Cha Jinhyuk had seized Hendrik, who realized he had to finish this immediately, at such close range. Cha Jinhyuk thought, "Kyung-hoon, lend me your skill." All power was concentrated into his fist. The All-Master's martial arts, spirit power, magic power, divine power, all in one heaven-shattering punch. Cha Jinhyuk roared, pouring all his energy into his glowing purple fist. "It's over, you bastard." He unleashed the borrowed technique, Choi Kyung-hoon style, first form, rising dragon fist, a heaven-shattering uppercut aimed at Hendrik. Whoosh! A wave of purple energy swept horizontally, blowing away everything on the ground. Boom! The punch exploded into a colossal pillar of energy, devastating the entire block. The ground cracked open. Hendrik, like a puppet with severed strings, was flung into the rubble. Balkan scrambled to his feet amidst the bricks, his head spinning. "Damn it, did I pass out? How did the fight end?" He stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a figure still stood unmoving. As the dust cleared, Cha Jinhyuk was revealed, his fox mask now around his neck, while Balkan called his name in horror. A stream of dark black blood began to seep from the corner of Cha Jinhyuk's eye, the price for an all-out attack. Balkan frantically called Cha Jinhyuk's name as his body swayed, seemingly depleted of strength after the attack. Dark blood streamed from the corner of his eye. Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth bitterly as he realized he had exhausted all his strength and couldn't move. Amidst the rubble, Hendrik slowly propped himself up with his sword, blaming himself for not finishing the fight with that last attack. Hendrik slowly pulled his sword from the ground, his aura undiminished despite having just taken a heaven-shattering blow. Hendrik smirked, declaring that Cha Jinhyuk had passed his test. Cha Jinhyuk ignored him, pointing directly at his opponent and roaring, "You're the one who's out. You should have fallen after that blow, you monster." Hendrik burst out laughing at the accusation, but Cha Jinhyuk only snarled, calling him a troublesome bastard. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes turned cold. He growled, "Fine," as specks of red energy began to gather around him. Cha Jinhyuk proposed one final deathmatch to decide the victor, and Hendrik charged, ready for battle. Hendrik grinned with amusement, admitting that he was starting to like Cha Jinhyuk, and was ready to accept any trick he had. Cha Jinhyuk realized in horror that he had completely run out of energy, his body stiff and unable to move after his all-out attack. But Hendrik gave him no time to rest. A blazing red energy dragon roared, ready to devour everything. Hendrik smirked, naming his overwhelming technique, Blossom Dragon. An energy explosion in the shape of a dragon's maw bit down, engulfing Cha Jinhyuk, who was helplessly kneeling on the battlefield. Thinking the match was over, Hendrik smiled again and declared unexpectedly, "All right, I give up. You passed." Cha Jinhyuk, standing amidst the ruined epicenter, roared with bitter frustration, "You bastard." A while later, in the recovery room, the pet's voice rang out, mercilessly teasing, "So you lost too, didn't you? Didn't you call me a failure earlier?" The two-tailed fox lay sprawled, continuing to rub salt in the wound. "What did you say again? Let me test you, Dragon Slayer?" Wrapped in bandages, Cha Jinhyuk exploded in anger, raising a glowing hand threateningly. "Shut up right now or I'll turn you into one of my soul knights." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hendrik was also heavily bandaged, his hand trembling with pain, proving that the recent battle had taken a heavy toll on him as well. Cha Jinhyuk, completely bandaged, groaned in pain, while Balkan's spirit stood beside him, smirking. "Serves you right." Balkan continued to tease with a delighted expression, warning Cha Jinhyuk not to overexert himself. Balkan sarcastically remarked that Cha Jinhyuk was lucky to have met Uriel and received divine power. Otherwise, with that weak body, he would have been wiped out on the spot. Provoked, Cha Jinhyuk roared curses at old man Balkan, while Balkan just laughed heartily, asking if he was hearing the cries of a loser, and the two-tailed fox sighed in exasperation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the two-tailed fox perked up its ears to listen. The door slowly opened, and a deep voice resonated. "I'm coming in." Hendrik, also covered in bandages, walked in and asked about Cha Jinhyuk's condition. Cha Jinhyuk recognized the uninvited guest, but Balkan was startled, his voice trembling as he saw Hendrik. Balkan broke out in a cold sweat, recalling his previous solemn vow to tear the man apart with his own hands the next time they met. Immediately, Balkan did a 180-degree turn, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly as he hastily apologized to Hendrik for what happened last time. Hendrik smirked, acting magnanimous. "I don't hold grudges. We're on the same boat now, let's just forget the past." Balkan sweated, forcing an awkward laugh to hide his fear, while Hendrik merely stood with his arms crossed, watching. Balkan's spirit thought to himself, recalling how Hendrik was truly a madman when he soloed Cha Jinhyuk, but now he looked so different. Hendrik glanced at Cha Jinhyuk, who was covered in bandages, muttering to himself if he had gone too far, making Cha Jinhyuk grit his teeth in anger. Unable to stand the teasing, Cha Jinhyuk's aura flared, and he roared, challenging both of them. "Come at me if you dare. I'll definitely win next time." Hendrik merely glanced, a subtle thought about Cha Jinhyuk's potential flashing through his mind. Perhaps one day, you truly will. After venting his anger, Cha Jinhyuk regained his serious demeanor, looking directly at Hendrik and saying, "I called you here because I want to hear your story." Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes gleamed, and he ordered decisively, "Tell me about your past life." Hendrik's face darkened, his aura growing heavy as Cha Jinhyuk finished, "And your death as well." Hendrik began to recount his tragic past, how his family and homeland had been completely wiped out by the dragon race in a sea of fire. In Hendrik's memory, the dragons of the four emperors roared, raining fire down upon his homeland, incinerating everything. A villager screamed in utter agony as the flames consumed him, his body burning to ash. Amidst the sea of fire, the young Hendrik could only watch helplessly as his people cried out in despair. "I was lucky to escape death, and all that remained within me." Tears of helplessness streamed down Hendrik's cheeks, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the scene of destruction. The sky was obscured by the shadows of countless dragons, an absolutely overwhelming force. The dragons soared like gods of death, giving no creature a chance to survive. Was an overwhelming rage aimed at those horns and scales. His eyes now held no fear, but a burning flame of hatred. Hendrik recounted, "After that, I just climbed the tower like any other player. Luckily, I was talented enough to get this far." Cha Jinhyuk listened in silence, then made a subtle remark. "Your story is very similar to someone else I know." Hendrik revealed, "I began my dragon hunt for revenge on the 600th floor." Cha Jinhyuk frowned in surprise. "The 600th floor? That fast? So you started hunting the four emperors back then?" Hendrik firmly stated that engaging the four emperors had become commonplace, sending shivers down Cha Jinhyuk's spine just hearing it. He smirked arrogantly, explaining that the higher he climbed, the weaker the four emperors' penalties became, and by the 800th floor, they completely vanished. The two words penalties made Cha Jinhyuk jump. An important piece of the puzzle just clicked into place. The tower system was revealed. There was a calibration mechanism to prevent high-ranking players from monopolizing lower floors. Anyone descending more than 200 floors from their current benchmark would have their power nerfed. Hendrik explained that was precisely why he survived the Gold Lich's attack. Without that penalty, he would have been wiped out in an instant. Cha Jinhyuk immediately realized the issue and asked directly, "Wait, what's the highest floor you've ever reached?" The magnificent tower stood tall amidst the clouds. An unbelievable number was announced. The 900th floor. Hendrik bowed his head in admission, his journey having stopped at that terrifying milestone. Cha Jinhyuk broke into a sweat, completely shocked. The 900th floor? This guy almost became a transcendent. Hendrik recalled his final battle, when he had to single-handedly face countless elite armies of the four emperors, and eventually fell, becoming the way he is now. Hendrik scoffed at fate. How ironic, among so many species, I was reborn in the form of a dragon, my greatest enemy. Cha Jinhyuk looked at him with understanding, his voice softening. "You must have had a hard time." Hendrik admitted, "Yes, I wanted to die, but dying in this tough body isn't easy either." He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. "So I decided to accept my fate, and use this very body to complete my revenge." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, showing approval for that vengeful mindset. "That's certainly your style." Hendrik changed the subject, asking directly about the tower climbing plan, and mentioning waiting for Haryu, making Cha Jinhyuk dumbfounded. "What? You're coming with us?" Hendrik sneered, teasing the protagonist's skill. "How could I abandon a weakling like you?" Cha Jinhyuk's face twitched in annoyance, veins popping on his forehead. This guy is really annoying." Suddenly, Hendrik became serious, looking directly at Cha Jinhyuk. We have a lot in common, Cha Jinhyuk. In my final moments, I was all alone. Hendrik's words were like a knife stabbing directly into Cha Jinhyuk's memories. He fell silent, sweat pouring, as he recalled being stabbed in the back by his comrades. Hendrik concluded, laying the groundwork for a new alliance. We must learn from past mistakes. It's foolish to think we can handle them alone. Cha Jinhyuk nodded, acknowledging Hendrik's logic. You're right. We need comrades, people who will fight alongside us. Hendrik stood up, concluding the matter. So, I have a proposition. Hendrik looked directly at Cha Jinhyuk, dropping a bombshell. Why don't we form a guild? Cha Jinhyuk was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down his face at the sudden proposal. A guild? The scene shifts to the 600th floor, the main headquarters of the Holy Land Guild, a magnificent and splendid building. Clack, clack. A pink silhouette strode angrily, muttering, How annoying. Bang. Carmen Fallon kicked the door open, her face filled with murderous intent, yelling, What happened? Kane. Inside the room, Kane Fallon stood before a giant energy screen, displaying the chaotic scene on the lower floors. Kane Fallon turned with a sinister smile, announcing, We received a rather interesting report from the White Swallow Guild branch on the 10th floor. He continued, his voice full of sarcasm. Someone single-handedly burned their entire base to ashes. Carmen Fallon's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Alone? Kane Fallon, his face impassive, reported. According to intelligence from Beck Julio, this wasn't the work of a group or any guild. Carmen Fallon immediately lost her composure, yelling, Absurd. No matter how strong someone is, the penalty system would cripple the power of anyone on the lower floors. Snap. Kane snapped his fingers, his tone casual. Exactly. Even we, members of 9-Star, couldn't flatten a guild base after taking the full penalties of the 10th floor. He looked out, his gaze sharp. That means this guy has become insanely strong after only 10 floors, just like we were back then. Carmen Fallon was speechless, sweat pouring, her face a mix of shock and bitterness at the prospect of a new monster appearing. Kane smirked, showing interest. Well, we still don't know his true strength. Carmen asked worriously. If he's as strong as we think, what then? Kane turned back, his smile now a sinister grin. Of course, his eyes glowed with deadly red, a malicious grin spreading across his face. We'll have to eliminate them, just like we did 10 years ago. He concluded the plan swiftly. Hire a bounty hunter. A blonde bounty hunter exhaled a puff of smoke from her drink, calmly remarking, Someone with real power. She stood before the corpse of a giant snake monster she had just defeated, its energy orb shattered, concluding, Another mission accomplished. The blonde bounty hunter pulled up her hood, her sharp golden eyes and smug smile showing she was no pushover. Back in the room, Cha Jinhyuk sat deep in thought over Hendrik's guild proposal, while Balkan and Miho stood by, listening intently. Cha Jinhyuk finally spoke, calling his opponent by his true name. I agree with your idea, Hendrik. Hendrik was a little surprised, but Cha Jinhyuk continued. But there's still one thing that concerns me. Cha Jinhyuk revealed he was stuck on a quest from Baal. I have to make my name famous throughout the tower before reaching the 100th floor. He explained bluntly. The issue here was personal fame. It would be troublesome if my reputation were overshadowed by your name or the guild's. Hendrik frowned in thought, muttering, I see. Baal's quest, you say? Hendrik narrowed his eyes, his crimson pupils flashing with a decisive glint, concluding, Then the answer is very simple. Hendrik sealed the deal with an intense proposal. You should be the guild master, Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk froze, breaking out in a cold sweat at this outrageous offer. Hendrik casually admitted he had no interest in that position, even feeling he wasn't skilled enough to do it well. He acknowledged Cha Jinhyuk's talent, asserting that a top-tier necromancer like him was born to command an army. Cha Jinhyuk frankly admitted, though it stung, that he was currently weaker than Hendrik. If I'm in charge, he'll have to give you orders. He looked directly into his opponent's eyes, sharply questioning, Are you really okay with taking orders from someone weaker than yourself? Thud. Without a word of explanation, Hendrik suddenly acted. Flap! His cloak billowed as he knelt on one knee, bowing his head in absolute submission. Cha Jinhyuk froze, completely bewildered by what Hendrik was doing. Hendrik looked up, his crimson eyes filled with unwavering resolve, stating firmly, Is this enough of an answer? Hendrik began recounting his past. Cha Jinhyuk, you don't know what humiliation I've faced, as an image of a tattered, red-haired warrior, riddled with arrows and swords, appeared. The red eyes of the warrior in the flashback were bloodshot, filled with extreme resentment. A gigantic hand descended from the sky, crushing the lone warrior, signifying a defeat more bitter than any other. Back in the present, Cha Jinhyuk questioned. So, you mean this bit of humiliation is nothing to achieve your goal? And Hendrik confirmed without hesitation. Exactly. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, revealing his sharp teeth, and replied curtly, All right then. With a sly smile and flashing purple eyes, Cha Jinhyuk pointed to himself, declaring, Then I'll gladly accept the position of guildmaster to complete our revenge. Hendrik smiled in satisfaction, acknowledging his decision. You've made the right choice. Balkan, the spiritmaster's soul, spoke up to ask about the guild's name, while Miho sat beside him, curious. Cha Jinhyuk recalled a prophecy, an image of him wearing a demon mask appearing. The one who wears the strange mask will initiate a revolution against heaven. He settled on an overwhelming name for his guild with a confident expression. Revolution. Nothing suits it better. In a town within the tower, there were 2 ways to establish a guild: pay a registration fee to the company or negotiate with the puppet manager for a waiver. Halcyon, grinning from ear to ear, bowed and greeted. Welcome back, Sir Demon Mask. Wearing the demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk coldly asked, Oh right, the puppet manager is gone, isn't he? Halcyon gleefully confirmed his new status. Yes, I, Halcyon, am now in charge of the 10th floor branch. Cha Jinhyuk glanced to the side, noticing an uninvited guest comfortably seated in the room. Ken, the tower manager, leaned back in his chair with a smug expression, wondering why Cha Jinhyuk was here. Ken explained that he was just loitering around while the tower was under maintenance, and coincidentally befriended Halcyon, which the new manager happily confirmed. Halcyon rubbed his hands, returning to the main topic with an expectant look. So, what brings you here today, sir? His purple eyes flashed behind the mask, and Cha Jinhyuk got straight to the point. I want to form a guild. Halcyon beamed, flattering that if it were a guild founded by Sir Demon Mask, everyone would surely scramble to join. Halcyon looked bewildered, explaining the rules. But to form a guild, you need at least 2 people. Cha Jinhyuk quietly appeared with Hendrik, Balkan, and Miho, asking nonchalantly, 2 people, you say? Is this enough? Halcyon and tower manager Ken's eyes widened and jaws dropped, immediately recognizing the infamous boss. It's the dragon in the plaza. You got him to join your guild? Cha Jinhyuk put his mask back on, commenting casually, Looks like my guild members are quite famous, huh? Hendrik, however, didn't care, wondering if famous was even a compliment. Cha Jinhyuk declared this lineup was just the beginning. There aren't just these members. I've already sent invitations to other future members. Meanwhile, at the forge, Master Blacksmith Geno was hard at work when a glowing blue invitation suddenly appeared before him. The former branch manager also received an invitation from a mannequin puppet, and he immediately complied. I understand. Sir Goldlich also instructed me to spare no effort in fulfilling your requests. Amidst a fierce battle with an orc warrior, Haryu and a red-haired swordsman also unexpectedly received a glowing invitation. The final invitation was placed atop a mountain of gold coins, a gesture typical of the wealthy. The recipient was none other than William, the Gold Lich, who smirked meaningfully. A guild? Interesting. Cha Jinhyuk gathered dark magic power in his hand, purple energy crackling with immense pressure, preparing to unleash a skill. With a devilish smile, he unleashed 10-finger bullet, 10 streams of magic power shooting from his fingertips like machine gun fire. That wasn't all. A gigantic magic circle appeared on the ground, ready for a wide area attack. Separation magic was activated, firing countless purple energy beams that swept away the charging high-tier monsters. Amidst the rain of magic bullets, Cha Jinhyuk stood still like a god, the monsters around him merely trash being obliterated. Hendrik asked about the 9-tailed fox's quest, and Cha Jinhyuk replied curtly while standing on a pile of monster corpses. Yeah, and today's the day I complete it. Meanwhile, Miho was happily devouring the liver, the feeding the liver quest progress bar almost reaching its final mark. She gulped, completing the 998th piece out of 999. The final number jumped to 999, over 999, the quest bar flashing unusually, signaling that something was about to happen. Immediately, a gigantic pink pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the fox's position, energy erupting violently. Hendrik wondered about the quest reward, and Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly replied, It didn't tell me. The pink energy sphere spun rapidly, exploding violently, signaling a major event. The system panel displayed a message from the 9-tailed fox, stating it was about to regain its true form, making Cha Jinhyuk immediately realize the situation. Balkan's face went pale, and he frantically pointed towards the explosion. Look, Jinhyuk! A female silhouette radiated dazzling light, hovering in midair amidst the storm of energy. Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. The light faded, revealing a white-haired, red-eyed fox girl with 9 flowing tails, leaving Cha Jinhyuk utterly shocked. Miho's true form? Having just made her overwhelming debut, the fox girl lost her balance and fell straight into the bewildered Cha Jinhyuk's arms. Hendrik and Balkan rushed over to check on them, while the 2 supreme entities, the apex of malevolence and the 9-tailed fox, chatted privately, praising the cute child. The fox girl woke up in Cha Jinhyuk's arms, looking up with innocent eyes and babbling. "Da." The fox girl, with sparkling eyes, looked up at Cha Jinhyuk and uttered a single word. "Dad?" Cha Jinhyuk, Balkan, and Hendrik all froze, their brains unable to process this sudden family reunion. While they were still bewildered, Haryu suddenly appeared, walking straight towards them. Haryu broke out in a sweat, her eyes spinning, and she asked Cha Jinhyuk with a trembling voice, You have a child?" Cha Jinhyuk recognized Haryu, his mind reeling, unable to understand why she was here, while the fox girl in his arms also looked over curiously. The fox girl pointed towards Haryu, innocently asking Cha Jinhyuk, "Who is that?" Without a moment's hesitation, Haryu strode forward, her eyes firm, and called out loudly, "Dad." Cha Jinhyuk frantically held the fox girl back, yelling at the system, "Hey, 9-tailed fox, what the hell is going on?" A cold system notification appeared. "Quest complete. Miho has officially become your pet." Cha Jinhyuk froze, finally realizing, "A pet? So this is the reward for increasing her favorability?" As Cha Jinhyuk held Miho, the 9-tailed fox's system panel appeared with a blunt message. "I entrust my daughter to your care." Miho frantically clung to him, her voice trembling. "Wait, resolve this first before you go." Balkan and Hendrik stood behind them, smirking. Hendrik taunted, "So, humans can give birth to foxes these days?" While Balkan chuckled awkwardly, Hey, congratulations?" Cha Jinhyuk's veins bulged on his face and he roared, "Are you two messing with me?" After hearing the exchange, Haryu couldn't withstand the shock and collapsed to her knees on the ground in despair. Haryu muttered deliriously, trying to reassure herself. "A daughter. If he has a daughter that old then." "No, Big Brother is strong and cool, it's normal for him to have a lover." Harria's pupils were tangled like threads, and she lied to herself. "Just accept it from the start. Just think that I mean something to him. It's fine. I'm okay." A pair of black boots stepped in front of Haryu. Hendrik spoke, recognizing her. "A female demon. So you are Haryu." Hendrik stood tall, introducing himself properly. "Pleased to meet you. I am Hendrik, and I have joined Cha Jinhyuk's party." Still kneeling on the ground, Haryu looked up at Hendrik with astonished eyes, speechless at his imposing aura. Haryu's pupils contracted, clearly reflecting Hendrik standing before her. In Harria's eyes, Hendrik's reflection erupted in red flames, a premonition from her newly activated foresight ability. Haryu's foresight activated, throwing her into a horrifying vision. Her hobgoblin village, engulfed in a sea of flames. Villagers, both adults and children, screamed in despair as the destructive flames consumed everything. Amidst the sea of fire, a cloaked shadow with a pair of demonic horns stood tall, the mastermind behind the tragedy. The villain revealed himself with a savage smile, his hands erupting with deadly flames, reveling in the destruction he had wrought. Back in reality, Haryu gritted her teeth, her eyes locked on Hendrik with hatred, roaring, "The village's enemy." Without a word of explanation, she lunged at Hendrik with a full-force attack, yelling, "Die!" But the black-haired demon merely stood still, looking surprised. Clang! Hendrik easily blocked Haryu's sword strike with one hand. Her strength was utterly childish before him. Attacked unexpectedly, Hendrik turned to Cha Jinhyuk, snapping, "Cha Jinhyuk, explain it to her. She's misunderstanding something." Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, casually taunting. "Really? She went crazy when she saw you? Deal with it yourself." Hendrik broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his teammate had left him in a tough spot, and worried the situation would worsen. She might get seriously hurt. Ignoring Hendrik, who was under attack, Cha Jinhyuk calmly thought, "Don't worry, she'll get through it." Hendrik smirked, easily blocking Haryu's blade, and began to scheme. "In that case, consider this your entrance exam for fighting against gods." With that, Hendrik unleashed his aura, sending Haryu flying. Haryu was blown away like a leaf, tumbling through the air. Whoosh! She plummeted straight to the ground, creating an earth-shattering impact. The ground cracked open into a deep crater after her uncontrolled landing. Amidst the dust cloud, Haryu let out a furious roar, refusing to fall. She sprang up, charging to attack again, her two swords clashing with sparks. Hendrik looked Haryu straight in the eyes, his gaze both acknowledging and disdainful. Good spirit. But that alone won't cut me, Hendrik growled, unleashing a torrent of blazing red energy that completely overwhelmed Haryu. Haryu strained to block the attack, her entire body trembling as she realized how terrifying Hendrik's power was. Thrown back like a puppet, Haryu flew backward, tearing up the ground with a thunderous crash. Lying flattened in the crater, Haryu bitterly admitted that the power gap between them was immense. She gritted her teeth in hatred, resentful that her enemy was right before her, yet she was too weak to exact revenge. Suddenly, the dragonflesh sword spirit materialized, laughing maniacally and confirming Hendrik's identity. Haha, that's right, that bastard is a dragon. The dragonflesh sword spirit turned to Haryu, his voice full of arrogance. Hey little demon, just this once, I'll lend you my power. His eyes flashed with crimson lightning, and he roared. I will give you the power to kill that dragon. So you understand why I am the dragon-slaying sword. Haryu accepted the pact, her black hair turning fiery red as a surge of pinkish-purple energy erupted, enveloping her body. Empowered, Haryu soared into the air, preparing to unleash a destructive blow, making Hendrik look up with interest. A sword with a spirit, huh? Good, come at me. Die, Haryu roared, swinging her energy-infused sword straight down at Hendrik's head. Clang, Hendrik smirked, effortlessly blocking Haryu's full power slash with one hand. Haryu was utterly shocked, unable to believe that the power of the dragon-slaying sword was so easily blocked by just one hand. Before she could recover, Haryu took a devastating kick to the stomach from Hendrik. The kick sent Haryu flying backward, gasping for air. She collapsed to the ground, utterly helpless against the disparity in skill. Hendrik approached, his voice full of sarcasm. Don't think my sword is ordinary. In terms of material, it's superior to yours. Completely overwhelmed, Haryu could only grit her teeth and call out the name of the dragon-slaying sword in despair. The dragonflesh sword spirit appeared behind her as Haryu screamed in her mind, begging for enough power to exact revenge. The dragonflesh sword spirit laughed gleefully, placing a hand on Haryu's head. Haha, that's it. That's the spirit I need. Responding to her call, Haryu's sword once again erupted with energy, radiating a deadly pinkish-purple killing intent. Haryu, her hair fiery red, was engulfed in the deadly purple killing intent from her sword. Hendrik froze, recognizing that overwhelming power. That's Thread Sword. Haryu roared, her eyes burning with hatred. This is a blood debt for my village. I will make you pay for the resentment of the dead. She swung an earth-shattering sword strike, a massive surge of energy tearing through space and hurtling straight towards Hendrik. Hendrik, sweating coldly, muttered, This power far exceeds that kid's level. The sword is forcing her. Realizing the danger, Hendrik decided to act. If this continues, the sword's owner will be wiped out. Whoosh! Hendrik closed in, grabbing Haryu's wrist tightly and yelling, Let go of that sword. He warned in a low voice. That power is like a parasite devouring you. You're not strong enough to control it. Haryu gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as the dark energy gnawed at her body, unable to let go. Painful memories flooded back. The image of the hobgoblin village engulfed in flames appeared, explaining her hatred. Devoured by the sword, Haryu completely turned chaotic, her hair blazing red and her eyes spewing dark energy. She roared defiantly. As long as you're not dead, I won't let go of this sword. Her hateful energy exploded, and Haryu unleashed a destructive attack, vowing never to forgive the one who burned her village. Hendrik glided as light as wind, easily dodging her full power attack. Hendrik smirked, seeing through the core of the problem. So you also hate the dragon race. That's why you can't resist it, isn't it? All right, Hendrik declared, his entire body erupting in a sea of flames. As someone who has wielded a sword longer, I know what I must do. He unleashed his full power, and a colossal fire dragon appeared, roaring, asserting that he would stop her from walking the path of evil. Hendrik looked directly at Haryu, his voice firm. It's going to hurt, but you won't die. Facing overwhelming power, Haryu froze, her frenzy extinguished by absolute terror. Flash! Hendrik wasted no words, firing a destructive crimson energy blast straight at Haryu. Haryu gritted her teeth, mustering all her strength to withstand an attack of a completely different caliber. Kaboom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away everything within its range. Even though she was sent flying like a rag doll amidst the shattered debris, Haryu stubbornly refused to let go of her sword. Waking up after the impact, Haryu's bloodshot eyes showed surprise as she realized her surroundings had changed. Her rage dissipated. Haryu found herself standing in a familiar forest full of blue flowers, confused as she realized this was near her village. A soccer ball unexpectedly rolled to her feet, an object completely out of place in this world. Her hair now black again, Haryu picked up the ball blankly, completely bewildered by what was happening. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Haryu," making her jump and turn around. The children from Haryu's village, with their strange faces, ran towards her, shouting that they had lost their ball. Haryu, back to her normal state with black hair, smiled and handed the ball back to the children. She gently asked them questions, but her smile seemed forced as she confronted her past. The atmosphere changed 180 degrees. The children's faces turned demonic, and they coldly questioned, "Why are you the only one who survived?" Haryu froze, her pupils contracting in horror at the question that pierced straight into her guilt. A hand suddenly erupted in furious flames, clenching as if desperately clinging to life. A blazing, skeletal spirit appeared right before her, screaming Haryu's name and begging her for help. Its burning mouth gaped open, letting out a desperate roar. "I want to live like you too." Completely broken, Haryu could only stare, tears streaming endlessly at the horrifying memories tormenting her. A mountain of charred hobgoblin villagers' corpses appeared in Haryu's mind, their mournful voices echoing in unison, questioning, "Why, Haryu? Why are you the only one who survived?" Completely overwhelmed by guilt, Haryu sobbed, tormenting herself. How? How could I be the only one who survived? Amidst the sea of fiery illusions, the dragonflesh sword spirit appeared with an overbearing aura, bluntly stating to the kneeling Haryu, "Because you are destined to live." The dragonflesh sword spirit growled, explaining her undeniable fate. The one destined to wield the dragonflesh sword must survive. Haryu looked up, tears still flowing, but her eyes had turned into a flame of hatred. A pair of small horns sprouted, and her hair blazed red as she accepted her destiny. "There is only one path to avenge my people, and that is me." A new surge of power erupted, and Haryu rose from the shadows, ready for a spectacular transformation. Whoosh! Haryu shot straight up the cliff face at terrifying speed, leaving a stunned Hendrik below, her voice echoing, "A hobgoblin never forgets kindness or hatred. That is our nature." Hendrik broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe Haryu's level. "She took my dragon flash and still bounced back? Are you kidding me?" Thud! Haryu landed with immense force, the ground cracking beneath her feet, signaling a completely different level of power. In her chaotic state, Haryu let out a wild roar, swinging her broken sword and charging straight at Hendrik. With eyes wide and filled with hatred, she poured all her strength into this suicidal attack. She lunged forward at terrifying speed, aiming straight for Hendrik, who stood ready. Hendrik was thrown back, but he merely clicked his tongue in disdain. "Ch, is that all?" Crack! Haryu's sword couldn't withstand the impact, shattering into crystal fragments. Haryu collapsed, exhausted. The dragonflesh sword spirit appeared, coldly remarking, "It seems you can't handle this power yet." He looked at her, his voice serious. "You must become stronger." The dragonflesh sword spirit continued to instruct as Haryu lost consciousness. "Until you can fully wield me, until you can avenge your entire tribe." Thump! Hendrik caught the unconscious Haryu, the impact creating a loud sound. Jinhuk and Balkan rushed over in a panic, shouting Haryus and Hendrik's names, unsure of what had just happened. Hendrik, still upholding Haryu, calmly explained, "I'm fine. The kid ran out of juice before she could stab me." The black-horned man looked at Haryu slumped in his arms with a calm expression, as if he had just finished a warm-up exercise. Haryu was fast asleep. Hendrik stated simply, "Just let her sleep." The group took Haryu to an inn in town so she could get some proper rest. Lying on the bed, Haryu was still unconscious, clearly having pushed herself beyond her limits, especially after wielding that overbearing sword. Jinhuk worried. "When she wakes up, she'll probably try to stab me again, huh?" Hendrik replied concisely, "Quite possibly. Her situation is similar to mine." Hendrik mused, speculating with certainty. There must have been members of the dragon race among those who destroyed her village. The black-horned man looked at Haryu, asserting that she, too, would have to face hatred like him, then concluded with a philosophical statement. "Weapons are not guilty, the wielder is." Jinhuk looked directly at Hendrik, his expression serious, clearly having something private to discuss. Creak! The room door opened, and Jinhuk called out simply, "Come with me, Hendrik." Jinhuk announced that he had booked the entire floor for Hendrik to rest until Haryu woke up, but the black-horned man stubbornly brushed it off, saying there was no need to worry about him. Jinhuk exploded, snapping directly at Hendrik. "You idiot! Who's worried about you? I did this so Haryu could have peace and not have to see your face." Hendrik's cloak flared as he silently turned and left, not arguing another word. In the quiet room, Haryu had fallen into a deep sleep, looking completely peaceful after exhausting all her strength. Haryu stirred slightly, her eyes slowly opening, beginning to wake from her daze. Through her still hazy eyes, Haryu saw a blurry silhouette of a white-haired girl, whispering, "Huh? Is that?" The image gradually sharpened. It was the evolved fox girl sitting beside her. But in her delirium, Haryu mistook her for, "My brother?" The evolved fox girl's eyes lit up, letting out an excited, "Wow!" when she saw Haryu stir awake. Haryu sprang up like a coiled spring, her face utterly panicked at seeing the evolved fox girl right beside her, stammering, But you're," while the evolved fox girl innocently announced, "The girl with horns is awake." Just then, Jinhuk walked in, and Haryu joyfully called out, "Brother!" The evolved fox girl ignored Haryu, rushing straight towards Jinhuk and happily shouted, "Dad!" while Haryu behind her was still dazed. Everything still a bit blurry, but, hearing the word "dad," Haryu froze, sweat pouring down, her pupils spinning from information overload. The shock was too great, causing Haryu to sway, unable to stand steady. With a thud, Haryu collapsed onto the bed, unconscious for the second time, leaving the evolved fox girl bewildered. "Huh? Sleeping again?" Jinhuk grabbed the evolved fox girl, lifted her up, and warned in a low voice, "There'll be a funeral soon if you keep calling me that." The evolved fox girl innocently asked whose funeral, and Jinhuk coldly glanced at the motionless Haryu. "Hers." Jinhuk concluded with the team, "Are you all packed? We won't be returning to floor 10. Haryu confidently replied, boasting that the dragon-slaying sword now felt like a part of her body, and even if it broke, it would find its way back. Hendrik declared that his belongings were managed by magic, so nothing was left behind, while Miho quickly corrected herself. "Dad, no, big brother. I didn't forget anything either." Jinhuk, now wearing a red demon mask, looked surprised. "Huh? That's a surprise. You're calling me big brother instead of dad?" Haryu immediately puffed out her chest, her face full of pride. "I taught her that," Haryu explained as if it were obvious that Miho was still young and couldn't distinguish between dad and big brother. So she had painstakingly taught her for clarity, despite the girl's speechless expression. Miho pouted and instantly flipped the script, but Miho likes dad more. Snap. Hearing that, Harriet's expression changed, radiating killing intent, her eyes sparking with fire as she tightly squeezed the terrified Miho's head. Jinhyuk interrupted the comedic scene, throwing out several scrolls and ordering, "Each of you take one." Hendrik picked up the scroll to examine it, and it was a teleportation scroll. Jinhyuk explained that by simply tearing the scroll, they would all be teleported to the meeting room prepared by William, causing Haryu and Miho to gape in awe at the exorbitant price of this high-quality item. Just as Jinhyuk was about to depart, Balkan shrieked, his face pale. "Wait, hold on, what about me?" Exuding dense dark energy, Jinhyuk turned back, saying in a nonchalant voice, "Ah, right, I almost forgot," then extended his hand. A surge of dark energy grabbed Balkan's soul and pulled it out, making him scream in pain and anger. "Jinhyuk, you bastard. I told you not to treat me like an item that can be taken out and put back into an inventory." Completely ignoring Balkan's curses, Jinhyuk firmly held the scroll and coldly declared, "All right, let's go." Rip. The teleportation scroll was torn, releasing a brilliant surge of magical light. The entire group, including Jinhyuk, Haryu, Miho, Hendrik, and Balkan's soul, were enveloped by the light and vanished from their original spot. They all appeared in a luxurious and magnificent hall. Hendrik asked in bewilderment, "Where is this?" While Haryu was overwhelmed, Jinhyuk explained that this space was created by magic, something only William's bottomless pockets could afford. Suddenly, a pillar of blue light appeared nearby, making Haryu jump and turn to look. As the light faded, Hendrik had changed into a new outfit, an imposing black cloak, completely different from his old clothes. A muscular old hobgoblin was stunned, calling out in a trembling voice, "Haryu!" Haryu froze, unable to believe her eyes as she recognized the old acquaintance, whispering, "Elder Geno is really alive." Without another word, Geno rushed forward and embraced Haryu, both elder and child bursting into cries of, "Haryu, Grandpa!" Tears streamed down as the elder and child, who thought they had lost each other forever, were finally reunited in a tight embrace. Standing from afar, Balkan's soul mused, "They finally reunited." Jinhyuk simply replied, "Yeah, lucky." Suddenly, William walked in, spread his arms, and grumbled with a displeased expression. "Everyone is late." He walked along the hall, heading towards Jinhuk's group, saying in a condescending tone, "Being 10 minutes early is the minimum courtesy, isn't it?" William walked past Jinhuk, patted his shoulder, and said mockingly, "You've gotten much weaker, Death Star. Cha Jinhyuk replied, reminding him. You know the situation with the Oni tribe. Show a little understanding. The name, Death Star, startled the black-haired man accompanying William, and information about a legend flashed in his mind. Death Star? The powerful tower climber who died 10 years ago? The one who betrayed humanity for power? Sensing the stranger's gaze, Cha Jinhyuk turned, smirked behind his mask, and asked a challenging question. You know a lot about me, don't you? Cha Jinhyuk ripped off his mask, his purple eyes flashing with a deadly glint and a sneer. It's me, the guy who died 10 years ago. William coldly closed his notebook, concluding the report. And that's all the information we have. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. Cha Jinhyuk sat in the chairman's seat, surrounded by a true lineup of monsters. Balkan, William, Hendrik, Jeno, Haryu, and a few new faces. The white blazer man clutched his head, his voice unable to hide his shock. Wait. So, Haryu continued, her eyes filled with indignation. The 4 emperors have secretly eliminated those with potential, and the raid on the Oni village on floor 100 was one of their actions. The white blazer man looked at Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik, finally piecing things together. So, both of you, Cha Jinhyuk and Sir Hendrik, are victims who returned from the dead. Cha Jinhyuk, wearing sunglasses, smirked confidently. Exactly. Therefore, our guild's goal is revenge. Taking off his glasses, Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes blazed with madness as he announced the guild's name. Heaven Defiers. True to our name, we will overturn the entire celestial realm where those bastards live. Jeno laughed heartily, muttering in admiration. I knew he was crazy. The white blazer man also couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes shining brightly. But just as expected, these people will be able to change this entire tower. The door to the luxurious meeting room creaked open as the discussion about the future of the Heaven Defiers Guild came to an end. William questioned the upcoming plan, but Cha Jinhyuk just sneered. What else is there for tower climbers to do? His purple eyes flashed with a deadly light. Cha Jinhyuk declared succinctly, I will climb the tower. He affirmed that this was also the common goal for all guild members. Everyone must grind to become as strong as possible. Jeno, the sinewy blacksmith, nodded in agreement, muttering their motto. The only way to put out a fire is with a bigger fire. The door burst open, and Haryu ran in, calling out loudly, Elder Jeno, while patting his back affectionately. Haryu took Jeno's hand, her eyes full of expectation, as she asked if he would join the group in continuing to conquer the tower. Jeno smiled kindly, replying that he was very happy to be invited, but I will act separately. Jeno finished his sentence, deeply shocking Haryu, who cried out, Huh? Why? Jeno explained that seeing Haryu safe, all the hatred in his heart had vanished, and he believed a kind child like her would feel the same. Jeno explained that if they stayed together, they would become complacent and stagnant, because his existence would prevent the Oni tribe's last sword from being wielded. The blacksmith held out a scroll, declaring that from now on he would change his name to Shadowless and no longer be Oni Geno, but just an ordinary blacksmith. Jeno instructed Haryu, as the last Oni, to never forget her responsibility and her rage, making her call out his name in shock. Cha Jinhyuk placed a hand on Haryu's shoulder, interrupting domineeringly and calling out the elder's new name. Then, Elder Shadowless, I will assign you a separate mission. Cha Jinhyuk turned to William, ordering bluntly, Gold Lich. I want to establish our base on floor 100. You need to investigate the Oni village anyway, right? William agreed immediately, but also raised a practical concern. No problem. But have you chosen anyone for the manager position yet? Cha Jinhyuk smirked confidently, asserting firmly that the candidate who was both qualified and present was right here. He pointed directly at Jeno, declaring that the elder was the best Oni blacksmith, and also a local expert on floor 100, familiar with its terrain and characteristics. William pondered thoughtfully, then nodded in agreement, admitting it was a reasonable move. Immediately, William ordered his subordinate, Puppet, take the elder to floor 100. The puppet manager, William's subordinate, patted Jeno's shoulder in a condescending manner. I will escort you with the utmost respect. Cha Jinhyuk smirked confidently, declaring that with all destinations decided, it was time for them to depart. Jeno roared with an imposing aura, officially naming their group, All right, you heavenly anomalies. Cha Jinhyuk, now wearing his cool red demon mask, growled his command, Depart, and live up to our name. The entire team teleported to the safe zone of floor 11, a medieval town located right at the floor's entrance. Amidst the swirling teleportation energy, Cha Jinhyuk appeared alone, his aura overwhelming the entire space. He looked up at the towering spire before him, officially stepping onto a new battlefield. Floor 11. His purple eyes behind the mask gleamed with a deadly light. Cha Jinhyuk thought to himself, "This is the true beginning." Memories of the day he was betrayed flooded back, the image of him being pierced by a holy light attack appearing vividly. And the ones behind it all were none other than the siblings Kane Fallon and Carmen Fallon of Nine Star, with smug smiles on their faces. Memories of another traitor among Nine Star resurfaced, a brown-haired man with a sinister grin stretching to his ears, and Kane Fallon, that trashy paladin, with an utterly contemptuous gaze as he looked at his dying prey. The entire Heavenly Tao Anomaly team, consisting of Cha Jinhyuk, Miho, Haryu, Hendrik, and Jeno, stood before the tower with overwhelming momentum, ready for the sweep. Cha Jinhyuk smirked under his mask and declared in a low voice, "Just you wait. I don't care where you are. It'll tear you all to shreds." As soon as he set foot on floor 11, Cha Jinhyuk encountered a mysterious figure who had just emerged from the teleportation gate. It turned out to be a blonde woman with sharp eyes and a meaningful smile, clearly not someone to be trifled with. She stood from afar, observing Cha Jinhyuk's team as they entered the town, with a calculating gaze. The scene shifted to floor 50, a bustling city, indicating a leap in time and space. Two residents were whispering about a shocking rumor that had just spread everywhere. The rumor was about the masked demon, the one who had ravaged the entire tower and climbed straight to floor 50 at an unbelievable speed. The Holy Land Guard spotted the intruder and shouted, "Deal with him." Cha Jinhyuk stood surrounded, dark energy erupting as he summoned the Shadow Army from beneath the ground, calling them the Believers of the Holy Land. Following the order to wipe them out, the Shadow Legion charged into battle, slashing and killing, tearing the guards to shreds in an instant. Another squad of soldiers ignored William, who lay fallen, shouting as they charged straight towards the main target. "Ambush him. Target the Necromancer." Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked under his demon mask. Clearly, this warm-up wasn't enough for him. The real deal began to appear. Haryu and Miho also entered the fray, with no less impressive aura. A guard screamed in despair, completely unable to comprehend where these monsters came from. Standing afar, the red-haired commander was stunned as he witnessed an entire dense Shadow Legion pour out and a purple magic explosion destroy a corner of the city. The red-haired commander gnashed his teeth, with dark lines etched on his face, resentful that this disaster occurred precisely while he was in charge. He roared, activating power from the Green Lantern, declaring his identity as a branch manager of a Holy Land-affiliated guild, and swore he wouldn't stand for it. The red-haired commander went all out, pouring all his strength into summoning a giant stone golem from green energy, the ground shaking violently. The stone golem materialized, its green eyes glowing brightly with killing intent, looking like the real deal. The red-haired commander laughed maniacally, shouting orders for the golem to protect the pride of the Holy Land Guild. Haryu and Hendrik watched, realizing this was a monster from floor 120, a formidable opponent. Believing he had found his trump card, the red-haired commander confidently declared the tables had turned, and the traitors would soon pay. No sooner had he finished ordering the golem to crush the enemy than his summoned creature was sliced into countless pieces by countless red energy slashes. The red-haired commander's smile froze, sensing something was wrong when the golem suddenly stopped. Amidst the golem's wreckage, Hendrik stood there with his blazing red sword, proving the caliber of a top-tier teammate. Hendrik glanced arrogantly, declaring that the power just displayed was no joke. It was on a completely different level. The red-haired commander froze, unable to believe his eyes, and then Cha Jinhyuk appeared like a ghost right behind him. Cha Jinhyuk grabbed the red-haired commander's neck tightly, giving him no chance to resist. From the balcony, Cha Jinhyuk coldly interrogated Shikari's subordinate, while his Shadow Legion had already surrounded the scene. Choked to the point of suffocation, the red-haired commander screamed in despair, threatening Cha Jinhyuk that he was picking a fight with both the Holy Land and Nine Star. Wearing the demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk replied curtly with a look of disdain. Of course not. He crushed the commander's neck, declaring bluntly, "Those bastards have been my enemies for 10 years already." Meanwhile, other players were buzzing about the reputation of the masked demon, who specialized in flattening Nine Star's allied guilds whenever he climbed the tower. Cha Jinhyuk removed half of his mask, smiling smugly, and declared that everything here had been taken care of. The entire formidable team, consisting of Cha Jinhyuk, Hendrik, Haryu, Miho, Jeno, and Balkan, gathered, ready to sweep away all enemy plans. The town residents fearfully recognized the masked demons group as the ones who had attacked Nine Star's allied guilds. Cha Jinhyuk, still wearing his mask, spoke with Ball through a system screen and affirmed that he would complete the mission before reaching floor 100. Hendrik questioned Balkan, thinking Cha Jinhyuk was showing his hand. After erasing all traces of magic up to floor 40, Why reveal information publicly now? Haryu looked directly at Cha Jinhyuk and probed. You intentionally leaked the information, didn't you? He, wearing his demon mask, replied curtly and coldly. That's right. You guessed correctly. Cha Jinhyuk declared bluntly that he was tired of hunting down every guild for information. From now on, I'll make them come to me. He snapped his fingers, summoning his status window to check his current strength. Cha Jinhyuk's status window appeared with greatly buffed stats. He was confident that he was no longer an easy target for any small fry who wanted to jump in. With both magic power and divine power in hand, Cha Jinhyuk smirked. Even if it was just a little, they would be useful tools even if a challenger from a higher floor attacked him. Cha Jinhyuk began to consider equipment, but Hendrik warned, don't be too greedy. Hendrik asserted that with equipment forged by Geno, finding anything better was almost impossible without climbing to higher floors of the tower. Miho saw Haryu looking sad and immediately pointed at Hendrik, tattling. Hendrik made Haryu sad. She worried if the old man Geno was all right. Hendrik flinched and vehemently denied it, while Cha Jinhyuk coldly concluded, it seems we have no other choice. Cha Jinhyuk turned and walked away, declaring that if he wanted to lift Haryu's spirits and find some good gear, there was only one place to go, making Hendrik ask curiously. With sharp eyes behind his mask, Cha Jinhyuk revealed the location. The black market on floor 51. It was a place where players hunted for unique items that couldn't be found through normal channels, and occasionally even stumbled upon rare treasures. He turned to the two girls, declaring bluntly, if you see anything you like, just take it, it's on me. Haryu's eyes lit up as she asked again, while Miho jumped up and down, cheering, insisting on going. Cha Jinhyuk thought to himself. He hadn't expected the two of them to be so excited. He should have bought them things sooner. Balkan appeared, excited at the mention of shopping. But just then, a strange red orb rolled to the group's feet. The orb suddenly emitted a dazzling light, clearly a device that had just been activated. Hendrik's eyes widened in horror, immediately realizing, a bomb. Kaboom! A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area. Amidst the smoke and dust, Cha Jinhyuk was thrown back by an extremely powerful force, unable to react in time. A click sound echoed. His purple eyes behind the mask flashed, as if he had activated something. Cha Jinhyuk's pupils contracted, realizing a brand new threat was aimed directly at him. Shane suddenly appeared, firing an energy shot straight at his face. Cha Jinhyuk narrowly dodged in the nick of time, the energy blast tearing up the ground where he had just stood. The explosion created a terrifying shockwave, blowing away a corner of the black market street. Cha Jinhyuk muttered, admitting that toy gun was incredibly powerful. If not for his mask, he would have been wiped out. Shane looked incredulous, not expecting her prey to dodge a close-range shot like that. While she was still stunned, Hendrik closed in from behind, raising his hand to deliver a finishing blow. But she merely smirked, calmly ordering, visor down. Shane replied to someone, simultaneously activating a hexagonal energy shield, blocking Hendrik's attack. A red mechanical suit enveloped her, making Hendrik gasp. Is that a machine? She roared. Impact reversal. Deflecting Hendrik's full attack force with a blazing red energy explosion, blowing away Hendrik. Pushed back by the explosion, Hendrik, Haryu, and Miho all leaped backward to maintain a safe distance. Haryu and Miho simultaneously roared in indignation, determined to protect their brother from the one who dared to point a gun at him. The group landed, while Shane activated her flight unit, hovering in midair. With jet engines on her back, she soared into the sky, easily dodging the retaliatory attacks from Haryu and Miho. Haryu gasped in astonishment. She can fly? While Miho excitedly cheered. Airplane! It's the airplane, big sister. From above, Shane dropped a series of red spherical bombs, surrounding Haryu and Miho. One spherical bomb split open, its energy core inside beginning to glow, preparing for a terrifying explosion. Kaboom! A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area, blasting dirt and rocks everywhere. Haryu and Miho were caught in the full shockwave, both covered in smoke and dust, their eyes wide and blank from the concussion. Hovering in the air, Shane looked down at the fallen Haryu and sneered. I expected more. Is that all you've got? Of course not. Not by a long shot. A cold voice echoed as Cha Jinhyuk appeared, his dark sword blocking an invisible attack. Slash! Cha Jinhyuk swung his sword, creating a massive dark purple energy slash in retaliation against the enemy in the air. Hendrik was slightly surprised by Cha Jinhyuk's power, then smirked. Not bad. Now it's a fair fight. Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to take on Shane 2-on-1. Whoosh! Both charged, pincering Shane from two sides. Don't waste your strength, she calmly ordered. I have something to say to you too. She removed her helmet, revealing her golden hair and beautiful face, then introduced herself. My name is Shane, a bounty hunter, and quite a good one at that. Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik stood opposite Shane, muttering, A bounty hunter? Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, realizing someone had put a bounty on his head even though they hadn't even cleared floor 50 yet. Shane waved her hand, acting all-knowing. No need for introductions. I already know about you, the masked monster rookie, and your eccentric dragon friend. Shane smirked maliciously, her golden eyes glowing like a predator's. And you two are my prey. Hendrik pointed his blazing sword directly at Shane, his aura surging. Any last words? Shane suddenly burst into cheerful laughter, her attitude doing a 180. Just kidding, until I change my mind. Shane's smile became enigmatic, but in return, how about we make a small wager? Shane rested her blade on her shoulder, her eyes sharp and full of confidence. A wager that benefits all of us. Hendrik frowned, clearly suspicious of the sudden offer. A wager? Shane offered a tempting bet. If you win, I'll tell you the price on your heads and who placed the bounty. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed, his mind already calculating the next move. Hendrik flew into a rage, raising his hand to tear Shane's throat. I've heard enough. That neck needs to be severed. But Cha Jinhyuk quickly shouted to stop him. Cha Jinhyuk held back his hot-headed friend, analyzing clearly. If 9-Star or the 4 Emperors are behind this, our path up the tower will be extremely dangerous. Let's hear what she has to say first. Hendrik clicked his tongue loudly, his face grim, but he reluctantly calmed down. Cha Jinhyuk stepped forward to seal the deal. We agree to your proposal, but what's the wager? Shane smirked, both hands grabbing her helmet. I always enjoy testing my strength against powerful opponents. Fwhip! Shane donned her full gear, clapped her hands together, and growled. What I mean is, let's have an all-out battle. Hendrik roared as if tricked. What? That's no different from just fighting. But Shane cut him off. With one condition. Shane raised a hand, stating her condition firmly. No matter who wins, all 3 of us must survive. If I die, you won't get any information. Hendrik and Cha Jinhyuk exchanged glances, beginning to realize the issue. So she doesn't want a death match. What the hell does she want? Shane added another condition, pointing directly at Cha Jinhyuk. Since it's 2-on-1, I forbid you from summoning anything, you masked demon. Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly agreed immediately, but in his mind, he already had a plan. Once I catch her, I'll make her scream. Hendrik, meanwhile, laughed like a madman, licking his lips with bloodlust. So as long as you're alive, it's fine even if I break all your limbs, right? In that case, Shane was no less eager for battle, smirking as she activated her helmet. Let's do this. Whoosh. Shane's helmet detached, transforming into a hovering combat drone, ready to fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The drone rained bullets down on Cha Jinhyuk's position, forcing him to jump back to dodge. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his hand already charged with purple magic. This childish toy isn't enough. Surprise. Shane closed in from behind with an energy sword, her voice full of sarcasm. Did you forget about me? Cha Jinhyuk raised one hand, conjuring a soul shield to block the barrage of bullets from the drone in the sky. While Cha Jinhyuk focused on defense, Hendrik seized the opportunity, lunging down like a wild beast, swinging his sword straight at Shane. Shane smirked defiantly, ordering her drone. Deploy shield. Thinking they were coordinating, Hendrik, unexpectedly, was the one to sabotage, swinging his sword straight at Shane, while Cha Jinhyuk was still busy blocking bullets. Both Hendrik and Cha Jinhyuk were stunned when the surprise attack was blocked. Clang! Hendrik's blazing red sword clashed fiercely with Shane's energy blade, creating a terrifying shockwave. Boom! A massive energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, blowing away everything around them. The entire area shook violently, the ground cracking under the destructive power of the 2 belligerent fighters. Standing above, Shane could only sigh in exasperation. Huh? They're not coordinating at all. Are both of them the type who prefer to act on their own? Amidst the rubble, Hendrik grabbed Cha Jinhyuk by the collar, his face filled with murderous intent. Hendrik roared, Can't you see I'm stuck here, you bastard? But Cha Jinhyuk was no pushover, snapping back. Look at yourself. You should know I'd attack. Cha Jinhyuk leaned in close, his voice full of authority through his mask. Me? You're the one who needs to adapt to your guildmaster, and that's an order, Hendrik snarled, his eyes wide with fury. Listen closely. Letting me handle it is the only way to win this game. As Hendrik and Cha Jinhyuk were still growling at each other, a cold voice echoed from above, mocking. Hey, mind if I interrupt your little squabble? Shane hovered in the air, a brilliant blue lightning orb gathering in her hand, judging. I get that everyone has their own opinions, but completely ignoring me like this is a bit much, don't you think? With a challenging smile, Shane smirked and asked a simple, deadly question. Do you guys know what a railgun is? Blast. Without a word of warning, a colossal electromagnetic energy column tore through the night, hurtling straight down. Both Hendrik and Cha Jinhuk could only widen their eyes in horror as they were swallowed by the blinding white light. Whoosh! The column of light collided with the ground, creating a mushroom cloud explosion and a vortex of energy that swept away everything in its range. Boom! The shockwave spread, turning a vast area into a desolate plain bathed in blinding white light. While the aftershocks still lingered, a surge of purple dark energy suddenly erupted from the ground, signaling another intervention. Flash! A second dark explosion erupted, blowing both Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik away amidst desperate screams. Truly a chaotic mess. Thud, thud. Two figures plummeted from the sky into a forest, face-planting into the ground like two potatoes. Cha Jinhyuk scrambled to his feet, his face scrunched up, a few leaves stuck to his head, looking like a dazed fool who'd just been beaten. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the pre-prepared forced teleportation had activated, admitting that they had almost been wiped out for real. Hendrik didn't think so, roaring furiously. You just made us run away in the middle of a fight. What the hell are you doing, Jinhyuk? Cha Jinhyuk immediately clapped a hand over his reckless teammate's mouth, signaling, silence. Now, a strange sound echoed, and Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat as he detected an unidentified flying device approaching at high speed. He realized it was Shane's drone, an insanely high-tech weapon, and began to question her true identity. Recalling Shane's face, Cha Jinhyuk affirmed firmly in his mind, that woman named Shane cannot be from Earth. He reasoned that this tower connected countless dimensions and worlds. She must be a conqueror from a place with technology far beyond anything he had ever known. Cha Jinhyuk turned to Hendrik, his eyes serious, preparing to explain the situation to the hot-headed man. Hendrik, listen. Cha Jinhyuk looked directly at his reckless teammate, his voice firm. If you truly want to win, you have to listen to me this time. In the air, Shane and her drone circled, searching, wondering. Where could they have hidden? With a whoosh, a surge of purple energy brushed past her back, making Shane jump, her eyes wide with alarm. Cha Jinhyuk suddenly materialized in midair, hovering defiantly right in front of the bounty hunter. Shane smirked, pointing her gun at him. Daring to show yourself like this? I guess you've given up, huh? A red demon mask appeared, covering Cha Jinhyuk's face, and he replied nonchalantly, Sorry, but my horoscope today doesn't include losing. He growled, activating his soulbind skill, and countless purple shadow arms erupted from the ground, snarling ferociously. The dark energy exploded into a colossal vortex, engulfing a whole section of the night sky. Trapped within a network of purple energy, Shane still acted superior. What is this? I thought it was some amazing move. Turns out it's just a pathetic binding spell. She continued to mock, saying her pride was hurt that he thought this trick would work. But right behind her, a grotesque face with glowing red eyes was emerging from the shadows. No sooner had she finished speaking than Hendrik lunged like a wild beast, swinging his sword straight at Shane in a brilliant red streak of light. Shane's eyes widened, and she quickly raised her weapon to block the attack, growling, Don't even think about it. Hendrik's attack dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, revealing it to be merely an illusion. Shane immediately realized. Such an obvious feint? No, there must be something more. From the shadows, Hendrik grinned sinisterly, looking utterly delighted. I like this one, Jinhyuk. Sweet. Shane broke into a sweat, her eyes wide with horror as she realized the true nature of the previous attack. Is that the demon mask's shield? While she was still reeling, Cha Jinhyuk closed in from another direction, unleashing a lightning-fast slash. Shane gritted her teeth and blocked the attack, sweat pouring down her face, yet she still managed a sneering grin. Not bad. Cha Jinhyuk retreated, a vortex of purple energy gathering in his hand, declaring, Summoning isn't everything. Thanks to my Master of All Arts class, I can buff Hendrik with every support skill I have. He clasped his hands together, a confident smirk on his face. Now watch how a real Master of All Arts supports him. Boom! An explosion of dark energy erupted, signaling that Cha Jinhyuk's dirty buff had been activated. Cha Jinhyuk roared, Go, Hendrik! And Hendrik charged forward at terrifying speed, making Shane gasp. Is his speed buffed by that demon mask? Shane was no pushover. She flew backward while unleashing a barrage of energy bullets to block his path. Get lost. But Hendrik's dodging skills were real. He weaved through the hail of bullets as if they weren't there, making her furious. What? Are you trying to run away now? Hendrik sneered, Too late, and swung his sword straight at Shane's energy shield amidst her desperate scream. Crack! Her high-tech shield shattered into pieces, her face turning pale with horror. Suddenly, a colossal golden thunder dragon appeared, swirling amidst red lightning bolts, engulfing both of them in its overwhelming presence. Hendrik bared his teeth in a savage grin, his eyes blazing with lightning. Thunder dragon. Krakroom. A colossal, brilliant golden lightning bolt struck straight down from the sky, incinerating the ground. Shane was flung into the sky by the lightning strike like a ragged doll, while Hendrik landed with extreme coolness. Clunk. The moment Hendrik's foot touched the ground, he stepped on a small red trap that Shane had left behind. Before Hendrik could understand what was happening, she spoke up. You stepped on it. Despite being covered in injuries, Shane still grinned sinisterly, revealing her trump card. This is a gift for going to all the trouble of following me here. A sickly green system panel appeared right in front of Hendrik. Nuclear mine, making even the towering warrior's face change color. From afar, Jinhuk roared with worry as he recognized the trap. Hendrik. A blinding white-blue halo of light swallowed everything. The explosion began with terrifying power. Boom! A fiery shockwave swept across the battlefield, its destructive power no different from a real bomb, blowing everything away. Amidst the rubble, Jinhuk muttered irritably as he realized the opponent's skill level. Damn it. What world is that girl from to possess such technology? Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out, and a blood-splattered hole appeared right in Jinhuk's chest while he was still distracted. Shane had appeared silently behind him, her gun barrel still smoking, coldly declaring the finishing move. Checkmate. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Shane hovered, her voice full of provocation. Your dragon friend is out of the fight. Now it's just you, Demon Mask, and you're injured too. Jinhuk merely smirked through his mask, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You think so? Suddenly, a colossal shadow entity with blazing eyes appeared behind both of them, and Jinhuk said nonchalantly, I forgot to mention, my friend's fortune today is also quite good. Shane froze for a second, then smirked with delight, realizing this fight wasn't over yet. What is this? So you haven't been going all out until now? The new entity's crimson eyes opened, filled with murderous intent and primal fury. Hendrik roared, an earth-shattering sound, as he completed his transformation into a gigantic dark dragon, red and black energy erupting. How dare you force me to reveal this cursed form? Boom! Hendrik's dragon form landed with terrifying force, the ground cracking under its weight. Shane was blown back, but quickly activated her thrusters to regain balance, extremely excited. Whoa! I knew dragons were the strongest race in the tower, but this is truly monstrous. Still maintaining her confident smile, Shane snapped her fingers. But the problem is right here. Whoosh! A barrage of high-tech weapons hovered in the sky, aimed directly at Hendrik's dragon form, Shane declared, turning the tables. I haven't even used my full power yet. Shane didn't say much, ordering her flying arsenal to fire at full power, creating a gigantic blue energy explosion. As the smoke and dust cleared, Hendrik in his dark dragon form stood tall without a single scratch, towering like a mountain of flesh. Hendrik's crimson dragon eyes gleamed with absolute contempt. You mere flies think you're worth my attention? Shane was stunned, cold sweat pouring as she realized her strongest attack was nothing more than an itch to this monster. Hendrik flapped his wings once, declaring that he wouldn't kill her. We've already broken through each other's defenses, so there'll be no killing here. He roared, his voice full of malice. Therefore, I will make you suffer so much you'll wish for death. With that, Hendrik opened his mouth, and a swirling sphere of destructive energy shot straight towards Shane. Shane gritted her teeth, her initial fear replaced by defiance. You think I can't stop it? She yelled, activating her defensive trump card. Visor, shield, maximum power. The dragon's dark energy stream collided head-on with the high-tech shield, creating an earth-shattering clash of power. Boom! The terrifying explosion from the clash of power engulfed everything, dust flying everywhere. Standing from afar, Jinhuk frowned as the wound caused by the special bullet healed unusually slowly, even with divine power. He felt even more uneasy when he realized all his buffs and defensive magic had vanished the moment Hendrik transformed into a dragon. The overwhelming aura of Hendrik in his dragon form was so strong it disrupted all mana in the area, a completely different level of power. Meanwhile, Shane landed directly on the gigantic dragon's head, casually remarking, You dragons really are strong, aren't you? Suddenly, another clone of Shane appeared beside her, waving at Hendrik in a challenging manner. Not just one, but a multitude of Shane's clones simultaneously appeared, completely surrounding the dark dragon from all sides. Hendrik's dragon eye narrowed. He couldn't understand how his opponent could do this when he had locked down all mana in the space. Shane sneered, explaining nonchalantly, "This isn't magic. It's science. Just holograms. Something you dragons couldn't even dream of creating." With that, she and her clones simultaneously loaded their energy guns, ready for a full-force volley. Shane yelled, "They're real guns!" as a torrent of energy bullets slammed directly into Hendrik's dragon scales. Hendrik's dragon eye merely gleamed with contempt. These tickling bullets were nothing to him. He let out an earth-shattering roar, dark energy erupting, challenging, "Keep shooting, it's useless." Clank! Shane landed, deploying a gigantic high-tech cannon. The real heavy hitter was now in position. Hendrik in his dragon form faced Shane, who was now alone with her oversized cannon. He narrowed his eyes, looking skeptical as he saw the formidable weapon before him. "Is that thing real?" Shane smirked confidently. "Of course, this is my best, and also my worst. I originally didn't intend to bring it out." "Excellent," Hendrik roared, deciding to go all out. A gigantic magic circle appearing as he gathered a sphere of destructive energy. The magic circle flared violently, energy compressed to its limit, a blinding flash of light signaling the imminent attack. Boom! Hendrik unleashed his destructive dragon's breath, and at the same moment, Shane pulled the trigger, firing a colossal cannon shell that tore through the air for a head-on collision. Two destructive energy streams collided head-on, one a high-tech cannon shell, the other a dark dragon's breath. Kaboom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blinding light swallowing everything, signaling a complete annihilation. Amidst the blinding white light, a strange white-haired maniac with a crazed smile appeared, clearly drawn by this earth-shattering clash. From afar, the aftershocks of the explosion created a gigantic shockwave, scattering the clouds and leveling an entire mountain range. The entire battlefield was enveloped by the white light of the explosion, the ground cracking and vaporizing in an instant. Whoosh! The colossal cloud of smoke and dust from the epicenter began to dissipate, revealing the desolate landscape after the attack. The ground at the explosion's epicenter was incinerated, forming a gigantic crater, black smoke still billowing upwards. Amidst the rubble, a hexagonal blue energy shield miraculously stood firm. Inside the shield, Shane gasped, muttering, "Ch, I really shouldn't have used that antimatter bomb." The system on her armor flashed red continuously, warning of energy overload while maintaining the shield. The main server couldn't operate normally. Shane smirked with satisfaction, believing she had finished the job. Good, time to rest. But she froze instantly, sensing something was wrong. Wait, what about that damned dragon? A gigantic shadow obscured the sky. The dark dragon Hendrik still stood tall, seemingly unharmed after the explosion. Shane's face paled. She couldn't believe her eyes. What? Impossible. You still have the strength to fight? Crack. Hendrik's steel-hard scales began to crack, a sign that he had reached his limit. The dragon's colossal body swayed, lost balance, and began to collapse. Crash! Hendrik in his dragon form slammed into the ground, creating an earthquake that threw Shane off her feet. Delusional with victory, Shane burst into maniacal laughter, thinking she had truly defeated a boss-level monster. "Ha ha ha, I won." A cold voice cut through her premature celebration. "You're celebrating a bit too early, aren't you?" From within the smoke and dust, Jinhuk slowly stepped out, reminding the stunned woman, "This is a 2-on-1 fight. Or did you forget?" Jinhuk smirked, provocatively wiping his mouth. "And I'm still standing here." Shane aimed her energy cannon, growling. "Quite the big talk, for a guy with a hole in his chest. Do you think that handsome face will help you win this fight?" She continued to boast from afar. "My remaining weapons are more than enough to send you off. Why don't you know your place, and just surrender?" Jinhuk silently held up a dark dragon scale radiating dark energy. "I don't think so." With that, he threw the scale directly into his mouth and chewed it ravenously, activating his predation skill to his opponent's astonishment. Shane was speechless, sweat pouring, unable to believe the sight before her. He just ate that scale? Crimson demon horns and wings began to sprout from Jinhuk, a dark aura erupting as he declared, "We really need the information you have." His dragon wings spread wide, a long tail whipped powerfully through the air, and he roared, "So even if I have to be a little rough, I'll extract it from you." Shane completely broke, her face contorting in horror at the terrifying pressure. This feeling. Before her eyes, Jinhuk hovered in midair, enveloped by a gigantic red energy dragon, a spectacle of absolute destruction. In his half-dragon, half-demon form, Jinhuk felt the surging mana and realized this was the level of a mana master, confident that nothing was impossible. A series of gigantic, blazing red magic circles simultaneously lit up, enveloping Cha Jinhyuk as he hovered in midair, preparing for a finishing blow. Shane looked up at the sky, her face turning pale as she witnessed the terrifying magical power being summoned, a sight beyond her imagination. Cha Jinhyuk smirked arrogantly, calling out the name of his skill. Gungnir. From the magic circles, countless gigantic spears of shadow formed, pointing directly down at the sole target below. The rain of pitch-black spears poured down like a storm, tearing up the ground where Shane stood, leaving no opening to evade. Shane gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down, as she focused all her power into her glowing eyes, preparing to counterattack. She yelled out the skill name, Vision Scattershot, and a massive energy explosion erupted from her position to counter the rain of spears. Boom! Shane was blown backward but managed to activate her thrusters, screaming in horror. What? This is true dragon-level magic, damn it! As she flew backward, she tried to analyze the situation, wondering if her opponent was a dragon from the start, then realized an even more terrifying truth. He gained this power only after eating Hendrik's scale. Shane's eyes widened, her mind raced, and she realized a horrifying truth. This guy can use the power of whatever he eats. A little too late to realize that. Cha Jinhyuk roared, plunging down like a blazing red meteor with imposing dragon wings. Not one to back down, Shane roared. Light Ray Sword, and activated a glowing green energy sword from her gauntlet to meet the attack. Clang! Cha Jinhyuk's dragonized arm directly clashed with the energy sword, pure power against high technology. What's wrong? Where's that confident bounty hunter from before? Cha Jinhyuk grinned sinisterly, using overwhelming force that made Shane's weapon creak. Shane gritted her teeth, putting all her strength into it, but was still pushed back, only able to let out a hateful hiss against such absurd power. She yelled contemptuously, "You're just a small fry from the 50th floor," but was immediately swatted away like a fly by Cha Jinhyuk's wing. Cornered, Shane decided to go all out. Fine. Play it your way, Demon Mask. A demon mask appeared, and she summoned her Chimera electromagnetic gun, gigantic blue energy gathering, crackling, ready to blast everything apart. Facing the destructive weapon, Cha Jinhyuk just burst out laughing with excitement, red lightning crackling around him. "Ha ha, excellent. Let's see who's tougher." Shane broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes revealing pure horror as she realized a crazy ability of her opponent. Could he even use Dragon's Breath? She hadn't even believed her eyes when Cha Jinhyuk had already gathered a blazing red energy sphere in his mouth, laughing maniacally. Whoosh! A destructive energy blast shot straight from Cha Jinhyuk's mouth, tearing through the air. Crash! Shane's Chimera electromagnetic gun exploded into 100 pieces before the absolute destructive power of the Dragon's Breath. From above, Cha Jinhyuk looked down at his prey, engulfed in the explosion. The high-tech weapon now just a pile of scrap metal. Shane landed, her red armor still intact, but her face had changed color, with fragments flying around her. Boom! Cha Jinhyuk landed so hard that the ground cracked, his overwhelming aura preparing to deliver the finishing blow. But suddenly, he stopped short, clutching his chest and grimacing from a tearing pain within. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of pitch-black blood, which looked extremely abnormal. The thick black blood, rising with an eerie red smoke, fell to the ground, signaling that his body was facing serious problems. Cha Jinhyuk wiped the blood from his mouth, admitting that his current body was not yet strong enough to fully bear the power of dragons. He glared, sweat pouring down, clearly suffering a severe backlash after going all out. Looking down at the gigantic crater he had created, Cha Jinhyuk grimaced and wondered, "Damn it, how am I going to clean up this mess?" In the rubble, Shane's golden eyes fluttered open. She had regained consciousness. Shane slowly got up, her entire body aching after taking the full force of the dragon's breath, muttering, "Urgh. My whole body aches all at once." As soon as she looked up, she heard a voice. "You're awake." It turned out to be Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik, in their horned human forms, sitting and waiting. Hendrik even teased, "We were just about to use more drastic measures to wake you up." Shane was stunned, then snapped, pointing directly at Hendrik. "Wait, you woke up before me? Is that another dragon privilege?" But then she stopped short. Her gaze shifted behind the two of them with an expression of utter bewilderment. Shane stammered, as she saw a gigantic sphere of dark energy hovering, devouring the space. "What in the world is that?" Cha Jinhyuk explained succinctly that he had erected a barrier because both of them being unconscious had ruined the battlefield, and he couldn't just leave that mess as it was. Shane just grinned, sweat running down her face, while muttering to herself, "Haha. Was I a bit too excited?" She frankly admitted that she had lost completely, realizing she had overestimated her own strength and was powerless against a monster who could even steal the powers of the 4 emperors. Hendrik sneered, thinking she had underestimated them, then questioned, "But why did you want to take that bet?" Shane smiled brightly, her face full of excitement. It turned out her reason was extremely simple. It was a chance to solo a dragon. How could I pass that up? Both Jinhuk and Hendrik froze. Hendrik yelled in utter bewilderment. "What? You caused all this chaos just for that reason?" Shane still maintained her smug smile, confidently declaring that this was her all-in bet, with a floor 0 dragon, and of course she wanted to know who was stronger. Hendrik couldn't believe it, turning and snapping at Jinhuk when he casually agreed with her. "Don't agree with that lunatic. Do you know how many magic stones I spent to maintain this barrier?" Jinhuk rubbed his forehead, looking exasperated with the 2 warmongers, then sternly ordered, "All right, now that you're awake, keep your promise and let's talk." Jinhuk, emitting a thick, dark aura, looked down at Shane and asked directly, "Which bastard put a bounty on our heads?" Shane narrowed her eyes, replying succinctly about the one who had put a bounty on both their heads. Jinhuk interrupted, warning her that the situation wasn't simple. "You should know this first. It's not just one guy hunting you." Shane spun around, an astonished expression on her face upon hearing about the extent of the bounty. Jinhuk revealed a shocking truth with a grim expression. "It comes from a guild alliance." Jinhyuk's pupils constricted. A horrifying memory flooded back as he recognized the name, muttering, "No, it can't be." Hendrik, still clueless about the tower's politics, asked blankly, "What the hell is a guild alliance?" Shane began to explain the tower's rules. High-floor climbers were limited in their influence on lower floors due to system penalties. She explained how the top-ranked players circumvented the rules. They sponsored small guilds on the lower floors, creating a massive chain of power from top to bottom, called a guild alliance. Hendrik showed disdain, thinking these alliances were probably rare and would easily fall apart with a little prodding. Hendrik was about to propose a plan to prod them when Jinhuk brushed him off, coldly declaring, "No need." Jinhuk muttered that the one who could control such a massive power network to target them could only be one person. A horrifying memory flooded back, recreating the image of a figure standing by a window in a luxurious mansion under the rain. Jinhuk gritted his teeth, his eyes sparking with fire, as he called out his enemy's name, Cain Fallon of 9-Star, from the Holy Land Alliance. In the memory, Cain Fallon smirked, confirming Jinhuk's suspicion was entirely correct. Carmen Fallon, another high-ranking member of 9-Star, welcomed those who had just arrived at the meeting. Cain Fallon proudly declared the meeting open, addressing everyone as esteemed 9-Star comrades. Donis Taylor, 9-Star's holy sword, spoke with smugness, guessing that the Holy Land Guild was bitter because one of their sub-guilds had been completely wiped out. Grand Mage Merlin wondered if a strong individual was responsible, but Poison King Dong Jiaowen scoffed, thinking what a low-level scrub on the 50th floor could possibly do. Clack. Carmen Fallon stomped her heel, cutting short the pointless discussion with a concise command. "That's enough." Carmen Fallon, eyes flashing, exuded an overwhelming aura and issued a warning. "You'd best watch your mouth." Donis Taylor didn't flinch, drawing his sword and sneering. "Oh, or do you want to fight to the death?" Carmen Fallon snapped, questioning him directly. "Let me ask you, Donis, can you guarantee that the next sub-guild to be wiped out won't be yours?" Donis Taylor was speechless, his face darkening and beads of sweat forming, unable to reply. Cain Fallon coldly declared, "I have identified him as a seed that will threaten us in the future." Therefore, the red-eyed member smirked savagely, concluding, "Regarding the Demon Mask Challenger, I believe it's time to uproot the weed." Donis Taylor looked puzzled, asking blankly, "So?" He continued to press impatiently. "How do we do it? Are we going down there to deal with him ourselves?" Cain Fallon sneered confidently, dismissing the foolish idea. "No, the punishment would be too severe." Cain Fallon's eyes gleamed with calculation as he revealed his plan. "Of course I'll find a freelancer, a new bounty hunter, because the one we hired before was utterly incompetent." A week later, a city lay in desolate ruins under a blood-red sky. Amidst the ruins, the female bounty hunter Shane sat on the ground, her red armor battered, bitterly admitting, "Perhaps I underestimated the battle too much. It was truly an utter defeat." Shane gave a bitter smile, unable to believe that despite being a 300th floor challenger herself, she had been so easily defeated. 2 figures stood tall before her, a masked bounty hunter and a snake summoner. Shane had to admit, a king-tier challenger truly operates on a completely different level. The masked bounty hunter coldly judged, Not only did you fail the mission, but you also leaked information to them. The snake summoner sneered as his giant serpent slithered out, its eyes glowing red. The demon mask disappeared right after you left. Now it's feeding time. He roared Shane's name, and the giant snake immediately lunged, coiling tightly around her. Crushed and deformed by the serpent's squeeze, Shane's eyes bulged, her face contorted in pain and suffocation, only able to let out a pained groan. The giant snake raised its head, ready to swallow Shane, who lay helpless on the ground. The scene shifts. A girl named Ave floated in a dark space, surrounded by green flames, desperately pleading, "Please, Ave, save me." Haryu's eyes widened in horror, her mouth agape as she let out a desperate cry. "Please, save me." Haryu startled awake on a rooftop, with Cha Jinhyuk coldly asking in front of her, "Are you awake?" Cha Jinhyuk stood there with Miho, who looked at him with curiosity and called out, "Brother?" Still dazed, Haryu looked around, asking about the whereabouts of that woman and Hendrik, but Cha Jinhyuk simply replied that Hendrik had gone to gather information. Hendrik appeared, explaining that the way they were being hunted felt very suspicious, so he had to go ahead to scout for the information Shane had provided. Seeing Haryu was fine, Cha Jinhyuk turned to invite her. "Now that you're okay, shall we go?" Haryu asked blankly in return. "What? Go where?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked meaningfully, asking Haryu if she had forgotten, then announced their next destination. The group headed straight for the black market in the 51st floor commercial district, a bustling and lively place with all sorts of shops and stalls. In the middle of the market, Miho's eyes lit up when she saw a cotton candy stall and immediately insisted, "Jinhyuk, can you buy me one?" Cha Jinhyuk agreed instantly, saying there was plenty of time before the black market opened, making Miho jump up and down with joy. In the bustling market, Haryu was still dazed, wondering if the recent battle had just been a dream. Cha Jinhyuk saw Haryu spacing out and asked if she wanted anything to eat. Haryu, startled, forced a smile and replied that she was just lost in thought. Miho suddenly appeared with a full bowl of food, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she invited Haryu to eat with her. Haryu hesitantly thanked her and called Miho two-tailed fox, while Cha Jinhyuk silently observed with a calculating expression. As night fell, the group moved to a deserted alley under the moonlight, preparing for their next venture. Cha Jinhyuk, now clad in cool black attire and his mask, declared that before entering the black market, they needed to disguise Haryu to make her less conspicuous. Snap. With a mere flick of his fingers, magic was activated. Whoosh! Instantly, Haryu was transformed into an elegant white dress with a purple cloak. She looked utterly astonished and delighted. Cha Jinhyuk ordered Miho, two-tailed fox, transform and jump onto my shoulder, and the fox girl immediately transformed into a cute small beast. The group approached the black market entrance, but while others were let through, a guard stopped them and demanded to see their identification. Blocked by the guard, Cha Jinhyuk didn't bother speaking much, silently presenting a pitch-black card. The guard's eyes widened in terror the moment he saw it. A black card. The kind of card that grants free entry to all black market auction houses. What kind of backing must one have to possess such a thing? Cha Jinhyuk coldly asked with a light tone. "Is there a problem?" Making the guard break out in a cold sweat, hastily denying it while trembling. Immediately changing his demeanor, the guard obsequiously invited the group inside, promising to lead them directly to the VIP area. The crowd of players in the auction house began to whisper when they saw the demon mask escorted directly to the VIP section, suspecting he had forged documents to show off. The group was led to a luxurious private box. The guard pointed to a button and explained how to participate in the auction. Cha Jinhyuk flatly ordered not to be disturbed unless called, and the guard obediently complied, bowing his head and retreating outside. Thud! The heavy wooden door of the VIP box slammed shut, completely isolating them from the noisy world outside. The door closed, ensuring absolute privacy for the distinguished guests. Below, the stage lights shone down, the auction host stepped out, and the auction officially began. The auction host stepped out, a meaningful smile on his face, stirring up the auction floor. The stands erupted, the players shouting and wildly waving their bidding paddles for the first item. A fox-eared staff member presented a summoning tassel, with a final bid price of 350,000 gold. Sitting high above, Haryu dismissively complained that it was all junk. Cha Jinhyuk also found it strange. All this rubbish? Yet so many people? The intuition of someone who had once stood at the pinnacle told Cha Jinhyuk that something was amiss here. He muttered, "These small fry certainly wouldn't gather just for a few pieces of trash. There must be a main item about to be presented." And indeed, the auction host solemnly announced the introduction of the next item, which was covered by a giant white cloth. Suddenly, Haryu's pupils constricted in horror, Her foresight ability had just shown her a vision of death. Cha Jinhyuk immediately sensed the abnormality, turning to call her name with full vigilance. Haryu? Without a word of explanation, Haryu suddenly lunged straight over the railing, leaping onto the stage to Cha Jinhyuk's utter astonishment. Mid-air, Haryu heard a desperate cry for help echoing in her mind, ignoring the stunned black market guards. A faint plea for help emanated from beneath the white cloth, confirming that this item was a living creature. Her hair turning fiery red, Haryu roared as she plunged down like a meteor. "I'm here!" The hobgoblin girl was determined to tear through all obstacles, her eyes focused solely on her target. The black market guards snapped awake, brandishing their runic weapons, ready to crush the intruder. A guard launched a preemptive strike, the magic circle on his mace flashing, aiming directly at Haryu. Haryu was sent flying by the attack, sliding across the floor with a furious scream. Without a second's hesitation, she swiftly drew her sword, which glowed with vibrant pink energy, and yelled, "Get out of my way!" Clang. The auction host suddenly appeared, effortlessly blocking Haryu's slash with a massive blade. Haryu lay sprawled on the ground, the auction host looking down with disdain, his voice icy. "You dare touch the item I've set my sights on?" A corpulent goblin mobster, dressed like a godfather, sneered at Haryu, who was flattened on the floor. What an arrogant little brat. Suddenly, Cha Jinhyuk appeared, a burst of dark purple energy shielding Haryu. His voice was ice cold. "I think you lot are the ones who should disappear. Who did you think you were messing with?" The auction host drew a knife, standing beside the goblin mobster, both facing the newcomer. The fat man looked amused. "Oh, look who we have here." The goblin mobster bared his yellowed teeth, his eyes flashing sinisterly as he recognized his opponent. "Demon Mask, is that what you said?" The scene shifted back a few minutes. Cha Jinhyuk noticed Haryu's unease and asked about it. She replied with a tense expression. "I heard a voice coming from that thing." On stage, the auction host laughed loudly, trying to gloss over the scuffle, claiming it was just the usual excitement when bidding on a rare item. He reached out towards the item covered by a white cloth, his voice dramatic. "And now, to heat things up even more, I present the next item." Whoosh! The covering cloth was ripped from the pedestal. From the VIP box, Harriet's eyes widened in horror. She recognized it instantly. "Wait, that's..." A series of tragic images flooded her mind. Her hobgoblin villagers, some fleeing in panic, others looking up in despair. The auction host tore off the cloth, introducing the unique item. A flower brooch in the style of the extinct hobgoblin tribe. Haryu's eyes were bloodshot, her teeth grinding in anger. How dare they auction an item made by my tribe? A firm hand suddenly gripped Haryu's shoulder, stopping her from rushing out. Cha Jinhyuk, hidden behind his demon mask, held Haryu tightly and uttered a short, powerful phrase. "Trust me." The auction host grinned maliciously, yelling to the crowd. "All right, everyone, let the bidding begin." The low-level players below buzzed like a disturbed beehive, frantically shouting bids, the number skyrocketing from 150,000 to 250,000 inches an instant. Suddenly, the corpulent goblin mobster in the VIP section raised his paddle number 28, baring his golden tooth and shouting an overwhelming figure. 1 million. The auction host paused slightly, but quickly regained his professional demeanor, announcing the current highest bid was 1 million gold, and challenging if anyone dared to go higher. From his vantage point, the goblin mobster glanced towards Cha Jinhyuk and Haryu, smirking inwardly that his antique collection was about to gain a new item. The goblin mobster feigned regret that he couldn't stuff a hobgoblin corpse, but figured this item was enough to bring him some joy. Haryu couldn't hold back any longer, swinging her arm to draw her sword, determined not to let her tribe's relic fall into the filthy goblin's hands. Whoosh! Cha Jinhyuk's steel-hard hand stopped her, just as the auction host shouted an unbelievable figure. 3 million. The players in the front row gaped, their eyes wide with shock at the number that had just been called out. The goblin mobster was also speechless, unable to believe someone dared to outbid him so fiercely right in front of him. From the VIP box, Cha Jinhyuk stood tall, his voice ice-cold as he declared, 3 million gold. If you can't match it, then scram. The entire vast auction hall immediately fell silent, all eyes fixed on the demon-masked man who had just thrown out an insane figure. The auction host broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling but still working. 3 million gold. Going once, going twice. Thud. The wooden gavel struck the table, officially closing the deal of the century. The goblin mobster gnashed his teeth, muttering curses while the surrounding crowd whispered about the formidable background of the demon mask. Cha Jinhyuk turned his back on the commotion, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I just wanted to avoid a bidding war. Looks like I've drawn too much attention. I need to get out of here fast. Cha Jinhyuk coldly ordered the auction staff. I'm taking the item and leaving. Prepare it immediately. Night fell. A full moon hanging perfectly round in the star-filled sky. Haryu received the precious relic, a flower-shaped hair ornament reverently placed in a glass case. Haryu thanked him profusely, but Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly replied, "It's not my money, thank the gold lich." The hair ornament suddenly emitted a warm, pink energy. A white-haired spirit emerged from the brooch, embracing Haryu and whispering her thanks. "Thank you, my sister." Haryu was stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment at the presence of her deceased sister. Clenching the relic, Haryu closed her eyes, making a firm resolve. "Until everyone's souls can rest in peace, I will fight to avenge us." Cha Jinhyuk suddenly realized the situation, thinking to himself, so that's it. No wonder she was so determined to get it. This brooch contains the soul of a deceased hobgoblin. Just then, a masked assassin swooped down from above, swinging his sword straight for Cha Jinhyuk's nape. Cha Jinhyuk's sixth sense screamed. He had detected an ambush from above. Clang! A deafening clash of metal. Cha Jinhyuk had used something resembling a staff to block the unknown assassin's sword. Haryu's face went pale. She shrieked, "Brother!" The assassin landed, stepping back a few paces after the clash, and growled, "Who are you?" Cha Jinhyuk was terrifyingly calm. He had recognized the mastermind behind this. It turned out the assassin was merely a mercenary for the corpulent goblin mobster from the auction floor earlier. The goblin mobster swaggered out, sneering, "Such rude language, especially after I yielded that item to you." Cha Jinhyuk bluntly retorted, "If you want it, you should have bid higher. Get lost before I smash your nose in." The goblin mobster burst into laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke on earth, showing disdain for the hair ornament. He laid his cards on the table, his malicious gaze fixed on Haryu. "I don't need that trinket. I prefer a stuffed hobgoblin." Provoked, Haryu said little, her fiery pink eyes speaking volumes. "Touch me and die." Without waiting, she roared, "Try me!" then charged straight at the goblin mobster with her sword, determined to fight to the death. The goblin mobster sneered contemptuously, raising his massive mechanical hammer, preparing for a crushing blow. Thud! The hammer slammed into the ground, the force of the impact creating a small tremor, but Haryu had already dodged the attack. Seeing her reckless actions, Cha Jinhyuk immediately yelled a warning. "Haryu, don't be rash." Just then, a sharp sword strike suddenly slashed down from behind, aimed at Cha Jinhyuk. The masked assassin struck incredibly fast, his slash tearing through the air, giving his opponent no chance to react. Having blocked Cha Jinhyuk, he confidently faced him, smirking. "Your opponent is me, Demon Mask." Cha Jinhyuk secretly assessed. This guy's skill is on par with, perhaps even superior to, Hendrix. This is the real deal. All right then. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes flared with purple dark energy, ready for an all-out fight. Haryu was no pushover. She immediately activated her battle foresight skill, her crimson pupils flashing with a deadly light. Within her foresight, Haryu read her opponent. He's strong but slow. She was confident that with a quick reaction, she could turn the tables. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Haryu lunged like a whirlwind, swinging her great saber directly at the goblin mobster. But the goblin mobster merely sneered, tightening his grip on his mechanical hammer, as if he had anticipated everything. Instead of striking down, he swung his hammer in a circle, releasing a cloud of green poisonous gas that enveloped Haryu. Haryu immediately recognized the dirty trick. Panicked, she exclaimed, "It's poison!" She quickly held her breath, but it was too late. The paralyzing poison took effect incredibly fast. The goblin mobster seized the chance, grabbed Haryu's face, and slammed her to the ground without mercy. He stood over Haryu, his voice full of sarcasm. "Remember this, little hobgoblin. By floor 50, everyone has a few tricks up their sleeve." He explained that he had upgraded the paralyzing poison from goblin needles into a gaseous form, rendering Haryu temporarily unable to move even a single finger. Choked, Haryu could only glare with hatred, gritting her teeth and vowing that as the last hobgoblin, she would definitely have her revenge. The goblin mobster drew a knife, smirking as he declared he would give Haryu a new life, after cutting a few of her tendons to make her more obedient. He roared, brandishing his knife skyward with a crazed expression, deeming it an honor for Haryu to join his collection. Completely helpless, Haryu could only grind her teeth, her crimson eyes glaring with fury and despair. Whoosh! A shadow darted forward like lightning, leaving only a blur and a pair of glowing purple eyes in the poisonous gas. Slash! A clean purple slash neatly severed the goblin mobster's arm before he could even react. The goblin mobster's face turned pale, blood gushing from the wound on his head. He couldn't believe someone was immune to his poison. Cha Jinhyuk looked down at the worthless goblin, his voice devoid of emotion. Since you're both ugly and useless, I think I'll just kill you and get it over with. Arg! My arm! The goblin mobster clutched the stump of his arm, letting out a pathetic scream. Lying on the ground, Haryu's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling as she recognized her savior. Bro. Brother. Cha Jinhyuk turned away with an imposing aura, leaving the goblin mobster writhing and screaming, and coldly remarked, Stop acting like a child. You only lost an arm. Cha Jinhyuk let out a taunt, intending to chop off the goblin mobster's remaining arm. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly lunged forward, swinging a lightning-fast sword strike at Cha Jinhyuk to rescue him. Cha Jinhyuk calmly raised his hand, and a purple magic circle instantly appeared, blocking the blade. He admitted his opponent was quite fast. The bandaged swordsman broke into a sweat, unable to believe his attack had been blocked by magic. Not giving his opponent time to recover, Cha Jinhyuk unleashed his five-fingered divine bullet, firing 5 streams of pure purple magic power from his fingertips. Boom! A terrifying explosion ripped through the ground. The destructive power of the magic was absolute. The bandaged swordsman stood firm after the explosion, muttering in astonishment as he realized his opponent was both proficient in swordsmanship and overwhelmingly powerful in magic. The immense pressure emanating from Cha Jinhyuk made the swordsman squint, cold sweat pouring down his face. The bandaged swordsman felt as if he was facing a seasoned veteran from the upper floors of the tower. It turned out the bandaged swordsman had rushed to shield the goblin mobster, and now both were facing Cha Jinhyuk's overwhelming presence. The bandaged swordsman coldly declared, The situation has changed. It's time to retreat and rest. The goblin mobster's eyes widened in surprise. Nonsense! There's a living hobgoblin right in front of me. I'm not going anywhere, the goblin roared, his face contorted with greed. Slash! The bandaged swordsman's blade was instantly at the goblin mobster's face, making him jump back in fright. The swordsman reiterated their agreement. Have you forgotten our deal? In exchange for my protection, I won't interfere in your battles, he said, his voice full of menace, making the goblin break out in a cold sweat. With eyes sharp as blades, the bandaged swordsman ordered decisively, Now. Get out. The goblin mobster reluctantly jumped away, muttering, Humph. If I can't catch the hobgoblin then, that thing will be mine. His target shifted to the evolved fox girl, lying motionless on the ground. Thwack! The goblin snatched the small fox into his hand, ignoring its pained yelp. The fox fainted, and the goblin mobster gleefully ran off with his prize, smugly thinking it would be a valuable addition to his collection. Haryu had already sprung up, chasing after the escaping goblin, growling, I won't let him get away. The bandaged swordsman froze, surprised that the gaseous poison had worn off so quickly. He immediately turned and swung his sword to block her path, shouting, Don't even think about following us. Clang! A shadow suddenly appeared, and Cha Jinhyuk's sword easily blocked the swordsman's attack. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes gleamed behind his demon mask, his voice cold. Where do you think you're going? Once you're in a fight, you play it to the end. The bandaged swordsman said no more, immediately activating his skill, and the entire surrounding space began to distort. Countless interwoven blue sword energy trails crisscrossed, slicing apart all the buildings in the area. An entire region of space was torn into fragments, suspended in a chaotic dimension created by the sword skill. Within that deadly domain, Cha Jinhyuk and the bandaged swordsman clashed, the sound of metal striking metal echoing wildly. The bandaged swordsman roared, raising his katana with both hands, putting all his strength into a deadly overhead strike. Clang! The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Cha Jinhyuk and the bandaged swordsman tensed their muscles, neither willing to yield. Cha Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes, his voice full of sarcasm. No matter how I look at it, your skill level is too high to be stuck in this filthy corner. The bandaged swordsman gritted his teeth in response, a belligerent smile on his face. I don't mind getting dirty, if it brings me a tough opponent like you. Cha Jinhyuk's disdain was clear. Excuse me? Didn't you just tuck your tail and run for your life? The bandaged swordsman's eye veins bulged. He had clearly hit a nerve. A deafening clang rang out as Cha Jinhyuk put all his strength into pushing his opponent, sending him flying backward. What the hell do you know? The bandaged swordsman roared as he was pushed back, then immediately regained his balance and shot forward. Mid-air, he swung his sword, creating a gigantic crescent-shaped sword energy that swept directly towards Cha Jinhyuk. Boom! The destructive attack tore through the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. But the bandaged swordsman's eyes widened in astonishment. His target had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Cha Jinhyuk was right behind the stunned bandaged swordsman, stating flatly, You're weak. Slash! A clean sword strike cut across the bandaged swordsman's back, leaving him no time to react. Fresh blood spurted from the deep gash, and the swordsman could only stand frozen, enduring the attack. His eyes rolled back, utterly unable to believe this vast difference in skill. The bandaged swordsman's memories flooded back. The schemes, deceptions, and betrayals he had witnessed, the worst aspects of humanity. A bloody red slash cut across his vision, and memories of that fated moment resurfaced. He, too, had been stabbed in the back by his own comrades, collapsing in despair and losing his light in that wretched place. The bandaged swordsman roared furiously. "You think this place is dirty? At least here, no one tries to hide their disgusting true nature." He unleashed his full aura, and blue sword energy erupted. Crash! He put all his strength into a world-shattering sword strike, but Cha Jinhuk simply raised his sword to parry it cleanly, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Boom! The collision created a terrifying shockwave, splitting the ground into a giant crater. Cha Jinhuk spoke coldly, revealing that he, too, had been betrayed to his death, and thus fully understood that wretched feeling. The bandaged swordsman was stunned, unable to believe his ears, but still tried to argue back. But Cha Jinhuk declared chillingly, "You're still just a piece of trash. If you were truly strong, you would have continued climbing the tower and wiped out those who stabbed you in the back." With that, he threw a punch straight to the face, and purple, dark energy exploded. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the bandaged swordsman, creating an energy explosion that shattered the arena floor. The bandaged swordsman was sent flying like a ragged puppet, slamming into the ground and forming a deep crater. Looking down at the gasping, defeated foe, Cha Jinhyuk spoke with contempt. "I don't run away like you," he declared firmly, his entire body erupting with surging dark aura. "I will find those who betrayed me and crush them." In the deep crater, the bandaged swordsman could only let out a pathetic scream, completely broken. After finishing off the bandaged swordsman, Cha Jinhyuk walked away coldly, leaving the defeated foe behind. At the same time, the goblin mobster was fleeing headlong, cursing bitterly. "You demon mask, just you wait. I'll deal with you and Haryu." He calculated that if he could just reach the main street and blend into the crowd, he could escape safely. Thinking of that scenario, the goblin mobster flashed a triumphant smile, believing he had escaped danger. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes locked onto him from behind. Swish! Haryu appeared unexpectedly, delivering a clean sword strike that sliced right through the goblin mobster. Standing on the rooftop, Haryu declared coldly, "Goodbye. From now on, you're out of the collecting business." But immediately after, she suddenly froze, noticing something unusual. The goblin mobster was gone, leaving behind only his monocle and a glittering golden card on the ground. Back in the arena, Cha Jinhyuk slowly floated up from the deep crater he had created, his aura absolutely overwhelming. The bandaged swordsman slumped to the ground, bitterly asking why he hadn't been finished off. Cha Jinhyuk stood superior, reminding him of his grudge. "You still have unfinished business, don't you? Those bastards who stole your light." He ordered the bandaged swordsman to go and crush his old enemies to dust. The swordsman smirked, accepting the deal, but not forgetting to make a threat. "Fine, but after that, I'll come for you and make you regret not killing me." Cha Jinhyuk scoffed confidently, showing no fear at all. "Heh, I look forward to it." The group turned and left, leaving the swordsman alone, while Miho trotted along behind them. Balkan grumbled, needling Cha Jinhyuk. "You're letting an enemy go because you sympathize with another backstabber?" And immediately got a shut up. Haryu rushed over, calling out, "Brother," which made Cha Jinhyuk turn to ask if she was all right. Cha Jinhyuk directly asked about the fat goblin's fate, and Haryu confirmed she had dealt with him. Haryu held out a gleaming golden card she had found among the goblin's belongings, her face full of questions. Balkan took the golden card, realizing it was related to an auction house, but wasn't a payment card, muttering, "This thing." The dazzling golden card reflected Cha Jinhyuk's demonic face, and Balkan concluded, "Usually, this is a pass." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his eyes gleaming as he realized this was a ticket to high-class auctions. An opportunity to get his hands on rare items had arrived. Haryu timidly approached from behind, calling out, "Brother?" She bowed her head, her voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive and almost put everyone in danger." "Pat!" Cha Jinhyuk placed a hand on Haryu's hat, reassuring her simply, "It's all right." He looked straight at her, his voice firm. "We all know how much that hairpin means to you. Taking a bit of a gamble for something so important is worth it." His gaze turned sharp and cold, warning. "But remember one thing. The path of revenge sometimes requires a mind as cold as ice." Haryu looked up, her eyes no longer hesitant but shining with determination, and she smiled, replying, Yes, the auction staff member's eyes widened at the dazzling golden card, recognizing it as a secret pass card. Cha Jinhuk coldly inquired about its privileges, making the staff member break out in a sweat, who then hastily invited him to follow the private VIP entrance. The group was led into an empty auditorium. When Haryu wondered why, Cha Jinhyuk gently reminded her, VIP items are naturally known to few. On stage, the auction host shouted, announcing that the final auction of the day had officially begun. The host leaned close to the camera, scoffing as he asked the crowd if they were ready for the main event. In the seats below, the non-human VIP bidders, from pig-headed monsters to goblins, were all seething with excitement, each determined to snatch the final item. Through his mask, Cha Jinhyuk observed the fervent atmosphere and remarked, "Looks like a big one." Thud, thud. A giant object covered in red cloth and iron chains was lowered onto the stage, and the entire auditorium roared, demanding to see the item immediately. Haryu's eyes widened in surprise, while Cha Jinhyuk speculated, "A cage? It must contain some kind of divine beast or demon beast." The auction host grinned sinisterly, shouting, "And this is the magnificent final act we have prepared for you all." Rip. The covering cloth was ripped away, revealing a human figure trapped behind sturdy iron bars. Through his mask, Cha Jinhyuk frowned, muttering, "What in the world are these crazy bastards auctioning off?" The item was revealed. A dark elf slave girl, chained from head to toe, advertised as having been captured in absolute secrecy. The dark elf slave girl's amber eyes flared with a hateful glare, radiating murderous intent. Looking down from above, Cha Jinhyuk calmly remarked, "That fierce gaze is to be expected. It's not strange given the circumstances." But he immediately noticed something unusual. Wait, something strange. Besides the ferocity, I can also sense the pure mana of a high elf. Information appeared explaining, dark elves are a species born from exposure to demonic energy, while pure mana is characteristic of high elves. These two things fundamentally cannot coexist. Balkan appeared beside him, offering a horrifying hypothesis. It's not impossible. Perhaps someone forced a high elf to be exposed to demonic energy, which made Cha Jinhyuk question, as no high elf would ever let that happen to themselves. Balkan speculated that one of the four emperors was behind this, which stunned the dark elf slave girl, making her unable to believe her ears. The auction floor erupted, with customers frantically shouting bids, from 1.5 million straight to 2 million gold. Amidst the chaos, a cold voice rang out, silencing all noise with an unimaginable figure. "I bid 5.5 million. In the eyes of the dark elf slave, the overwhelming image of a shadowy figure with a dazzling halo appeared. The bidder revealed herself, a Netzach-level celestial named Hamiel, hovering in the air with a smug smile and the aura of a superior being. Recognizing her enemy, the dark elf slave frantically clung to the bars, screaming in rage, "Don't even dream of it, Hamiel." Her fury reached its peak as she yelled directly at Hamiel, "I will never be sold to anyone, especially not you." In response to the threats, Hamiel merely replied with a scornful smirk, treating everything as a joke. The dark elf slave gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred, and uttered a venomous vow. "I promise you, the moment I break free from here, I will tear you to shreds." Hamiel approached leisurely, lecturing the dark elf slave in a condescending tone. "Don't be so impatient, princess. Think carefully." She pointed towards the non-human bidders who looked like a bunch of grotesque monsters, all disgusting old men waiting to devour their prey. Then the angel made an even more humiliating offer. "Instead of being a plaything for those old men, wouldn't it be better to be my pet?" The dark elf slave gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred, the humiliation reaching its peak. The auction host grinned, declaring the deal closed when no one dared to bid higher. "The final price is 5.5 million gold." Hamiel winked smugly, certain of victory as the auction host began to count. First call. The dark elf slave closed her eyes in despair, unable to believe her fate was about to be decided by her enemy. Second call. The auction host's gavel descended, preparing to end the auction. Sold for. Just before the gavel hit the table, a cold voice rang out, throwing an insane number into the middle of the arena. "I'll raise it by 4.5 million. Hamiel was stunned, her smug expression completely vanished, as she screamed in shock. 10 million gold? What madman dares to pay that price? Who are you?" From the balcony, a mysterious figure looked down at Hamiel, who had just been robbed of her glorious victory. Cha Jinhyuk smirked behind his mask, taunting the angel directly. "Your mental math is quite good, pigeon." The auction host broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he announced the unbelievable sum. Final price, 10 million gold. The entire auction hall erupted. the auction host, throwing his hands up in extreme excitement, shouting that this was a record price for the 51st floor auction house. Inside the iron cage, the dark elf slave looked up at the one who had just bid, not understanding what was happening. Hamiel gritted her teeth, recognizing the familiar mask and roaring in anger. Demon mask! How dare he! The angel refused to give up, unleashing her divine power with gigantic, glowing golden eyes in the air, vowing not to let anyone steal her prize. Cha Jinhyuk nonchalantly raised both hands, feigning surrender with sarcasm. "Oh, are you planning to use force to scare me into giving up? Is that how you play?" Hamiel sneered, questioning her opponent. "That's my question to you. You're clearly just driving up the price. What are you going to pay with?" Crack. Instead of answering, Cha Jinhyuk unleashed a surging wave of dark purple energy, an unmistakable declaration of war. The auction host broke into a cold sweat, speechless and unsure how to handle the fiery confrontation between the two powers. Hamiel sighed, adopting a superior air as she accepted the challenge. The angel decided to assert her dominance. "Very well, I'll bid higher. I raise it to 11 million gold." Cha Jinhyuk responded instantly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Then I bid 20 million. Balkan and Haryu were utterly shocked, unable to believe their ears. Haryu stammered, calling out to her brother in fright. Cha Jinhyuk turned to reassure his companions with a sinister smile behind his mask. "Feel free to be scared, and if you're too scared, then run." Hamiel gritted her teeth, bitterly realizing that her opponent wasn't bluffing and truly intended to claim the dark elf slave. Cha Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes, his voice full of murderous intent as he provoked. "What are you looking at, pigeon? Do you want me to gouge your eyes out?" He thought to himself, although his current strength wasn't enough to contend with the four emperors. If it was a money battle, then this was the arena where he could win, and he would seize everything he could. Hamiel was furious, gritting her teeth and wondering what madman in the world would throw out 20 million gold just to spite her. The auction host dared not delay, announcing the final price of 20 million gold and preparing to strike the gavel to close the deal. Thud. The gavel struck, officially declaring the auction for the dark elf slave concluded, with victory belonging to the mysterious masked individual. The fox-eared staff member respectfully led Cha Jinhyuk and Haryu into a private corridor, announcing that the item would be brought out immediately. She handed Cha Jinhyuk a magic key, explaining that it could unlock any shackles and cages with a single touch. The auction host tried to strike up a conversation to build rapport, but Cha Jinhyuk curtly replied, his voice as cold as money. "Scram. Bring the dark elf girl here." Haryu timidly tugged at Cha Jinhyuk's cloak, her voice full of worry as she called out to her brother. She mustered her courage and asked directly if he truly intended to keep the dark elf girl as a slave. Cha Jinhyuk turned back, his tone full of sarcasm. "What? Are you crazy? Do you think I would turn just anyone into my slave?" He sneered, dark energy emanating as Balkan's image appeared, implicitly asserting, "So what exactly am I?" Cha Jinhyuk taunted Balkan, stating bluntly that the old man was just a spirit, not a person, which made Balkan furious and curse. "You bastard. Do you always have to have the last word?" He turned to tease Haryu, pressing close and asking if she really thought he was such a terrible person, making her awkwardly deny it. Haryu thought to herself. The reason for her worry was that the dark elf slave was exceedingly beautiful, to the point where even she had to admit it. Suddenly, a blonde angel appeared, blocking their path, sighing in relief that she had caught up to them. She smiled and formally introduced herself. "My name is Hamiel." Without any hesitation, Cha Jinhyuk and Balkan warned in unison. "If you're here for the item, scram now, because someone already tried and got wiped out." Hamiel sneered, feigning indifference to the threat, and began to probe. "It's just, if it's not rude." She narrowed her eyes, getting straight to the point. "May I ask why you purchased the dark elf girl?" Cha Jinhyuk retorted sharply, declaring that even if she was one of the four emperor's people, she shouldn't delude herself into thinking he would show respect. Hamiel's eyes flashed, seemingly re-evaluating the arrogant masked individual who disregarded everyone before her. Hamiel casually stepped forward, turning her back to Cha Jinhyuk in a provocative manner. "All right, I just wanted to get acquainted with you." With a smug smile, she revealed, "After all, information about you isn't non-existent. A report has already been sent to my superiors." Hearing this, Cha Jinhyuk flew into a rage, purple dark energy sparking from his eyes as he tightened his grip on his sword hilt, murderous intent exploding. Hamiel's smile froze, sweat pouring down her face as she realized she had just poked a hornet's nest. This man was not one to joke with. Without another word, Cha Jinhyuk drew his sword, a brilliant purple energy tearing through the air, aimed directly at the angel. But just before the blade could connect, His purple eyes paused, and he decided to hold back. He calculated silently. Even if he could go all out to kill this pigeon, the aftermath would be the real problem. In his mind, a vision of being hunted by an even more powerful celestial army appeared. He realized he wasn't strong enough to openly confront them. Clenching his fists, Jinhuk suppressed his anger, deciding he had to endure and wait for the right moment. Hamiel, regaining her confidence, turned to Haryu and made a subtly taunting remark about her hairpin. Too bad I'll never get to see it again, will I? This made Haryu's face turn pale with fear. Hamiel leaned close to Haryu's ear, uttering a cruel taunt about her past, leaving Haryu frozen. Jinhuk immediately realized this pigeon wasn't targeting the item, but deliberately provoking Haryu to incite him. Contrary to expectations, Haryu remained calm, reassuring Jinhuk that she fully understood her opponent's intentions. Haryu's eyes blazed, and she clenched her fists, telling herself that this was the time to keep a cool head. Hamiel turned away with a triumphant smile, completely confident that she had sown enough discomfort. The group of Jinhuk, Haryu, and Balkan's spirit watched Hamiel leave, as she even promised to meet again soon. Turning her head with a meaningful smile, Hamiel declared bluntly, "I will wait for you on the 100th floor." Jinhuk froze. The information about the 100th floor made him realize this person knew more than he thought, and he quickly called out to her, but it was too late. Hamiel vanished in a blinding flash of light, leaving behind a shower of white feathers. Jinhuk regained his composure, his eyes sharp and cold, and he declared in a low voice, "Just you wait. I don't care what you're planning, but your head is definitely mine." On the outskirts of the 51st floor, Balkan ordered the spirit knights to surround their master, strictly forbidding any strangers from approaching. Crash! An iron cage was summoned, trapping the Black Fairy to begin a private interrogation. Inside the cage, Elion von Yggdrasil maintained a terrifying composure, questioning, "All right, so what do you intend to do with me?" Jinhuk stood outside with Haryu and her sister's spirit, replying curtly, "Don't worry. If I intended anything dirty, I wouldn't have brought children." Elion von Yggdrasil sneered, her voice full of sarcasm. "Ha! If you're all cut from the same cloth, what difference does it make if there are children here?" Jinhuk didn't bother to argue, asking directly in a low voice, "What's your name?" Her eyes sharp as knives, she raised her head and declared her identity, Elion von Yggdrasil. Jinhuk's pupils constricted. The name Yggdrasil completely shocked him. Information immediately flashed in his mind. That was the name of the divine tree of the elf race, and also the surname of the royal family. Jinhuk realized he had just captured a major target. This troublesome individual is an elf royal. Whoosh! In the dark forest, a shadow stomped hard on a branch, rushing away at terrifying speed. A group of assassins was sweeping the area, and the bandaged swordsman growled an order. "They said it was this forest, right? Spread out and find that elf royal for me." Jinhuk looked at his prey in the cage, his mind working rapidly. A high elf royal already has incredible potential, and now as a black fairy, she also possesses dark magic. What a catch! He suddenly remembered that angel, Hamiel, realizing there was definitely bad blood between these two. They were sworn enemies. Elion von Yggdrasil's eyes were still full of defiance, but Jinhuk had made up his mind. This girl is perfect for his guild revolution. Meanwhile, Elion was far from resigned, her mind focused on a single thought. How do I escape from here? She calculated to herself that the cuffs and cage were suppressing all her power, and even if she escaped, she would need time to recover. Elion was about to wait for an opportunity to counterattack when he made a move, then click. A high-tech key was inserted directly into the lock. A blinding blue light erupted from the cage, engulfing a stunned Elione von Yggdrasil. Before her plan could even take shape, Elione von Yggdrasil froze completely, her face bewildered. "Huh?" Jinhuk, wearing his demon mask, raised the key and ordered coldly, "Get up. I still have a few questions." As soon as she was free, Elion von Yggdrasil said nothing, channeling strength into her bare feet and pushing off the ground, preparing to burst into a sprint and escape. With a whoosh, she shot forward like an arrow, her hand reaching out with determination to escape, but Jinhuk had anticipated this move. Before she could take 3 steps, Elion von Yggdrasil tripped, tumbling miserably on the ground and crying out in pain. Jinhuk calmly watched the individual, who had just cost him 20 million gold, lying sprawled out, mocking, "Give up. Elves specialize in mana and summoning, not these pathetic displays of physical strength." Lying on the ground, Elion von Yggdrasil looked up, her eyes sharp. "You spent 20 million gold to bring me here. What exactly do you want?" Elione von Yggdrasil knelt on the ground, a provocative and sarcastic smile on her face. I suppose this is a perfect place, isn't it? You can do anything you want with a helpless black fairy, and no one will ever know. She tugged at the chain, her eyes becoming bewitching and defiant. Just like those bastards who bid on me, did you bring me here to satisfy your desires? Hearing such vulgar words, Harriet's face flushed red, and she quickly covered the evolved fox girl's ears, stammering in protest. What? There are children here, and my brother isn't that kind of person. Immediately, a series of notifications from the gods appeared. The apex of malevolence advised patience. The nine-tailed fox began lecturing about magic defense, and the Monkey King suggested that 1 wife and 4 concubines was normal, making Jinhuk yell, "Shut up, you lunatics. It's not what you think." Boom! An explosion of dark energy shook the entire forest, and Jinhuk immediately turned to look towards the source of the sound. Haryu cried out in surprise about the explosion, and Jinhuk coldly ordered, "Balkan, report." A muscular headband warrior roared, using pure physical strength to break through the defenses of the summoned spirits, shouting that the big shot from the auction house was in this forest. Balkan, while repelling a masked assassin, reported that the recent challengers had somehow sniffed out their location and were pouring in. Jinhuk's eyes narrowed behind his mask, and he muttered suspiciously, "Could it be Hamiel's doing?" Jinhuk ordered Haryu and the evolved fox girl to go assist Balkan, not allowing anyone to get close, and the evolved fox girl immediately raised her hands, howling with excitement. Seeing them prepare to leave, Haryu, still confused about what had just happened, turned back and quietly asked, "It's definitely not like that, right?" Which made Jinhuk snap. "I told you it wasn't." Having dealt with the commotion, Jinhuk turned back to look at Elione von Yggdrasil, who was still kneeling on the ground, his voice full of sarcasm. Do you feel like talking a bit more now?" Elione von Yggdrasil looked up, her eyes sharp and fearless, and unexpectedly asked an unrelated question. "Do you have any alcohol?" Meanwhile, the evolved fox girl had plunged into battle, her sharp claws emitting pink energy, tearing apart the charging assassins. Balkan hovered in the air, thanking the 2 assassins for buying him time, then unleashed a dark magic attack, skewering both of them from below. Balkan's eyes glowed with purple energy, and he roared, determined to finish off the small fry with a single blow. Boom! Balkan summoned spirit thorns, and a series of gigantic dark energy spikes erupted from the ground, sweeping across the battlefield. The sound of explosions echoed from afar through the forest, where Jinhuk and Elione von Yggdrasil sat amidst empty wine bottles. Elione von Yggdrasil took a gulp of wine, admitting that his subordinates were very strong and inferring that their leader must be on a different level. She began to press the issue. "If you're so strong, why did you spare that celestial at the auction house? She's being punished by the tower. Killing her would have been easy." Jinhuk coldly retorted, saying that fighting that individual at the current moment was completely pointless. Elione von Yggdrasil sneered, mocking his patience for the greater good, then declared that she was not that kind of person. Her eyes turned sharp, and she asked a deadly question in a low voice. "Have you ever torn apart your own kin with your bare hands?" The insidious question struck a nerve, and Jinhuk froze, his pupils contracting in shock behind his mask. Thud. The memory began with a scene of an ancient patterned sword plunged deep into a chest, fresh blood splattering. The stabbed man showed no fear. Instead, he roared madly. "Again, cut a line and tear open my chest." Slash. Elione von Yggdrasil gritted her teeth, swinging her sword down in extreme agony. Blood splattered on her face, tears welled in her eyes, and she stammered in despair. Father. Elione's father, dying, blood gushing from his wound, still managed to praise his daughter. "You did well. Only death can allow me to give this to you." He pulled out a glowing golden orb from his chest, his voice full of hope. "Our future, the fruit of the Yggdrasil tree." He took his last breath, placing the orb into the blood-soaked hands of a sobbing Elione von Yggdrasil. "I entrust it to you." The flashback shifted to a chase, the sound of galloping horses echoing with a stern command. "Find Elione for me." A group of elf pursuers led by a blond man was galloping at full speed, and he confidently declared, "They can't have gone far, not with the old man gravely wounded." The leader revealed his face with a sinister smile, his identity unveiled. Her brother, Elad, the traitor who sold out his people to the 4 emperors and seized power. Elione's father panicked as the enemies arrived, yelling at his daughter to quickly eat the fruit of Yggdrasil. Slash. A brutal strike tore through the air, fresh blood splattering as the old man was cut down. Elione von Yggdrasil watched in horror as her father fell, while she desperately tried to escape. Another blade slashed. Not at her, but at the hand holding her last hope, shattering the fruit of Yggdrasil. From the sky, a celestial descended with pure white wings. Elione von Yggdrasil screamed in hatred. Hamiel. Immediately, a dense stream of pink demonic energy pierced through Elione von Yggdrasil's chest, freezing her in place. Hamiel landed, holding a lantern filled with demonic aura, sneering that this was the punishment for the little princess daring to refuse their invitation. With a smug smile, Hamiel boasted that the substance in the lantern was pure demonic energy, potent enough to corrupt even a high elf. Hamiel twisted her lips maliciously, declaring there was no better target to defile than Elione's detestable high elf pride. Under the influence of the demonic aura, a phantom of death appeared, plunging Elione von Yggdrasil into an abyss of painful screams. That was how she was corrupted, and ultimately sold as merchandise. Cha Jinhuk analyzed that even though the elf race was a target for the four emperors, they still didn't dare to make a move. The power of the elf race on the 300th floor was overwhelming, with mana and spirit summoning abilities on a different level, enough to make even the four emperors sweat profusely. Therefore, when they couldn't fight head-on, they resorted to dirty tactics, planting and exploiting traitors from within, a far more effective strategy. Elione von Yggdrasil concluded her story in despair, bitterly admitting that her efforts to save her people only led to a tragic end for herself. But Cha Jinhyuk cut off her emotional outpouring, flatly declaring, "The end? Not yet. Those bastards who stole your kingdom and enslaved you are still alive and well." His eyes behind the mask flashed with killing intent, and he growled, "And so are you. The game only ends when one side is completely wiped out." Cha Jinhyuk extended an offer she couldn't refuse, his voice full of power. "Join my revolution guild. I will help you slaughter your enemies." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Haryu was panting after single-handedly clearing out a bunch of small fry. She started to hesitate, worried about leaving her brother alone with that black elf woman. A vision of Cha Jinhyuk being seduced by Elione von Yggdrasil flashed in Haryu's mind, making her panic so much that her face contorted with jealousy. Just as Haryu was panicking and wanted to turn back, a giant red orc, its eyes glowing with killing intent, loomed up behind her. Haryu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the enemy had been drawn by the noise and her escape route was now blocked. The red orc let out a thunderous roar, swinging its giant fist, intending to crush Haryu into a pulp. Just as the red orc was about to strike, a tiny shadow imp summon of Cha Jinhyuk suddenly appeared, making it pause for a beat. Boom! Before it could react, Cha Jinhyuk descended from above, cleanly kicking the monster's head to pieces. Seeing her brother appear like a god, Haryu's face lit up with joy, and she quickly called out. Cha Jinhyuk landed softly as the orc's corpse vanished. He checked on Haryu, then immediately changed the subject. "Where's the black elf?" Wearing his demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk casually informed a bewildered Haryu. "If you're talking about Elione, she's gone." Elsewhere, the magical shackles on Elione von Yggdrasil's legs shattered, and only two words echoed in her mind: revenge. Elione von Yggdrasil looked up with sharp eyes, confirming the bloody task she had just accepted. "You mean I have to kill my own kin?" Cha Jinhyuk pressed a key against Elione von Yggdrasil's face, growling. "Don't. You remember what they did to you? There's no reason you can't do the same." He continued to goad her, his voice full of dark allure. "I want you to reclaim everything, with interest, and make them pay 10, 20 times over." His purple eyes behind the mask flashed with a cruel glint, and he declared firmly, "Because that's exactly what I'm going to do." Elione von Yggdrasil was stunned, asking in disbelief, "Who are you planning to take revenge on?" Cha Jinhyuk casually named the two biggest powers on this server, 9-Star and the Four Emperors. Upon hearing those two names, Elione von Yggdrasil could only smirk, a smile that was both admiring and a little insane. She burst out laughing, finding her own problems suddenly trivial. "Suddenly, all my troubles sound like child's play compared to what you're facing." Whoosh! With that, Elione von Yggdrasil threw a glowing green object to the ground, creating a small energy explosion. Cha Jinhyuk asked, seemingly interested, "So, you're not going to join the revolution?" "No." Elione von Yggdrasil hovered in the air, her entire body enveloped in a green aura, declaring, "I will go find power strong enough to stand beside you. When I'm strong enough, I'll return." Cha Jinhyuk smirked a sinister smile, his face half human, half demon, looking extremely dangerous. Before leaving, Elione von Yggdrasil turned back and asked directly, "Tell me your real name." He replied coldly, revealing his true identity. "Cha Jinhyuk. They often call me Black Star." Elione von Yggdrasil froze, realizing she was speaking with the legendary dead spiritmaster, Cha Jinhyuk. and all the mysteries surrounding his death suddenly became clear. With a crazed smile, Elione von Yggdrasil wagered her very life. "If I happen to die, feel free to take both my soul and my body to use." With that, Elione von Yggdrasil vanished in a flash of light, setting off to seek power for herself. Back with the team, Balkan was carrying Miho, urging Cha Jinhuk and Haryu to move immediately, before other players gathered around them. Cha Jinhuk agreed. The top priority now was to reach the large city on the 60th floor, where Haryu mentioned the Gold Lich was also located. Scene change. William, his golden eyes blazing, growled, his killing intent erupting as numerous gold coins flew around him. William roared, "Gold rush!" unleashing a storm of razor-sharp gold coins that shredded every enemy in sight. William let out a roar, his golden eyes blazing with killing intent, as his storm of gold coins tore his enemies apart. The floor was littered with the corpses of Holy Land Guild soldiers, all wiped out by the monetary power of the Gold Lich. Looking out the window, William was furious to see the city engulfed in flames, cursing the enemy's recklessness. The 60th floor was in chaos. A branch of the Gold Lich Company was under relentless attack, its defenses completely shattered. Despite the situation, the Holy Land Guild soldiers still roared. For the Holy Land Guild, then charged in like moths to a flame. A branch manager with purple eyes and a scar on his face gritted his teeth, realizing this company was a front for the revolution. And if 9-Star found out, all would be over. Suddenly, Tessio, the martial emperor, along with 2 shadow demons, descended, their overwhelming aura forcing the branch manager to brace himself and block their path to protect William's secret. Before he could do anything, the branch manager took a full slash, blood splattering as he screamed in agony. Tessio stood high above, looking down at the defeated foe, swinging his giant energy sword and arrogantly declaring, "You're mine." Crash. A devastating blow from Tessio slammed straight into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that blew everything away. A giant muscular man swung his greatsword, and the puppet manager's marionettes narrowly dodged the attack, making him click his tongue. "Oh, you managed to dodge that?" The muscular man, Hosyan, guild leader of the giant hippo, smirked mockingly. "Not bad for a scrawny puppet master." The puppet manager gritted his teeth, realizing the opponent had even brought guild leaders, clearly intending to level this place to the ground. Suddenly, a controlled puppet turned and stabbed through the puppet manager as he cursed, bitterly realizing his last puppet had also been taken. Beck Julio, guild leader of White Swallow, appeared with a superior air, explaining the basic lesson. To deal with a puppet master, you must first clear out his puppets. Beck Julio acted condescendingly, warning Hosyan not to stray, which made the muscular man growl furiously at being looked down upon, believing he knew perfectly well how to hunt bosses for rewards. Beck Julio continued to taunt, scoffing that the White Swallow Guild had cornered them, and Hosyan was just a giant pig trying to snatch the spoils. Hosyan strained his neck and roared, "I'm a hippo, remember that clearly," then retorted that Beck Julio's own people had foolishly exposed their plan on the 10th floor, messing everything up. Seeing the 2 guild leaders engrossed in their argument, the puppet manager realized this was a golden opportunity to turn the tables. The puppet manager mustered all his strength, darting towards the 2 unguarded enemies, yelling, "It's time for you to become my puppets." The puppet manager unleashed his ultimate skill, energy strings lashing out to entangle Beck Julio and Hosyan, leaving both guild leaders stunned. Wham! Before he could revel in his success, the puppet manager took a devastating kick to the gut from a mysterious figure. He widened his eyes, spitting blood, while his attacker casually remarked, "Oh, my apologies." May, guild leader of the partisans, placed her foot on the puppet manager's back, sneering. "I took care of him while you 2 were busy bickering, didn't I?" she declared bluntly, her eyes sharp. "The puppet manager's life is mine. Make sure to record that clearly." Just then, a 4th force arrived, led by Ashur Hume, who looked down at the chaotic battlefield with disdain. Ashur Hume, guild leader of the Lords of the Divine, officially revealed himself with the aura of a superior being. Ashur Hume stepped forward, his tone condescending. "Allowing an attack to happen has already disgraced the Alliance, and yet you all come here to shamelessly squabble instead of taking responsibility." "Beck," Julio snapped, pointing directly at his opponent. "Who are you to lecture us, Ashur Hume? Do you think a few skills make you special? Do you think you represent Cain?" As the 3 guild leaders were about to clash, May simply stood by with her arms crossed, while the puppet manager slowly got back up behind them. "I don't care, as long as I get my share." The puppet manager's eyes blazed with fire, determined to fight to the death. "I can't let them in, even if I die here." He cast aside his coat, channeling all his power, transforming himself into a puppet with the skill puppet managers self-binding for a desperate fight. Mei and Hosian froze, unable to believe their eyes as they watched him use his own puppet strings on himself. With the gold lich as his ultimate ideal, the puppet manager roared, gathering a destructive energy orb. It's over. No one is getting past here. Boom! A massive purple energy blast shot straight towards the guild leaders, sweeping away everything in its path. Julio's face paled as he yelled, "Watch out!" He turned himself into a puppet. His power is on a whole different level now. Whoosh! Just as the attack was about to hit its target, a giant white tail suddenly lashed out to block it. Kaboom! The collision created a terrifying explosion, blowing off the roof of a nearby building. The puppet manager gasped, stunned that his all-out attack had been blocked so easily. A giant white serpent with blood-red eyes emerged from the smoke, looming before the puppet manager. Wham! The puppet manager took a crushing blow from the giant serpent, spitting blood on the spot. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred, obliterating an entire building, signaling an extremely tense situation. Amidst the ruins, two strangers appeared. One in red spoke arrogantly. "You're late." The formidable duo revealed themselves. Basil, the Serpent King, and Tyun, the King of Dead Souls, names that reeked of death. Julio and Hosian froze, realizing the two newcomers were king-tier challengers from the 300th floor, top-tier players, not small fry. Asura stepped forward, bluntly declaring that these two mercenaries would be in command of the operation. Hosian and Julio protested vehemently. "Asura, we don't accept this. Why should we take orders from some low-level mercenaries?" Asura coldly retorted, dropping a name powerful enough to silence everyone. "This is Kane's order. Are you going to defy Nine Star's will?" Hearing Nine Star, the two guild leaders were speechless, forced to back down and declare their non-participation, while the mercenaries looked at them like a bunch of clowns. Chomp! The giant white serpent cleanly bit down, dispatching the puppet manager before the horrified eyes of Mei and Julio. Julio glared at Mei, his attitude extremely tense after being outmaneuvered by the mercenaries. Suddenly, Asura made his move. A devastating stomp sending both Julio and Hosian flying like two ragged puppets. Julio clutched his broken leg, blood splattering everywhere. The guild leader who had been so arrogant moments ago was now a cripple. Asura hovered in the air, his voice contemptuous. "Weaklings who dare defy Nine Star's orders." Flames erupted in Asura's hand, and he declared bluntly, "Nine Star has no need for the likes of you." A massive fireball shot straight down towards Julio, Asura coldly stating, "This is Kane's will." In the nick of time, Tuni, the King of Dead Souls, appeared, raising his hand to block the attack. Blue dark energy erupting. "In your past lives, you may have been traitorous soldiers, but not anymore." Dark energy from Tune enveloped the two guild leaders, transforming them into absolutely loyal undead puppets. Asura smirked, looking satisfied. To control the Holy Land Guild, leaders with just a flick of the wrist, truly worthy of his reputation. Asura turned and asked directly, "By the way, where is the masked demon?" Tune replied curtly, "Elsewhere. He hasn't reached the 60th floor yet." A new king-tier challenger, the masked bounty hunter, muttered about a plan to cut off some target's funding. Asura showed his displeasure, his hand already on his weapon, his eyes sharp. Asura looked down at the masked bounty hunter lying on the ground, questioning, "What is this charade?" While Tune, the King of Dead Souls, hovered observing from behind. The masked bounty hunter growled, declaring bluntly, "If the masked demon isn't here, I'm not interested." Asura snapped, "So you intend to defy Nine Star's orders too?" But the bounty hunter simply replied, "Don't worry, I'll still bring you his head." It turned out the masked bounty hunter's true objective was to find and eliminate the masked demon, a personal vendetta rather than a mission. Meanwhile, in another location, Jinhuk thought defiantly, "Just you wait, spiritmaster." Jinhuk had just arrived to find Hendrik and Haru cleaning up some petty soldiers, Haru wondering in surprise. "There are enemies here too?" Hendrik turned, asking Jinhuk directly, "You're later than I expected. Did you find anything good at the auction?" Jinhuk sweated under his mask, replying wearily, "It's a long story." Suddenly, space shattered, and a glowing golden homing pigeon shot straight towards Jinhuk and Hendrik. Haru immediately recognized the high-end item. "What is that?" An interfloor homing pigeon, the gold lich's toy. An urgent voice echoed directly into Jinhuk's mind. "Jinhuk, emergency. You must prioritize ascending to the 60th floor immediately." The sender of the message was William, who frantically announced, "One of Revolution's facilities is under attack." The whole group froze as the pigeon landed, Balkan muttering, "The company on the 60th floor is under attack?" William's final message rang out desperately as the pigeon began to burn. "Hurry! We're about to be wiped out. You have to buy us time." The homing pigeon vanished in a blinding flash of light, leaving silence to envelop Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik. Balkan and Haryu's faces went pale, Haryu asking in a panic, "What was that about?" "The 60th floor is where they supported us." Cha Jinhyuk explained that the Gold Lich operated countless shell companies to manipulate the tower's economy without revealing his identity. Cha Jinhyuk ran his hand through his hair, annoyed. "Damn it, they must have caught wind of it." But Hendrik interjected coldly. "Wait." Hendrik frowned, analyzing that the Gold Lich was one of the strongest challengers on the 300th floor. A mediocre force couldn't possibly be his opponent. Cha Jinhyuk retorted, "If the Gold Lich could act personally, he wouldn't have bothered setting up shell companies in the first place." He further explained that the Gold Lich showing his face on the front lines would be like slapping himself, announcing to the entire tower that Revolution and the Gold Lich Company were on the same side. And once their hand was revealed, the four emperors wouldn't hesitate to act, wiping out every branch of the Gold Lich Company to its roots, making the current attack look like child's play. Haryu broke out in a cold sweat, speechless at the gravity of this political game. Cha Jinhyuk clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. "The objective is clear. Head straight to the 60th floor, and clear out those gathered in the Holy Land." Balkan hovered in the air, dark purple energy enveloping his body, preparing to teleport the entire team directly to the entrance of the next floor. Swoosh! Just as he was about to cast his spell, a pure white object shot forth at terrifying speed, piercing through Balkan's chest. Cha Jinhyuk froze, shouting in despair. "Balkan!" Two strangers blocked their path, Basil the Serpent King and his giant white serpent. Basil smirked. "My apologies, but you won't be going anywhere." Basil the Serpent King and Taiyun the King of Dead Souls blocked their path, the giant white serpent behind them gathering a blazing red energy sphere, ready to fire. Swoosh! The destructive energy blast was fired at terrifying speed, aimed directly at the entire team. Through his mask, Cha Jinhyuk roared a warning to his teammates. "Everyone, be careful." Boom! A terrifying explosion ripped through the ground, its destructive power enough to flatten everything. But Cha Jinhyuk's team was one step faster, landing directly on the back of the giant white serpent, narrowly dodging the attack. Hendrik cursed in frustration. "Damn it. What kind of monsters are these?" Cha Jinhyuk replied concisely. At this point, who else could it be? Cha Jinhyuk's eyes sharpened, and he stated firmly, "It's assassins sent by that dog, Kane Fallon." A voice rang out, confirming, "Exactly." And a giant undead summon with blue energy rose from the void, looming before the team. Cha Jinhyuk sneered, seemingly unfazed by the new opponent. Thud! The giant undead summon swung a heaven-shattering punch, forcing Cha Jinhyuk and his teammates to slide away, narrowly dodging the blow. From below, Cha Jinhyuk glanced at the two enemies, quickly analyzing. One undead is a necromancer. Or is it that sickly-looking guy standing next to the Serpent King? Without waiting for orders, Hendrik roared, "I'll cut him in half," then swung his sword and charged straight towards the Serpent King. The Serpent King's giant white serpent reacted even faster, opening its maw wide. Chomp! Hendrik was swallowed whole by the serpent in one swift bite. Inside the serpent's mouth, Hendrik was unfazed, even showing delight. "Wow, a real dragon, huh?" The Serpent King sat perched on his pet's head, looking down with a condescending gaze. "I need another pet. What do you say?" He continued to make an arrogant offer. "A pet, you ask? I'll even make you my highest-tier pet." The Serpent King licked his lips perversely, his eyes filled with sick desire. "I'd love to see your scales shimmer in the light." Hendrik roared in disgust. "Get lost, you perverted bastard," then swung his sword and burst out of the serpent's mouth. Suddenly, Tuni the King of Dead Souls appeared, blocking his path, his voice icy. "The dragon won't come to help you." Cha Jinhyuk silently observed the new enemy, his sharp purple eyes gleaming behind his demon mask. A mysterious necromancer with a cold blue aura appeared, assessing Cha Jinhyuk's power. From the 300th floor. "Huh. No, this level is even above Shane." Cha Jinhyuk sneered, half his mask dissolving to reveal absolute confidence. "Let's see what tricks these modern necromancers have up their sleeves." He turned his back and ordered his team, "Haryu, Miho, go assist Hendrik. Once that guy is dealt with, head straight to the 60th floor." Haryu and Miho immediately obeyed, responding in unison. "Understood," then shot off at terrifying speed. Cha Jinhyuk unleashed his dark power, summoning his elite shadow army, declaring, "As for you, I'll handle you myself." His opponent was no pushover either. He smiled with satisfaction, just as I wished, and summoned an army of blue skeletons. Boom! The two armies clashed, a shadow warrior swinging his mace and crushing a skeleton's skull. Slash! Another shadow swordsman delivered a clean strike, splitting another skeleton in half in the blink of an eye. Crash! The war between the two undead armies officially erupted, clashing fiercely on all fronts. Cha Jinhyuk and the opposing Necromancer slowly advanced with their armies, the auras of the purple and blue undead clashing intensely. The Necromancer muttered, admitting that his skeletons couldn't overwhelm the opponent, confirming the rumors of an anomaly were true. He looked directly at Cha Jinhyuk, surrounded by blue demonic energy, and asked bluntly, "You're a spiritmaster, aren't you?" Cha Jinhyuk sneered under his mask, his purple eyes flashing with arrogance. "What's it to you?" The Necromancer growled, his eyes full of ambition. "That's a title you don't deserve. Hand over your power." "What if I refuse, you arrogant rookie?" Cha Jinhyuk sneered, a dark purple flame erupting in his palm. The Necromancer gritted his teeth, clenching his hand, which glowed with blue demonic energy. "Then I'll take it by force myself." The scene shifts. Haryu and Miho were flying through the air, dodging a blazing red energy attack that whipped across the sky like a serpent. Haryu's eyes suddenly widened. She sensed a deadly danger approaching rapidly. The ground shook and then burst open, a giant maw full of sharp teeth emerging from beneath, ready to swallow both girls whole. Haryu and Miho's faces drained of color, completely shocked by the perilous situation. Cha Jinhyuk sneered under his demon mask, his purple eyes flashing with amusement at having caught his prey. "Chomp!" A voice rang out, calling the two girls' names, clearly relishing that the trap had sprung. A bandaged-faced man with white hair appeared, his voice full of menace. "If you don't hand it over, your friends will die a painful death." Cha Jinhyuk growled, purple demonic energy flaring violently. "Shut your mouth and open that thing right now, you bastard." The scene shifts to a town engulfed in flames, the gold lich guards being mercilessly cut down. Thud! Another guard fell to the ground, blood gushing after a fatal slash. Two unfamiliar warriors, a blue-haired warrior and a ponytail ally, were sweeping through the battlefield, the blue-haired warrior roaring, "Die!" Wham! The blue-haired warrior suddenly took a full hit to the head from a flying object, falling backward. The ponytail ally quickly caught the bleeding blue-haired warrior, gritting his teeth and asking, "Damn it, who threw that?" The bleeding blue-haired warrior's face suddenly lit up as he picked up a gold coin amidst the chaotic battlefield, thinking it was his lucky day. Boom! Before he could finish celebrating, the gold coin exploded right in front of him. A deadly trap. From behind, William coldly watched the invading army being decimated by successive gold explosions, screaming desperately in the inferno. A blonde commander symbol appeared, his face emotionless as he watched his soldiers continuously fall into traps. The commander muttered, realizing that the vanguard kept repeating a blocked scenario, and foolishly charging in would lead nowhere. Suspecting a formidable mage was behind everything, William decided to act himself, dashing swiftly amidst the blazing golden energy. William sneered, having identified the next target to clear out. Whoosh! He hurled a gold bomb at terrifying speed directly towards the building. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the room, blowing away two invading soldiers who were ambushed inside. William panted, admitting that this cat-and-mouse game couldn't last forever. Sooner or later, the enemies would find his position. Thump! The giant undead, a skeletal war machine, emerged from the ground with an overwhelming aura. Without a second's hesitation, Cha Jinhyuk erupted with dark power, charging straight at the monster like a black arrow. He roared, his hands gathering destructive energy, and commanded, "Release Haryu and the two-tailed fox at once." Clang! A shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Cha Jinhyuk's lightning attack with a scythe. He introduced himself as Tiun, the King of Dead Souls, and arrogantly declared that he would seize the Spiritmaster's power to become the successor to Black Star Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk looked incredulous, his voice full of sarcasm through his mask. "Succeed me in what, exactly?" In a dark space, the two-tailed fox slowly regained consciousness after the shock. Haryu shook her awake, asking worriedly as they both realized they were in a strange, damp place. It turned out they were imprisoned inside the monster's chest, surrounded by an army of skeletons, ready to obey orders. Outside, the giant undead roared again, a earth-shattering sound, ready to crush everything. Thump! The giant white serpent began to burrow into the ground. Hendrik immediately realized its intention. Is it trying to escape with the children inside? Hendrik's eyes blazed. He growled, full of killing intent. I won't let you get away. As if reading his thoughts, the giant serpent didn't bother to flee anymore. It turned its head and charged straight at him, its mouth wide open. Clang! Hendrik swung his sword to parry the colossal bite. The impact was so strong that he had to brace himself, exclaiming, "Damn it! Why is it so strong?" But this was the real dirty trick. From inside the serpent's gaping maw, a smaller purple snake suddenly shot out. Hendrik was completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. There's another snake inside its mouth? Seizing the opportunity, the purple snake lunged and delivered a critical bite to Hendrik's shoulder. Thump! Pain and fury erupted in Hendrik's blazing red eyes. "Get out!" he roared, putting all his strength into a sword strike aimed directly at the giant white serpent's head. Boom! The powerful slash sent the giant monster flying, sending it crashing backward into a building, shattering bricks and stones. Hendrik realized the bite wasn't ordinary venom. Suddenly, his eyes trembled as a terrifying illusion appeared. A swarm of black dragons soaring across a fiery sky. Hendrik's face contorted. He growled, recognizing the nightmare. No way, it's that day. Memories of the day, the dark dragons ravaged his village, flooded back. That was the moment his rage was born. A voice echoed in his mind, taunting. Do you hate dragons? Basil appeared right in Hendrik's memory world, mocking a dragon for despising its own kind, leaving Hendrik stunned. What? Hendrik couldn't believe it. That guy could also see this scene. He was utterly bewildered. How? He suddenly realized that it was all due to the bite of the purple snake earlier. Basil sneered, holding the purple snake pet and confirming. Bingo. The Serpent King explained the pet's dirty ability. It not only amplifies the victim's negative memories but also allows the owner to watch the scene live, like a movie. Amidst the desolate scene in his memory, the Serpent King mocked Hendrik, claiming not to understand why he detested such beautiful dragons, leaving Hendrik speechless. The Serpent King sneered, continuing to prod at Hendrik's pain. You even transformed into a dragon yourself. Isn't that wonderful? Hendrik gritted his teeth, gripping his sword hilt so tightly that veins bulged on his hands. He growled. What the hell do you know? He exploded in rage, red lightning enveloping his body as he roared about the bitterness of his failed revenge and being reborn as the very enemy he hated most. Hendrik's fury shattered the entire memory world into pieces. He yelled at the Serpent King. Don't act like you understand how I feel. The Serpent King only smirked, his tone full of disdain. You're getting so worked up over such a trivial matter? Hendrik's dragon eyes narrowed. He coldly repeated a single word. Trivial? I don't understand you, the Serpent King replied, red dark energy flaring around him. Isn't that a small price to pay to become a dragon? He revealed his own scene, a sea of blood overflowing with human and snake corpses, then taunted. How many lives do you think I had to take to achieve this beauty? Basil concluded that all those sacrifices were merely a small price, a statement that left Hendrik utterly speechless in his absolute fury. Hendrik stood facing the Serpent King, who was perched on his giant white serpent, his aura overwhelming an entire corner of the city. The white-haired man smirked, introducing himself. I am the Serpent King, Basil, a fanatic of all things scaled. Basil continued to entice him, suggesting that if Hendrik joined his side, he would soon learn to love his true dragon nature. Hendrik silently gritted his teeth, red lightning crackling around him, signaling an impending explosion of rage. He growled. Then allow me to introduce myself as well. Dragon Slayer Hendrik, the butcher of all scaled creatures. Hendrik roared, his katana blazing with red lightning, ready to cleave his enemy apart. The Serpent King only shrugged, as if he had expected it. Then it's a fight to the death, isn't it? He then waved his hand, and small snakes slithered out from his body. Hendrik lunged like lightning, shouting, Let's see if you can still run your mouth after I'm done with you. Suddenly, one of Basil's snakes opened its mouth wide, revealing a smaller, ghostly purple snake emerging from within a dirty trick. Hendrik was caught off guard. Before he could react, countless snakes swarmed him from all directions, slashes drawing spurts of blood. Hendrik broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had fallen into a trap too easily. Damn it. Hendrik looked up at the encircling snakes. He growled. Will these things never end? Boasting loudly, Hendrik sneered defiantly. Go ahead and attack. Do you really think these pathetic snakes can catch me? Suddenly, a colossal figure swept past. Hendrik froze, overwhelmed by terrifying pressure. Hendrik gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen for a huge trick. Damn it. The real threat is here. The small snakes were just bait. The giant white serpent had completely surrounded him. Hendrik realized he was cornered, with no escape. Hendrik braced himself as the serpent began to constrict, the terrifying pressure threatening to crush his bones. The monster opened its fanged maw wide, preparing to swallow Hendrik amidst his desperate screams. Suffocated by the pressure, Hendrik frantically realized he was about to be crushed to dust, and desperately tried to use teleportation to escape. Immediately, a hand stopped Hendrik's face, stifling his last effort. Basil appeared right in front of him, smiling triumphantly and declaring, "Got you." Basil squeezed Hendrik's face tightly, his voice full of disdain. "You were too careless, Hendrik. You're still too green." He smirked, commanding imperiously, "Now, obediently become mine." Basil activated his ultimate ability, the Serpent Bearer trait, a crimson aura enveloping Hendrik, beginning the assimilation process. The Ophiuchus constellation appeared in Hendrik's constricted pupils, marking the beginning of the takeover. Basil let out a sinister laugh, gleefully declaring, "That's right. You will become my special slave, Hendrik." Basil explained that Hendrik's only escape was to transform into a dragon and flee from the serpent, but he knew Hendrik couldn't do that, because the inner purple snake had already infiltrated Hendrik's mind. In his mental space, Hendrik knelt, overwhelmed by his own hatred for dragons, including himself. Basil stood there, judging. "Hendrik, you still haven't accepted the truth that you, too, are a dragon." Exploiting that fatal weakness, Basil roared, unleashing his full power to turn Hendrik into his pet amidst Hendrik's desperate screams. Sweat poured down. Hendrik struggled desperately. "I don't want to." He looked up, his face still bewildered by Cha Jinhyuk's words. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Cha Jinhyuk snapped, showing no mercy. "Just because you don't want to become your enemy, you're going to discard that power? What a waste." Cha Jinhyuk asked him directly, while Shane lay unconscious nearby. "I'll ask you one thing. Who are you?" Hendrik, collapsed on the ground, whispered, "I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer." Cha Jinhyuk pointed directly at him, his voice icy, delivering a cutting remark. "Absolutely wrong. You're just a small fry challenging floor 50. Seeing Shane still unconscious, Cha Jinhyuk made up his mind. To take down a floor 300 challenger who's debuffed, we have to go all out. Standing before the still despondent Hendrik, Cha Jinhyuk declared bluntly, "We are still weak. Therefore, we must use everything we have." Immediately, a surge of blazing red dark power violently erupted from Hendrik's body. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, Basil's eyes widened as he screamed, his smugness completely gone. "Impossible. If my memories are correct, this shouldn't be happening." A colossal black dragon with bat wings materialized, directly confronting the giant white serpent, as Hendrik's voice echoed, "Yes, because I am weak, I must use it." Hendrik, in his black dragon form, roared a vow from the depths of his heart. "Every time I face a strong opponent, I must give my all." The dragon man roared, overwhelming the Serpent King with his furious aura. "I will crush you, no matter what it takes." Contrary to expectations, Basil showed no fear. Instead, he flashed an enraptured smile and whispered, "Truly, truly magnificent." The pitch-black dragon scales, hard as bedrock, shimmered with blazing red energy, an absolute defensive wall. Basil's eyes turned crazed with possessive desire. He screamed, "You are the best, Hendrik. I must have you, no matter the cost." Scene change. The Necromancer's war began. The King of Dead Souls' scythe clashed fiercely with our summoned soldiers' swords. Tune's blue skeletons charged into Cha Jinhyuk's shadow army, creating a chaotic battle between the two undead legions. Despite their overwhelming numbers, Tune's skeleton soldiers were blocked and pushed back by Cha Jinhyuk's elite units. Wearing his demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk realized something was wrong. "My soldiers are being slightly pushed back, and that guy's fighting style." Cha Jinhyuk was stunned as he realized the truth. The image of his past life's Black Star appearing behind Tune. Black Star. Has using my exact skills from my past life. Cha Jinhyuk was momentarily distracted, thinking about saving the children and going to Gold Lich. But then he shook it off. He narrowed his eyes, growling, "No. Thinking about anything else right now will only hold me back." With that, Cha Jinhyuk charged, his weapon and the King of Dead Souls clashing with sparks. Taiyun immediately retreated, his other hand gathering a dazzling blue magical energy circle. A colossal blue-purple energy explosion was fired directly at Cha Jinhyuk. Wearing his demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk questioned, "This fighting style, did you learn it from Black Star, Cha Jinhyuk?" Tiyune calmly admitted, "Yes, and I assume you did too." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, half his face revealing full confidence. "Then you can't win against me." He erupted with dark aura, his hands gathering two opposing energy spheres, declaring, "Because I will become even stronger than that Black Star." Tiuna's face darkened, his eyes sparking with rage. "How dare you? Surpass him? Ridiculous." The King of Dead Souls panicked, as Cha Jinhyuk suddenly vanished before his eyes, leaving only a faint energy trail. But Cha Jinhyuk didn't flee. He appeared right in the middle of the skeleton army, one hand tightly gripping a soldier's skull. The King of Dead Souls sneered arrogantly, believing his opponent was too foolish to rush headlong into death. He ordered the entire skeleton army to tear Cha Jinhyuk apart, convinced this was an inescapable trap. Cha Jinhyuk calmly activated Master of All Arts, his hands gathering two completely opposing energy currents, one of light, one of darkness, divine power and demonic power, two irreconcilable forces, now intertwined, forming a destructive purple-gold energy vortex. He unleashed Divine Demonic Burst, a terrifying explosion that instantly wiped out the entire skeleton army. The King of Dead Souls' jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes, stammering, "Impossible. That's divine power and demonic power." The system continuously flashed notifications, acknowledging Cha Jinhyuk's unprecedented achievement of fusing two incompatible energy types. His name would be inscribed in the tower's Hall of Fame. Behind his demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk's eyes were now one gold, one purple, a living testament to the unanswered question, can one person possess two powers? The King of Dead Souls faced Cha Jinhyuk's colossal illusion, wondering what he should do to defeat a black star. Cha Jinhyuk, with his dual gold-purple eyes, was determined to crush his enemy, even if they outnumbered him, a familiar situation. He recalled the scene of being betrayed and killed by Nine Star. The current situation was identical, only this time, someone else would fall. Cha Jinhyuk smirked maliciously, thinking to himself about a dirty but effective fighting method he was about to unleash. He directly called the King of Dead Souls his junior, mocking him for claiming to be Black Star's descendant. Donning his demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk taunted that it was precisely because the King of Dead Souls was too weak that he understood how truly powerful Black Star was, and that his predecessor's death wasn't simply due to confronting divine power. His pride wounded, the King of Dead Souls gnashed his teeth, his eyes behind the mask showing angry bloodshot veins. He roared, declaring he wouldn't let Cha Jinhyuk defile his master's honor, as a surge of blue demonic energy erupted from his body. The King of Dead Souls' entire blue skeleton army roared in unison, charging forward like a tsunami, determined to tear apart the one who dared insult their master. Cha Jinhyuk didn't flinch, drawing his twin swords, which were enveloped in purple dark power, and thought to himself, that's more like it. It wouldn't be fun if it ended too easily. Cha Jinhyuk charged directly at the King of Dead Souls, his twin swords blazing with purple dark power, ready for a head-on collision. The King of Dead Souls growled, confident that with divine power and demonic power, Cha Jinhyuk's summons would be nullified, declaring he would tear him apart with his own hands. Clang! The King of Dead Souls' blue scythe and Cha Jinhyuk's purple twin swords clashed, sending sparks flying, as a pure test of strength began. The King of Dead Souls was stunned, unable to understand why his divine power-infused slash had only grazed his opponent without finishing him off. Cha Jinhyuk revealed his hand, exposing a bone shield beneath his coat and sneering, "That's right, as you said, that's how he died." He continued to taunt, "Do you really think I didn't prepare for that?" While summoning a blue soul flame in his hand. Provoked to his limit, the King of Dead Souls furiously roared, his eyes bloodshot, for slandering him. "You will die here." He swung his scythe, channeling all his blue demonic energy into a full power strike, determined to cleave Cha Jinhyuk in two. Gulp! Cha Jinhyuk crossed his twin swords, straining to block the King of Dead Souls' heaven-shattering slash. A surge of purple dark power erupted around Cha Jinhyuk, forming a shield that repelled the attack, making him realize that divine power could also block demonic power. Cha Jinhyuk strained to defend, the pressure from the King of Dead Souls' attack making his hands tremble violently. The King of Dead Souls had to admit, this undead bastard is incredibly strong. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Tiyun unleashed a devastating kick enveloped in blue demonic energy. Pushed back, Cha Jinhyuk realized that basic attacks were merely tickling his opponent. He muttered, "In that case, bringing out the big guns." Cha Jinhyuk poured both divine power and demonic power into his sword, the two opposing energy currents beginning to swirl together. The system immediately flashed a crimson warning. Divine power and demonic power are two extremes. They cannot be merged. "Shut up!" Cha Jinhyuk snapped at the system. "Just do as I say." Defying all laws, the two energy currents began to clash violently. One side divine light, the other raging darkness. Cha Jinhyuk realized the situation was dire. The two powers were tearing each other apart instead of harmonizing. Damn it, they can't mix. But instead of giving up, Cha Jinhyuk flashed a mad grin, deciding to go all out. Fine. Cha Jinhyuk laughed maniacally, using his will to force the two opposing energy currents together. Listen up, he roared, ignoring the conflict between divine power and demonic power. Your refusal is useless, because all of it belongs to me. With a shout of merge into one, he slammed the two power sources together, creating a terrifying energy collision. The two currents of golden and dark purple light intertwined tightly, merging into a completely new power entity. Crack! The bone shield that Tiyun had confidently erected shattered like glass before the attack. Tiyun was blown away, while Cha Jinhyuk stood firm, his hair now white and his blazing red demon mask appearing. Tiyun was utterly terrified, muttering that his magic shield was created to block the power of even the four emperors. He couldn't believe it, posing a shocking question. Could its power have surpassed even the four emperors? Cha Jinhyuk looked at the sword, which was emitting a chaotic aura, wondering what that power was. Neither divine power nor demonic power. The system panel displayed a notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the trait, Fusion, merging divine power and demonic power, creating explosive power. Cha Jinhyuk, with his white hair and blazing red demon mask, muttered about his new power. Fusion, huh? Beneath the mask, a savage and excited smile appeared, signaling that a brutal game was about to begin. He roared, I like it, then shot forward like a black arrow, tearing through the air and aiming straight for Tiyun. Tiyun was scared witless, desperately screaming for his subordinates, protect me, while the blue skeletons rushed forward as meat shields. But Cha Jinhyuk's speed far surpassed all reason. He easily pierced through the small fry soldiers and closed in right before Tiyun. His sword, now enveloped in the chaotic black and white energy of fusion, was raised high, preparing for a finishing blow. Tiyun could only let out a pathetic scream, his face contorted in extreme horror as death loomed over him. Whoosh! A heaven-shattering slash struck Tiyun directly, the impact creating a terrifying shockwave. A dark purple energy explosion erupted, completely engulfing Tiyun and flattening everything around. When the dust settled, only Cha Jinhyuk remained standing amidst the ruins, while Tiyun's weapon clattered to the ground, its owner having vanished without a trace. A white-haired paladin panted, his face covered in injuries, yet his gaze remained frighteningly resolute. He strained with all his might, the sword in his hand flaring with brilliant blue light, preparing for a life-or-death strike. Whoosh! Cha Jinhyuk had closed in from behind, holding his sword to the paladin's neck, his voice cold as ice. You said your name was Tiyuna? His purple eyes narrowed behind the demon mask. Cha Jinhyuk growled. Why are you so obsessed with Black Star? The white-haired paladin fell silent, his eyes flickering violently upon hearing that legendary name. Memories flooded back, the youthful face of the paladin from years ago appearing, his eyes wide with astonishment and admiration. In the flashback, the young man lay sprawled on the ground, looking up at Black Star's back, which radiated boundless dark demonic power, an existence born to master the tower, the cold face of Black Star in the past, one who possessed absolute power and an imperial aura. A voice echoed in his memory, attempting to shatter the paladin's belief, but he died after betraying humanity. Do you still respect him? The paladin roared in indignation, denying the accusation. That's not true, the white-haired paladin shouted, asserting that Black Star had fallen into a trap set by those bastards from 9-Star. Cha Jinhyuk was stunned, sweat pouring down as he realized this man knew the truth. How? How does he know the truth? He kicked the white-haired paladin face down, his mind still processing the information about the truth behind his own death. Crushed on the ground, the white-haired paladin still growled, questioning Cha Jinhyuk. Don't you feel anything? Cha Jinhyuk continued to test him, pressing his sword and asking if he had ever doubted Black Star's death, even after he had earned the title of spiritmaster. In his memory, the official story was recounted. Black Star, the strongest necromancer, had died in battle when directly confronting the Fallen siblings of 9-Star. The white-haired paladin roared a firm denial. He was framed. Cha Jinhyuk is innocent. Cha Jinhyuk turned his back, uttering a sarcastic remark to test him. What if he got drunk on power and became foolish? But in his heart, he had realized something. An imperial aura emanated from him. Cha Jinhyuk secretly thought that there were still people who believed in him, while the white-haired paladin on the ground roared, How dare you insult him? The paladin pulled down his hood, his eyes blazing as he acknowledged Cha Jinhyuk's skill, but flatly declared, But you are not Black Star's successor. The white-haired paladin recalled, asserting that Black Star was not just a savior, but also an overwhelming force, shining brighter than even 9-Star. He proudly declared that Black Star was the milestone and ideal of his life. Exploding with power, the paladin roared, vowing to defeat Cha Jinhyuk to claim Black Star's title. Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, secretly thinking, So this is what it feels like to have a successor, then uttered, "All right." Deciding to recruit this fanatic, he growled a challenge. "Then prove your worth, Tyun." The white-haired paladin began to gather power, explaining that this was the result of his research into Black Star's power, though it was still incomplete. He roared, determined not to let someone who dared insult Black Star like Jinhuk obtain that title. He unleashed his night parade of 100 spirits, releasing a swarm of blue, ghostly spirits that surged straight forward. Jinhuk immediately recognized the nature of the attack, smirking as he asked, "Soul soldiers?" To show the kid what the real deal was, Jinhuk summoned his trump card, calling out loudly, "Balkan." As soon as he appeared, Balkan immediately fired his soul laser beam, a destructive purple energy current shooting straight forward. Balkan froze, realizing this power felt familiar, not something ordinary. Balkan smirked, scoffing that those green spirits were just fakes, far inferior to genuine soul soldiers, but admitted they bore a resemblance to his own early creations. Balkan was utterly shocked, never expecting this kid to have the audacity to grope his way towards becoming a spiritmaster on his own. The white-haired paladin roared in a frenzy, declaring he wouldn't stop until he had avenged and restored Black Star's honor. Balkan had to admit this brat was the real deal, a fanatical genius to the point that if Jinhuk hadn't reincarnated, he might have become the next Black Star. Jinhuk decided to go all out, summoning his demonic beast summons and ordering Balkan, "Leave those small fries to you." Immediately, Balkan's purple demonic power and the white-haired paladin's blue spirit power clashed fiercely, a battle between the real and the fake beginning. The white-haired paladin was no pushover. He transformed his spiritual energy into a giant scythe and lunged to attack. Jinhuk merely extended his hand, purple dark energy surging, ready to show the kid the true power of the original. Jinhuk and Balkan charged forward, roaring for the white-haired paladin to come to his senses. The white-haired paladin took the hit, gritting his teeth against the wound on his face. The paladin's eyes widened, utterly shocked by the original's power. Jinhuk unleashed a deep purple slash, completely overwhelming the fanatical kid. Immediately, a spirit summon lunged out, risking itself to block Jinhuk's sword strike. The white-haired paladin smirked, seemingly confident that his imitation soldiers had blocked the attack. The paladin was stunned to see his spirit summon block the attack, but it also began to become extremely unstable. Boom! Unable to withstand the pressure, the spirit summon exploded, blasting its master away. Jinhuk calmly analyzed the situation, immediately realizing his opponent's trick. He was using the instability of his incomplete soul soldiers to turn them into suicide bombs. Jinhuk's eyes gleamed behind his mask. He already had a way to counter this dirty trick. Amidst the wave of blue spirits, a deep purple shadow of Jinhuk shot forth, tearing through the attack. The white-haired paladin confidently declared this was his final step to reaching the original's level. He roared the name of his technique, Myriad Soul Impact, an all-out strike to end the battle. A literal tsunami, formed from tens of thousands of blue ghostly spirits, roared and surged towards Jinhuk. Wearing his demon mask, Jinhuk coldly realized, "That's my skill." The wave of spirit power swept through everything, a terrifying force that threatened to devour the entire world. But Jinhuk, in his shadow form, stopped it, growling, "You think you can devour my soul with just this?" Jinhuk's dark hand reached out, completely stifling and nullifying the kid's attack. The original's purple dark energy easily tore apart and absorbed the entire wave of imitation spirits. The white-haired paladin was so shocked his jaw dropped, unable to believe his ultimate skill, though incomplete, was blocked as easily as child's play. Jinhuk sneered, deeming his opponent's meager spirit power incapable of touching his soul, no different from a flawed version of his past self. In return, he declared he would show the kid the real Myriad Soul Impact, summoning countless purple demonic spirits behind him. A literal tsunami of darkness was unleashed, purple energy surging with tens of thousands of wailing souls roaring forward, ready to devour everything. Tyun froze, his face pale as he realized the insurmountable gap in power, a pure force he could never withstand. He completely collapsed, only able to stare blankly as death approached, unable to utter a single word. Just as the wave of darkness was about to engulf Tyuna, he horrifyingly realized a shadow had appeared right behind him, without him noticing. Thud! A figure landed lightly on the ground, right behind Tyun. In a flash, Jinhuk closed in, one hand gripping the King of Dead Soul's neck, completely subduing his opponent. Jinhuk smiled condescendingly, calling his opponent by name as he finished him. "Pleased to meet you, Tuny." Suddenly, a masked bounty hunter appeared, smirking provocatively. "Pleased to meet you, Black Star. Soon I'll..." Jinhuk smirked confidently, replying to the stranger's provocation. Yes. We'll meet again soon. Before the masked bounty hunter could even react, a surprise attack tore through his back, obliterating him in a pool of blood. Despite his severe injuries, the bounty hunter couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. He was still alive. Collapsing, the masked bounty hunter could only acknowledge the harsh truth. Blackstar's power had far exceeded all predictions. Having dealt with the small fry, Cha Jinhyuk turned back to his main prey, throwing Tune directly into a roaring vortex of darkness. Inside the vortex, tens of thousands of imprisoned souls screamed, extending their ghostly arms to devour the king of dead souls' spirit. Completely helpless, Tune was submerged in a sea of souls, his consciousness gradually fading as dark energy invaded his entire body. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes flashed with powerful purple light, an absolute command echoing through the dark space. Awaken. Cha Jinhyuk smirked with satisfaction, dark energy gathering in his hand like a welcome to the one just reborn from death. From the darkness, Tune rose, his eyes vacant, his entire body enveloped in purple demonic energy, officially becoming Soul Soldier Tune, a perfect puppet for his new master. Tune's hand, now a soul soldier's, touched the ground, purple demonic energy surging forth, demonstrating absolute submission. He knelt on one knee before Cha Jinhyuk, his voice filled with reverence. Please forgive my insolence. Tune bowed his head, confessing, I failed to recognize my master and committed a great sin against your comrades. Cha Jinhyuk paid him no mind, his heels stomping hard onto the cracking ground. Crash! A giant, grotesque beast emerged from the ground, its overwhelming aura shaking the entire space. Cha Jinhyuk froze. What the hell is that? While Tune calmly explained, that is a summoned beast I created. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar, completely out of control. Tune raised his hand, purple magic beginning to gather. It went berserk after losing its master. I will handle it, despite Cha Jinhyuk's shouts to stop him. The beast's glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness, filled with deadly frenzy. Suddenly, Haryu and Miho burst out from another dimension, exclaiming, Big brother, we finally made it out. Cha Jinhyuk grinned with satisfaction upon seeing his two beloved disciples appear. Haryu, Miho, you two are all right. He spread his arms, sighing in relief as Haryu and the two-tailed fox rushed towards him, while his new subordinate Tune stood behind, looking utterly speechless. Haryu proudly recounted, Miho used a charm spell, and I took care of the cleanup. That's how we escaped. The two-tailed fox beside her also bared her teeth in delight. Tune stood in the shadows, utterly shocked to realize these two girls were no pushovers. One broke a necromancy spell, and the other took on all my skeleton soldiers? Suddenly, a scorching red energy swept across the battlefield, shaking the entire space and interrupting their reunion. Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, instantly recognizing the familiar source of power. Hendrik's breath, which means, a vision from another place showed the result. A red-clad enemy was impaled by a barrage of energy spears, officially eliminated. Returning to reality, Tune's summoned beast furiously slammed a devastating punch onto the ground, right next to the positions of its new and old masters. Tune's face went ashen, stammering in horror at the chaotic scene, and Cha Jinhyuk's terrifying composure. Serpent King Basil was covered in blood, staggering after taking a critical blow. From a distance, Hendrik's black dragon still hovered, while Cha Jinhyuk and his group merely watched the show, not expecting the Serpent King to be defeated so easily. Hendrik, in his black-horned warrior form, lowered his sword and coldly declared, I won. The Serpent King was quite a struggle, though. Hendrik's sharp blade pressed against Basil's throat. One slight movement would sever his head. Hendrik pointed his sword directly at the fallen Basil, preparing to end the fight. It all ends here. Even with a blade at his throat, Basil sneered, mocking. You're out of snakes to play with, aside from this tiny pet. He turned to the small snake on his shoulder, his voice filled with resignation. It seems this is the end, Scylla. I'm sorry. Without a moment's hesitation, Basil opened his mouth wide and shoved Scylla the snake straight down his throat in a final, desperate attempt. At the same time, a spray of blood splattered right in front of Haryu and Miho, leaving both girls stunned with horror at the sight that had just unfolded. Cha Jinhyuk froze, screaming in his head. This guy's insane. He ate his own snake. Hendrik didn't care, declaring Basil's death throes meaningless before swinging his sword straight down. Crash! A heaven-shattering sword strike landed directly on the Serpent King's body, seemingly finishing him off. But no, Hendrik's sword was stopped right next to Basil's eye, who whispered morbidly, So delicious. You're so delicious, Scylla. Dark energy exploded, and a giant python emerged from Basil's body as he declared, Now, We'll be together forever. With a distorted face and a crazed smile, Basil roared in ecstasy, proclaiming himself the ultimate being. The Serpent King transformed his body into a living weapon, using the fused python to charge straight at Hendrik, shouting, "Scylla, let's take down that dragon together." Hendrik burst into scornful laughter, mocking, "Ridiculous. You always boasted about loving snakes, treating them as treasures, yet now you're eating them?" Basil roared back, his face twisting even further. "What the hell do you know about our love? There's no greater love than becoming one." Hendrik roared, "You disgusting creature," then charged, swinging his sword straight at Basil in a fiery attack. Seeing the tense situation, Cha Jinhuk quickly ordered the group, "Everyone, protect Hendrik." But Hendrik immediately brushed them off, roaring to block their path. "Stay away, you demon-faced bunch." "No one touches him." Hendrik's eyes blazed, and he declared sharply, "He is my prey." Hendrik erupted with dark aura, swinging his sword and charging forward at terrifying speed, determined to end the fight himself. In response, the python fused from Basil's body opened its fanged maw, lunging straight to bite and tear. Clang! Hendrik used all his might to block the deadly bite, his katana firmly embedded in the monster's jaw. He gritted his teeth, pushing back the python, two streams of power clashing with sparks, neither side willing to yield. Taking advantage of Hendrik's weapon being pinned, Basil smirked from above. "Now you can't use your sword anymore, Hendrik." Hendrik let out a final roar, his eyes blazing in the crimson dark aura. "It's over." His entire body erupted with dark energy, transforming into a black and red streak that shot forward like a bullet. With a crazed smile, Hendrik swung his sword, preparing to unleash a finishing blow directly at his opponent's face. Basil's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe Hendrik's newly unleashed speed and power. Slash! A series of consecutive slashes tore through the air, embedding themselves straight into Basil's fused body. Struck by the attack but still trying to act superior, Basil sneered. "You're neither dragon nor human. You truly look disgusting, Dragon Slayer." Hendrik merely scoffed, one eye flashing with deadly red light, completely unaffected by the cheap provocation. He stood tall amidst his own overwhelming aura, his voice calm. "Thanks to this battle, I've realized." "Thank you, Serpent King." Hendrik boldly declared his true nature. "I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer, and nothing can change that truth." Basil was sprawled on the ground, while Cha Jinhyuk and his brand new subordinates, Tiune, the King of Dead Souls, Balkan, Haryu, and Miho, watched. The Serpent King had paid the price for daring to provoke Hendrik the Dragon Slayer. Cha Jinhyuk smirked at Tiune, admitting that the Black Star's power alone wasn't enough. It had to be the power of an entire elite team. He declared firmly that this time, he would climb the tower with trustworthy allies, no longer suffering betrayal from behind as before. Cha Jinhyuk sneered, confirming to Tiune, "Of course you'll come with us too, Tiune." Tiune, the once infamous King of Dead Souls, was stunned by the blunt invitation and recognition from his new master. The King-tier challenger bowed, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you. It seems I have found a more worthy lord." Hendrik, still burning with fighting spirit, interrupted. "I want to ask what happened between you two, but we don't have time to just stand around." Haryu and Miho pointed frantically into the distance, shouting, "That's right, floor 60, Goldrich. It's very dangerous." The entire team turned, ready for a new battle. Tiune confirmed, "Indeed. This war is not over yet." Cha Jinhyuk, his eyes sharp, commanded, "Let's go, straight to floor 60. Cha Jinhyuk stood in front of Tiune, purple aura erupting, growling, "You are not going." Tiune revealed critical information. The one leading the forces on floor 60 is Asura Hume, Guildmaster of Lords of the Divine, a dominant guild in the lower floors of the Holy Land. Cha Jinhyuk directly asked about the opponent's strength, and Tiune replied concisely, "He's on par with me. Just consider him a floor 300 royal paladin." Hendrik scoffed, appearing quite confident. "It'll be tough, but you and Basil have both been defeated. We definitely have a chance to win, don't we?" Tiune narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming extremely serious. "That's not the problem." Amidst the ruined landscape, a pair of pristine white shoes stepped forward, signaling the arrival of a significant figure. Asura Hume stood amidst a sea of fallen Divine Lord's soldiers, staring at the burning building, said to be fanatically loyal after being saved by the Pelon brothers. A blonde subordinate reported with a smug look, "I've dealt with the Vanguard. We can definitely buy some more time this way." The blonde subordinate was peeking from behind a wall, his tone full of hidden meaning. In return, Asura Hume is the only guild master who, whoosh, a brilliant golden slash tore through the air, and the blonde subordinate's head was instantly severed before he could finish his sentence. Each of the fallen Divine Lord's gold-armored soldiers suddenly scrambled to their feet, their fighting spirit intact. This source of power was no joke. It was divine power bestowed directly by the Celestials, a completely different class. A blonde subordinate's jaw dropped, screaming in horror. He revived all the dead soldiers? Asher Hume, with a dazzling halo above his head, coldly declared his power was on par with a floor 300 Celestial, then waved his hand and commanded, "All troops, full assault." Haryu watched from a distance, her face pale, stammering in despair. "No way!" Cha Jinhyuk's team stood watching the stalemate. Hendrik snapped. "So what now? Are we just going to watch the entire trading company burn down because we're out of options?" Tune, still maintaining his deadly calm, spoke. "No, there's still a way. A way for the Black Star to counter his power." A surge of dark purple magic power swirled in his palm, signaling an extreme method about to be performed. Balkan, the first-generation spiritmaster, looked directly at Cha Jinhyuk and made a crazy offer. "Absorb my body here." Cha Jinhyuk froze, sweat pouring down his face, completely unprepared for this sacrifice. "What?" Tiuna began to explain, stating directly that he understood Cha Jinhyuk's core ability, absorbing everything to make it his own, and he concluded with a chilling remark. "A corpse is also considered something, isn't it?" Balkan continued, asserting that if Cha Jinhyuk absorbed his body, all the power he had cultivated throughout his life would belong to him. Tiun wasn't finished. He added another point to increase the weight of the gamble. Hendrik, the black-horned man, interjected with a brutally pragmatic mind. "Basil and his snakes aren't pushovers either. Devour their power too. It would be a huge gain." Cha Jinhyuk still hesitated, asking both spirits, "Are you sure about this? Surely someone must be waiting for your bodies, right?" Balkan replied decisively, his tone devoid of any lingering attachment. "There's no one. And even if there were, so what?" Balkan's spirit knelt on one knee, showing absolute loyalty. "I have always admired you. If this meager strength can be of use, it would be the greatest honor." Balkan looked up, his eyes full of determination, pleading, "Please accept my power." "My lord." After a moment of silence, Cha Jinhyuk finally made up his mind, closing his eyes. "Understood." Cha Jinhyuk spread his arms, dark power erupting, ready to receive the legacy from the two strong individuals. "I will inherit your powers." Cha Jinhyuk's eyes blazed with purple fire, roaring devour, as dark power surged around his fist. Two streams of power, one purple from the spiritmaster and one blue from the necromancer, were sucked directly into Cha Jinhyuk's body with an earth-shattering roar. Elsewhere, the battlefield was ablaze, the Divine Lord's guards receiving orders for a full assault. "Charge. Drag that mage out here." Asura Hume gritted his teeth in frustration as he watched his soldiers fall and immediately revive, muttering, "Damn it. At this rate, we'll lose the entire building." The blonde subordinate sat on the ground, reporting the critical situation. "Our casualties are increasing. We must buy time at all costs." Asura Hume decided to change tactics, flicking a golden coin into the air, disrupt their formation, then switch to guerrilla warfare. Suddenly, Asher Hume's eyes widened in shock, as if sensing an unforeseen variable. Boom. A blinding golden light explosion erupted from the coin's position. Golden energy converged into a colossal pillar of light, striking down from the sky like a judgment. The pillar of light hit the ground, creating a deep, molten crater, sweeping away everything within its range. The blonde subordinate was unexpectedly attacked by a dazzling golden energy surge, realizing in a panic that their base had been exposed. He struggled to defend himself, stunned as he felt this was divine power of an entirely different caliber. From behind the explosion, Asur Hume emerged, his sharp eyes declaring he had found the mastermind. Asur Hume confronted the masked broker hovering in the air, identifying him as the mysterious merchant who had aided the enemy. He bluntly stated his purpose. "I'm here to eliminate both you and that masked bastard." The masked broker merely sneered, uttering a sarcastic remark. "For a holy star, your methods are quite crude, aren't they?" Looking down at the deep crater created by his attack, Asher Hume wondered if there were any other forces hiding beneath. A blond man with a halo suddenly appeared on the rooftop, revealing that he had received 2 orders from Cain. The first mission: deal with the useless guildmasters, including Basil the Serpent King, Hose Yan the Giant Hippo, and May. The second mission, he gritted his teeth, was to completely wipe out the masked man and all his accomplices. The blond man with a halo roared like a fanatic, asserting that Cain's orders were absolute, akin to the word of God, requiring no further consideration. Asur Hume growled back, his hands flaring with brilliant golden energy, calling the other man a lunatic to his face and declaring that things wouldn't go as he expected. The entire district was engulfed in flames, buildings beginning to shake violently under the power of the two leaders. Boom! A terrifying explosion blew everything away, sending bricks and stones flying, leveling the area. The blond man with a halo pursued relentlessly, forcing Asher Hume and his subordinates to flee headlong, as he cursed inwardly that revealing his Goldrick identity would make the situation even worse. Asher Hume gritted his teeth, deciding to fight without revealing his trump card, but his heart was still filled with doubt as to whether he could contend with that monster while concealing his power. Blonde Halo Man narrowed his eyes, realizing something was amiss. Strange, he's not going all out. Compared to his flashy moves before, now he's just running. Is he holding back? Thinking so, Blonde Halo Man decided to force his hand. He gathered a gigantic energy sphere and roared. Then I'll make you go all out. This made Asher Hume break out in a cold sweat. Blonde Halo Man growled, his eyes wild. I need to know what you're hiding. He uttered a deadly threat. Can you protect your allies while hiding your strength? A question that left Asher Hume speechless. A gigantic hand covered in black scales descended from the sky, crushing the ground. Boom! A colossal black dragon plunged down like a meteor, its pressure blowing away both Asher Hume and Blonde Halo Man's subordinates. Divine Lord's guards screamed in terror as they saw the dragon charge straight into the building, not understanding what the hell was happening. Amidst the rubble, the guards frantically searched for their master. Lord, Asher Hume, are you all right? Asher Hume scrambled to his feet, his face covered in dust, but his eyes had recognized the problem. The dragon race. They said there's a dragon among the Jinhuk S group. On top of the ruins, Hendrik in his dragon form roared, with Jinhuk S silhouette in front, sending chills down Asher Hume S spine. They climbed to the 60th floor in one night and even defeated Tune and Basil. Jinhuk, wearing the red demon mask, spoke in a condescending tone. Hey, the formidable team consisting of Jinhuk, Haryu, Elione von Yggdrasil, and even Tune, the king of dead souls, appeared with the black dragon. He looked straight at Asher Hume and asked, Are you Asher Hume? Jinhuk completely ignored the opponent before him, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with a deadly light as he asked his subordinates, Kane Fallon, where do we go to get that bastard's head? Meanwhile, the dragon's surprise attack created a terrifying explosion, sending the Blonde Halo Man, who was pursuing Asher Hume, flying. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Haryu worriedly asked, Is it okay to let him solo? But Elione von Yggdrasil calmly replied, Don't worry, he still has more up his sleeve. Jinhuk's crimson eyes flashed behind his mask. He had realized something was wrong. Suddenly, a barrage of energy beams shot up from the ground. Hendrik's dragon was hit, causing the whole group to stagger. Haryu screamed, What? They're attacking from below. The Divine Lord's guards below roared, It's the demon mask's accomplices. Shoot them down. Asher Hume ordered his subordinates to deal with his own soldiers first, because he could revive even dead soldiers, an ability that made Elione von Yggdrasil exclaim, What? Is that a game hack? Hearing of the dirty trick, Hendrik, in his dragon form, let out a roar, and fire began to erupt from its mouth. Hendrik reverted to his human form, his entire body ablaze like a meteor as he plunged towards the guards, roaring, Then I'll burn you all to ashes. Meanwhile, Jinhuk had closed in on his target, a brilliant purple sword strike tearing through the air. Clang. Jinhuk's sword directly clashed with Asher Hume's dazzling golden energy, creating a small explosion. Jinhuk, his entire body enveloped in purple dark energy, was fighting head-on with Asher Hume, who was unleashing his full power to defend himself. Jinhuk growled, purple dark energy gathering in his hand, ready to unleash a powerful attack. He fired a brilliant purple fire bullet, tearing through the air and striking Asher Hume directly. Asher Hume used golden energy to block the attack, but Jinhuk stood firm against the pressure. The wounds on Asher Hume's body were instantly healed by golden light, surprising even him with his recovery ability. Jinhuk smirked, realizing this dirty healing trick couldn't be broken by petty moves. He had to go all in to finish the job. Jinhuk uttered a stinging taunt. That's the power you got from the Fallon family, isn't it? You must have licked those psychos' boots quite thoroughly, huh? Hearing his idols insulted, Asher Hume's eyes bulged with rage, veins throbbing across his face. He roared, summoning an energy sphere as dazzling as the sun. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Asura hurled the energy sphere to the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion, a pillar of golden flame engulfing the entire battlefield. Facing his opponent's ultimate move, Jinhuk remained terrifyingly calm, his hands beginning to gather demonic energy as he commanded, "Come forth." Amidst the sea of golden flames, a figure radiating deep purple demonic energy appeared, calling the name of the newly summoned, Balkan. Asura gaped, unable to believe his eyes. Using summoned monsters to block divine punishment. Undead should evaporate before holy power. Balkan smirked provocatively, his tone as if speaking to a child. What's wrong? Curious about what's happening? It turned out that not only Balkan, but also Tiuna and another Lich Mage summon had taken their positions, forming an impenetrable defensive line. Asura gritted his teeth, recognizing Tiuni in the enemy lineup, and roared, "Tiuni, how dare you betray me and side with him?" Tiuna calmly retorted, asserting that he had never been his man, only seeking a true haven, while Jinhuk merely confirmed, "Is that so?" Fuming with rage, Asura pointed at Tiuna, howling like a wounded beast. "Traitor, I'll crush your filthy soul." Jinhuk completely ignored his opponent's fury, merely giving a cold command to his new subordinates. "That is an order. Capture him and bring him before me." Balkan and Tune didn't hesitate for a moment, responding in unison. "Understood," then charged straight towards Asura like two ferocious beasts. Tiune led the charge, swinging his weapon. Deep purple demonic energy clashed directly with Asura's golden energy, initiating the gang up. Asura gritted his teeth, unable to believe that the enemy had not only revived but also grown stronger, wondering if he had absorbed Ghostface's power, giving his opponent no time to recover. Jinhuk closed in from above, his hand gathering deep purple demonic energy, ready to strike. A savage smile hidden behind his mask, Jinhuk swung his hand with terrifying speed. Slash! Dark claws tore through the air, piercing straight into Asura's chest, fresh blood splattering. Asura coughed up blood, taking the full force of the devastating blow. The impact created a tremendous explosion, leveling the ground and sending Jinhuk flying back. Amidst the rubble, Asura still stood firm, his body beginning to be enveloped by a golden aura. He muttered Ghostface's name, admitting that his opponent had pushed him to this extent. Asura arrogantly declared that he had been granted infinite healing grace, asserting that his enemy would surely lose. But beneath his feet, a crescent-shaped blade of shadow had silently appeared, ready to sever his Achilles tendon. While boasting, Asura was suddenly bound by a dark python that appeared out of nowhere, his face turning pale. "What the hell is this? Since when?" From the shadows, Jinhuk coldly snapped his fingers, commanding with a single word, "Arise." A white-haired figure emerged from the darkness. It was Basil, the Serpent King, completely controlled by the Dark Serpent. Asura broke out in a cold sweat as he recognized the familiar face, stammering, "Have you also fallen into Ghostface's hands?" Basil only responded with a savage smile, clearly ecstatic to be controlled. Wearing the demon mask, Jinhuk roared a command to his new puppet, Basil. Upon command, Basil immediately acted, controlling the dark python to unleash a lightning strike towards Asura. Crack! The strike tore through the air, and Asura's head was gone in an instant. But Asura's headless body flared with golden flames, and he roared in defiance. "This isn't enough to stop me." Jinhuk stood with his two subordinate king-tier challengers, Basil and Tiuni, the king of dead souls. Realizing the cat-and-mouse game had to end, "It seems I'll have to finish this in one blow." Asura boasted loudly, staring at Jinhuk. "Us subordinates. The enhanced power of the four emperors isn't enough to move this body. Your weak divine power can't make me evaporate either." "Is that Tuna's power then?" He smirked, full of confidence in his tough life. "But that's all it is. You lot can't defeat me." Asura continued to sneer. "Did you think using the souls of the four emperors would defeat me? Too bad that plan failed." Tuna, the king of dead souls, spoke coldly, leaving Asura speechless. "We never intended to defeat you in the first place." Balkan, another trump card, pushed up his glasses with a sinister smile. "The order we received wasn't to kill you," Balkan concluded as Jinhuk behind him began to gather a colossal energy orb, "but to offer you to our master." Jinhuk poured all his power, The energy orb combining darkness and light flared. Spirit power orb, maximum output, infused with the power of elemental fusion. Asura Hume's face paled, sensing a familiar yet strange energy. Is that holy power? No, it's different. That thing is. Jinhuk's eyes flashed with a deadly glint, his ultimate skill activated. First style. A destructive beam of light shot out, tearing through space, and aiming directly at Asura Hume. Soul Severance. Soul Severance ripped apart Asura Hume's soul, making him let out a desperate scream. The destructive energy swallowed everything, turning the target into a dazzling streak of light. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion leveled an entire area, leaving only shattered earth and rocks. Amidst the smoke and dust, a gaping crater appeared, the ground cracked open by the terrifying heat. Asura Hume knelt in the crater, his body disintegrating into fragments of darkness, his mouth agape in silence. In the air, Jinhuk, Balkan, and Tayune, the king of dead souls, hovered, coldly observing the outcome. Balkan spoke, his voice filled with satisfaction. Our first victory against them is truly an honor. Balkan chuckled gleefully. Humph, a worthy opponent has finally appeared. But Jinhuk brushed him off. What's there to be happy about? That's my successor, isn't it? Jinhuk's gaze sharpened when he heard a shout from below. Masked demon, Hendrik, along with Elioni von Yggdrasil, Basil, and Haryu, reported from the ground. The area below has also been cleared. Jinhuk looked down at Asura Hume's ashes and stated bluntly, to revive this, one would at least need to directly summon a god or demon. Haryu, still a bit bewildered, looked up and asked, So, we've stopped it then? Balkan hovered beside him, wondering about Jinhuk's plan. Destroying the sprout? Jinhuk smirked under his mask, his voice triumphant. Yes, we've finally secured our first victory. Elsewhere, a black-haired man with a smug smile commented on the enemy. Before, they could always claim to be ambushed, but today, they got completely owned despite making the first move. The black-haired man carried a blonde man on his shoulder, who was also smirking, clearly a dangerous duo. Elioni von Yggdrasil and Haryu stood side by side, Elioni analyzing. If this news spreads, people will start to think. Jinhuk raised his hand, arrogantly declaring that people would have to consider the possibility of heaven being overthrown. The blonde man watched the trio of Jinhuk, Balkan, and Tayune, the king of dead souls, fly away, asking confidently, It's my turn to spread the news, right? What else? Why would I bring you along otherwise? The blonde man burst into a brilliant golden flame, declaring, Then go ahead. There's a mountain of work to clean up after this mess. Jinhuk nodded, entrusting the task to his subordinate. All right, I'm leaving it to you. The blonde propagandist immediately vanished in an explosion of golden energy, leaving a scorched mark on the ground. Suddenly, a system notification from the apex of malevolence appeared, praising someone's true eye for talent. But immediately after, the apex of malevolence seemed bewildered, asking directly, What the hell is going on? The Supreme Entity's pink-purple notification panel hovered inexplicably in mid-air. Miho suddenly appeared, her face bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. The ground shook violently. Balkan cried out in alarm. An earthquake? But Jinhuk growled in denial. No, space is shaking. Miho could only widen her eyes and look up at the sky, feeling a terrifying pressure descending. The space above began to crack like a mirror, cold blue light flashing from the fissures. A dazzling point of light appeared at the epicenter of the spatial rupture, signaling an overwhelming presence about to descend. Crash! A colossal pillar of light descended directly from the sky, tearing through the entire map. Amidst the dazzling light, 3 figures were thrown back, screaming, The sky is torn! What kind of monstrous light is this? Jinhuk gritted his teeth, realizing the problem was even more severe. It's not the sky, but an entire layer of space that's been shattered. Hendrik, now with demonic wings, roared and spread his wings to shield Haryu and Miho. Get down, it's broken through. The king of dead souls, now a subordinate, pointed forward, reporting to his master with a voice full of dread. Sir, look over there. Between the 2 pillars of light, Asura Hume's remaining ashes hovered abnormally. Suddenly, a black silhouette with glowing golden eyes emerged from the ashes, beginning its regeneration. Asura Hume's entire body was reconstructed with brilliant golden energy, and he let out an earth-shattering roar upon resurrection. A golden entity hovered in midair, exuding a terrifying pressure that made even Jinhuk look up. Jinhuk narrowed his eyes, recognizing it instantly. This is holy power. And this feeling. Jinhuk's memory flashed with images of 2 individuals from years past, Cain Fallon and Carmen Fallon. Those who wielded holy power. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, the name finally appearing in his mind. Carmen. The golden entity landed on the ground, holy energy radiating from its every step, a voice affirming, "That's right, they are gods." The resurrected Cain held his head high, his glowing eyes declaring, "The gods have not abandoned me, and now is the time to punish those who dare to be disrespectful." At the same time, elsewhere, a teacup suddenly shattered, signaling an ill omen. A blonde subordinate turned back in a panic, stammering his master's name. Carmen Fallon, one of the former members of Nine Star, coldly looked at the fragments, sensing what had happened. A yellow eye-shaped mark flashed on the back of Carmen's hand. Her connection to the deceased had just been severed. Carmen smirked, her voice full of sarcasm. Ashur Hume, the fool sent to the 60th floor, seems to have been caught. The subordinate gritted his teeth, growling in anger as he recognized the enemy. Masked demon. Carmen Fallon reassured the blonde subordinate, casually declaring that Ashur was merely a special toy. She smirked, revealing her trump card. "I secretly implanted something in Ashur when I shared holy power with him, as a form of insurance. If Ashur is defeated, he will resurrect as a puppet wielding my power, and the masked demon will have to face Carmen Fallon herself directly." Back on the battlefield, the golden entity, the resurrected Cain, emerged from the rubble, its aura overwhelming the entire area. Behind his mask, Cha Jinhyuk immediately recognized the sickeningly familiar energy. "This holy power belongs to Carmen?" Hendrik gritted his teeth, killing intent flaring as he recognized the enemy. "Nine Star, one of the ones who killed my brother." The resurrected Cain sneered arrogantly, provoking, "Oh, you recognize Lady Carmen's warm holy power?" Cha Jinhyuk remained silent, but the dark aura around him grew denser, his voice as cold as ice. "How could I ever forget?" His purple eyes behind the mask blazed with deadly intent, and he roared. That filthy sensation of divine power. A colossal pillar of dark purple energy erupted from Cha Jinhyuk, stunning Cain Fallon. "What? This brat hasn't even climbed the tower for a year, yet he harbors such animosity towards Lady Carmen Fallon?" Cain Fallon unleashed his divine power, blowing away Tiyun and Balkan, and roared, demanding, "What demon are you?" Cain Fallon's stark white eyes narrowed, assessing the terrifying demonic aura confronting him. Amidst the dark storm, Cha Jinhyuk stood tall, surging purple energy tearing apart the ground. Cain Fallon suddenly smirked, as if he had realized something. "Ah, that's right." He easily suppressed Tiyun and Balkan with divine power, sneering, "You lot can't awaken, can you?" With a condescending expression, Cain Fallon judged, "With such a power gap, failing to awaken will only bring more pain." Under the holy power, both Tune and Balkan screamed in agony, their souls seemingly incinerated. An explosion of golden light engulfed Cha Jinhyuk's two subordinates, seemingly ending them in an instant. Crash! A colossal dark figure in the form of a dragon demon landed directly on the battlefield, shaking the entire area. Cha Jinhyuk's blazing red eyes in his new transformed state gleamed with deadly intent, signaling the true start of the battle. Facing Cha Jinhyuk's dragon demon form, Cain Fallon still acted superior, boasting, "A dragon, huh? Strong, but I now wield the power of Nine Star." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped the ground, charging forward at terrifying speed. Cain Fallon closed in, unleashing a thunderous punch directly at Cha Jinhyuk's face. He sneered, declaring that Cha Jinhyuk's nascent imperial bloodline was nothing compared to theirs, and that he would die here. Suddenly, a pink enchantment power emanated, causing Cain Fallon's eyes to flicker. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, Cain Fallon suddenly froze, his entire body stiff. "My body's movements are restricted?" He looked down in surprise, discovering a fox-girl hovering, radiating a strange pink energy. Cain Fallon wondered if this two-tailed fox was a descendant of a divine beast. To possess such an overpowering, situation-reversing ability, seizing the opportunity, Cha Jinhyuk, in his white-haired, demon-masked form, closed in from behind, raising his sword, ready to strike the immobilized enemy's nape. With sharp eyes, Cha Jinhyuk growled, "Get lost, Carmen Fallon's puppet." Slash. Cha Jinhyuk unleashed a strike imbued with dark energy, cleaving directly into Cain Fallon. Cain Fallon's energy body was split in two, but instead of blood, only holy light poured out. The gash immediately healed as if nothing had happened, and Cain Fallon burst into arrogant laughter. Cha Jinhyuk was stunned, unable to believe it. "That was my full power strike. Yet he recovered instantly?" Cain Fallon puffed out his chest, boasting loudly, "Now, no attack can kill me." He raised a finger, a challenging smirk on his face. Then, "It's my turn, isn't it?" A brilliant golden orb of holy energy began to swirl, gathering at the tip of Cain Fallon's finger. Boom. He unleashed divine punishment, releasing a colossal explosion of light that swept away everything around them. Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was a bad situation, and quickly yelled, "This power is completely different from before. Everyone, run!" Haryu frantically grabbed the two-tailed fox, her voice trembling with fear as she looked towards the explosion. "Brother!" A brilliant golden destructive light shot out, dazzling a corner of the sky. The terrifying destructive force ravaged the ground, sending debris flying amidst the blinding white light. After the explosion, the battlefield was devastated, with one side bearing the aftershocks of holy light, and the other, scorched and cracked earth. Amidst the rubble, Cha Jinhyuk slowly got up, his entire body paralyzed, bitterly realizing he had been utterly thrashed. "Damn it! My body won't move." A condescending voice rang out from ahead. "Oh, you're awake." Cain Fallon grabbed Miho by the neck and lifted her like a trophy, while Hendrik and Haryu lay unconscious on the ground, and he coolly boasted, "You came at just the right time." Cha Jinhyuk's eyes widened, veins bulging, and he roared in furious indignation. "Miho." He glanced at the fallen Hendrik and Haryu, his heart sinking as he realized his entire team had been wiped out. Cain Fallon sneered, flatly declaring, "Your rebellion has failed, Demon Mask. The moment you dared to defy 9-Star, you lost." Cha Jinhyuk froze, sweat pouring down, his eyes hollow as he repeated the desperate question. "Lost?" Face down on the ground, Cha Jinhyuk couldn't believe he was about to die at the hands of Carmen Fallon's minion, without even getting to touch her. "Lose to them again? I won't accept it." Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, his purple eyes blazing with extreme fury. Cain Fallon tightened his grip on Miho's neck, making her gasp for air as he snarled, "You first, you impudent spirit." Tears streaming down her face, Miho weakly cried for help in despair as the air slowly ran out. "Brother, I can't breathe." Witnessing the cruel scene, Cha Jinhyuk let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Stop!" A dazzling pink notification window suddenly appeared before Cain Fallon, making him freeze in astonishment. The system blared. "The nine-tailed fox speaks." A surge of dark pink-purple aura erupted from Miho's body, carrying an imposing voice. "How dare you?" Miho's eyes were now sharp and cold, no longer showing fear, but instead the wrath of a superior entity, questioning, "Touch my child?" A colossal foxtail-shaped pink energy blast shot out from Miho's hand, striking Cain Fallon directly at point-blank range. Staggered by the sudden attack, Cain Fallon roared in panic, unable to comprehend what was happening. Cain Fallon took the full force of the blow, feeling a cold shiver down his spine as he was sent flying like a toy. The nine-tailed fox in Miho's body smirked disdainfully, her eyes conveying, "Is that all you've got?" Cain Fallon roared in anger, his golden eyes blazing with fire, but facing him was the nine-tailed fox's unwavering, sharp gaze. A pink, dark energy explosion swept across the battlefield. The nine-tailed fox's power was truly authentic. The entire space shifted, teleporting them to a gloomy place. Floor 70, the Dark Forest. A familiar pink-purple energy descended into the middle of the forest, signaling the group's arrival. The nine-tailed fox's dark energy swirled, carrying an undeniable oppressive aura. Cha Jinhyuk, Haryu, and the nine-tailed fox in Miho's body appeared, with colossal energy, foxtails coiling behind them. Haryu was astonished, realizing the one before her wasn't Miho. The nine-tailed fox smiled and greeted. Haryu then asked, "Not Miho. You're the nine-tailed fox, aren't you?" "Hello. First time meeting?" Cha Jinhyuk looked around in a daze, still unable to process what had just happened. "Where am I?" The nine-tailed fox casually announced the new location was Floor 70, the Dark Forest, shocking Haryu deeply as none of them had ever climbed that high. The nine-tailed fox explained that climbing the tower wasn't the only path. There were countless shortcuts to higher floors, but the price was not gaining stats, so they would eventually have to return to grind levels. The nine-tailed fox subtly reminded Haryu that even though she had never climbed to floor 100, she was born and raised there, making Haryu suddenly realize something. Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik stood in the gloomy forest, Cha Jinhyuk wondering if this was truly the Dark Forest. Cha Jinhyuk remarked that this was a desolate, unexplored land, filled with thick fog, and wondered why he had been brought to such an easy place to get lost. The nine-tailed fox pointed at Cha Jinhyuk, praising his perceptiveness in realizing her intentions. "That's right. That's why this place is safe." Flick. The nine-tailed fox lightly flicked Cha Jinhyuk's mask, startling him. The nine-tailed fox admitted she was reaching her limit, as her true form couldn't directly interfere with the world of tower climbers, and could only help the group escape through this body. All three, Haryu, Cha Jinhuk, and Hendrik realized the perilous situation when the nine-tailed fox warned that this was only a temporary solution. Their enemies would soon find them and come to kill them. The nine-tailed fox looked directly at Cha Jinhyuk, her eyes serious. At your current rate of growth, you have no chance of winning. You need to get stronger. Faster. Cha Jinhyuk growled, questioning her directly. So what should we do? This method of getting stronger quickly that you mentioned. If it's here, then where is it? Sorry, time's up, the nine-tailed fox said, crossing her arms as pink energy erupted. The rest, you'll have to hear from him here. The nine-tailed fox winked meaningfully, bidding a sweet farewell. See you later, darling. Wait. Hold on. Cha Jinhyuk lunged, trying to hold her back, but it was too late. Whoosh. The nine-tailed fox's body dissolved into streaks of pink energy, leaving only a small white fox falling. The small fox, Miho, fell helplessly through the air. Haryu quickly snatched Miho, cradling the fox in her arms and shouting triumphantly, "Got her!" Cha Jinhyuk turned, his face full of confusion. Him? Who are you talking about, nine-tailed fox? Whoosh! A sharp arrow grazed Cha Jinhyuk's cheek in an instant, as fast as lightning. Thwack! Thwack! 2 more arrows pinned Cha Jinhyuk's cloak to the ground, an unfriendly greeting from the hidden enemy. A squad of dark elf archers suddenly appeared from the shadows, their leader growling, "Who dares trespass into our dark forest?" The white-haired female archer drew a sharp arrow, her red eyes filled with killing intent, delivering a final warning. "Outsider, leave immediately, or else." Suddenly, the female archer froze, as if recognizing something familiar. Cha Jinhyuk, from behind his red demon mask, exuded dark energy and declared bluntly, "We're not going anywhere. We have something to find here. Vulcan Tion." The female archer pulled down her face covering, revealing a meaningful smile. Her tone completely changed. "I didn't expect to meet you like this." Cha Jinhyuk froze, recognizing the familiar face, while Haryu stood beside him, still bewildered. It turned out to be Elione von Yggdrasil, the dark elf, who sneered and called out his old alias. "Long time no see, Ghostface." Elione spoke, explaining the less-than-friendly greeting. "Sorry, we're still a bit sensitive to outsiders. By the way, have you gathered your forces already?" The dark elf woman smiled sadly, admitting her forces were negligible. Elione revealed that her troops were only a few dozen dark elves, their skill level just enough to guard this forest. Despite her meager forces, Elione von Yggdrasil smirked confidently. "But we have hope." Hearing that, Cha Jinhyuk immediately realized, his eyes widening in surprise behind his mask. Elione von Yggdrasil pointed towards a gigantic ancient tree emanating purple dark energy, declaring it to be the Dark Yggdrasil, their new source of power. Hendrik and Haryu were completely overwhelmed by the majestic sight, only able to utter exclamations of astonishment. Elione von Yggdrasil sneered, stating bluntly that this tree was still nothing compared to the true Yggdrasil. After her display, Elione von Yggdrasil turned to question Cha Jinhyuk, demanding he explain why he had ended up in such a state, and sought her out here. Cha Jinhyuk was silent for a moment, his aura dimming as he prepared to recount the story of his betrayal. He began to explain that one of the 9-star, the Holy Star, had interfered, and one of their subordinates had directly used that power. Hendrik continued, clarifying the group's purpose. "We came here under the 9-tailed fox's guidance. She said there's a way to counter them here." Elione von Yggdrasil's eyes widened, unable to believe that the power they were seeking was her own meager group of dark elves. Haryu bowed, her face flushed but her eyes resolute, humbling herself to plead, "I know it's shameless, but please." She looked up sharply, her fiery eyes fixed on her opponent, concluding her offer, "Fight with us." Cha Jinhyuk stood alone on the balcony, his back turned, immersed in the night and a pensive silence. He was silent, his purple eyes reflecting a complex expression as he recalled his bitter past. In his memory, Cha Jinhyuk recalled being utterly powerless against the strength Carmen Fallon bestowed upon Cain Fallon, admitting, "If not for the 9-tailed fox, I would have been wiped out right there." The image of the 9-tailed fox appeared in his mind, full of power and mystery, the one who had saved his life at the last moment. Cain Fallon, with the arrogant smile of a victor, mocked him. "Your comeback failed, Demon Mask." Back in reality, Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, clenching his fists until veins bulged, growling bitterly, "Damn it, I need more power." Suddenly, he froze, his eyes sharp as he sensed a strange energy appearing right behind him. A stranger in black had appeared there at some point, arms crossed, judging. "So, you're the one Baal and the 9-tailed fox sent? You do have some potential." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, growling at the stranger. "Huh. I don't know who you are, but you're getting awfully familiar for a first meeting, aren't you? The stranger retorted, his voice echoing through the space as a gigantic world tree, emanating purple-blue dark energy, materialized. First meeting? It's been a long time. Rather, the powerful entity introduced itself, its name shaking the entire space. I am Dark Yggdrasil. Dark Yggdrasil declared bluntly to a stunned Cha Jinhuk, whose eyes were wide. I am the new power you are seeking. The scene shifted. Elione von Yggdrasil stood before Haryu and Hendrik, confidently declaring her plan. An all-out war with 9-star. Elione flashed a warlike smile, asserting confidently, "Of course we'll join. We Dark Elves will also side with those who challenge even heaven itself." Haryu and Hendrik were startled by the bold decision. The Hobgoblin girl asked worriedly, "Really? This is very dangerous." Elione smiled confidently, her gaze fixed on a distant point. "That's right. But the reason I can stand here and fight right now is thanks to that man, Cha Jinhyuk." Elione's eyes sharpened, her smile filled with hatred. "Moreover, we share a common enemy to exact revenge upon. There's no reason not to help." Haryu happily thanked her, believing her brother would also be pleased, but Elione interrupted with a but, signaling a condition was about to be laid out. Meanwhile, a stranger in black with sharp purple eyes was searching everywhere, growling, "Where is Cha Jinhyuk?" At the same time, Cha Jinhyuk stood before Dark Yggdrasil, admitting he had arrived very quickly because there was no time to waste. He asked the tree directly, "Why did you call me here?" Dark Yggdrasil replied with a meaningful statement, its voice echoing through the space. "I have been watching you." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, sarcastically remarking that everyone who paid attention to him was abnormal, and immediately a system notification appeared. "The apex of malevolence is asking about you." This notification stunned Cha Jinhyuk. He couldn't believe his eyes. "On my side?" Without letting him ponder long, Dark Yggdrasil began to glow brilliantly. A gigantic branch extended straight towards Cha Jinhyuk, carrying an overwhelming surge of energy. From the tip of the branch, dark energy converged, forming a leaf-shaped object that was slowly unfurling. The object unfurled, revealing a brilliant orb of energy, the fruit of Dark Yggdrasil. Dark Yggdrasil extended the orb of energy towards Cha Jinhyuk, declaring, "I will give you this." Cha Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed, immediately recognizing the extraordinary item. The fruit of the world tree is normally reserved for high elf royalty. He quickly analyzed the situation, understanding this was no ordinary item. But this is Dark Yggdrasil, and dark elves are a mutation born from demonic energy. The dark energy orb burst with power, and the tree's voice echoed, "This fruit is the essence of demonic energy. Consume it, and you will be buffed with an immense amount of demonic energy." Cha Jinhyuk smirked confidently, the faint image of Cain Fallon appearing as he thought of his enemy. "With this, I can surpass even Ashur Hume," but he was still clear-headed enough to question. "Wait, why give it to me? You are the god of the elves. Why not give it to Elione von Yggdrasil?" Dark Yggdrasil didn't answer directly, but instead asked a shocking question. "Do you know anything about the era before the tower was created?" This left Cha Jinhyuk stunned. A magnificent image appeared. Yggdrasil's true form was an elf goddess standing on the original world tree, explaining, "Yggdrasil, my true form, was a gift from a primordial god to the elves." Cha Jinhyuk was stunned by the ancient secret, muttering, "The god of the elves? No way. Is it the primordial world tree?" The scene reverted to ancient times, when the ancient elves reverently worshipped their goddess, who had poured all her heart and love into her creation. Dark Yggdrasil continued the story. The elves were once a perfect race with beauty, longevity, and potential that surpassed even the 4 emperors. Cha Jinhyuk interrupted, his eyes sharp. "Do you know the greatest weakness of a perfect being? It is arrogance." The elf goddess in the illusion smugly gazed at her reflection in the water, proving his words. The elves reveled in their own beauty, isolating themselves and building walls to separate from other races. Living a life too perfect, they no longer had any motivation to strive. As a result, while other races frantically climbed the tower to become stronger, the elves remained stagnant. And here's the kicker. Over thousands of years, the number of elves who successfully conquered the tower was a perfect 0. Cha Jinhyuk was utterly shocked by the harsh truth. What? An entire superior race, yet they're all such useless failures? Dark Yggdrasil posed a core question, directed at Cha Jinhyuk. "Why do you think a god would create beings and make them climb a tower?" Cha Jinhyuk answered without hesitation, pointing at the demonic energy orb. "To create another god and strengthen themselves, just like this thing." Immediately, a red system notification appeared, questioning his dissatisfaction. Dark Yggdrasil continued its logic. "So, If an employee is paid but doesn't complete their work, what would you do? Cha Jinhuk smirked sinisterly, declaring bluntly, "Of course I'd kick them out and replace them with a bunch who know how to obey." Cha Jinhyuk's eyes widened, unable to believe what Dark Yggdrasil had just revealed. No way. Elion von Yggdrasil firmly asserted that the creator had placed all hope in her and the Dark Elves. The illusion revealed the stark truth. The current elves were rotten, colluding with the four emperors to disrupt the game and throw the tower's order into chaos. And the mastermind behind this mess was none other than Nine Star, the strongest humans, and also Cha Jinhyuk's target for revenge. Dark Yggdrasil stated bluntly, pointing at the energy orb. Unfortunately, Elione is not yet strong enough to receive my power. The system displayed a contract from the World Tree's progenitors. The condition is to unite the Dark Elves, and the reward is the fruit of Dark Yggdrasil. A sinister and calculating smile appeared on Cha Jinhyuk's face. Cha Jinhyuk didn't hesitate, reaching out to grasp the power orb, declaring it an irresistible offer. The system confirmed immediate acceptance, accompanied by a red warning. The fruit of Dark Yggdrasil contains extremely potent demonic energy. Consume with caution. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, admitting that this energy orb was overloaded. If he consumed it raw without preparation, his body could explode from the demonic energy. Suddenly, the system announced that the World Tree's progenitors offered assistance, and a fierce surge of dark energy erupted. Immediately, dark branches from Dark Yggdrasil extended from the shadows, enveloping Cha Jinhyuk. Numerous pitch-black branches intertwined, forming a colossal cocoon, shielding him from the outside world. Cha Jinhyuk immediately understood. These branches would act as a filter, blocking the rampant demonic energy so his body wouldn't be destroyed. Without a second's hesitation, he pressed the energy orb directly into his chest, beginning the perilous absorption process. He summoned his two strongest subordinates, Balkan and Tayuna, and gave them orders. Cha Jinhyuk declared that he would absorb the orb's full power and give it his all. He ordered the two, "Protect me during this time, until I've finished absorbing the power or until everything is over." Balkan and Tayuna immediately bowed in obedience, ready to sweep away anyone who dared to approach. Cha Jinhyuk focused his entire mind as the colossal dark energy orb slowly integrated into his body. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Haryu was hurrying through the dark forest, following a trail. Along with two dark elf archers, Haryu ran while calling out, "Brother!" worried about where the person she was looking for had gone. Suddenly, a long-haired man in black robes appeared on the cliff, pointing forward and shouting, "Look!" Before them was a colossal purple vortex of demonic energy, swirling violently, something that hadn't been there when they arrived. Haryu froze, sweat pouring down as she felt the terrifyingly familiar surge of power. She immediately recognized it. This demonic energy definitely belongs to my brother. At the same time, a brilliant golden light exploded in the distance. The dazzling golden light enveloped the entire area, signaling the appearance of a boss-level enemy. Cain Fallon, his entire body glowing like a god, floated in the air, roaring at the two defeated dark elf archers. "How dare you escape divine judgment and hide here?" He gritted his teeth, his golden eyes burning with hatred, declaring he would finish off the Heaven Defier right here, right now. One of the two dark elf archers collapsed, groaning in pain after suffering a severe beating. Whoosh! Cain Fallon grabbed the dark elf by the neck, his divine power tightening around the defeated foe's throat. "Dark elves, you guys survive thanks to the demonic energy within, don't you?" Cain Fallon sneered, his eyes full of superiority. The dark elf's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the enemy had tracked them all the way here. "How did you know to come straight here?" Cain Fallon casually revealed. Nine Star's eyes are embedded everywhere in the tower, especially effective in places where information is hard to extract. He tightened his grip, making the dark elf scream miserably, then issued a challenge. "Come on, if you don't want to perish, call it out for help." Immediately, a surge of fiery red dark demonic energy in the shape of a demon's head erupted from the dark elf's body, roaring in response. The demonic energy spread at a terrifying speed, creating an explosion that swept away everything around it. An extremely powerful shockwave hit, but Cain Fallon simply braced himself, his golden body standing firm as a rock. "Mph?" Cain Fallon merely sneered, clearly viewing the recent burst of power as nothing more than a childish trick. Hendrik, carrying the still unconscious Elione von Yggdrasil, recognized the newly appeared enemy, while Haryu stood cautiously behind him. Floating in midair, Cain Fallon radiated golden divine power, scoffing, "Ridiculous, you should have brought out some ghost or mythical creature instead." Haryu thought to herself about the two-tailed fox, still sound asleep in the basket. Realizing her friend was in the process of absorbing power, and unlikely to join the fight again. Hendrik looked up at the colossal dark demonic energy vortex stirring the sky, immediately recognizing the familiar aura. It's Cha Jinhuk's demonic energy. The purple-black energy vortex erupted violently, and Hendrik thought to himself that it seemed Cha Jinhyuk had just gotten his hands on another incredible item. Gripping his sword, which glowed with red energy, Hendrik clearly determined what he needed to do now. With a determined gaze, Hendrik resolved to hold out at all costs until Cha Jinhyuk finished absorbing the power and returned. Hendrik pushed Haryu back, ordering her to take Elione von Yggdrasil and retreat. Haryu protested loudly, insisting on staying to fight until her older brother returned. Hendrik snarled back, asserting that she was only a burden to their current strategy and forcing her to accept the truth. Haryu froze, unable to believe Hendrik's cruel words. Cain Fallon realized his opponent's stalling tactic, smirking. So the demon mask is plotting something. In that case, he roared, gathering a sphere of holy power in his hand, declaring bluntly, "I'll kill all of you so he can't appear." Without another word, Hendrik delivered a devastating kick to Haryu's stomach, sending her flying off the battlefield. Hendrik roared, his eyes blazing as he commanded her, "Go, right now." Haryu flew backward helplessly, while Hendrik, like a black arrow, charged straight at Cain Fallon. Seeing his prey attempting to flee, Cain Fallon sneered, raising his hand to deliver a finishing blow from afar. Dream on. Whoosh! A dark magic arrow unexpectedly pierced Cain Fallon's chest, halting his attack. From above, Elione von Yggdrasil, now awake, drew her bow, aimed straight at Cain Fallon, and roared, "How dare you attack my people?" Elione von Yggdrasil's eyes blazed with fire as she declared firmly, "You have declared war on the Dark Elves." Cain Fallon muttered, realizing the demonic energy from the arrow was hindering his recovery, deciding he needed to deal with it quickly as holy power and demonic power were inherently antagonistic. He roared, "I'll kill you first," then charged straight at Elione von Yggdrasil with terrifying speed, giving her just enough time to realize the danger. Whoosh! Hendrik suddenly appeared, his sword blazing red, blocking right in front of Elione von Yggdrasil. Clang! Cain Fallon's golden fist violently collided with Hendrik's sword. A full-power attack had been stopped. Hendrik gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing crimson, declaring firmly, "I'll stop you." Hendrik's entire body erupted with dark demonic energy. He threw his head back and roared, a blazing red energy sphere beginning to gather in his mouth. Cain Fallon smirked with delight, recognizing the familiar power. This is the essence of dragon power. Without a second's hesitation, Hendrik unleashed all his energy, roaring dragon breath, and firing a destructive torrent of flames. The blazing red dragon breath engulfed Cain Fallon, but Hendrik knew this wasn't the end. Hendrik turned and shouted, urging Elione von Yggdrasil to flee quickly, while Cain Fallon's golden hand had already reached out, blocking the dragon breath. Elione von Yggdrasil drew her bow, her face pale before the surging golden energy hand. Damn it, what is that? The deadly golden light reflected in Elione von Yggdrasil's horrified eyes. There was no escape. Boom! Cain Fallon's holy power hand struck down, the ground cracking open as if it were the end of the world. A destructive surge of energy tore through everything in its path. Absolute power. The earth-shattering explosion engulfed everything in blinding golden light. Thrown back by the aftershock, Elione von Yggdrasil gritted her teeth, enduring, asserting that she was the leader of the Dark Elves. Cain Fallon loomed above, his voice full of sarcasm. "I suppose I've already told you, haven't I?" He stood tall, his body glowing golden like a god, coldly pronouncing judgment. "I will kill you first. From this moment on, your fate is sealed. You who dare defy God's will." Suddenly, a surging wave of dark demonic energy appeared, and Cain Fallon smirked. "Oh, this energy is..." Having identified his target, Cain Fallon snarled, gathering a new energy sphere in his hand. "So you're here, you demon mask." Hendrik plunged down like an arrow, erupting with dark demonic energy, roaring his resolve not to let Cain Fallon touch Cha Jinhyuk. With blazing eyes, Hendrik snarled, "Your opponent is me. Touch our guild leader and I'll kill you." Cain Fallon sneered at the touching loyalty, the holy power sphere in his hand glowing even brighter. "Try and stop me." Without another word, Hendrik's dark, demonic energy directly clashed with Cain Fallon's holy power sphere. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion swallowed the entire forest. The power of the two monsters tore everything apart. After the collision, the ground was nothing but a giant scorched crater, two auras, one golden and one red, still fiercely clashing. Cain Fallon knelt on one knee, acknowledging his opponent's strength. "You're quite strong, dragon. If you had developed a bit more, that blow might have killed me." Through Hendrik's eyes, Cain Fallon still stood tall, his entire body enveloped in overwhelming holy power. Hendrik, despite being covered in injuries, still stood upright, blood staining his mouth, but his aura undiminished. Is that all? He gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp and challenging, his voice resolute. Then come at me. I can still fight. Cain Fallon smirked, acting superior. The dragon race truly is a proud species. No, it must be because you're a dragon that you're so tough. He aimed the holy power sphere at Hendrik, his voice full of disdain, wasting a blessed body on demon mask trash. That's why you lose. Hendrik merely sneered back, his eyes sharp. Worry about your own life first. Suddenly, Haryu appeared right above Cain Fallon, her hair and eyes blazing red, swinging her sword with a chilling warning. Because it's going to hurt a lot. Haryu laughed maniacally, unleashing a storm of pink sword energy that swept through everything around her in an instant. Cain Fallon couldn't react in time. His golden body was torn apart by countless slashes, and he panicked. Impossible. Its speed is so fast that my regeneration can't keep up. With a savage smile, Haryu declared her power came from the legacy her sister left behind. In the spiritual space, the dragonflesh sword spirit appeared before Haryu, delivering a cold splash of reality. It's useless, you're just stalling for time. The spirit continued to explain. You might overwhelm him in this berserk state, but it won't last. You can't overcome his regeneration. The dragonflesh sword spirit pointed to the sky, revealing the harsh truth. His holy power is being supplied from up there. If the provider doesn't show themselves, we have no chance of winning, even if the one holding my mask returns. Doused with a cold splash of reality, Haryu could only admit in despair. Perhaps. The dragonflesh sword spirit roared, provoking her. Then get lost. You're the last Oni. Will you die meaninglessly without avenging your kin? Haryu recalled the desperate moment she faced the kobold lord. And Jinhuk was the one who stood to protect her. Her faith restored, Haryu clenched her fists, her eyes blazing. He won't give up. I trust him and ill stall for time at all costs. Haryu erupted, unleashing a storm of interwoven pink sword energy, tearing Cain Fallon's golden body into pieces. Standing afar, Hendrik also had to brace himself against the aftershocks of this insane attack. Hendrik squinted, admitting the attack was truly overwhelming, but he had noticed a fatal weakness. As expected, Haryu was paying the price. Blood had begun to trickle from the corners of her eyes. She had reached her limit. Ignoring her screaming body, Haryu continued to swing her sword frantically, trying to buy every precious second. But in the blink of an eye, Cain Fallon had fully regenerated, seizing Harry's sword and coldly declaring, "You've slowed down." Cain Fallon delivered a heaven-shattering blow, slamming Haryu face-first into the ground in a finishing move. Haryu coughed up blood, her body having reached its absolute limit, completely helpless. Cain Fallon stood there, acting self-important, rambling that his and Carmen's decision was correct to stop those who hindered Nine Star's plans. He flexed his energy, gathering a gigantic orb of holy power in his hand and roared, "I'll kill all of you right here." The destructive orb of light plunged down, but something that looked like a gigantic, vibrant tree suddenly sprouted from the ground, blocking the attack. Haryu could only kneel helplessly, watching the catastrophe, without even the strength to move. In the distance, Hendrik screamed in despair, "Damn it, dodge! Haryu!" Haryu closed her eyes, a bitter smile on her face, whispering a final apology to her brother. A blinding explosion swallowed everything, a combination of golden holy power and strange purple energy. The attack was inexplicably nullified. Cain Fallon froze, his face clearly showing confusion. Amidst the hazy smoke, dark Yggdrasil stood tall, its canopy glowing with an eerie blue light, exuding an overwhelming aura. Cain Fallon froze, his entire body enveloped in holy power, but his face clearly showed confusion. What? I clearly used the divine light of punishment to incinerate them. Before he could collect himself, a fist enveloped in purple dark power slammed directly into Cain Fallon's jaw, cutting short his foolish question. Jinhuk delivered a devastating punch, sending Cain Fallon's energy body flying like a tattered toy. Dark Yggdrasil's power erupted, creating an energy vortex that swept away the remaining holy power on the battlefield. Jinhuk smirked, dark power swirling around him. He mocked. What happened, you ask? A gigantic shadow mouth swallowed the last orb of light. Jinhuk stood there, exuding an overwhelming aura. This happened. Haryu looked up, her eyes teary, but filled with hope and joy. She called out the name of the one who had saved her in the nick of time. Brother. Jinhuk turned to look with a gentle yet powerful gaze, acknowledging their efforts. Haryu, Hendrik. Well done. His gaze immediately turned icy as he glanced at the enemy's residual energy. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tisk. That persistent bastard. Cha Jinhyuk, now wearing a demon mask, summoned two formidable subordinates, Balkan and Taiyun, then ordered, take them to safety. Standing on a gigantic shadow entity, Cha Jinhyuk looked down at the terrified paladin below, causing Kane Fallon to stammer. What did you do? Kane Fallon broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the enormous, repulsive, demonic power erupting before him. Without bothering to reply, Cha Jinhyuk shot forward like an arrow, dark power coiling into sharp tentacles, roaring, "Why don't you check for yourself?" The terrifying speed made Kane Fallon's eyes widen, and he could only utter, "Too fast." Thump! A dark blow slammed directly into him. Kane Fallon could only let out a cry of pain. Cha Jinhyuk transformed into a vortex of shadows, sending Kane Fallon's golden body spinning like a top, giving him no chance to resist. In the nick of time, Carmen Fallon appeared, reaching out desperately, trying to intervene in the battle. Carmen Fallon was horrified to realize a large amount of her divine power was suddenly being drained, while Kane Fallon also panicked as he felt himself being absorbed. Cha Jinhyuk unleashed a series of dark slashes, tearing apart Kane Fallon's energy body, making him scream. Where did he get such powerful demonic energy? Kane Fallon screamed in despair, his golden body cracking but still defiant. It's useless. Even if you tear me into 100 pieces, ill. But before he could finish, Kane Fallon's energy body shattered into pieces under the overwhelming dark power. Cha Jinhyuk coldly delivered a kick, dark energy exploding to send Kane Fallon's remnants flying. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, revealing the plan. I know. You'll revive continuously, but each time, Carmen will have to expend a large amount of divine power. He explained his trump card, the Shadow Devourer, an entity created from his own soul and demonic power, with insatiable greed. With that, Cha Jinhyuk grabbed the newly regenerated Kane Fallon by the neck, his eyes devoid of emotion. He continued his lecture. In other words, it can tear you apart and devour you alive repeatedly until it drags that hag Carmen, who's connected to you, down here too. Kane Fallon completely collapsed, his voice trembling in fear. No. No. He screamed in despair, pleading with Carmen Fallon. No, Lady Carmen. Stop. You must stop transferring power to me. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed with absolute coldness. It's too late. Cha Jinhyuk growled his command, and the Shadow Devourer opened its gigantic maw, beginning to devour Kane Fallon's dazzling golden divine power. In a distant place, Carmen Fallon felt her power being drained like a waterfall. She screamed in panic. Damn it. What in the world is happening? A subordinate created from Carmen's blue energy let out a tragic scream, named Asher, before vanishing into dust. The space in the Holy Land began to crack like shattered glass, signaling a connection about to be destroyed. A gigantic pillar of divine light descended, a final attempt to sustain Kane Fallon's life, but it was too late. Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into dragging his large prey through the soul connection. Exhausted and powerless, Carmen Fallon collapsed to the ground, her entire body trembling as her divine power was drained. She stammered incoherently. What? Losing all her arrogance, Carmen Fallon screamed in utter helplessness and confusion. What in the world is happening? From the shadows, Cha Jinhyuk slowly stepped out, his voice filled with satisfaction. Finally, we meet again. He stood completely dominant, looking down at Carmen kneeling with disdain and sneered. It seems after 10 years, your beauty has truly blossomed, hasn't it? Carmen Fallon gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down as she recognized her sworn enemy. Demon Mask. Cha Jinhyuk revealed himself, half-human, half-demon face with a murderous smile, his voice chilling. It's time to pay your debts, Carmen. Flashback to 10 years ago. Donis Taylor could only curse as he was completely overwhelmed by a horde of Cha Jinhyuk's shadow monsters. Donis Taylor couldn't believe his eyes. He screamed in horror. You can still unleash this much power? A destructive purple demonic power explosion erupted. Screams, calling Cha Jinhyuk's name, echoed across the battlefield. In the memory, the silver-haired Black Star version of Cha Jinhyuk gasped, exhausted after being betrayed by the entire council. His body collapsed, pierced by countless weapons, blood staining the ground red. Even on the verge of death, Cha Jinhyuk still lifted his head to look directly at the betrayers of 9 Star, his voice filled with hatred. You bastards think that. In another flashback, a gray-haired mage was swallowed by his own summoned beast, screaming in despair. Am I going to die like this? The mage gathered his last remaining strength, summoning his final trump card, Bone Golem. The newly summoned Bone Golem swung its gigantic fist, enveloped in deep purple demonic energy, Down, crushing the ground. But this trump card fared no better. Its bony hand was tightly bound by golden chains of light, cracking into pieces. Carmen Fallon, exuding overwhelming divine power, easily stopped the golem, making it roar in vain. Stop struggling, it's useless. Cha Jinhuk, utterly exhausted, bitterly realized this was his limit. Damn it. I revived it with my last bit of strength. Is this the end? Carmen Fallon stepped forward, her high heels crushing the shattered ground, her voice icy. Yes, it's your end. She flashed a cruel smile, declaring bluntly, as a representative of 9-Star, I will kill you. Carmen Fallon raised her hand, gathering a blinding surge of divine power at her fingertip, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Farewell, Cha Jinhyuk. Whoosh! A series of golden light rays pierced through Cha Jinhyuk's body, fresh blood splattering everywhere. He only managed a desperate scream of agony before collapsing. Carmen Fallon squinted at the sight, a look of satisfaction on her face as her enemy was officially eliminated. Just when she thought he was gone, Cha Jinhyuk suddenly appeared right behind Carmen Fallon, looming like a ghost. Wearing his demon mask, he growled provocatively, "All right, it's time to return the favor, Carmen." The scene abruptly changed, and they were both transported to a gloomy, deathly forest. Carmen Fallon shrieked in panic. "No way! This is the dark forest on the 70th floor. How did you drag me here?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked, calmly confirming, "That's right, normally it wouldn't be possible." He explained that while absorbing the seed of Dark Yggdrasil, he had figured out a way to turn the tables on this woman. He knew that demonic power alone wouldn't be enough, because as long as Carmen kept supplying divine power, her allies would revive endlessly. The core issue was to break the link between her and those granted power, just like how she buffed Cain Fallon. In this tower, there's a similar mechanism, the power link between gods and demons and their followers, and Cha Jinhyuk decided to exploit that very rule, to play this game of life and death. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his purple eyes flashing with calculation. Am I not also allowed to use a trump card meant for followers? Carmen Fallon's eyes widened, realizing his scheme in horror. Descent? You used Ashento to do that? Cha Jinhyuk stood tall, stating the harsh truth. Because you are an entity of the tower, unlike true transcendence, your physical body was forced to descend. He concluded with an imposing statement, declaring the price for her arrogance. The plan you created out of your own selfishness is the reason for your death. Defeated, Carmen Fallon fell, but a grotesque smile spread across her lips, signaling that the game wasn't over. She burst into maniacal laughter, her initial panic completely gone, replaced by arrogant confidence. Crack! Carmen Fallon stomped her foot down, a surge of energy erupted, and the ground beneath her cracked open. She stood up, her entire body enveloped in golden divine power, her voice full of disdain. You think you can defeat me? You're sorely mistaken. A rookie who hasn't even climbed a quarter of the tower. Carmen Fallon's crimson eyes gleamed with malice as she raised her hand in challenge. I'll show you. Energy violently erupted around Carmen Fallon, and she roared, the true level of someone who has climbed to the higher floors. The moment she finished speaking, Carmen Fallon's divine power suddenly went chaotic, shooting out uncontrollably in all directions. Fresh blood suddenly gushed from her eyes and mouth, her once arrogant face instantly contorted. Carmen Fallon staggered, unable to stand, and she exclaimed in horror, "What? I can't stand up." Suddenly, a devastating kick from above struck Carmen Fallon's face. Cha Jinhyuk appeared from thin air, delivering a powerful spinning kick that disfigured her face in an instant. She was sent flying like a bullet, face planting into the ground. Cha Jinhyuk landed lightly and sneered. "Looks like you hit your head when you fell. Did you forget?" He stood there, watching her bound by red penalty effects, his voice full of contempt. "This is the 70th floor, where the penalties of hundreds of floors will apply to you. Truly foolish to dare use power recklessly here." Carmen Fallon looked up, eyes wide, with only one thought in her mind. What? What is this familiar feeling? She stared at Cha Jinhyuk's back, his glowing purple eyes in the darkness sending a chill down her spine. Those eyes, of someone I've never met. A massive, deathly purple dark power erupted from behind Cha Jinhyuk, silencing Carmen Fallon, who lay flattened on the ground, with sheer terror. Cha Jinhyuk, in his white-haired, hooded form, smirked grotesquely as the purple dark power surged, while Carmen Fallon could only stare in horror from below. Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, Carmen Fallon gritted her teeth, snarling, "I'm going crazy." She furiously unleashed a maximum surge of blazing golden divine power, screaming, "Don't look at me with those eyes." Cha Jinhyuk stood still. A gigantic demonic mouth-shaped shadow opened from his demonic power, ready to swallow the attack. Carmen Fallon's divine power was completely devoured by the dark maw. Not a single drop left, utterly nullified. Carmen Fallon couldn't believe her eyes, her face paling in shock. It absorbed my attack? Instantly, Cha Jinhuk hovered directly above her, his cold purple eyes looking down at the defeated opponent who was gazing up in despair. He channeled all his dark power into his fist, the thick purple energy condensing, ready for a finishing blow. Cha Jinhyuk unleashed the Godfall strike, a destructive explosion of purple energy erupting at the point of impact. In a black and white panel, Carmen Fallon's figure was sent flying like a torn puppet at the epicenter of the explosion. Carmen Fallon, her hair disheveled, looked up at Cha Jinhyuk, who hovered amidst a torrent of deep purple demonic power, his aura like that of a demon god. The saintess writhed, her body cracking under the pressure of the dark power, realizing in horror, my body is being dissolved by demonic power? This power. It can't be. Carmen Fallon muttered in despair as Cha Jinhyuk descended. This power. It can only be on par with the legendary Four Emperors. Her red eyes widened, realizing she had provoked a true, genuine powerhouse. I'm finished. Cha Jinhyuk gave his opponent no time to breathe, creating a massive vortex of demonic power, ready to crush everything. In that critical moment, a blazing golden divine power shot up from below. It was clearly Cain Fallon attempting to rescue his comrade. But it was too late. Carmen Fallon was slammed into the ground by an invisible force like a meteor, creating a deep crater. Utterly defeated, she screamed frantically amidst the rubble, her body still disintegrating. How dare you touch my body? Her face contorted with rage, she gritted her teeth, snarling each word. I'll tear you to shreds. Her fury was abruptly cut short as she realized a blinding light was enveloping her. This light. Cha Jinhyuk hovered in midair, absorbing all of the enemy's divine power and compressing it into a destructive orb, declaring bluntly, "This is the power I devoured from you." With an arrogant smile behind his demon mask, Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed with deadly intent, and he smirked. "Now I'm giving it back to you." He roared the name of the technique, thousandfold punishment. A colossal pillar of divine power descended, completely engulfing Carmen Fallon. Boom! The ground exploded into a deep crater, the aftershocks from the divine power explosion, flattening everything within miles. Cha Jinhyuk stood there, silently observing the devastated battlefield he had created, smoke and residual energy rising thickly. He nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction evident. In the swirling smoke, Carmen Fallon's figure had vanished, leaving only Cha Jinhyuk's cold declaration echoing, "This is 10 years of revenge." From afar, the observers of the battle breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the demon mask repel the enemy. One person quickly ordered, "This is our chance. Move the injured quickly." Haryu broke into a sweat, unable to hide her astonishment and admiration for the overwhelming power she had just witnessed. To dare challenge 9-Star by name. Incredible. The white-haired paladin analyzed the situation, believing the enemy was weakened by the system's penalty, and confidently declared, "We have a great chance to win." Carmen Fallon gritted her teeth, admitting that even with the system's penalty, a tower climber from the 600th floor and above was still an extremely tough opponent. She realized the enemy wouldn't fall so easily. A flash of light appeared amidst the rubble. Amidst a vortex of divine power, Carmen Fallon let out a hateful roar and charged like a blazing golden missile. Cha Jinhyuk merely stood still, his purple eyes behind the mask calmly awaiting her attack. A terrifying holy power explosion engulfed Cha Jinhyuk, its destructive force enough to flatten an entire forest. But when the dust settled, Cha Jinhyuk still stood there without a scratch, calmly saying, "That's more like it, Carmen. It would be boring if you died right away." Humiliated, Carmen Fallon braced herself on the ground, growling, "Don't you dare look down on me, I am." Golden energy erupted around her arm, the aura of humanity's strongest beginning to surge. She roared, asserting her identity with all her pride, "I am 9-Star." Crash! Carmen Fallon punched straight into the ground, unleashing a destructive wave of energy that cracked the entire battlefield. The ground cracked under Carmen Fallon's attack, a sea of holy power fire engulfing everything, determined to level the entire battlefield. Cha Jinhyuk was completely swallowed by the energy storm, but his figure stood firm like a mountain amidst the epicenter of destruction. Amidst the sea of fire, Cha Jinhyuk smirked behind his mask, his purple eyes flashing with disdain. What a brute! As the aftershocks of the attack spread, the dark elf archers ran for their lives, screaming desperately to escape. Elione von Yggdrasil shouted, commanding her subordinates, "Climb onto the branches of the dark Yggdrasil. These holy power attacks can't harm it." In another corner, A black-robed man was shielding Haryu, both holding their breath as they watched the earth-shattering battle. The black-robed man's red eyes narrowed. He recognized something and growled, "Gimyeon." Cha Jinhyuk calmly analyzed, knowing his opponent's strategy well. "You know it too, don't you? That attack can't last forever." Amidst Carmen Fallon's blazing golden firestorm, a cold purple streak of Cha Jinhyuk pierced through everything, completely unharmed. Carmen Fallon's eyes widened, her smile turning deranged as she realized an even more terrifying truth. Unbelievable. Hez forcing himself to use power while enduring the penalty. With a crazed expression, Carmen Fallon poured all her holy power into her fist, determined to end the fight in one blow. Cha Jinhyuk retaliated with a punch of deep purple dark energy, an equally overwhelming aura. Two torrents of holy and dark energy clashed fiercely, a pure test of strength. The explosion created a giant eye of the energy storm, tearing apart the surrounding space. Carmen Fallon yelled smugly, "Ha! If I just get a little serious, you're nothing but an ant waiting to be crushed." But then she froze, realizing Cha Jinhyuk's dark energy was devouring her holy power. Cornered, she summoned a giant white serpent and screamed Cain Fallon's name for help. The giant serpent lunged but was easily blocked by Cha Jinhyuk's dark energy. Cha Jinhyuk landed, completely unharmed, while the serpent was fully subdued. He spoke with disdain from behind his mask. "You're the one worth talking about. In the past 10 years, you've regressed, abandoning climbing the tower to become a hound for the four emperors?" Provoked, Carmen Fallon went berserk, unleashing a destructive fire attack that engulfed even the giant white serpent. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes were cold, as if he had seen through every move of his prey. She screamed in madness, "Shut up! What the hell do you know, you bastard?" The heat from the explosion made Cha Jinhyuk pause for a moment. The entire area transformed into a boiling sea of lava. The power of a former 9-star member was truly no joke. But to Cha Jinhyuk, this sea of fire was merely lukewarm water. He calmly stood amidst the lava and began to lecture. No matter how strong a saintess's recovery power is, she can't ignore the tower's penalties forever. He continued to expose her fatal weakness. The more power you use, the heavier the penalty will be. And system penalty cards began to appear densely around Carmen Fallon. The penalty warning panel appeared, but Carmen Fallon growled, feigning indifference. "I know. I just need to deal with this guy. Recovering later won't be too late." She smirked with foolish confidence. She screamed, blood gushing from her mouth, her face crazed. "We're just being smart. We found a faster, easier path to become strong." Carmen Fallon roared, "Unlike a fool like you, Cha Jinhyuk." She poured all her holy power into a massive lava attack, determined to deliver a finishing blow. Facing her ultimate move, Cha Jinhyuk merely sneered, "Ha," with utter contempt, not even bothering to take it seriously. "Is that so?" He calmly infused his sword with purple dark magic, ready to confront her head-on. Swish! A brilliant purple sword strike tore through the lava wave, her destructive power cleaved in two like a joke. Carmen Fallon froze as Cha Jinhyuk closed in right before her, having unbelievably pierced through her attack. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes were icy, highly focused, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to his prey. The entire sea of fire was extinguished, leaving only Cha Jinhyuk standing there dominantly, completely unscathed. He swung his sword, shaking off the remnants of her energy, his posture as relaxed as if he had just taken a stroll. Cha Jinhyuk scoffed. "Ha! You must be at your wit's end, resorting even to brawling. That's not like you at all." Standing on the edge of the lava, Cha Jinhyuk merely watched with folded arms, causing Carmen Fallon extreme confusion. "What? He's not attacking?" Cha Jinhyuk calmly stood on the molten lava, making Carmen Fallon wonder in confusion. What the hell is he planning? Unable to wait any longer, Carmen Fallon roared, channeling all her power into her hand and lunging straight at her enemy. With a crazed expression, she yelled, "Got you! Demon mask!" Carmen Fallon's fiery hand snatched Cha Jinhyuk's mask, but his purple eyes didn't waver in the slightest. "Let's see that arrogant face of yours." Carmen Fallon ripped off the mask, revealing Cha Jinhyuk's face. But the moment she saw his true face, Carmen Fallon's pupils constricted, her entire body stiff with shock. The demon mask shattered and flew through the air, Carmen Fallon stammering incoherently. "You." Her confidence vanished, replaced by extreme panic, as an unbelievable name surfaced in her mind. "No way. Could it be that you are truly?" Facing her horror, Cha Jinhyuk remained silent, while Carmen Fallon screamed the name she never wanted to hear again. "Cha Jinhyuk?" Cha Jinhyuk casually taunted Carmen Fallon, asking how she could recognize him when both his face and voice had changed, or if it was her instinct telling her. Carmen Fallon's face swelled with anger as she growled back, asking if he was talking about recognizing a comrade. Clearly trying to deny the truth, she completely lost control, screaming at him to stop babbling and answer her question directly. Who the hell are you? In response to her panic, Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, a supremely arrogant smile on his face. He stood tall, demonic energy swirling around him, proudly confirming his identity. That's right. I am Cha Jinhyuk. With a crazed smile, Cha Jinhyuk declared that he had returned from the dead, just to crush all of them. With that, he lunged forward like a ghost, a purple blade slicing through the air, mockingly asking what she would beg for her life now. Carmen Fallon furiously summoned a flaming greatsword to parry, yelling at him to stop spouting nonsense. Two streams of power, one purple and one golden, clashed fiercely, creating a terrifying energy explosion. Carmen Fallon was utterly stunned, unable to believe her eyes, muttering that this was absurd because she was certain he was dead. Carmen Fallon screamed in a frenzy, asserting that she herself had torn apart Death Star Cha Jinhyuk. She swung her flaming greatsword, shouting that he no longer existed in this world. A torrent of holy fire surged forward, a full power attack to prove her words. But Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, easily blocking the flames with just one hand. A dry, impactful clash. Right behind him, a giant shadow hand emerged, crushing Carmen Fallon's attack as if squeezing an orange. The dark hand seized her sword-wielding arm, her holy power utterly useless. Crack! Carmen Fallon's energy arm was crushed without any resistance. She watched in horror as her arm disintegrated, muttering that she had to use holy power to regenerate it immediately. But then she froze, her eyes wide as she saw what was in Cha Jinhyuk's hand. He held up the familiar shattered demon mask, and Carmen Fallon went numb, finally realizing the nightmare before her was real. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his cold purple eyes peeking out from behind the demon mask, a look of amusement on his face. He activated his battle foresight skill, his purple eye scanning through all possible futures, victory firmly in his grasp. A chaotic explosion of darkness and holy fire sent Carmen Fallon flying, leaving Cain Fallon to only scream her name in helplessness. Carmen Fallon fell backward, her face bruised, her eyes vacant, completely losing her initial arrogance. Donning his mask again, Cha Jinhyuk lunged with a devastating slash, roaring, "I'll cut off your head." In the darkness, Cha Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed. He had already foreseen her weak counterattack. Carmen Fallon swung with all her might, but Cha Jinhyuk merely smirked, humiliatingly biting the blade in half with his teeth, making her scream his name in horror. A giant holy energy orb formed over the sea of lava, seemingly the enemy's last desperate attack. The raging firestorm roared, an all-out attack unleashed with a scream. "Just die already!" A colossal pillar of holy fire shot straight into the sky, destructive power unleashed. Boom! The two opposing powers collided, creating a terrifying shockwave that cracked the ground. Close by, Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, his face grim, using absolute power to push Carmen Fallon's sword to its limit. Despite being at a disadvantage, Carmen Fallon still spitefully screamed, "If you're alive, go hide on Earth. What are you dragging your corpse here for?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his gaze unwavering. "I already told you, for revenge." He roared that he would wipe out all the damned royal families backing her, then unleashed a blow that sent Carmen Fallon flying like a ragged doll. Blown away by an irresistible force, Carmen Fallon dug her hand into the ground, carving a long, sparking furrow to slow herself down. Gritting her teeth, her face covered in blood, Carmen Fallon hissed, "You insane bastard." Suddenly, she realized a golden opportunity. Hez weakened. Hez finally reached his limit, resisting the system's penalty. She gathered all her remaining strength, growling, "The only attack I can use while ignoring the penalty with this body. Just one more time." Her eyes flashed with a final glimmer of hope, everything staked on a single blow. Just hit this one. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes flashed with determination, telling himself that if he could just block this attack, victory would surely be his. With a roar, Carmen Fallon unleashed all her power, creating a terrifying explosion of holy power that ripped up the ground. Her face contorted with hatred, Carmen Fallon shrieked, "Cha Jinhyuk, your place is in a dark, skeletal grave. I'll send you back there." Pouring her life into it, Carmen Fallon raised her hand to the sky, gathering a colossal energy orb that blazed like the sun. From afar, Elione von Yggdrasil was stunned, unable to believe her eyes at that terrifying surge of power. What in the world is that? The energy orb swelled like a mini-sun, making Elione von Yggdrasil panic. "I've never seen holy power like this. I have to run. But how can I run from something that huge?" Elione von Yggdrasil stated firmly. If that thing falls, the entire dark forest will be wiped out. Hendrik merely smirked, asking casually, "So, that means there's no way out?" Amidst the despair, Haryu still gazed steadfastly at the fire orb. "No. My brother is still fighting." Her eyes shone with unshakable faith. "I will believe in my brother's victory." Standing alone against the destructive orb, Cha Jinhyuk knew his situation clearly. "I can't block it, nor can I dodge it." Faced with a life-or-death situation, Cha Jinhyuk decided to go all out. Then there's only one way. Use even stronger demonic power to crush it. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his strength, growling. Just for a moment, Cha Jinhyuk's eyes sharpened, calculating his desperate move. "I just need to unleash a surge of demonic energy strong enough to overwhelm Carmen Fallon's holy power." Carmen Fallon shrieked like a madwoman, her hair standing on end with rage. "Run around like a bug and die, Cha Jinhyuk." But instead of fleeing, Cha Jinhyuk charged straight into the colossal energy orb like a black arrow. Carmen Fallon was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. "What? He's charging straight in instead of running?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked, activating his final trump card, Fusion, Demonic Transformation. A dark purple energy orb, dense with demonic power, began to form. Swirling with terrifying might, the deep purple demonic power orb shot forth, directly confronting Carmen Fallon's blazing mini-sun. Crash! The two opposing energies collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that tore the ground into fragments. In the heart of the explosion, Cha Jinhyuk appeared like a demon, dense purple demonic energy swirling around him. His gaze locked onto Carmen Fallon. "You're finished." His voice was ice-cold, making Carmen Fallon freeze, her face paling with shock. In his white-haired demonic transformation form, the demon mask bearing its fangs in a sneer, Cha Jinhyuk declared, "I'll end this, Carmen Fallon." Carmen Fallon completely collapsed, unable to believe her all-out attack had done nothing to him. Horror welled up in her eyes as she felt Cha Jinhyuk's energy, now no different from a true demon, with a colossal demonic illusion faintly visible behind him. A dense, dark purple demonic power orb compressed, then burst forth with destructive force. From afar, Kane Fallon could only widen his eyes in horror, sensing the impending tragedy. In a flash, Cha Jinhyuk was right in front of the frozen Carmen Fallon, a sneer on his lips. "Why so dazed, Carmen?" Thwack! Without a wasted movement, a punch imbued with demonic energy slammed straight into Carmen Fallon's stomach, the impact force shattering all her defenses. Carmen Fallon coughed up blood, her eyes wide and bloodshot, her body curling up like a shrimp after taking the devastating punch head-on. A column of deep purple demonic power shot straight into the sky, tearing through the ground with a terrifying explosion. Dark energy erupted into a destructive dome, leveling everything within sight. In the epicenter, Cha Jinhyuk hovered, his dark purple demonic energy wings spread wide with overwhelming might. Carmen Fallon's eyes widened, blood vessels bulging, only one word left in her mind. Fear. She collapsed to her knees, her entire body trembling, wondering for the first time in her life if this feeling was fear. Her hands clawed at the ground, trying in vain to get up when faced with an incomprehensible power. Carmen Fallon screamed in despair, unable to accept that she was afraid of that trashy Cha Jinhyuk, who had disappeared for an entire year. Cha Jinhyuk coldly approached, his demonic silhouette engulfing Carmen Fallon, who was muttering, "Impossible." The demonic face beneath the mask twisted into a grotesque smile, as if mocking her foolishness. His blazing purple eyes lit up, reflecting the image of prey with nowhere left to run. Carmen Fallon let out a piercing scream, her face contorted with extreme terror. From within the ghostly shadows, Cha Jinhyuk spoke coldly, his voice full of mockery. "What kind of reaction is this?" He pressed his face close, growling. "Scared?" Causing Carmen Fallon's eyes to roll wildly, filled with bloodshot veins. Her pride wounded, Carmen Fallon gnashed her teeth, forcing out each word in a fit of rage. She exploded, screaming in denial. "Who's afraid of a trashy spiritmaster like you? I am the strongest, a 9-star who conquered the 600th floor." All her divine power erupted, her body hovering in a dazzling golden pillar of light, declaring that she had become the ruler of the tower after killing him. A series of system penalty notifications appeared, but Carmen Fallon ignored them, frantically screaming that she didn't care. Countless golden magic circles activated. Carmen Fallon swore that even if she died, she would drag Cha Jinhyuk down with her once more. Cha Jinhyuk merely sneered, looking bored by his prey's theatrics. Planning one last struggle? Without another word, purple demonic energy condensed, transforming Cha Jinhyuk's arm into a colossal blade of shadow, ready to end everything. "Fine." Cha Jinhyuk's purple demonic energy erupted into the form of a monster, ready for battle. Cha Jinhyuk's demonic eyes flashed, and he sneered. I accept. Carmen Fallon screamed in a frenzy, charging straight at him, with all her divine power. Die, Cha Jinhyuk. A barrage of destructive holy light beams shot out from the magic circles. A true all-out attack, but Cha Jinhyuk's blade of shadow easily pierced through the light defenses, shattering each magic circle like paper. Seeing his sister about to be annihilated, Kane Fallon could only scream her name in despair, while Cha Jinhyuk had already compressed a destructive orb of demonic power in his hand. The two opposing energy currents collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The golden light was quickly swallowed by the purple darkness. The outcome was already clear. Witnessing the overwhelming display of power, Hendrik could only gnash his teeth, muttering Cha Jinhyuk's name. Balkan cursed in panic, while the King of Dead Souls, Tiun, stood behind him, respectfully calling him, My lord. Amidst the cataclysmic battle, Haryu cried out in despair. Brother! Cha Jinhyuk's orb of demonic power completely devoured the holy light, creating a destructive black hole. Darkness spread, crushing everything into dust in a silent explosion. The ground was ravaged, leaving a deep crater glowing with residual dark energy. Cha Jinhyuk gasped for breath, his mask half shattered, but he still stood firm like a monster. The system warned that he had taken physical damage due to the side effects of his demonic transformation, but he seemed not to care. He sneered, his eyes full of arrogance. Not yet. Standing before a dying Carmen Fallon amidst the ruins, he declared, This is the beginning of my revenge. Carmen Fallon's body began to crack under the pressure of the dark demonic power. Her face contorted in pain. She collapsed utterly helpless, only able to utter in despair, I can't. With a frantic expression, Carmen Fallon strained, trying to focus every last bit of remaining power into her body. But that effort was completely useless. She collapsed before Cha Jinhyuk's dark demonic power. Cha Jinhyuk coldly declared from above, Carmen, it's time to end our ill-fated connection. All of Carmen Fallon's arrogance shattered. She could only stammer in extreme horror. Bursting into tears, she cried out pitifully, I'm sorry, please forgive me. She began to bargain, willing to offer up the entire Holy Land, all her equipment, and money, just to save her life. She even brought up the past to beg, recalling the days they climbed the tower together. Clasping her hands in supplication, Carmen Fallon called out his name in utter cowardice. Jinhyuk, please forgive me. Cha Jinhyuk said nothing, a sphere of dark energy condensing in his hand, ready to finish her off. Crash! The attack pierced straight through Carmen Fallon's chest, crushing her core of power into fragments. Carmen Fallon was stunned, her blazing red eyes reflecting extreme bewilderment as she failed to comprehend what was happening. She screamed miserably as Cha Jinhyuk's dark demonic power invaded and ravaged her core of power from within. In his white-haired half-demon form, Cha Jinhyuk coldly sneered at her plea. Forgive? He roared, unleashing all the hatred accumulated over 10 years. The one who could forgive you died 10 years ago. I will never forgive you, Carmen. Pop! The hand containing Carmen Fallon's core of power was mercilessly crushed by Cha Jinhyuk, pulverizing all her divine power. Carmen Fallon froze, her face cracking as she felt her life's power turn to dust in an instant. Collapsing in despair, she could only force out a weak curse, while Cha Jinhyuk stood behind her like a grim reaper, delivering judgment. Cha Jinhyuk disdainfully waved his hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow as if swatting an annoying fly. Slash! A beam of purple demonic power tore through space, piercing straight through Carmen Fallon, blowing her away without any resistance. Lying sprawled on the ground, Carmen Fallon gritted her teeth, enduring the final attack as her life faded. Carmen Fallon screamed pitifully as her leg was crushed by Cha Jinhyuk's deep purple demonic power. The Saintess could only scream in ultimate agony, unable to do anything else. Without a moment's hesitation, Cha Jinhyuk poured all his strength into his heel, preparing to finish off the woman. Crash! A devastating stomp pinned Carmen Fallon to the ground, the surrounding earth cracking under the terrifying pressure. Crushed beneath her enemy's foot, she could only look up at Cha Jinhyuk, who whispered with satisfaction, You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. Cha Jinhyuk coldly declared, evening the score. This makes us even. We've both killed each other once. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Carmen Fallon frantically bargained, begging to be allowed to live as a soul soldier for him to command as he pleased. But Cha Jinhyuk indifferently recalled his ironclad resolve after being ambushed by the Nine-Star and having to climb the tower from the beginning again. In his flashback, he gritted his teeth and swore, I won't turn you into summoned soldiers. I will devour your souls so you'll never have a chance to reincarnate. Back in reality, Cha Jinhyuk flashed a savage smile, his voice a death sentence. I will devour your soul, Carmen. Crushed, Carmen Fallon screamed in fury, cursing Cha Jinhyuk venomously. Her rage quickly turned to fear, and she shrieked, begging for her life. Grab. Without another word, Cha Jinhyuk's dark hand seized her head. In her final moments, Carmen Fallon desperately screamed Kane's name as a last resort. Cha Jinhyuk stood up, his entire body erupting with dark power after finishing off his enemy. He clenched his fist, and a stream of turquoise soul energy was forcibly ripped from Carmen's dead body. Carmen Fallon's soul was dragged out, screaming in agony as it was torn apart. Even as a mere soul, she stubbornly roared in defiance. Do you think I'll just lie down and die? I won't be devoured by you, Cha Jinhyuk. But all resistance was futile. Her soul was tightly trapped within a dark, flower-shaped prison that was closing in. A gigantic shadow devourer opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, preparing to devour her soul to Carmen's utter horror. Carmen Fallon's soul screamed in despair as she felt herself being sucked into the darkness. Cha Jinhyuk's face was cold as stone, and he growled. Killing you once. He clenched his fist, and dark power erupted violently. Is not enough to satisfy me. At Cha Jinhyuk's command, Carmen Fallon's soul was crushed amidst heart-wrenching screams. Her hateful scream of Cha Jinhyuk's name was the last sound before she was completely devoured by the dark power. After devouring the enemy's soul, Cha Jinhyuk's gigantic shadow monster retreated, leaving behind a devastated battlefield. The system announced the end of the demonic transformation, all stats returning to normal as the layer of dark energy began to dissipate. The white-haired half-demon form disintegrated, the mask shattering, revealing Cha Jinhyuk's true appearance with black hair. The last fragment of the one-horned demon mask fell to the ground, signaling the end of the battle. Cha Jinhyuk gasped, his face haggard, but a part of his revenge was complete. Finally, it's over. Amidst the surging dark power, Cha Jinhyuk roared triumphantly. I've finally gotten my revenge, you treacherous bastards. His curse? You bastards! Echoed, absorbed and amplified by a gigantic, dark Yggdrasil. As soon as the high wore off, Cha Jinhyuk began to sway, sweating profusely, realizing something was wrong. Cha Jinhyuk's purple pupils contracted as he realized the price of power, the side effect of demonic transformation. I can't move. Just as his weakened body was about to collapse, his teammates' arms caught him in time. It turned out he wasn't alone. An elite squad consisting of Haryu, a long-haired man, a goatee man, and a masked figure, had appeared to provide support. The goatee man chuckled, acknowledging Cha Jinhyuk's strength but not forgetting to tease. You actually did it. What a daredevil. The long-haired man smirked arrogantly, keeping score. 1 down, 7 more to go, right? Haryu smiled brightly, her small horns looking adorable. Congratulations, big brother. Cha Jinhyuk remained silent, his gaze complex as he looked at the teammates who stood by him, utterly speechless. Cha Jinhyuk closed his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face, and silently thanked his comrades who had fought by his side. Thank you, everyone. The whole team stood amidst a devastated forest. Once their base, Cha Jinhyuk muttered, My dark forest is completely ruined. Elion von Yggdrasil was speechless looking at the ruins, but Cha Jinhyuk immediately reassured her. Don't worry, I'll help with the recovery. I've already made a deal with the father of the world tree to upgrade everyone. He smirked confidently, asserting, And, don't worry about money. No sooner had Cha Jinhyuk finished speaking than in a distant place, William, sitting at his desk, suddenly let out a loud sneeze, completely unaware that he had just become a reliable sponsor. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Eliona von Yggdrasil, as Dark Yggdrasil warned her to leave immediately, making her frown in confusion. Why? The explanation appeared. Another divine star has also lost their family, and will soon seek revenge. The final warning delivered a critical blow. You will die if you confront Kane Fallon now. Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling. He remained silent, his eyes narrowed in calculation, clearly reconsidering his own strength compared to the true monsters. Finally, Cha Jinhyuk made a wise decision. All right, we should go into hiding now and prioritize leveling up to increase our strength. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, his sharp eyes declaring, But this time, I won't retreat in shame again. He stood firm on the cracked earth, growling a vow to punch that bastard Kane right in the face. At the same time, in another place, dark clouds swirled, and thunder began to rumble, signaling a formidable presence. Rain poured down on the devastated forest, washing away the traces of the recent battle. Flashes of light streaked across the stormy sky, illuminating the desolate ruins. Under the heavy rain, Kane Fallon appeared at the spot where Carmen had vanished, his cold voice echoing, Carmen is gone. She was dragged to a lower floor and hasn't returned. He walked amidst the wreckage, a powerful aura radiating around him, overwhelming the entire space. Cain Fallon silently observed the remaining traces of destruction after the battle. Lightning once again tore across the night sky, as if empathizing with the rage poised to erupt. Cain Fallon's blazing red eyes were bloodshot, his extreme anger erupting as he realized all that remained was ash. Lightning ripped across the sky, signaling a far from friendly greeting. Amidst the pouring rain, Cain Fallon stood frozen before a gigantic skull symbol carved directly into the cliff face. He gritted his teeth, recognizing the deadly familiar sign. Death Star Cha Jinhyuk, Cain Fallon muttered, knowing full well that only the 9-star and Cha Jinhyuk himself knew about this symbol. He pieced things together, realizing this place was connected to Ghostface, but he couldn't understand why the symbol of a dead man would appear here. Suddenly, a surge of deep purple demonic energy erupted from the symbol, and a ghostly voice echoed. "Long time no see, Cain." The stone skull's eyes flared with purple light, and it arrogantly declared, "I am Ghostface." Cain Fallon's jaw dropped, cold sweat pouring down his face, unable to believe what he had just heard. Ghostface? The Ghostface skull smirked, its eye sockets burning with purple flames, delivering a chilling verdict. "I killed Carmen Fallon." Cain Fallon's pupils constricted, utterly shocked by the brutal truth thrown in his face. Cain Fallon roared, his eyes bloodshot, refusing to accept the truth. "Nonsense. How could a wretch like you kill Carmen?" In response, Ghostface's eye sockets flared with an intense, chilling purple demonic energy. Within the darkness, Cha Jinhyuk's eyes also glowed purple, perfectly synchronized with the skull. A brutal memory was transmitted directly into Cain's mind, the scene of Cha Jinhyuk's betrayal and Carmen Fallon's soul screaming in despair as it was devoured. The truth was laid bare, the ghost of the dead man appearing in Cain's mind, the name etched into his very being, Cha Jinhyuk. Cain Fallon collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, his voice trembling as he admitted the bitter truth. "I had considered it, but I never thought you were Cha Jinhyuk. How dare you kill?" He suddenly looked up, screaming in madness, the dark streaks under his eyes like bleeding wounds. "My last remaining family? I will never forgive you." Ghostface uttered a mocking remark, twisting the knife deeper into the paladin's pain. "Cha Jinhyuk, a betrayer of comrades who wouldn't bat an eye, and yet you cry for your sister." The colossal stone skull emerged, looking down at the tiny Cain like an ant, and delivering a chilling declaration. "Listen closely, Cain. You're next." It opened its gaping black maw, declaring its brutal revenge plan. "I will slowly destroy everything you possess." Cain Fallon furiously roared, "Shut up!" and unleashed an incredibly powerful holy power explosion directly at Ghostface, shaking the ground. Ghostface remained unmoving like stone, its purple eye sockets flashing with contempt, uttering a spine-chilling phrase, "Just you wait." Shocking news was confirmed. Carmen of 9-star had officially perished at the hands of Ghostface, her soul vanishing into oblivion. This news spread like a storm, shaking the entire tower, and the town residents poured into the streets to celebrate, their cheers resounding loudly. The crowd buzzed with discussion. One muscular man couldn't believe Ghostface was so formidable, while another suggested it was simply because 9-star was too weak. At a hunting ground, a stranger roared, "You bastards!" then stomped his foot forcefully on the ground, showing his fury. A squad of gleaming, golden-armored knights appeared, arrogantly declaring this a hunting ground controlled by the Holy Kingdom. The commander pointed his spear at the massacred trolls, ordering the stranger to leave immediately. The blood-soaked axe halted, its owner showing doubt upon hearing the name Holy Kingdom. A warrior with a top knot, his face covered by a red bandana, sat casually atop a pile of monster corpses, smirking as he retorted, "You think that name holds any weight in this tower?" The Holy Kingdom knights glared. "How dare you? Dare not retreat upon hearing the name of the Holy Kingdom." A bald man, with black streaks on his face, identifying himself as guild leader Ainoa, stepped forward and warned, "Your bravery will be your grave." Ainoa's eyes glowed brightly, and he imperiously ordered, "Retreat now, or else." The axe-wielding warrior merely smirked, uttering a concise reply, "Ridiculous." He stood tall, pointing directly at Ainoa and the soldiers. "Your master just bit the dust, and you still plan to act high and mighty here? We have no obligation to obey you." The warrior's bloodshot eyes flared with killing intent, and he growled, "We will protect our own interests." With that, the leader swung his axe, shouted, "Attack!" and his masked minions charged forward like a black flood. A Holy Kingdom knight froze, his voice trembling. "What the hell? They're not backing down." Ainoa broke out in a cold sweat, trying to calm his panicked soldiers. "Don't panic. They're just a bunch of street-level nobodies. The warrior swung his axe, roaring a final, sarcastic remark. A good-for-nothing who wants a seat at 9-Star's table dares to talk big. Clang! The axe-wielding leader arrogantly blocked Aenoa's sword strike with his bare hand. So much for the Holy Kingdom guild leader's skill. Having lost a 9-Star member, the Holy Kingdom faction immediately fell from grace, no longer possessing enough authority to intimidate other guilds, and starting to be encroached upon by the surrounding small fry. Furthermore, a new power known as the Celestial Challengers began to act in the shadows, ready to overthrow the old order. A hand posted a new wanted poster on the wall, signaling that a bloody hunt was about to begin. A few months later, wanted posters for Ghostface were plastered everywhere. Cha Jinhyuk's new name had become a terror throughout the tower. Town residents gathered before the wanted board, whispering about how Ghostface and his accomplices still hadn't been caught after causing such an earth-shattering commotion. On the wall was a collection of formidable bounties: Dragon Swordsman, Hendrik, the last Oni Maiden, a mythical fox, and a mysterious shadow. The entire gang had prices on their heads. Two players discussed how Ghostface's group had been silent for so long, perhaps even eliminated by 9-Star. The white-haired veteran warrior smirked, asking the man in the conical hat, "But haven't you heard the rumors about Ghostface's power?" He lowered his voice, preparing to reveal a shocking secret: Ghostface's true identity. Kane Fallon growled, his eyes bloodshot, upon hearing the name Deathstar. A blonde strategist from 9-Star stood before a colossal device, coldly asking Kane Fallon if he believed it. The blonde man admitted it was hard for him to believe too, but still affirmed it was the truth. Kane Fallon gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, admitting that after analyzing what remained, that Ghostface was definitely Cha Jinhyuk. Sitting opposite him, Donis Taylor leaned back in his chair, bursting into a mocking laugh. Donis Taylor pointed directly at Kane Fallon's face, delivering a stinging taunt. "Hey, are you all right, Kane? So shocked by your sister's death that you've gone mad?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a brilliant golden holy power shot straight towards Donis Taylor. Quick as lightning, Kane Fallon grabbed Donis Taylor by the collar and lifted him, growling a warning not to speak carelessly. Donis Taylor still smirked, viewing Kane Fallon's display of power as nothing but a joke. He continued to poke at the wound. "You're just scared shitless because you're Cha Jinhyuk's next target," making Kane Fallon's eyes turn red with rage. Kane Fallon's eyes flashed with panic. He realized he had been tricked. These bastards. They knew everything. Standing alone amidst the ruined meeting room, Kane Fallon began to break out in a cold sweat, muttering in fear, "Do they want Cha Jinhyuk to come and kill me?" Donis Taylor lay sprawled on the floor, smirking as he revealed the brutal truth. "You're only realizing it now, Kane. The reason you and your sister Carmen became leaders is because you two held 2 of the 9 fragments of power." He continued his stinging taunt. "Now we're on equal footing." No, actually, who would follow a guy who can't even hold on to a single fragment of power? Donis Taylor pointed out that not all members being present today was proof that Kane Fallon's faction had lost all credibility. Furious, Kane Fallon slammed both hands onto the floor, and golden holy power began to leak out. He growled, killing intent, erupting, and asked the entire council, "Is this what all of you intend?" Donis Taylor remained unfazed, continuing to provoke. "Are you going to try? Do you think a mere healer like you is skilled enough to solo one of us?" Just then, a holographic screen displayed the image of Poison King Dang Jawoon, who coldly declared, "You're finished." Another voice echoed from the holographic screen, sealing the betrayal. "We will divide your power amongst ourselves, Kane." Betrayed by the council, Kane Fallon gnashed his teeth, blaming Ghostface for everything. He furiously roared, swearing to crush Cha Jinhyuk at any cost, even if it meant risking everything. Meanwhile, a homing pigeon soared through the city, carrying an urgent command. Feathers fell like snow, signaling that Kane's faction had officially begun its move. Receiving the news, Cha Jinhyuk, in his Ghostface form, along with a mysterious female companion, was ready to join. "We should get started, shouldn't we?" The woman caressed the homing pigeon, confirming that Kane Fallon would do everything to eliminate both Cha Jinhyuk and their faction. Elsewhere, William, the Gold Lich, received the news, and remarked that Kane Fallon was a stubborn man, not one to give up easily like his younger sister. He smirked, knowing full well that Kane Fallon would find it difficult to act rashly now. The reason was simple. Kane Fallon had lost all credibility with the other members of 9-Star. They would never support a fallen player. William asserted that what his faction needed was money, and they would use money to hire those strong enough to crush any attack from the Holy Kingdom. William smirked maliciously, declaring his plan. "Well, buy back the assets they've liquidated, at exorbitant prices." Elion von Yggdrasil expressed doubt, thinking that doing so would be no different than giving it away for free. But William calmly replied, "Don't worry, money is the most addictive thing in this world." William's eyes sharpened. He declared this to be the beginning of his revenge. By making his enemies addicted to money, William turned to assign tasks, calling the man in the white blazer his puppet, and Elion von Yggdrasil, the dark elf, ordering both to prepare to be busy and to return what he had invested. Elion von Yggdrasil scoffed, sarcastically remarking that she felt like she had just been bitten by a loan shark, but still confidently accepted the mission from the Gold Lich. William declared that this was only the first step of the plan. The rest would depend on other factors. The scene shifted to Hendrik and Haryu, William explaining that the success of the plan depended on the strength they had cultivated after months apart. In the vast desert, the dragon swordsman Hendrik strode powerfully, his sword in hand ready for battle. Miho, in her original two-tailed fox form, was also ready to join, her eyes gleaming with cunning and danger. The white two-tailed fox darted through the silent snow forest, officially beginning to act according to the predetermined plan. In the snow forest, 2 hunters were scouting their prey, the sniper suspiciously asking, "Are you sure? Is that fox really Ghostface's accomplice?" The lead poacher scoffed confidently. "Absolutely. Even if it looks a bit different from the wanted poster, it can't fool us hunters." The sniper loaded his rifle, sneering, "With our skill, having climbed to floor 500, it's just a low-tier prey." Through the scope, Miho appeared clearly, becoming the target for the lucrative bounty from 9-star. Miho suddenly felt a chill, a drop of sweat running down her face as she sensed deadly killing intent aimed directly at her. Bang! A magical gunshot tore through the silence of the snowy mountain, the bullet hurtling straight towards its target. Just before the bullet reached Miho, a bandaged hand appeared, stopping it mid-air with a surge of purple energy. Choi Kyung-hoon unexpectedly landed, shielding Miho, an overwhelming aura emanating from his muscular body. The 2 hunters froze, the lead poacher stammering. He blocked a magic bullet with his bare hands, while the sniper couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. Before they could react, Choi Kyung-hoon vanished and reappeared right in front of the sniper, his icy gaze signaling an unpleasant end. Choi Kyung-hoon charged with incredible speed, turning the sniper into a punching bag in an instant. The leader cursed in astonishment, not understanding where this muscular nuisance had come from to ruin their hunt. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and sweat poured down his face as he recognized a deadly familiar detail. The old man roared, channeling his power to unleash a mighty blow, his entire body enveloped in emerald green energy. A destructive surge of energy shot straight at Choi Kyung-hoon, seemingly capable of flattening everything in its path. The leader couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his opponent still standing firm like a bronze statue. Choi Kyung-hoon's face remained impassive, using his very facial muscles to tank the devastating punch without even flinching. The power of the attack was so tremendous that it blew away a section of the mountain behind them, creating an earth-shattering explosion. After the dust settled, the ground was cracked, but Choi Kyung-hoon still stood tall, like a god, without a single scratch. The leader lay flattened on the ground, only managing to utter the name of the one who had defeated him, Choi Kyung-hoon, the battle star. While the muscular man calmly held Miho in his arms, a scarred warrior with glowing red eyes appeared, exuding an extraordinary aura. A pair of black boots stepped on the parched ground, signaling that a long journey had come to an end. On floor 100, Cha Jinhuk and his female ally looked down at the city, lamenting that concealing their identities had taken longer than expected. Cha Jinhyuk grumbled about his companion being late according to the plan, while the woman in the kimono remained silent, her heart troubled. The woman's eyes flashed with determination, her mind already set on the nearby Oni village. Cha Jinhyuk immediately noticed her distraction. Caught red-handed, the woman hastily denied it, stammering that now was not the time to go there. Cha Jinhyuk flatly refused, saying they had an important milestone ahead and apologizing for letting her worry about other matters. But then he unexpectedly changed his mind, smirking, and saying that looking from afar would be fine, as a sphere of deep purple magic gathered at his fingertip. Whoosh! 2 new warriors, a red-coated warrior and a white-haired masked swordsman, appeared and received orders, while the woman in the kimono joyfully prepared to depart. Cha Jinhyuk stood amidst a desolate land, a purple spatial rift hovering before him, signaling an impending internal discussion. He told himself that, so far, their faction had grown considerably stronger, but it was still not enough. In a flashback, Cain Fallon radiated brilliant holy power, easily sweeping away the skeletal soldiers, proving Cha Jinhyuk's necromancy completely useless against his strength. He also admitted that defeating Carmen Fallon last time was only because she overexerted herself, trying to push past her own limits, a tactic that couldn't be expected to work again with Cain Fallon. Cha Jinhyuk clenched his fist, his resolve burning. To crush that persistent bastard, I must become stronger than him. He identified his next objective. The key to increasing his power lay with Choi Kyung-hoon and his master, the martial emperor Tessio. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed with calculation. He believed that with Tessio's skill, a true all-master, he could certainly turn the tables and crush Cain Fallon. Standing on a rocky outcrop looking down at the town below, he wondered, Kyung-hoon, where are you? Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from afar, drawing Cha Jinhyuk's attention. He narrowed his eyes, immediately realizing, that's the direction Haryu went. Haryu was running for her life, with Donis Taylor and another accomplice, relentlessly pursuing her from behind, both radiating deadly purple dark energy. In the dust, a faint silhouette appeared, a voice echoing in Haryu's mind. I told you so. The image of the angel Hamiel with pure white wings appeared. The old promise reiterated, that I would wait for you on floor 100. Haryu gritted her teeth, her red eyes burning with hatred and determination, roaring the name of the angel who had given her hope. Hamiel. Cha Jinhyuk, from another location, also sensed the familiar surge of power, and immediately confirmed, this holy power belongs to Hamiel. Just as Haryu was about to be caught, Choi Kyung-hoon suddenly rushed in like a whirlwind, roaring, I must hurry and help. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes flashed with a cold glint, observing the entire battle situation. Boom! Choi Kyung-hoon swung his sword, blocking Donis Taylor's attack, creating a terrifying clash of energy. Donis Taylor smirked, recognizing the one who had just returned from the dead. You blocked my sword? Have you truly returned from the dead, Cha Jinhyuk? Cha Jinhyuk, with his demon horns and broken mask, growled in response, confirming the identity of his archenemy. What about you? Holy Sword Donis Taylor. Flashback to an old battle. Cha Jinhyuk was sent flying by an extremely powerful blow, carving a path through an entire mountain. Flashing swordlight, the high-speed deathmatch between Cha Jinhyuk and Donis Taylor from back then reappeared. Donis Taylor laughed maniacally, roaring in mockery. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Cha Jinhyuk? The renowned Death Star, reduced to only defending now? Back in the present, Cha Jinhyuk coldly asked his enemy directly, why are you here? Donis Taylor swung his sword with an overwhelming aura, growling, surprised that I deigned to come all the way down to this 100th floor? Clang! Two swords clashed, sparking. A direct showdown between two sworn enemies. An energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, creating a blinding sphere of light. While glaring at each other, Donis Taylor continued to taunt. Don't you know why I came down here alone? He smirked confidently, declaring bluntly, because even if the system punishes me, chopping off your head will be as easy as pie. With that, Donis Taylor charged with a destructive attack, forcing Cha Jinhyuk into a defensive stance. Cha Jinhyuk was sent flying by an extremely powerful force, soaring like a bullet through the air. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the roof of a building, leaving the town residents below utterly shocked. What just flew by? What madman dares to cause trouble in a city on the 100th floor? Donis Taylor zipped through the rubble, shouting excitedly, I'm glad you survived that. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment as he recalled. That day, 10 years ago, the flashback began with an explosion of dark purple energy, sending shattered earth and rocks flying. In the past, Cha Jinhyuk in his silver-haired Death Star form was defeated, his body pierced by countless energy swords, helplessly watching Cain Fallon float above him. Cain Fallon recalled, his eyes filled with rage. Even after being betrayed, you were still unbelievably strong. He continued to reminisce with bitterness. I had to use everything to take you down. Yet in your final moments, you laughed in my face. Back in the present, Donis Taylor smirked grimly, raising his sword. Today, I'll return that humiliation to you. Immediately, a blazing red system notification appeared. Warning. A penalty has been applied. / Donis Taylor didn't bother to speak, swinging his sword to cut down the red penalty card from the system. He unleashed a sweeping sword strike, a wave of blue energy tearing through the area. Donis Taylor smirked arrogantly, growling. Humph, what can a petty penalty do to me? Immediately, a massive purple energy explosion erupted from thin air, striking directly at his position. The destructive power spread, engulfing everything in deadly purple light. All the dark energy gathered into a pitch-black sphere, ready to swallow the enemy whole. Donis Taylor gritted his teeth, his eyes clearly showing bitterness as he realized he had just taken a surprise hit. Just then, the system's penalty officially activated, and a blue energy cage began to form. The cage tightened, binding Donis Taylor rigidly in midair, completely nullifying all movement. From the shadows, Cha Jinhyuk stepped out, his feet submerged in purple demonic energy, his voice full of sarcasm. So you plan to solo me while debuffed? Cha Jinhyuk, his entire body erupting with purple demonic energy, advanced and spoke with contempt. You couldn't defeat me, you had to gang up with those pieces of trash, and now you want to humiliate me? He growled. Dark demonic energy enveloped his face, forming a demonic mask with glowing eyes. Ridiculous. A massive purple demonic energy sphere compressed, the dark energy swirling with terrifying destructive power. Cha Jinhyuk unleashed all his energy. A stream of dark demonic energy shot straight towards the bound Donis Taylor. Donis Taylor smirked maniacally, seemingly recognizing the nature of the power rushing towards him. Ghostface mocked, his eyes sharp within the demonic energy. Is this the power that Carmen Fallon discarded? Donis Taylor's smile froze. He was stunned to hear that name, not believing his ears. Huh. The image of Ghostface, with an arrogant smile, reflected in Donis Taylor's pupils, which were contracting in shock. A gigantic dark hand formed from Cha Jinhyuk's demonic energy. Reaching out with terrifying speed, the dark hand clamped directly onto Donis Taylor's face, gripping him tightly in utter helplessness. Cha Jinhyuk delivered a punch imbued with dark energy straight to Donis Taylor's face, eliminating him in an instant. Boom! A massive purple demonic energy explosion ravaged the entire district, houses shattering like toys. From another location, Kane Fallon gritted his teeth, cursing bitterly as he witnessed the scene. Amidst the desolate rubble, Kane Fallon stared in shock at the towering figure of Cha Jinhyuk, not understanding what the hell had just happened. Kane Fallon growled the name of his sworn enemy, Cha Jinhyuk, while his opponent hovered in midair with imposing demonic wings. From behind his mask, Cha Jinhyuk sneered, his voice full of challenge. Why do you always find me stronger every time we meet? He continued to taunt, glancing at Kane Fallon's face. Oh, your face looks even uglier than before. Cha Jinhyuk delivered a blunt insult, leaving Kane Fallon stunned by the strange scar on his cheek. Cha Jinhyuk removed his mask, revealing an arrogant smile. You think I don't know? You had plastic surgery to make your face look like mine. Exposed so painfully, Kane Fallon could only remain silent, bowing his head in humiliation at his enemy's taunts. Cha Jinhyuk continued to taunt, bringing up the memory of Kane Fallon's ugly original face, the one who deluded himself into thinking he was once very famous. Kane Fallon in the past criticized Cha Jinhyuk as an invisible nobody due to his hideous face, but was immediately counterattacked. You think I don't know you're jealous of me? Back in the present, Cha Jinhyuk mocked that he had seen Kane Fallon gradually imitating him in a sick way. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes gleamed with contempt, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He delivered his final insult, that Kane Fallon couldn't perfectly copy him because his original face was too terrible, making the other man boil with rage. His pride wounded, Kane Fallon gritted his teeth, vowing to make Cha Jinhyuk regret it. He furiously unleashed energy, roaring that he would make Cha Jinhyuk pay for those words. In contrast to his opponent's fury, Cha Jinhyuk in his demonic form calmly challenged, "Go all out," while a gigantic shadow monster emerged behind him. He commanded his pet, "Devour it, Tam," and the gigantic maw of the shadow devourer opened wide. The monster lunged forward, its gaping jaws ready to swallow Kane Fallon whole into eternal darkness. In a flashback scene, a blonde demonic man with a maniacal smile, exuding dark purple energy, his golden eyes blazing with cruelty. A massive purple energy stream descended directly, splitting a tower in half in an instant. The tower was cleanly cut in two, a testament to absolute destructive power. Between the two halves of the ruined tower, the shadow of a demon-masked figure stood tall, witnessing everything. The blonde demonic man took a stance with his shield and sword, his voice full of provocation. "I already told you." He looked up, revealing a grotesque grin stretching to his ears, growling, "That I'd make you regret it." He shouted arrogantly, declaring this was the end for the entire enemy group. He sneered that the enemy's allies were probably all wiped out, while destructive golden pillars of light descended, sweeping away the purple silhouettes. The smug angel appeared, wearing a smug, sarcastic smile. She calmly looked down at the scene of slaughter, taunting, "Are you all tired?" While the purple silhouettes were crushed by the holy light. The smug angel scoffed, claiming the opponent's demonic friends were useless trash, no match for an angel. She looked down at the last survivor collapsing, calling her directly the kimono woman. Sweat streamed down her face, but the kimono woman's eyes still burned with hatred, unwavering. With a savage smile, the smug angel challenged the kimono woman to resist with all her might. Hovering amidst a sea of flames, she bluntly admitted that she was the one who had burned everything of hers. Crash! The kimono woman gathered her strength and stood up, the ground cracking beneath her feet. She charged straight at her enemy, roaring that she had toiled relentlessly just for this day. Letting out an earth-shattering scream, the kimono woman declared herself the last sword of the Oni race and would reclaim this blood debt. The smug angel merely curled her lips into a sneer, mocking that the kimono woman was only relying on unstable power from her training. She burst into maniacal laughter, insulting the kimono woman as a naive last hope, and suggesting that the ancestors of the Oni race must be ashamed in their graves. The kimono woman coldly declared that cheap taunts were useless now. The sword in her hand erupted with energy, a dazzling light signaling a sure kill strike. With blazing eyes, the kimono woman swung a perfect sword strike, releasing her full power. The smug angel took the full brunt of the terrifying energy stream launched directly from the slash. Seeing her opponent unleash her power, the smug angel smirked. "Oh, I can finally call you an Oni now." The kimono woman lunged forward, growling that from now on she would fight with her own strength, making the smug angel's expression change. The smug angel was utterly shocked, unable to believe her eyes. It's still conscious while using that sword? Giving her opponent no time to recover, the pink sword slash tore through the smug angel's wings and halo. The terrifying destructive power of the slash was so immense that it cut through even the distant skyscrapers. The town residents below could only gape in horror, mistaking it for the descent of the four emperors. Who's fighting? Amidst the rubble, Donis Taylor let out a savage laugh as he pursued Cha Jinhuk. How long do you think you can run, Cha Jinhuk? Donis Taylor sneered, mocking that the resurrected Death Star was now just a coward, running for his life, unable to even use his transformation skill because his arm had been severed. Cha Jinhuk was utterly shocked, not understanding how this trash knew about his demonic power. Donis Taylor roared, summoning a blazing purple demonic sword, declaring that the power of the four emperors was not Cha Jinhuk's exclusive right. Whoosh! Donis Taylor unleashed a wide-area horizontal slash, countless purple demonic energy slashes tearing through space, pursuing Cha Jinhuk. The attack left a gigantic crater in the heart of the city, the ground ravaged as if it had just suffered an explosion. The destructive power spread, dust and lingering demonic energy covering a vast area. Cha Jinhuk landed, his face darkening, grinding his teeth and cursing. He realized the problem. This demonic power. He must have received it from the demons. In a dark space, the masked demon king, horned and masked, sat on a throne, calmly pouring wine and declaring, "It was those who successfully killed me using select and kill." Donis Taylor roared, disdainfully calling the power granted by the masked demon king mere scraps for a loyal dog, and he refused to be defeated by it. Cha Jinhuk swung his arm, struggling to block a blazing purple demonic energy ray tearing through the air. Boom! A terrifying demonic energy explosion sent Cha Jinhuk flying, blowing an entire building into hundreds of pieces. Cha Jinhuk spat, while Donis Taylor appeared with a contemptuous smile, blue demonic energy surging around him. Quick as lightning, Donis Taylor grabbed Cha Jinhuk by the neck and lifted him, growling. "You're out of chances against me." Donis Taylor's eyes glowed golden, and he laughed maniacally. "I now possess the strongest swordsmanship in the tower and demonic power." Crash! He slammed Cha Jinhuk into the ground, creating a deep crater, declaring himself invincible. Lying amidst the rubble, Cha Jinhuk could only let out a weak groan, completely overwhelmed. Donis Taylor raised his gigantic demonic sword to the sky, roaring, "It's over," and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. But in that instant, Cha Jinhuk's purple eyes showed no fear, but rather a sharp glint. Crash! Donis Taylor swung his sword, embedding a deep purple demonic energy strike directly into Cha Jinhuk, who was flattened on the ground. The extremely powerful impact shattered the ground, and purple demonic energy exploded violently at the point of collision. A terrifying explosion engulfed everything, dust and debris flying everywhere. Donis Taylor exhaled sharply, a satisfied smile on his face, convinced that he had finished off his opponent. He stood high above, looking down at Cha Jinhyuk's body, his voice trembling with excitement. I did it. I finally. Donis Taylor's face contorted in a frenzy, and he roared, "I've surpassed you, Cha Jinhyuk." He puffed out his chest and crowed triumphantly, proclaiming himself, "The one who defeated Death Star. It is I, Holy Sword Donis Taylor." But suddenly, Donis Taylor's golden eyes constricted, and he realized something was wrong. From beneath the rubble, Cha Jinhyuk stood up, bare-handed, blocking the demonic sword's blade, his voice full of contempt. 10 years. Is this all you can show me? Those scraps you got by wagging your tail at the four emperors? Cha Jinhyuk looked up, his sharp purple eyes staring directly at his enemy, delivering a final verdict. How pathetic. Donis Taylor's face went pale, and he screamed in panic. I stabbed him with the demonic sword. Why isn't he dead? What trick did you use? Jinhuk hovered in the air, his voice icy, completely disregarding his opponent. I'm different from you. What I want, I will take with my own hands. His purple eyes behind the mask flashed, and he growled each word, activating his ultimate trait, fusion, deification. A blazing golden pillar of light exploded. A system notification confirming divine power and demonic power were fusing, leaving Donis Taylor wide-eyed in horror. Donis Taylor froze, realizing an inexplicable power was awakening. That is, from within the pillar of light, Cha Jinhyuk emerged in a completely new form, a divine entity with golden wings and mask, a halo above his head. Donis Taylor looked up, his voice trembling as he witnessed Cha Jinhyuk's arm, corroded by demonic energy, regenerating as if nothing had happened. The divine entity raised its newly regenerated hand, coldly confirming a harsh truth. It has regrown. Donis Taylor completely collapsed, his ego crushed. Could it be that my demonic power has been completely overwhelmed by Cha Jinhyuk's divine power? Somewhere, a mysterious observer looked at Cha Jinhyuk's silhouette amidst the cosmos, admitting, Cha Jinhyuk, you always surpass all expectations, showing us a higher level. Humiliated to his core, Donis Taylor gnashed his teeth, bitterness evident in every fiber of his being. I hate that look on your face. Donis Taylor lost control, roaring Cha Jinhyuk's name and lunging to attack with all his dark power. On a different level, Cha Jinhyuk merely raised a finger, his eyes behind the mask regarding Donis Taylor as a struggling minnow. He coldly declared, Divine punishment. An artificial sun exploded, its divine light sweeping away everything, engulfing Donis Taylor's form in an instant. His bravado was silenced. Donis Taylor could only gape, his eyes blank with disbelief at the power that had just annihilated him. Boom! An entire area was obliterated, leaving a deep crater still shimmering with remnants of divine power. As the smoke and dust cleared, only a deadly silence and a ruined battlefield remained. Exhausted, Donis Taylor collapsed, his sword stuck beside him as an acknowledgement of his humiliating defeat. The victor calmly stepped forward, his shoes stopping right before the defeated sword, deciding his fate. Cha Jinhyuk stood over the defeated opponent, coldly recalling the past. 10 years ago, you were the strongest among the 9-star. Donis Taylor lay slumped, bitterly gritting his teeth as he admitted his opponent was the strongest in his eyes, and swore he would one day surpass Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk removed his mask, delivering a cutting remark. But your sword is even weaker now than it was 10 years ago. Revealing his fierce purple eyes, Cha Jinhyuk pointed directly to the cause of defeat. You grew complacent with the borrowed power of demons. That's why you lost. Donis Taylor was dumbfounded upon hearing the final blow. If you had diligently honed your sword over the past 10 years, then today I would be the loser. Utterly speechless, Donis Taylor could only mutter a curse before lying still like a corpse. The battle was decided. Suddenly, Cha Jinhyuk coughed up a mouthful of blood. The price of using power exceeding his limits began to take its toll. He staggered, his body suffering a severe backlash after unleashing the finishing blow. Cha Jinhyuk clutched his chest, telling himself that the side effects of using fusion in 2 different ways were truly terrifying. His eyes sharpened, his resolve firm. I must become even stronger to use fusion freely. Donis Taylor lay flat on the ground, muttering. Just then, his soul began to rise from his body. Donis Taylor's soul screamed in agony as it ascended, believing it was about to be freed from this game. Clutch. A hand snatched the evaporating soul, not allowing it to escape even an inch. Cha Jinhyuk, his purple eyes glowing with malevolence, smirked mockingly. You think you get to die peacefully? He licked his lips savagely, declaring succinctly. It'll be over quickly. My comrades are waiting. The scene shifted. A peaceful mountainous region was suddenly torn apart by another battle. A purple energy explosion erupted, signaling an intense solo battle underway. Amidst the purple sword energy, the kimono woman charged at a smug angel with invisible speed. The smug angel's face paled, sweating profusely from shock. Incredible speed. My regeneration can't keep up. From above, the kimono woman swung her sword, preparing to strike down the utterly helpless smug angel. Harriet's eyes flashed with deadly pink light, her battle foresight skill activated. She's getting serious now. Without another word, Haryu swung her sword, a brilliant purple slash hurtling straight down at the helplessly sprawled smug angel. The smug angel gritted her teeth, utterly shocked as she realized her opponent's speed. When did she get so close? Boom! A pink energy explosion swept across the area, the ground shattered after the destructive attack. Haryu stood tall beside the crater she had created, coldly asking, Do you know where you are lying? The desolate scene of a ruined village appeared. This was the place the smug angel had destroyed out of her greed. Haryu roared, her bloodshot eyes filled with hatred as tragic memories flooded back. This is my homeland. The smug angel panicked, hastily flying skyward to escape, but Haryu soared right after her, leaving no path to survival. A massive purple sword energy slash was unleashed, cutting across the sky, aimed directly at the fleeing smug angel. Struck squarely, the smug angel could only bitterly blame the circumstances. If it weren't for that damned punishment. Haryu charged with an overwhelming aura, her eyes blazing with dark energy, declaring bluntly, "You're finished." The smug angel was sweating profusely, her intuition telling her she would be instantly annihilated if struck by an attack from those eyes. Defeat? For the first time in her life, the concept of failure crossed the mind of the smug angel, one who always considered herself superior. Facing Haryu, she couldn't believe that someone from the strongest race in the tower, like herself, could be cornered. Memories flooded back, of her arrogantly looking down upon the imprisoned Elione von Yggdrasil, deeming herself a superior being who trampled upon all inferior races. There's no way I can lose to a low-level Oni demon. The smug angel gritted her teeth, the halo above her head bursting forth with fierce lightning. She roared in a frenzy, refusing to accept the harsh truth. I won't allow it. A series of Crimson System warnings flashed, signaling an extremely powerful energy source being activated. The smug angel screamed, "Incarnate!" A destructive pillar of light descended from the sky, forcing Haryu to retreat. Haryu was deeply shocked, recognizing the power her opponent had just summoned. Incarnation? No way. The sky suddenly swirled ominously, and a terrifying pressure began to descend. Red alert system message. The Transcendent of the Tower, Netzach Tir Angel Hamiel, has incarnated. The smug angel's face turned ashen, realizing she had just summoned a true monster. Haryu broke out in a cold sweat. This overwhelming aura was no joke. This was the real deal. A transcendent. I can't let it incarnate, Haryu roared, determined not to let this high-tier being do as it pleased. Just then, the Oni woman with her katana also charged forward, intending to join the battle. But suddenly, the Oni woman froze, her eyes wide with horror, as she realized her power was being suppressed by something. A divine entity with a pitch-black face, hair white as wings, and brilliantly glowing eyes slowly materialized amidst a dazzling golden aura. The newly incarnated entity's eyes flashed, an emotionless gaze yet containing absolute power. The smug angel knelt on the ground, discarding all dignity as she pleaded. There are those resisting us on this floor. Please grant me the power to annihilate them. She placed a hand on her chest, swearing desperately, I will do anything in return. The incarnated angelic entity coldly responded to the plea with a single word. Granted. The Oni woman screamed in despair. No! A colossal pillar of divine light descended, pinning the Oni woman in place as she struggled to resist. Forced to her knees, the Oni woman gritted her teeth, her eyes still blazing with hatred despite being completely overwhelmed. Angel Hamiel hovered, looking down at the smug angel like a benefactor bestowing grace. I shall grant your wish, my disciple. But every sweet deal has its price. Hamiel extended a hand filled with energy and declared, However, once the conditions are met, I shall take your body. Hamiel raised her hand to the sky, gathering a destructive orb of energy, and pronouncing, Divine punishment, aimed directly at the Oni woman. A brilliant golden bolt of divine lightning tore through the sky, hurtling straight down to the ground with terrifying speed. The collision created a dazzling explosion, divine power erupting and sweeping away everything around. After the attack, only a colossal crater remained on the ground, a sign of an irresistible power. Amidst the ravaged battlefield after the divine explosion, Hamiel hovered in the air before slowly descending. Her golden high heels gently touched down on the scorched earth, exuding the aura of a superior being. Hamiel looked annoyed, complaining about the poor durability of this vessel, wondering if it was due to being hit by that demoness. Her pitch-black eyes with white cross pupils suddenly narrowed, as if sensing an unusual presence. Whoosh! A figure shot forth with terrifying speed, cutting across the angel's line of sight. The gasping demoness on the ground was stunned as a sturdy back suddenly appeared, shielding her. Choi Kyung-hoon, a living wall of flesh and bone, had appeared and stood before the demoness, his aura soaring to the heavens. Hamiel looked surprised, questioning how a mere mortal could block her divine punishment. Without a word, Choi Kyung-hoon charged straight in, delivering a powerful uppercut to the angel's face. Wham! The heaven-shattering punch distorted Hamiel's face. She was utterly shocked and couldn't understand where this man had come from. Crash! Choi Kyung-hoon didn't say much, grabbing Hamiel's head and slamming it into the ground, shattering the earth. A colossal green energy spear immediately shot up from the ground, piercing straight into the angel's position. The demoness watched from afar, completely shocked. I can't believe he's fighting a descended angel barehanded. Hamiel scrambled to her feet, her host body battered and looking utterly pathetic. She looked up, her golden eyes blazing with fire, fixed on the one who had just beaten her. Hamiel growled, recognizing the identity of the wall before her. 9-star Choi Kyung-hoon? Hearing that name, the demoness's red eyes narrowed in extreme astonishment. She realized in shock. Choi Kyung-hoon. The only 9-star member who didn't betray my brother is his friend. Hamiel mumbled, trying to contact Sandalphon, but only receiving silence. She panicked. No response. The connection was severed by just one punch. Losing all her superiority, Hamiel screamed in bitterness. You! How dare you interfere with this divine presence? Do you think you'll get away with this? Hamiel, her face darkened with resentment, yelled, Do you even know who's backing us? Wham! Before she could finish, Choi Kyung-hoon descended from the sky with a kick, slamming the angel's face into the ground like a cockroach. Crushed flat, Hamiel only managed to hear a cold remark from above her head. That's what I should be asking. Choi Kyung-hoon placed his foot on her, his aura completely overwhelming. Have you forgotten who's backing me? Emerald-colored ki erupted around Choi Kyung-hoon, revealing the silhouette of a white-haired powerhouse behind him as he declared, You bastards have angered my master. Martial Emperor Tessio. Hamiel's eyes widened in terror, stammering as she recognized the legendary name. Martial Emperor Tessio. A transcendent on par with our gods. Choi Kyung-hoon narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. And you've angered me too. Hamiel broke out in a cold sweat, her mind racing. Has Tessio's disciple? If that old man gets involved, I stand no chance. Realizing this was a losing battle, Hamiel quickly flapped her wings and flew straight into the sky, leaving behind a familiar threat. I'll remember this. Watch your back. The warrior girl in the kimono watched disdainfully, running like a cowardly dog. As she flew up, Hamiel smirked arrogantly, throwing a challenge. Well, see who wins next time. I hope you're still alive then. On the ground, Choi Kyung-hoon sneered, his eyes sharp as if to say, Who said you could run? Whoosh. Choi Kyung-hoon shot forth like a dark blue streak of light, his incredible speed catching up to the angel flying in the sky. Hamiel's eyes widened in terror, unable to believe a human could match her flying speed. Thwack! Choi Kyung-hoon's bandaged hand firmly grabbed one of the angel's wings. Where do you think you're going? Choi Kyung-hoon growled, using pure strength to yank Hamiel down from midair. He tensed his fist, glowing with emerald-colored ki, and roared. Choi Kyung-hoon's technique, first form, straight punch. Hamiel only managed a desperate scream as the heaven-shattering punch slammed into her. A colossal green energy explosion erupted, its aftershocks spreading all around, her fate unknown. In another place, a blue-haired man woke up amidst a colossal mountain of gold, an unfamiliar voice echoing, Hey, are you awake? The blue-haired man woke up in his blue soul form, panicked to find himself bound by purple magic chains amidst a mountain of gold. What the hell is this? Why am I bound? Cha Jinhuk appeared, dark aura swirling, and coldly ordered, Looks like you're awake. Spill the beans on what that bastard Kane is plotting. Donna's Taylor's soul retorted defiantly, Why would I tell you anything when I'm already dead? You're the one who's about to kick the bucket. He smirked confidently, taunting, I heard an angel warrior came here to deal with you. By now they're probably burning your comrades' corpses and heading this way. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of dark power shot out from Cha Jinhuk, tightly wrapping around Donis Taylor's soul arm. Donis Taylor's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what was happening. The dark power erupted, swallowing Donis Taylor's desperately screaming soul. Cha Jinhyuk sneered, revealing the harsh truth. Wake up, Donis. Do you think I'm just idly sitting around like this? That homing pigeon was already dealt with by Choi Kyung-hoon while you were sound asleep. Donis Taylor was utterly shocked, stammering incoherently. What? Choi Kyung-hoon? Cha Jinhyuk looked at the defeated foe with contempt, delivering a fatal blow. Yes, my comrades are on their way. Unlike you lot, they know what loyalty is. Cha Jinhyuk was taunting Donis Taylor, asserting that his comrades would never betray him, when suddenly, in the illusion, Choi Kyung-hoon's bandaged fist was right next to his face, making Cha Jinhyuk freeze. Me? Realizing he was being provoked by that defeated bastard Donis Taylor, Cha Jinhyuk glared furiously. This lunatic. Wham! In the illusion, Choi Kyung-hoon unleashed a heaven-shattering punch, emerald energy erupting and slamming straight into Cha Jinhyuk's face. The punch was incredibly powerful. Cha Jinhyuk was sent flying like a toy, crashing headfirst into the mountain of gold behind him. Dona's Taylor's soul witnessed Choi Kyung-hoon standing on the pile of gold, while Cha Jin-hyuk was wiped out. He was speechless with delight. Dona's Taylor laughed triumphantly, shouting gleefully, "Looks good, Cha Jin-hyuk. Seems like Choi Kyung-hoon isn't on your side after all, huh?" From amidst the gold, a hand radiating dark purple power emerged. Cha Jin-hyuk's voice icy. "Shut up." A colossal demonic jaw made of shadow appeared, snapping shut on Dona's Taylor's soul, which was screaming in panicked futility. Cha Jin-hyuk stood up, dark power swirling, and ordered the devoured soul, "Wait patiently in the abyss." Choi Kyung-hoon, his back to Cha Jin-hyuk, muttered that he couldn't let the one who defeated a 9-star member go, and he was curious about this man's relationship with Jinhuk. With a whoosh, Choi Kyung-hoon turned around with a challenging expression, declaring that he'd be in big trouble if he let Cha Jin-hyuk leave. Cha Jin-hyuk frowned, immediately realizing, "I knew it. There's a misunderstanding here." Without further ado, Cha Jin-hyuk decisively stepped forward on the pile of gold. Faster than lightning, Cha Jin-hyuk unleashed a roundhouse kick straight to Choi Kyung-hoon's bewildered face. With an insane grin, Cha Jin-hyuk roared, "Let me tell you who I am." Purple dark energy erupted as Cha Jin-hyuk unleashed Choi Kyung-hoon's technique. Fourth form. Roundhouse kick. Boom. The kick landed, creating an energy explosion that sent Choi Kyung-hoon flying like a ragdoll. From a distance, a goatee man holding the kimono woman gaped in astonishment at the terrifying speed, while the girl screamed, "Big brother!" Haryu stared intently, unable to believe her eyes. Haryu cried out in worry as she saw Choi Kyung-hoon and Cha Jin-hyuk clash, fists and feet colliding with sharp cracks. Choi Kyung-hoon smirked, looking confident. "You're pretty good at blocking." Cha Jin-hyuk easily dodged the attack, sneering, "Your punches are too obvious." Provoked, Choi Kyung-hoon roared, "Then let's see if you can dodge this one," and unleashed a powerful hook. The powerful punch flew towards him, but Cha Jin-hyuk maintained a calm expression, with no intention of dodging at all. Cha Jin-hyuk flashed a cruel smile, mockingly. "The little bedwetter has really grown up. Now he even knows how to block my attacks." Clang! Cha Jin-hyuk stopped the devastating punch of Choi Kyung-hoon with just 2 fingers, leaving him stunned. "What do you mean?" Cha Jin-hyuk began to expose him. "Still pretending you don't know? When you were 5, you wet the bed and got scolded by your kindergarten teacher. I still remember you crying and running into the bathroom, being called bedwetter for a long time." Hearing the words bedwetter, Choi Kyung-hoon froze, turning to look at the kimono woman and the goatee man standing behind him. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Stop it." Cha Jin-hyuk ignored him, continuing his psychological attack. "No matter how much you deny it, the past won't disappear. You even tripped back then." Having his bedwetting incident exposed, Choi Kyung-hoon furious, he roared, "Shut up, that's enough." Cha Jin-hyuk, and swung his fist. Cha Jin-hyuk had his hair grabbed, letting out a fake yelp. "Ow, that hurts, you dog." Choi Kyung-hoon froze, realizing he had just blurted out his old friend's name, and Cha Jin-hyuk immediately turned the tables. "Wait, did you just say Cha Jin-hyuk?" Choi Kyung-hoon was utterly shocked, stammered, You knew I recognized you as Cha Jin-hyuk, didn't you?" The two argued heatedly. Choi Kyung-hoon roared, "You crazy bastard. How could I not be angry when you pretended not to know me?" Choi Kyung-hoon said firmly, declaring, "If you came back, you should have found me first. I would definitely help you no matter what." Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, silently listening to his friend's affirmation. Cha Jin-hyuk sneered, probing, "Even if I'm the villain who betrayed humanity?" Choi Kyung-hoon, without a moment's hesitation, "Humph. Of course I don't believe that. My friend wouldn't do such a thing." With that, Choi Kyung-hoon rushed forward and embraced Cha Jin-hyuk, a tight, trusting hug. Choi Kyung-hoon beamed brightly, his voice full of emotion. "Welcome back, my friend." Cha Jin-hyuk's face expressionless in his friend's hug, deadpanned. "Let go, you smell like piss." Choi Kyung-hoon was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning by his best friend's blunt remark. Cha Jin-hyuk tightened his grip, ignoring Choi Kyung-hoon's dying screams, casually replied, "What's there to worry about? People don't die that easily." Standing from afar, the kimono woman puffed out her cheeks in annoyance while the goatee man could only comment, "They seem really close." Choi Kyung-hoon was still struggling desperately, straining with all his might to escape the deadly brotherly hug. Suddenly, a little white fox, Miho, peeked out from the collar of Choi Kyung-hoon, letting out a cheerful yip. Cha Jin-hyuk's playful expression vanished instantly, His eyes turned sharp as he recognized Miho. The scene shifted to a colossal, magnificent yet gloomy mansion, under a stormy, cloud-filled sky, signaling a far-from-simple meeting. Cain Fallon, with white hair and bloodshot red eyes, appeared, smirked arrogantly. "You've arrived." Cain Fallon declared he had gathered those who had once annihilated the Oni and influential powers within the tower. A formidable lineup was revealed. An arrogant dragon race representative, a seasoned demon race representative, and a brand new angel, all experts in the field of select and kill. Cain casually announced he had invited representatives from all races, not forgetting to mock the pathetic fate of Hamiel, the former celestial race representative. Hayes, the demon race representative, and a veteran from the 600th floor, said with an annoyed tone, "Is Mug late again?" Kanan, the dragon race representative, also from the 600th floor, smirked mockingly. "Those giants are always so slow, only good for eavesdropping and then disappearing." Maria, the temporary celestial race representative from the 560th floor, said humbly, "This is my first time, but I will do my best." Cain Fallon turned back and questioned all three directly. "Your presence here means the 4 emperors have agreed to my plan, correct?" With a cruel smile and bloodshot red eyes, Cain Fallon announced his ultimate goal: select and kill Ghostface and those Heaven's Defiance. Kanan laughed gleefully, replied defiantly, "We have no other choice, as the scale of this plan cannot be compared to those childish games before." Hayes, the demon race representative, smirked with a bloodthirsty grin, considering this the first event since the Oni village incident, and declared they should have some fun. Maria, the brand new angel, was no pushover either, her face filled with killing intent, eager to see how the low-level bugs would squirm. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Me too," and a blade of brilliant golden light pierced straight through Maria's chest. Black blood splattered. Maria turned around, her face pale, her voice trembling, unable to speak as she recognized the sudden attacker. The one standing behind her was Hamiel, the former celestial race representative thought to be gone, now with a face full of killing intent, clutching Maria tightly as blood continued to flow. Hamiel's eyes sharp, declared his position in a low, firm voice. "This is my spot." With that, Hamiel unleashed a devastating slash, shouting, "Get out," and flung Maria away like a broken doll. When Maria lay slumped on the ground, a horned, white-haired angel appeared, leaning on a staff, with a mocking tone. "Oh my. You all were in such a hurry to find a replacement just because I wasn't here." Hamiel, his face grim, gritting his teeth, looking extremely displeased. "Now, I'm truly annoyed." "Blonde, Commander." Symbol. The blonde commander froze, unable to believe his eyes. "Hamiel. Didn't Jinhuk deal with both her and Donas Taylor already?" Kanan smirked at Hamiel, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, look who it is. Still alive, are we?" Horned, white-haired angel stood beside Maria's corpse, coldly declaring, "I cannot die." Hamiel roared, her face filled with murderous intent and hatred. "I won't die until I've destroyed all those bastards who trampled on the Celestials' pride." Horned, white-haired angel glanced over, explaining her faction's rules. The Celestials deal with traitors by severing their wings. Kanan looked at Hamiel, taunting. "Taste what it's like to be an angel but not an angel at least. That's what I know it means." He grinned maliciously, digging into Hamiel's pain. "Doesn't that mean you have no self-respect left?" Both Kanan and Hayes exuded an overwhelming aura, looking at Hamiel like trash. "Hamiel, you're not on our level." Utterly humiliated, Hamiel gritted her teeth, her eyes sparking with fury. "Are these bastards looking down on me?" Hamiel suddenly knelt, clutching. Horned, white-haired, angel's leg, growling. "I will have my revenge on them. If you don't take me with you, then..." Cornered. Hamiel screamed in madness, brandishing her spear and declaring she would slaughter everyone until someone accepted her. Kanan said no more, charging forward and delivering a devastating punch straight to the face of the rampaging angel. Wham! The powerful punch distorted Hamiel's face, landing a full knockout blow. Kanan's fist sparked with energy, showing this was no ordinary punch, but a true warning shot. Hamiel lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, but still struggled to get up, her eyes still defiant. Kanan looked down at the defeated foe at his feet, uttering a contemptuous remark. "Truly pathetic." Hamiel. Suddenly, a giant appeared from behind, a deep voice resounding, "Being pathetic isn't good." The formidable one revealed. Mug, representative of the giants, a monster who had climbed all the way to the 620th floor. Kanan turned, greeting him casually like an old friend. Hey, Mug, what took you so long today? Mug remained silent, his eyes full of hidden meaning as he stared at Kanan, seemingly assessing the situation. Mug's colossal foot cast a shadow, and the giant casually declared, I was catching a bug, while Cha Jinhyuk and his teammates just stood there dumbfounded. Cha Jinhyuk's purple pupils constricted. He realized the situation was dire. Mug regretted letting the bug escape, while Hendrik, who had just narrowly escaped death, knelt, gasping for breath, covered in blood. Hendrik grinned maniacally, as if asking himself, damn it. Am I the last one? It turned out that earlier, Hendrik had turned his back and left despite his teammates calling out to him, leading to the entire group being caught in the giant's sights. Scene change. Hendrik groaned softly and slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on a bed, surrounded by Cha Jinhyuk, kimono, woman, Choi, Kyung-hoon, and an unfamiliar Haryu, all looking at him with concern. Hendrik sat up, revealing his muscular physique, and Cha Jinhyuk immediately got straight to the point, asking if he had been ambushed by the 4 emperors. Hendrik admitted to Cha Jinhyuk that the enemy was a giant, and its skill level was extremely high. Flashback begins. Hendrik walked alone across the vast desert on the 120th floor. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, sensing a terrifying murderous aura approaching. He realized he had been ambushed. A colossal fist descended from the sky. Hendrik gritted his teeth, tensing his body to withstand the heaven-shattering punch. But it was all in vain. Muge's punch was too overwhelming, a single blow deciding the victor. Back in the present, Choi Kyung-hoon explained, Cha Jinhyuk, because you revealed your face, the entire tower is now wary of your whereabouts. That's why I found you so quickly. He continued to warn that now, the enemy gods would openly hunt the group without any restraint. Enraged, Choi Kyung-hoon grabbed Cha Jinhyuk's collar and roared, Why did you reveal your identity like an idiot? You're putting your teammates in mortal danger. Cha Jinhyuk remained cold, replying simply, It's for this. And immediately, countless glowing crystal fragments began to float around them. Hendrik and Miho simultaneously showed off their wares. Both had farmed enough crystals for the plan. A series of rare materials of various colors appeared, the result of the team's efforts after splitting up to grind everywhere. Cha Jinhyuk revealed his goal, to complete the apex of Malevolence quest, the reward being a top-tier blueprint, but the condition was to cooperate with this demon lord. It turned out that revealing his identity was part of the quest. Cha Jinhyuk stood before the colossal ghost face skull symbol, declaring he had almost completed the requirement. The apex of Malevolence resentfully sent a system message, feeling tricked and directly asking Cha Jinhyuk what kind of deal he wanted. But our protagonist merely scoffed, mocking it for setting such foolish conditions. Cha Jinhyuk clenched his fist, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His goal was clear. A weapon powerful enough to use in the tower, and he would use it to send Cain Fallon on his way. Choi Kyung-hoon smirked, muttering that Cha Jinhyuk was as greedy as ever, daring to demand something so unreasonable. The system reported humorously, the apex of Malevolence was complaining of a stomachache, while Nine-Tailed Fox laughed gleefully. Choi Kyung-hoon suddenly realized, if it was Baal's power, this deal might be a good one, and the team absolutely had to get that weapon. The entire team gathered before Geno, the blacksmith. Cha Jinhyuk announced he had brought all the necessary materials and now just waited for the old man to decipher the blueprint. Amidst the fervent atmosphere of wanting to forge the strongest weapon, Geno the blacksmith frowned, delivering a blunt statement. Sorry, I can't do it. Cha Jinhyuk snapped, shoving the bag of materials in Geno's face, unable to understand why the old man claimed he couldn't do it despite having all the ingredients. He questioned, arguing that it was unreasonable for even the best Oni blacksmith to be stumped, but Geno could only bow his head in shame. Geno explained that this blueprint belonged to a transcendent, its complexity far exceeding ordinary human skill, requiring countless intricate steps to be completed in an instant. The old man concluded, to forge this item, 2 blacksmiths of his caliber needed to work simultaneously. One person alone was impossible. Cha Jinhyuk broke into a sweat, his mind racing as he realized finding a second blacksmith with Geno's skill level was an impossible task. Thinking of the team's efforts, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. I can't give up. I have to make it happen. Suddenly, a light flashed in Cha Jinhyuk's mind, his purple eyes gleaming as he realized a crazy possibility. He turned to Geno with a meaningful look. How long does it take to reach your level? And received a firm answer that it would take decades. Cha, Jinhuk scoffed, delivering a shocking statement. No, just 1 day is enough. Leaving the old blacksmith Geno speechless. He picked up the forging hammer, revealing his trump card, his second trait, all, master. A game-breaking skill that granted him the talent to do anything. Sha, Jinhuk, gripped the forging hammer firmly, his purple eyes flashing with confidence, declaring he would forge the weapon with Geno and become a master blacksmith in just 1 day. The forge erupted in roaring flames, the coal burning bright red, signaling a sleepless night. Clang! Cha Jinhyuk's first hammer blow struck the molten sword blank, sparks flying everywhere. Wearing a blacksmith's apron, Cha, Jinhyuk, repeatedly hammered crudely and unskillfully, while Geno's shadow stood supervising behind him. Geno snapped, yelling directly at Cha Jinhyuk for only using brute force, asking how many more swords he intended to break with that pile of shattered scrap. The old man continued to insult him, saying if he couldn't even forge a simple sword, he shouldn't dream of crafting a weapon for a great demon. After just a few words of instruction, Cha Jinhyuk smiled confidently, muttering that he was starting to grasp the secret, from controlling the temperature to the cooling timing. Geno stood with his arms crossed, completely speechless at the boy's game-hacking-like learning speed. With highly focused eyes, Cha Jinhyuk yelled, "I can do it," and brought a skilled hammer blow down onto the sword blank. He lifted the sword, which had taken its basic shape, his eyes filled with satisfaction and confidence. This time, Cha Jinhyuk plunged the scorching hot sword into the quenching tank, determined to forge a perfect masterpiece. Sizzle! The moment it touched the water, the sword cracked into pieces, signaling another failed attempt. Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, annoyed, looking at the ruined product. Damn it. Failed again. I really thought this time would be it. But he wasn't discouraged, declaring that he had fully grasped the secret, and turned to start over immediately. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes burned with determination, sweat pouring down. Next time, he'll definitely forge a proper sword. Geno suddenly spoke up to stop him. All right, that's enough. This made Cha Jinhyuk spin around, his face blank with confusion. Cha Jinhyuk snapped, questioning why he was being made to stop just as he was getting into the rhythm. But Geno coldly replied that forging any more would be pointless. The old blacksmith turned away, ordering Cha Jinhyuk not to waste any more scrap iron and to go wash up. Cha Jinhyuk still hesitated, unable to understand the eccentric old man's intentions. Geno concluded, after you've bathed, prepare the blueprint Ball gave you along with the materials. This made Cha Jinhyuk realize the test was over. Geno explained that this synthetic iron was extremely difficult to work with. Even high-level blacksmiths struggled with it, so it was normal for a newbie like Cha Jinhyuk to fail. With a satisfied smile, the old man declared that the training period was over, and Cha Jinhyuk's skills had met the standard to begin working on the real thing. Cha Jinhyuk's face lit up, boasting loudly, "Let's go. Let's forge the archdemon's weapon together." The scene shifted, and the group began their hellish training session. Choi Kyung-hoon roared, "Come on," and charged into battle. Kimono Woman braced herself to block Choi Kyung-hoon's direct blow, the impact so strong it made her grit her teeth in endurance. Choi Kyung-hoon smirked, lecturing his opponent mid-battle. "Your strength is speed. Don't block, dodge, and counterattack." From above, Miho, in her fox form, suddenly lunged down, launching a dangerous ambush aimed directly at Choi Kyung-hoon. But Choi Kyung-hoon was on another level. He easily caught Miho's sharp hand, neutralizing the attack in an instant. Too obvious an ambush. Choi Kyung-hoon flung Kimono Woman away like a spinning top, making her let out a piercing scream. Kimono Woman was sent tumbling through the air by Choi Kyung-hoon's counterattack, completely outmatched. Choi Kyung-hoon stood watching Kimono Woman sprawled on the ground, snapping, "What the hell are you doing? Get up." He cracked his knuckles, a challenging smirk on his face, his eyes seeming to say, "You want me to train you with that attitude?" Kimono Woman gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet, asserting that she would continue fighting, while Miho glared at Choi Kyung-hoon with resentment. Suddenly, Hendrik appeared, surprising Choi Kyung-hoon. "Your name is Hendrik, right? You're already up and moving?" Hendrik gave a faint smile, replying casually, "Lying still isn't my style." More importantly, Hendrik gripped his sword hilt, and a murderous aura began to emanate from him. He drew his sword, his eyes sharp, declaring that he couldn't miss the chance to fight the 9-star. Choi Kyung-hoon chuckled with delight, rewrapping his hand bandages. "I like that determination of yours." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred in the distance, a towering pillar of fire rising, stunning both of them. What was that? Kimono Woman's face turned pale, so shocked she could only stammer, "That's..." Kimono Woman collapsed amidst the rubble, horrified to realize her grandfather's forge was completely destroyed. The group rushed towards Jeno, who lay motionless on the ground. Kimono woman helped him up, asking anxiously. Jeno, despite looking battered, insisted he was fine. Hendrik anxiously asked about Cha Jinhyuk and if the weapon forging had failed, but Jeno merely scoffed at the foolish question. Jeno sneered. Do you think that arrogant bastard would accept failure? As a massive surge of energy slammed down, a colossal pillar of dark purple energy exploded skyward, its terrifying power blowing away everything around it, freezing everyone in place. Jeno broke out in a sweat, unable to believe they had completed such a masterpiece in just one day. Cha Jinhyuk appeared with an incredibly cool expression, holding a newly forged purple energy bracelet, declaring, "It's a success." The scene shifted. A shadowy entity with glowing purple eyes let out a savage roar. In a room filled with gold, a blue-haired young man who had just woken up was bound tightly by energy chains from the shadowy entity, unable to resist. Goatee Man and masked bounty hunter observed Donis Taylor's soul being tortured, acknowledging the resilience of a 9-star member as he didn't utter a single word. Donis Taylor scoffed, declaring the interrogation over as his soul was about to shatter, effectively ending himself to escape. He screamed wildly, threatening that all of them would be slaughtered by Cain Fallon and vowing to meet them in hell. Just as he was about to perish, a holy healer summon unexpectedly appeared, and a cold voice rang out. Hold on, who gave you permission to go to hell? The holy healer summon raised its staff, and a cross of brilliant golden light erupted with overwhelming divine power. That stream of pure divine power enveloped Donis Taylor's disintegrating soul. Donis Taylor was utterly terrified when he realized his soul was not only not shattering but was being forcibly restored. The holy healer summon continued to pour divine power, forcing the enemy's soul to heal against his will. Stripped of even the right to die, Donis Taylor screamed in utter helplessness and indignation. Cha Jinhyuk slowly stepped forward, his voice firm. You won't find any salvation until you spill the information. Cha Jinhyuk explained his new torture method. These divine soul soldiers can restore your soul as many times as they wish. He leaned down, a savage smirk on his face, speaking to Donis Taylor's soul. Come on, you loser Donis. How many times will you revive? A soul-bind spirit emerged from behind, constricting Donis Taylor's soul, leaving him speechless with terror. Donis Taylor's soul was incinerated by dark energy, and he screamed in extreme agony. You demonic bastard. Cha Jinhyuk calmly counted the torture rounds, and the goatee man standing nearby confirmed. This is the 17th time, Master. Surrounded by the summoned soldiers and divine soul soldiers, Donis Taylor was utterly helpless as Cha Jinhyuk commanded, Speak now. A shadow imp summon leaned in close, whispering a final offer. If you confess now, I'll grant you a gentle death. Completely broken, Donis Taylor burst into tears, stammering his first words in despair. See Cain. The scene shifted. A blonde strategist stood before a colossal structure, reporting to a more powerful figure. Cain Fallon smirked triumphantly. The information he wanted had been revealed. Cain is creating a force to destroy the tower. Cha Jinhyuk's purple eyes narrowed as he heard the new information. A weapon? Standing before him, Donis Taylor's soul trembled as he confessed that it was a weapon containing the power of both gods and demons. Surrounded by the shadow imp summons and holy healer summons, Donis Taylor screamed in panic, his voice filled with despair. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. He continued to spill shocking information. Cain Fallon has been expelled from 9-star and is using the money from selling off his guild's foundation to create that thing. Completely broken, Donis Taylor knelt down, pleading miserably amidst Cha Jinhyuk's subordinates. Please, just kill me. Cha Jinhyuk listened in silence, a barely perceptible smirk flashing across his face. After gathering enough information, Cha Jinhyuk raised his hand, and a massive orb of dark energy began to form as he coldly declared, All right. This ends here. Thinking he was about to be freed, Donis Taylor let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on his soul's face. Finally. But Cha Jinhyuk shattered his illusion with a sinister grin. But I don't think I can handle your soul. You'll be slowly digested, feeling your soul melt away. Donis Taylor gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with extreme rage, as he realized he had been bitterly deceived. Even until the very end. Dark energy erupted. Donis Taylor's soul was crushed and devoured, his final scream calling out Cha Jinhyuk's name in despair. Having dealt with his prey, Cha Jinhyuk gathered his entire family, including the 2 newly recruited king challengers, Balkan and Taiyun, to announce their next enemy. Soon, Cain will target us and begin a purge. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes sharpened as he bluntly declared the enemy's caliber. We will have to face 9-star's most ruthless and cunning member. Choi Kyung-hoon clenched his fist, his anger flaring. Those bastards. How dare they deceive me and betray my friend? I will never forgive them, Hendrik interjected, reminding them of an even greater threat. And don't forget the Oni village lords, my homeland. A terrifying vision appeared. The 4 emperors' world-class entities, including demons, dragons, celestials, and giants, had razed Hendrik's homeland, and no one knew when they would reappear. Balkan analyzed the situation, concluding that the secret weapon Donis Taylor mentioned was the biggest variable, and Cha Jinhyuk admitted, "We cannot stop what they are preparing. All we can do is deal with it effectively." Cha Jinhyuk smirked, a calculating smile on his face. "But there is one thing we can choose." His hair turned silver white, and the domineering aura of the Death Star emanated from him as he finalized the plan: the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a luxurious place on a higher floor, representatives of the 4 emperors' dragons, demons, giants, and celestials had gathered, discussing a mysterious individual named Yue Qian who had disappeared from the 100th floor. Amidst the 4 emperors' meeting, Hayes growled, his blood boiling. "Are those bastards carefully preparing to reveal themselves and then attack? I want to crush them right now." The horned white-haired angel appeared calmer, posing a strategic question. "So, where do you think they are preparing for battle?" Kainan smirked, suggesting a surprise attack. "Why not just strike them now? We have Goldrick's company backing us, and they'll be heavily penalized on the 100th floor anyway, right?" Amidst the crowd, Choi Kyung-hoon stood firm, clearly disagreeing with the reckless plan. The kimono woman also spoke up, flatly objecting without hesitation. "No, I object." Kainan scoffed at the complexity of the situation. "So, basically, we need to choose a place that's not too low, but also not too high." "Ha. They must be racking their brains over this." Cha Jin-hyuk stood alone, the Death Star's silver-white hair fluttering as he murmured, "A place that meets all these conditions." Another white-haired player in the group asserted firmly with a serious expression, "It doesn't exist." Cha Jin-hyuk turned back, his hair now black, his purple eyes gleaming with absolute confidence and an arrogant smile. "It does." He spread his arms, outlining the plan to all his allies. "A place high enough, and also where our allies are gathered. A perfect location." Hendrik asked, bewildered. "Wait, allies? Who are you talking about?" Cha Jin-hyuk smirked, confidently asserting that Hendrik would recognize them soon enough, but the dragon swordsman still looked skeptical. 2 weeks later, at the Grand Metropolis on the 190th floor, a colossal and magnificent city appeared, which was the chosen battlefield. A blonde city guard leader arrogantly shouted, beginning to clear the way. "Hey, you lot! Clear the path, now!" He continued to yell loudly, grumbling about having to transport a pile of goods for the trading company, acting as if he owned the place. The guard urged the hooded porters, ordering them to hurry up. Amidst the crowd, Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik, both hooded, walked silently, their sharp gazes unwavering. Miho, also in a hooded cloak with ears, looked around curiously and seemed to be lagging slightly behind. The guard, annoyed, roughly grabbed Miho and pulled her along. "What the hell are you doing? Get over here." Cha Jin-hyuk's entire group simultaneously froze, the atmosphere suddenly thickening, signaling that the guard had just signed his own death warrant. After reaching the 190th floor, Cha Jin-hyuk announced that the entire team had arrived safely. Choi Kyung-hoon boasted loudly, taking credit for his educational fists, leaving Miho and the kimono woman speechless. Cha Jin-hyuk immediately cut short the comedy, coldly stating that he would explain the plan again. He laid out the objective: to find the hideout of Mu Yi, who was evading the Celestials, a task that would be far from easy. The plan began. First, split up and gather around those who recognize Uriel's face. No sooner had he finished speaking than a white figure suddenly closed in from behind, seizing Cha Jin-hyuk tightly, much to his astonishment. The entire team was utterly shocked. Tune roared, "You! I saw you then!" While Cha Jin-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, unable to comprehend why this person was here. Uriel, with a radiant halo, smiled confidently and ordered the group, "Everyone hold on tight." Before one member of the team could even grasp what was happening, a massive magic circle of light erupted beneath their feet. In another corner of the city, a working porter suddenly stopped, staring blankly towards the mysterious glow that had just flashed. A porter suddenly paused, feeling something strange as he heard a whooshing sound. His companion grumbled about his slowness, completely oblivious to the streak of light tearing across the distant sky. The porter looked up, realizing he hadn't misheard as a brilliant golden orb of light plummeted like a meteor. Inside the orb, the entire team was pressed tightly by the terrifying speed, one person screaming uncontrollably. With a whoosh, the orb of light landed somewhere amidst the clouds, creating a small tremor. The energy shell of the teleportation orb shattered into pieces, revealing those inside. Cha Jinhyuk's group, having just stepped onto the magic circle, stumbled as if seasick, utterly confused by what had just happened. Uriel calmly apologized to the Death Star for the sudden abduction, explaining that they had to limit their time on the surface. She solemnly introduced a magnificent landscape of floating islands, declaring it the Dream City, the team's new playground and battlefield. Cha Jinhyuk admitted that even though he had heard about the tower's secret locations, this place was beyond imagination, while Uriel explained that hiding in plain sight was the best defense. Cha Jinhyuk cut straight to the chase, questioning Uriel. "How on earth did you find our location?" Uriel smirked confidently, calmly replying, "It's simple." As a glowing item flickered in her hand, a brilliant golden feather floated up from Uriel's hand. She explained that it was thanks to this that pinpointing their location became child's play. Cha Jinhyuk broke into a sweat, immediately recognizing it as the feather she had given him earlier, cursing inwardly. No wonder she told me not to let anyone else touch it. He worried that this hideout was about to become a battlefield, but Uriel reassured him not to worry, as everything had been calculated. Uriel smirked mysteriously, asserting that his visit and the upcoming battle were all things that person had foreseen. Cha Jinhyuk growled, his eyes sharp. "That person? Are you talking about your god?" Uriel confirmed, revealing the identity of their leader. Yes, Pontifex Lucifer, as a colossal statue of a bound angel appeared. A system notification appeared, confirming the entity's identity, Pontifex Lucifer. Uriel reported clearly before a gate of light. "Your Holiness, I have brought the one from the prophecy here." As soon as they arrived, Cha Jinhyuk and Uriel were stopped by an elder angel in a black robe, who asked them to wait a moment. The elder angel smirked meaningfully, explaining that the warriors were still praying. Cha Jinhyuk saw an ancient angel for the first time, secretly wary of this unusual sight. The door opened, and the elder announced that the prayer had ended as a squad of soldiers stepped out. Uriel introduced them as the main force of Wingless, the God's Sword Squad, a group of muscular celestial warriors with an overwhelming aura. The God's Sword army lined up neatly and marched out, and Uriel gestured for Cha Jinhyuk to enter. Cha Jinhyuk glanced over the ranks of warriors, and the blonde captain eyed him with scrutiny. The captain clicked his tongue loudly, uttering words of contempt. "Just a human." Cha Jinhyuk's eyes visibly chilled, clearly not pleased with the arrogant attitude of these small fries. Stopping before a large door, Uriel declared that from here, Cha Jinhyuk had to go on alone, which surprised him. "What? You're not coming in with me?" Uriel explained that the Pontifex only allowed Cha Jinhyuk to enter alone. Then the giant door slowly opened. Cha Jinhyuk stepped in coldly, stating firmly, "So you called me here. You've already foreseen my victory." He frowned, correcting a shocking truth. Not the fallen angel, but Pontifex Lucifer. Before Cha Jinhyuk was a giant statue of a fallen angel, with 6 wings spread wide, exuding an overwhelming, suffocating aura. Cha Jinhyuk lost patience, growling, demanding the statue speak as energy began to crackle on its surface. A system notification appeared, and the Pontifex Lucifer spoke, acknowledging that Cha Jinhyuk's journey here was not easy. Cha Jinhyuk sneered, knowing full well someone was eavesdropping, and called them out directly. "Why don't you all show yourselves?" "Baal, Nine-Tailed Fox." Immediately, 2 other notifications popped up, confirming the presence of the Nine-Tailed Fox and the apex of malevolence. All the final bosses were watching. Cha Jinhyuk got straight to the point, questioning the statue. "Why help me against the 4 emperors? What's the reason?" He roared, asking the most important question of his life. "Why did you resurrect me?" And the answer began to reveal an eternal war from before the tower even existed. Cha Jinhyuk repeated in disbelief. "An eternal war?" The explanation began. In primordial times, the immortal gods and demons plunged into an endless war, using their own power to destroy each other. The war lasted to the point that the entire universe was exhausted, the battlefield left with only ashes and broken spears. To end the chaos, someone designed the tower, turning the destructive war into a battle royale game, where the gods released their creations to compete. Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, a drop of sweat running down as he remembered that fair play was shattered by the dirty trick of select and kill, which ended his previous life. It turned out, the 4 emperors were the ones who played dirty, massacring all those with the potential to become gods, then monopolizing all opportunities in the tower. At that moment, the Nine-Tailed Fox and the apex of malevolence simultaneously interrupted via system notifications, one saying it wasn't that simple, the other affirming that their goals and Cha Jinhyuk's were one. Cha Jinhyuk stood upright, his sharp eyes declaring his ultimate goal: to overthrow the rule of the 4 emperors and the gods supporting them, or, to put it bluntly, to defy the heavens. The Pontifex Lucifer concluded with a prophecy, affirming that Cha Jinhyuk was destined to fulfill that mission for their side. Pfft. Cha Jinhyuk sneered, clearly not buying this cheap savior narrative. Cha Jinhyuk burst into insane laughter. Did you think I'd fight like a pawn for you? You sickos who love a show are sorely mistaken. A system notification appeared, and the apex of malevolence was muttering that he already knew this would happen. The Pontifex Lucifer asked directly, "So, will you continue your revenge?" Cha Jinhyuk stood before the giant statue, answering boldly, "Of course," he pointed directly, his eyes sharp. "But I won't do it your way. I'll take my revenge by my own rules." The system announced that the Pontifex Lucifer was smiling, deeming that enough. The prophecy would come true precisely that way. The system conveyed the statue's meaning. Cha Jinhyuk sneered contemptuously, clicking his tongue loudly. He turned his back and walked away, throwing back a warning. "Do whatever you want, just don't get in our way later." The large door slammed shut while the major powers began to discuss. The apex of malevolence remarked that he was uncontrollable. The 9-tailed fox wondered why he was so captivating, and the Pontifex Lucifer agreed and invited everyone for tea. As he walked away, Cha Jinhyuk muttered irritably to Uriel, "The prophecy will come true. I hate this feeling. It's like being a pawn." A white-haired woman named Veniel opened the door, inviting, "First, please have the tea we've prepared." Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped Cha Jinhyuk and Veniel. Both were stunned, not understanding what was happening. The group was teleported to a wide courtyard, where the god's sword army was waiting, and a blonde warrior woman anxiously called the blonde zealot brother. The blonde zealot immediately recognized his old enemy, snarling, "You're back, Ghostface." "No, it's Death Star Cha Jinhyuk." He turned and roared at Veniel, questioning why she treated the driving force of the holy war like that. He screamed, claiming this was their revenge and that a mere mortal had no right to represent the wingless organization. While rambling that the god's sword was the one leading the holy war, a devastating punch flew straight into his face, silencing him instantly. Cha Jinhyuk lunged like a ghost, delivering a bare-handed strike that blocked the sword of another god's sword warrior, and dark purple energy exploded. He landed, the ground cracking beneath his feet, an overwhelming chilling aura emanating. "You pieces of trash dare to point your swords at me?" Cha Jinhyuk flashed a savage smile, cracking his knuckles. "I'm already annoyed. You're really good at provoking me. Let me smash you all to bits." The blonde zealot scrambled to his feet, clutching his chest and gasping, visibly resentful. "How dare you attack me, a commander of the god's sword?" Losing all his superiority, he furiously roared, his eyes bulging. "I'll kill you, you trashy mortal." Cha Jinhyuk merely sneered, clenching his fist as dark purple energy gathered. "Perfect timing, a great chance to test my new weapon." Another god's sword warrior said nothing, swinging his light sword and lunging straight at Cha Jinhyuk to retaliate for his commander. Cha Jinhyuk easily dodged the attack, preparing to counterattack when an overwhelming surge of power descended from the sky. An elder angel appeared, roaring, "Stop!" And simultaneously, a dazzling golden wall of light blocked the attack right in front of Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk suddenly felt his entire body stiffen, unable to move, and he wondered in astonishment. "What?" The elder angel raised his staff high, declaring sternly, "In this dream city, we must be different from those who abandoned us." A wave of divine power spread throughout the courtyard, and he laid down the law, strictly forbidden to fight allies. Anyone who disobeys will be considered an enemy. The blonde zealot broke into a sweat, hastily protesting, "But, Your Holiness." The elder angel narrowed his eyes, questioning the speechless blonde zealot. "Are you going to defy both Veniel and Pontifex Lucifer?" The blonde zealot gritted his teeth, resentful that Cha Jinhyuk's group was summoned by their own higher-ups. The elder warned Cha Jinhyuk, the one who dared to challenge heaven itself, to know his place and conserve his strength, but he merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "If they don't pick a fight, I'm too lazy to bother." The elder angel roared, ordering them to lower their weapons, and Choi Kyung-hoon, the kimono woman, and Tuni all obeyed, the dry clatter of metal. After quelling the chaos, the elder angel struck his staff on the ground, declaring the dismissal. "Everyone go your separate ways." He turned away, ordering Uriel to lead the guests to rest, ignoring the fiery gaze of the blonde zealot staring at Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk glanced at the zealot, casually taunting, "You're lucky, you pigeon." The zealot exploded, shouting in helplessness, "I'll never acknowledge you, Cha Jinhyuk. I'll kick you out of this dream city." On the way, Balkan cautiously remarked that the angels here were no pushovers. Their strength was immense. Cha Jinhyuk gave a faint smile, explaining the nature of this place. These guys were exiled for daring to oppose evil within angelic society. In other words, everyone here is a big shot. Cha Jinhyuk's veins pulsed on his forehead, extremely annoyed. He wondered, but why? Outside, the blonde zealot was shouting orders to his soldiers, who were training right outside his room. Harder, grip your swords tighter. Balkan remarked that the angel was deliberately making a scene, while Cha Jinhyuk smirked, seeing right through his opponent's trick. He can't attack directly, so he's trying to apply psychological pressure. The blonde zealot and the god's sword warriors roared their slogan in unison, full of vigor. We are the sword of Lucifer. We will sweep away all enemies. The blonde zealot cast a contemptuous glance, smirking with a malicious thought. It doesn't matter whether these insignificant humans are here or not. Cha Jinhyuk's face darkened. He turned to Balkan and asked, "Is he mocking us?" Balkan replied sternly, asserting that this could not be overlooked. Balkan analyzed that if they didn't rest, the entire team would be affected in the upcoming battle. But Cha Jinhyuk had an even more important reason. Flames of anger flared around Cha Jinhyuk. He gritted his teeth. More importantly, it's really pissing me off. Unable to endure it any longer, Cha Jinhyuk decisively jumped off the balcony, declaring, "I'm going down to teach them a lesson." Balkan frantically reached out to stop him, his voice trembling. "Wait, didn't you hear that fighting is forbidden here?" Cha Jinhyuk growled at the noisy group below as he plunged straight down from the balcony. Thud. He landed with extreme coolness, magical flames sparking from his feet, completely disregarding the height. The blonde zealot turned around, smirking contemptuously. "Finally decided to drag your ass down here, human?" Cha Jinhyuk retorted with an extremely annoyed expression. "I couldn't rest because you pigeons were too noisy." The blonde zealot continued to taunt and challenge. "You seem genuinely angry. What are you going to do? Are you going to hit me again?" He pointed directly at Cha Jinhyuk, confident with his organization's backing. "But the moment you do that, you'll be an enemy of Wingless. We, the god's sword, will send you to heaven right here." The zealot laughed maniacally, shouting, "Go on, try it. You don't have the guts. Keep dreaming, then get out of this dream city." Before he could finish speaking, Cha Jinhyuk vanished and reappeared between two god's sword soldiers, demonic and divine energy exploding, sending them flying in astonishment. The blonde zealot froze, stammering incoherently, "Impossible. How can a human?" Cha Jinhyuk grinned demonically, showing off the two opposing energies swirling around him. "Surprised? I possess both demonic power and divine power. But you know what?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked. Divine demonic energy swirling around his hands as the shadow of a skeletal angel appeared behind him. "Do I remind you of anyone?" A bald god's sword, soldier's eyes widened, sweat pouring down as he realized the horrifying truth. All the celestials lay scattered on the ground, the bald soldier crying out in despair. "Lucifer, the angel forsaken by heaven, has Lucifer's disciple." The blonde zealot saw his subordinates beginning to show signs of submission, and frantically shouted, "Wait, you guys!" Before he could finish, Cha Jinhyuk closed in from behind, embracing the zealot tightly and whispering, "Yes, kneel. I am the representative of the god you live and die to serve." Hearing the command, all the god's sword soldiers obediently bowed their heads to the ground, shouting in unison, "Yes, disciple." Cha Jinhyuk glanced, thinking to himself that although he disliked the reputation of those old peeping gods, he was forced to borrow the name of this troublesome one to quell the chaos. Still holding the stiffened zealot tightly, Cha Jinhyuk casually said, I've talked so much I'm thirsty." He cast a powerful gaze behind him, calling out another high-ranking member by name. "Veniel, bring me water yourself." The god's sword soldiers looked up with fervent expressions, cheering. As expected, the disciple has chosen our commander as his extended arm. The blonde zealot gritted his teeth, his face flushed with humiliation as he heard his subordinates cheer for their new commander. In the middle of the training ground, the horned girl sat on the ground, panting after working her ass off, but still asserted she would return soon. Suddenly, a cold bottle of water was pressed directly to her face, startling the horned girl. Uriel appeared with a friendly smile, asking about the horned girl's training progress. In the distance, while Cha Jinhyuk and Miho watched, Choi Kyung-hoon was strengthening team bonds by choking Tune. The horned girl chugged it down, smiling contentedly and admitting that the past week had been wonderful. The horned girl couldn't help but admire how Uriel had tamed Veniel, the Wingless, and the god's sword. Feeling her strength grow each day, the horned girl involuntarily recalled her early days climbing the tower with her brother. While Choi Kyung-hoon was still beating up Tune. While enjoying the moment, The horned girl suddenly felt something was wrong as an energy crack appeared right beneath her feet. Crack! A gigantic drill tore through space, plunging straight into the ground right in front of the group with terrifying speed. Both Uriel and the horned swordswoman froze, their faces pale at the sudden sight. Whoosh! The gigantic drill plunged straight into the ground, a panicked voice shouting, "Enemy attack!" Inside a holy land, the colossal angel statue began to shake violently, under an attack from outside. The attacker revealed himself, a bald, green-skinned man with a savage grin, clearly reveling in his act of destruction. Boom! A terrifying explosion ripped through the ground, sending bricks and stones flying. Jinhuk looked up, stunned to see the entire Holy Land uprooted from the ground by an invisible force. Uriel cried out in a daze that the Holy Land had been attacked, while the blue jacket man standing beside her also looked tense. She couldn't understand how the information had been leaked. Jinhuk's purple eyes blazed, and he gritted his teeth, clearly furious. Jinhuk turned in surprise as another earth-shattering explosion occurred nearby. A series of continuous explosions turned the entire area into a sea of fire, the ground cracking open as if it were the end of the world. The attackers fought dirty, turning the floating islands into colossal missiles, crashing them into each other to destroy the Holy Land. The hexagonal energy system at the bottom of the flying fortress flickered continuously, signaling an imminent complete collapse. The ground tilted precariously. Jinhuk and his group swayed as if seasick, completely bewildered by what was happening. Uriel broke out in a cold sweat, explaining that this city could fly thanks to the power of the pontifex. Hearing this, Jinhuk immediately grabbed Uriel, demanding in a low growl, "Where is she?" Jinhuk froze when he heard that the pontifex was praying at the temple with the god's sword soldiers. As expected, the temple had been crushed by a colossal pillar, a member of the god's sword lying slumped amidst the rubble. The blonde zealot tried to push himself up in pain, but was completely powerless. A silver-haired stranger with a halo appeared, one hand gripping the pontifex's neck, coldly looking down at his flattened subordinate. The silver-haired man tightened his grip, pressing his face close to the old woman's and interrogating her with a savage grin. "Speak quickly. Where is Jinhuk?" Even with her neck gripped and blood staining her mouth, the pontifex sneered contemptuously, displaying an unbreakable will. The floating city began to crumble, massive chunks of earth and rock splitting apart. The entire sky trembled as the Holy Land's foundations collapsed, plummeting freely downwards. The silver-haired antagonist seemed amused by the old woman's stubbornness. "Oh? You can barely protect yourself, yet you want to shield these small fries? What admirable resolve." The old woman explained that if this city fell, all players on the 190th floor would be buried alive without a chance to gasp. The pontifex growled, asserting that her faction valued life, unlike you and that person. The remark struck a nerve, enraging the silver-haired antagonist. "Shut your mouth. How dare you slander our faith?" Without another word, he summoned a colossal spear of light, roaring, "Die, heretic." Lying flattened on the ground, the blonde zealot could only scream in despair, "Pontifex." Whoosh! A flash of light blocked the attack, and at the same time, a cold voice rang out. "Hey!" Boom! A dark barrier instantly halted the spear of light. Jinhuk appeared from thin air, holding Veniel, and asked softly, "Are you still alive?" "Veniel?" The attacker, Cain Fallon, smirked, his hand stained with something black. "Looks like I don't need to search for you anymore, Jinhuk." Jinhuk chuckled in response, calling his opponent a fanatic to his face. "Long time no see." Without hesitation, Jinhuk tossed the pontifex to the blonde zealot, ordering Veniel, "Get the old woman to safety, quickly." The blonde zealot hastily caught the pontifex, his eyes filled with determination, promising to protect her with his life. The stage was now left to just the two of them. Cain Fallon looked at Jinhuk and admitted, "You really are alive. Now I believe it." Cain Fallon continued to ramble, feigning surprise at seeing Jinhuk in the flesh, then taunted. "Scared?" Jinhuk merely smirked, his attitude full of disdain. "You talk too much." Cain Fallon nodded, unleashing his power without another word, summoning thousands of spears of light aimed directly at Jinhuk. "Yeah, between you and me there's no need for many words." Facing the display of power, Jinhuk spoke coldly, his eyes sharp. "Let me ask you one question." Amidst the ruins, Jinhuk confronted Cain Fallon directly. "Have you ever regretted killing me?" Cain Fallon flashed a challenging smile, answering curtly, "No," he growled, his face maniacal. "You're merely being punished. My only regret is not killing you properly." Jinhuk grinned, his fist gathering dark power. "Exactly, that's what you should say, Cain. That's why I want to send you off again even more. Dark power erupted, enveloping Cha Jinhyuk as he drew his sword, ready for a fight to the death. Hundreds of Cain Fallon's spears of light surged forward, but Cha Jinhyuk calmly swung his sword, facing the barrage. Whoosh! A swirling sword strike created an arc of dark power, ready to sweep away everything in its path. Suddenly, the scene shifted to another battle. Kimono Woman was facing a series of purple energy slashes. A colossal orc warrior roared, ordering Kimono Woman to stay still. Don't move, you fly. We have two objectives. The white-haired paladin relayed the mission to the entire team. First, destroy the pillars in each area. If that's done, the Dream City won't collapse. Cha Jinhyuk sensed immense energy from each pillar. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, concluding the second objective, while Uriel confirmed that each energy pillar would be guarded. As expected, each pillar was a blazing battlefield, guarded by those who didn't know their own limits. A pillar guardian screamed miserably in the sea of flames, pleading hopelessly before being completely annihilated. Kanan, the dragon race representative, clicked his tongue in utter boredom, clearly not caring about the trash he had just cleared. He roared arrogantly, challenging, "Is that all? You useless bunch. Try to entertain me a little," as energy claws tore another enemy apart. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "What about me then?" And a towering figure stepped into the battleground. Hendrik, the black-horned man, drew his sword, his aura completely overwhelming the arrogant dragon race representative. He confidently declared his identity, a direct challenge. "I am the Dragon Slayer, Hendrik." Meanwhile, at another pillar, Uriel had arrived at her position and found the Kimono Woman already waiting. Elsewhere, Cha Jinhyuk had completed his objective, standing coldly over the corpse of a guard. At another location, Uriel and the Kimono Woman were in defensive stances, facing a bald, hulking man who looked extremely dangerous. Cha Jinhyuk erupted with dark power, roaring a declaration to sever their bitter ties. "Let's end our ill-fated relationship here." Cain Fallon hovered in the air, enveloped in holy light, haughtily retorting, "Come at me, Cha Jinhyuk." His eyes sparking with electricity, Cha Jinhyuk poured all his demonic power into his sword, ready for a decisive strike. Cain Fallon laughed maniacally, his eyes blazing with absolute confidence in his power. Crash! Dark power and holy light collided with earth-shattering force, the ground cracking under the immense pressure. A blinding explosion engulfed the entire battlefield, blowing away everything within its range. Amidst the smoke and dust, a white-haired woman with a halo suddenly appeared, casually recalling their past hierarchy. "Can't we even exchange greetings? I used to be your superior." Another brown-haired woman, also with a halo, let out a mocking chuckle. She looked down with disdain, uttering sharp words. "Ridiculous. Didn't we sever ties on that day?" The memory rewound 10 years. As white feathers stained black slowly drifted down, the brown-haired woman arrogantly declared, "On the day I plucked your wings." The white-haired woman remained silent, letting her opponent taunt. "You agree, don't you, you failure?" Breaking the silence, she replied casually, "Then we don't need to fight anymore." The brown-haired woman froze upon hearing the next sentence, "Because we are both failures," while behind her, the remnants of severed wings were revealed. Struck where it hurt, she gritted her teeth, growling, "Don't lump me in with you." Her rage erupted. She screamed maniacally, "I am different from you." Gathering a colossal sphere of holy energy in the sky, she yelled, "I will return to the embrace of the gods." She shot straight into the sky like a rocket, aiming for the destructive energy sphere, while the white-haired woman merely watched from below. The white-haired woman watched with contempt, a sphere of pure light also forming in her hand. As she whispered, "You bitch." The brown-haired angel went all in, screaming divine punishment before charging straight into the self-destructing energy sphere, determined to take her opponent down with her. Amidst the tension, a formidable old man named Hayes appeared, calmly observing, while a white-haired subordinate in a suit bowed respectfully. Two new soldiers appeared, one spectacled attacker and one masked attacker. Looking at the white-haired subordinate standing still as a statue and wondering, "Is he sunbathing?" The spectacled attacker ignored them, declaring the objective was still to clear out both the white-haired man and the pillar, and the masked attacker immediately obeyed. The masked attacker channeled energy, purple dark power swirling around his great axe, forming two destructive spheres of power. He roared soul laser and slashed down, unleashing a colossal purple energy wave that swept through everything. Hayes, the mastermind, merely smirked with an air of power as the attack was unleashed. Suddenly, the chained woman appeared from thin air, raising a hand to neatly block the destructive laser beam. The masked attacker gaped, unable to believe his attack was blocked so easily. "Who are you?" He guessed the girl was an undead, but Hayes immediately denied it, scornfully declaring he would never use such worthless and barbaric skills. Hayes explained that what he held was not an undead, but a living human who willingly served him. The chained woman looked up with hungry eyes, begging Hayes for demonic energy as a reward for completing her task. Hayes smirked, offering a simple deal. Clean up those guys, and there will be a reward. She immediately accepted the order with delight. The old man warned that this reward wasn't hers alone. A pitch-black shadow appeared, riddled with glowing purple eyes, all waiting for their share of demonic energy. The spectacled attacker, Hayes' subordinate, also broke into a cold sweat at the sight of these swarming demonic servants. The spectacled attacker and masked attacker shouted Hayes' command and charged into battle, determined to wipe out the enemies. Hayes watched with his arms crossed, his contempt clear. To fight using one's own body is truly a lowly act. The spectacled attacker fully agreed, declaring this a battle of commanders, to see whose brain was bigger. In the midst of the tension, Kanan suddenly appeared on the battlefield, looking around and uttering a sarcastic remark. What's this? Everyone seems to be having too much fun. Kanan landed on the desolate battlefield, looked at Hendrik struggling to stand, and said curtly, I caught the runaway. He began to boast, declaring that we dragons are far more prideful than those other 3 petty races. With an utterly smug smile, Kanan boasted about the dragon race beautiful and powerful bodies, then twisted the knife. Don't. You feel incredibly lucky to have been born a dragon? Kanan turned his back, his contempt evident as he spoke of Hendrik, throwing away his luck to follow those wretched wingless, those who dared to turn their backs on God, had their wings broken, and were exiled. Hendrik gnashed his teeth, while Kanan demanded an explanation for his foolish actions. Kanan smirked, calling his opponent by name with absolute superiority. Dragon Slayer Hendrik. Hendrik was furious, sweat pouring down as he bitterly admitted that the bastard in front of him was a level stronger. He realized the gap in power among the dragons was vast, like a young dragon facing an ancient monster. Kanan continued to taunt, criticizing Hendrik as a never-before-seen abnormal dragon, both hot-headed and having black hair. Hendrik frowned, unable to understand why his hair color was an issue for this guy. Kanan smirked, directly mocking him. What? You're a dragon and you don't know that? He lectured the country bumpkin Hendrik on the rules. A dragon's hair and scale color determine its magic affinity, and red dragons like him are fire elemental. Kanan continued to criticize Hendrik as an anomaly, as this was the first time he had seen a black-haired dragon. With that, Kanan declared Hendrik a talentless piece of trash, then summoned a gigantic fire magic circle and roared, I'll burn you alive, you garbage. Hendrik. Facing the attack, Hendrik merely gritted his teeth, only 2 words in his mind. My black power. Immediately, Hendrik exploded with power. A pillar of dark energy mixed with red tore through space, his aura completely overwhelming. He let out a roar and unleashed his black dragon slash technique, countless black and red energy slashes sweeping across the battlefield. Kanan's attack vanished, and the price he paid was his hand being cleanly severed. Kanan's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the truth. He cut through my dragon scales? Impossible. The red dragon staggered, realizing that what had just torn through his defenses was neither magic nor swordsmanship. It was something entirely different. Hendrik smirked, declaring that Kanan himself was the light that had revived him. He called out Baal's name directly, asserting that the apex of malevolence was the reason he became a black dragon, while the system displayed a notification that Baal was watching and criticizing Kanan for talking too much, which led to his capture. Kanan froze, unable to believe his ears when he heard that Hendrik's power originated from a great demon. Kanan's pupils constricted, finally recognizing the true nature of this bizarre energy. Demonic energy? You're a demon dragon. Kanan screamed in horror as the shadow of a gigantic evil black dragon appeared behind Hendrik. Seeing the situation turn sour, Kanan turned and fled, but Hendrik roared in pursuit. Don't even think about running. Where's a dragon's pride? Cornered, Kanan frantically swung his arm, pouring all his strength into a counterattack. The red dragon roared, "Get lost," and unleashed a wide-area fire attack in desperation. A colossal energy explosion erupted from Kanan's final move, engulfing the entire battlefield. But it was useless. Hendrik, his face cold as ice, tore through the explosion and charged straight to finish off his opponent. Hendrik lunged like a ghost, his dark blade swinging down towards the disadvantaged Kanan. Kanan gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage and fear, and he hissed, "Damn it." In a panic, Kanan channeled all his demonic energy into his hand, cursing repeatedly as he tried to block Hendrik's attack. Hendrik merely smirked, his eyes cold and full of disdain at his opponent's feeble resistance. Kanan roared, "Get lost!" and unleashed a colossal energy orb, an all-out attack in desperation. Kanan's attack collided with Hendrik's sword, creating a destructive vortex of fire. Standing amidst the sea of flames, Kanan still couldn't believe it, stammering, "How can a mere brat be a demon dragon?" Regaining his arrogant demeanor, Kanan sneered, "Is that all those petty tricks you just learned amount to? You can't possibly defeat a high-tier dragon." Instantly, Hendrik's colossal, glowing red and malevolent dragon eye opened, staring at Kanan as if he were an insect. Hendrik's full black dragon form emerged, its terrifying pressure completely crushing Kanan's attack and confidence. Kanan broke into a cold sweat but still boasted loudly, realizing Hendrik's attack was a concentrated breath of demonic energy. Hendrik, in his black dragon form, officially unleashed his demonic breath technique, a laser-like stream of crimson energy that swept across the ground. Kanan only managed a desperate scream before being engulfed by the pitch-black energy, vanishing without a trace. Cain Fallon stood frozen, stunned as he felt Kanan's demonic energy completely disappear, unable to believe his comrade could be defeated. Jinhuk suddenly descended from the sky, charging straight towards Cain, Fallon, and roaring, "You're losing focus, Cain." Fallon hastily raised his spear of light to block the attack, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred as the two streams of holy and evil energy collided. Jinhuk was completely dominant, slashing continuously, forcing Cain Fallon to struggle defensively while taunting, "Fighting you is boring. Show me a proper attack." While attacking like a storm, Jinhuk questioned his opponent with disdain. "Didn't you come all this way to kill me?" Cain Fallon was sent flying backward, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend what was happening. Kanan, someone who had climbed so far, defeated so easily by an unknown dragon? Jinhuk stood at a distance, coldly concluding, "What's wrong? Can't focus? Or is it because you can't believe my comrade just wiped the floor with yours?" Cain Fallon sneered, beginning a cheap psychological attack. "Comrades?" Jinhuk, "Don't tell me you actually think they're your comrades?" Jinhuk narrowed his eyes, replying with a single word, clearly bewildered by his opponent's antics. "What?" Cain Fallon continued to ramble, calling out his old alias. "It seems your skills have weakened considerably after your resurrection, Death Star. Bringing along such small fry is just for show." He pointed to the sky, where Choi Kyung-hoon was hovering and observing. Of course, except for Choi Kyung-hoon. That guy is smart enough to know better and stay out of it." Cain Fallon's expression turned utterly contemptuous as he belittled the others. "But the rest are just insignificant outsiders. No one would even notice if they were minced." He began to gather power, brilliant golden light swirling around his hands. "If I were you, I would have killed them all and turned them into undead for convenience." With that, Cain Fallon unleashed his full holy power, launching a wide-area attack with hundreds of destructive light beams. A gigantic orb of light exploded in the sky, firing countless dazzling golden energy rays that tore through the ground, aimed directly at Jinhuk. Amidst the hail of light bullets, Jinhuk moved as if weightless, the purple sword in his hand effortlessly deflecting every attack as if they were child's play. He stood firm at the epicenter, his expression unchanged, utterly speechless at Cain Fallon's destructive yet snail-paced attack. Cain Fallon's attack exploded, but Jinhuk still stood tall at the epicenter, without a single scratch. Cain Fallon, the attacker, was confident that he had finished off his opponent. He sneered, tempting him. "Forget those small fry. Why don't you join our team, 9-star? His eyes filled with superiority, he declared confidently. "That's right, there's a world of difference." After hearing the taunt, purple dark power began to surge from Jinhuk. A gigantic dark shield appeared, and Jinhuk growled in response. "My comrades are much stronger now." Cain Fallon froze, stammering. "A shield? Where did this guy pull out such a huge thing? What trick are you playing now?" Jinhuk smirked menacingly. "It's a bit too early to be surprised. This is Baal's weapon, supporting the All-Master characteristic." The shield began to transform in his hand. A high-end item called the Myriad Transforming Primordial Chaos Artifact. Cain Fallon broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he realized his opponent's toy could change shape. The dark artifact transformed into a great sword, and Jinhuk smirked sinisterly, taunting, "Cain, my comrades are far different from you lot." An illusion appeared, showing his new lineup: Uriel, Kimono Woman, White-Haired Paladin, and Choi Kyung-hoon, a united front, trusting and protecting each other. He continued to intimidate, setting up a scenario where the 9-star would abandon their comrades. A gigantic orc warrior about to crush the kimono woman. The orc roared, declaring that its prey could not escape. A situation where Cain Fallon's comrades would surely turn and flee. The orc's fist slammed down like a hammer, the brute roaring to kill the bug that dared to stand in its way. But the kimono woman didn't flinch. Her eyes sharp, she drew her katana, ready to turn the tables. The orc's reflection appeared on the gleaming blade, signaling that its fate was sealed. Suddenly, the orc's face went blank, surrounded by pink heart effects, as if it had just been hit by a love spell. It turned out to be a subjugation. The orc was now an ally, turning to protect the kimono woman and the white-haired paladin, roaring, "You won't abandon your comrades." The orc warrior had now become a literal living shield, taking a fatal blow to protect Miho without a single complaint. Cha Jinhuk roared, "Precisely." His weapon erupted with dark power to confront Cain Fallon, who was charging down. Cain Fallon's blazing red eyes flashed with deadly intent, determined to finish off his opponent with a single blow. He unleashed the Fallen God's punch, a gigantic purple energy orb hurtling straight towards Cha Jinhyuk. Cain Fallon roared in fury, pouring all his strength into the destructive attack. Boom! Cha Jinhyuk's weapon transformed into a gigantic dark shield, completely blocking the punch. Cain Fallon was utterly shocked. He realized this weapon wasn't just simply changing shape. It could harness Cha Jinhyuk's full power. Immediately, the weapon transformed again, this time into a demonic chain. Whoosh! The chain tightly bound Cain Fallon, who frantically wondered if this was the power of a transcendent. Cha Jinhyuk smirked, tightening his grip on the chain. Trying to run? With that, he gave a mighty tug, pulling the helpless Cain Fallon straight from the sky to the ground. Crash! Cain Fallon was slammed directly into the ground, creating a violent purple energy explosion. Amidst the rubble, he recalled his ideals, roaring that he would not let his comrades die. Even while lying prostrate, Cain Fallon tried to appear tough, asserting confidently, "So we will win." Cha Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes, his voice icy, repeating sarcastically, "Comrades?" In a dark dungeon, a gigantic monster roared angrily. "Comrades? Where do you think you're going?" It turned out to be the Lizard Man Lord, the boss of floor 120, and it was furiously cursing. "You humans are nothing but sewer rats." It began to search through the narrow corridors, declaring this its territory, and that hiding was useless. Suddenly, the Lizard Man Lord stopped, seemingly having lost its prey. Hiding behind a wall, a young man fearfully whispered, "Is it gone?" Beside him was a young woman who was severely injured. The young woman clutched her stomach wound, faintly calling out to her brother in despair, "Brother, I'm so cold." The brother mumbled in despair. A boss had just appeared. It had been hunting them for days, and both of them had completely run out of power. The younger sister's hand trembled as she clutched his sleeve, desperately wondering if this was the end. The younger sister's face was pale, her voice trembling as she asked her brother, "Won't our comrades come to save us?" The brother cruelly crushed her hope. "No, they won't come. We're just mere acquaintances. What benefit would they get from saving us?" Memories flooded back, two orphaned children clinging to each other amidst an indifferent crowd. The brother bitterly realized, "No one helped us on Earth, and it's the same here." The brother slumped to the ground, accepting the cruel rules of this world. The strong prey on the weak. That is the truth. His red eyes reflected helplessness. He bitterly admitted, "And I am not the strong one." Just then, the Lizard Man Lord's gigantic eye was fixed on him from the shadows. The younger sister exclaimed in panic, "The bow!" The Lizard Man Lord let out a triumphant roar, its mouth full of sharp teeth lunging forward. "Finally, found you prey." Facing death, the brother showed no fear, but his eyes blazed with a frantic will. "Yes, the strong have power. If I, the Lizard Man Lord's fangs, reflected in his eyes as he completed his thought, become strong by preying on the weak." Suddenly, a dark staff appeared from thin air, gathering a sphere of deadly purple energy. Boom! A gigantic purple energy spear descended straight from the sky, plunging into the ground right before the boss. The brother was utterly shocked, shouting, "Spirit power bomb! No way! He knows this item, and it's not from this area's level." The Lizard Man Lord took the hit, roaring in fury. "Who dares to ambush me?" In front of it, Cha Jinhyuk, in a hooded cloak, appeared and asked curtly, "Hey, are those devoted siblings still alive?" Cha Jinhyuk smirked domineeringly, ordering the two small fry, "If you want to live, jump." After everything was over, the brother was still stunned, muttering, "I should have been devoured by that boss." By the campfire, scared, brother reflected on his truth. "We are weak, and the boss is strong. The outcome should have been decided. But now, his sister was sobbing, clinging to Cha Jinhyuk, while her brother stood watching, his worldview crumbling. But Cha Jinhyuk broke that rule. He risked his life to save us. Cha Jinhyuk was held tightly by injured sister, his face clearly annoyed, as he thought, why? Why did that guy do that? Meanwhile, scared, brother remained seated on the ground, his mind in chaos. I don't understand. No, his eyes glowed crimson, full of anger and confusion. I don't like this. In Cain Fallon's flashback, a divine entity gave an absolute command. Kill Cha Jinhyuk. Kill that trash who dares to defile my tower. Destroy him. The young Cain Fallon smiled arrogantly, completely believing in his mission. That's right. This is the truth. Therefore, Cha Jinhyuk. Back in reality, Cain Fallon lay sprawled on the ground as Cha Jinhyuk casually walked over, taunting. Oh, is it over already? Cha Jinhyuk sneered, continuing to rub salt in the wound. You're not worthy of that tower. You look pathetic. He coldly analyzed the situation, pointing out the glowing penalty lock on Cain Fallon. Ah, so you incurred a penalty for fighting? You didn't use your power recklessly like that, Carmen Fallon, but it seems your internal injuries are severe. Cha Jinhyuk's hand gathered deadly purple dark power. You made a mistake underestimating the penalty in coming here. A giant shadow devourer appeared behind Cha Jinhyuk as he declared the end of the match. Game over, Cain. Cha Jinhyuk raised his hand, gathering dark power, and delivered a stinging taunt. Let me reunite you with your sister. The surging purple dark power crashed down, and Cain Fallon could only stand there, taking the blow without a hint of resistance. Suddenly, a strange voice intervened via the system notification, and Cain Fallon's eyes glowed red. No. The master of the sky says it's too soon for this to end. A dazzling golden light shield appeared, instantly blocking Cha Jinhyuk's attack, creating a small crack. Boom! The shield exploded, sending Cha Jinhyuk flying back, shattering his offensive. Cha Jinhyuk realized the situation had changed. Cain Fallon's divine power had suddenly surged, and that dialogue box was clearly an external intervention. He furiously questioned the apex of malevolence via the system panel. Hey, Ball, who's that watcher? Do you know him? The apex of malevolence notification panel showed only a single word, full of astonishment. Impossible. Cain Fallon stood up, his entire body radiating brilliant golden divine power, the penalty locks gone, and he sneered. You said you wouldn't let your comrades die? Who's winning now? What a clown, Cha Jinhyuk. With a crazed and smug expression, Cain Fallon pointed and declared, Then I'll destroy all of you, you insects. The system reported a critical error, and a glowing red, chained lock began to crack. Crash. The lock shattered, and the system announced, the penalty on Tower Challenger Cain Fallon has been removed. Screech. One of the skeleton warriors from the Shadow Army let out a cry and vanished under the new surge of power. A female soldier collapsed, her eyes blank, completely obliterated by the wave of purple demonic power. Donas Taylor, the holy Sword of Nine Star, appeared with white hair and horns, contemptuously declaring, All the soldiers are dead. Only the spirit summons remain, without another word. Donas Taylor lunged and grabbed Balkan by the neck, his eyes full of superiority. He sneered, acting superior. All right, shall we begin the main event? Balkan was furious, growling. You once said, fighting with your body was beneath you. Did I say I couldn't fight? With that, Donas Taylor delivered a devastating punch that sent Balkan flying like a rag doll. Donas Taylor growled, his hand gathering purple demonic power, ready to deliver the finishing blow. I'll deal with you, spiritmaster. Balkan broke out in a cold sweat, sensing something ominous. Damn it. Suddenly, purple demonic power erupted violently from Donas Taylor's eyes, uncontrollable. Donas Taylor screamed in panic as his body was torn apart from within by the demonic power. What the hell is happening? My body! Balkan froze, stammering in horror as he witnessed the unbelievable sight before him. His body, the holy sword, was sucked backward into a white pillar, screaming in despair. Why? The weapon is devouring me. Amidst the chaotic energy, Donas Taylor suddenly realized a horrifying truth. Impossible. Finally understanding, Donas Taylor's soul shrieked the traitor's name. So you planned it all, Cain. From the very beginning, Cain Fallon's arrogant image appeared, and Donus, Taylor's final question echoed bitterly. Were we just sacrifices for this weapon? After consuming a life, the pillar emitted a crimson energy surge, completing its activation process before Cha Jinhyuk's eyes. Cha, Jinhyuk frowned, unable to comprehend their logic. Why? A weapon that devours allies too? Having just consumed Donus, Taylor's life, the crystal core at the top of the pillar glowed brightly, accumulating energy to its limit. Whoosh! A massive blood-red laser beam, as wide as a river, shot straight out with terrifying speed. Balkan's face paled, sweat pouring down him as he realized the trajectory of the attack. That direction, he screamed in panic, certain of the weapon's ultimate target. It's aimed at Cha Jinhyuk. Boom! The destructive energy beam struck, creating an explosion that shook the entire space. After the shot, the crystal core inside the weapon dimmed, seemingly having completed its task. The entire colossal pillar trembled, and the red energy rings surrounding it also vanished into thin air. At the epicenter, Cha Jinhyuk clutched his head, enduring an invisible pressure, while Cain, Fallon's shadow, hovered arrogantly. Cain, Fallon flashed a sinister smile, a lock symbol appearing on his chest, signaling a successful plan. Standing atop the weapon, Cain, Fallon, declared with a condescending tone, "This is the weapon I prepared for you. A penalty, eraser, artifact." Cha Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing as he realized his opponent's toy could nullify system penalties. Cain Fallon was bathed in a halo, sneering with utmost superiority. "Someone who has climbed to the upper floors like you, Cha Jinhyuk, surely understands the meaning of this." With a completely crazed smile, he growled, declaring the outcome of the battle. "You guys have no chance of winning." Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury at the enemy's brazenness and blatant betrayal. The penalty, eraser, artifact was officially activated. A dazzling pillar of light shot straight into the sky, radiating terrifying energy. Boom! The energy exploded, creating a shockwave that swept away everything within its range. Even the gods, sword, warriors couldn't escape, blown away like falling leaves, screaming in despair. Dream City is about to be wiped out. The ground shook violently, continuous massive explosions tearing the battlefield to shreds. After the storm, the blonde zealot struggled to his feet, anxiously asking while his comrades lay scattered, "Is everyone all right?" The blonde zealot frantically screamed, searching for an important figure. "What about the apostle? Where is he?" The blonde zealot stared blankly at the destructive pillar of light, unable to believe it. No way. Is he still confronting the enemy? Amidst the devastated battlefield, Cain, Fallon, looked down at the buried Cha Jinhyuk and sneered, "You were so loud just now, why are you silent all of a sudden?" "Ha." Cha Jinhyuk slowly got up, his eyes resentful. "Shut up. Is the penalty, eraser, artifact the weapon Donus Taylor mentioned?" He warned Cain Fallon that this toy was interesting, but going against the tower's rules would surely come at a price. Cain Fallon smirked, revealing the price. "I sacrificed my allies. 4 who climbed past the 500th floor are qualified." He casually stated that they were going to die anyway, while the blonde zealot froze at the harsh truth. Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, realizing something horrifying. A member of the Sword of God. So there's still a survivor. Cain Fallon's red eyes flashed with a murderous glint. He had found his next target to complete the contract. Quick as lightning, Cain Fallon lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch to his own zealous comrade. Crack! A punch straight to the face made the blonde zealot spit blood, his face distorted by the most ruthless betrayal. Cain Fallon sneered arrogantly, declaring that these small fry stood no chance against the wingless organization. Cha Jinhyuk only gritted his teeth in response, purple dark energy beginning to surge from his body. A gigantic shadow entity rose from behind Cha Jinhyuk, making the silver-haired antagonist scream in panic. "Bastard! Stop!" In the sky, the symbol of 9-star radiated terrifying pressure, as the Sword of God could only look up in despair. Realizing they were about to be wiped out, a blonde warrior woman refused to give up, trying to rally her crumbling team's morale. She roared, declaring herself a Sword of Lucifer, and vowing to destroy the invader, but a shout of "No" cut short her oath. Cha Jinhyuk was already standing on a rock outcrop, ordering the blonde zealot who had just been punched, "Get out of here." The kimono woman also screamed in panic, urging everyone to immediately run to another area. The penalty removal artifact was officially activated, the purple energy orb inside glowing intensely, signaling an impending disaster. Without hesitation, Cha Jinhyuk lunged forward and grabbed the energy orb about to explode with his bare hands. The kimono woman lay sprawled on the shattered ground, while the Sword of God merely watched from afar. The blonde warrior woman gaped in disbelief, the system reporting an abnormal error right before her eyes. A muscular giant suddenly appeared, holding the penalty removal artifact, and the system announced, "Mugh's penalty has been removed." Mugh let out an earth-shattering roar, the giant's wrath beginning to erupt. The giant smashed everything in a frenzy, his pure power making the ground shake violently. The entire space began to collapse, gigantic chunks of rock and earth crumbling and falling into the abyss. A white-haired woman was startled by that terrifying sound. The smug Halo woman sneered as she looked at the impaled angel. Mugh's penalty has been lifted, making her opponent gasp in astonishment. Though battered and broken, the angel still smirked. "Now you're all finished. Mugh will crush this place." The system explained. The giant race has low intelligence and doesn't crave power, but their position among the four emperors has never been shaken for a reason. The system confirmed. The power of giants is genuine, an overwhelming ability that surpasses all advantages of other races. The haloed woman panicked. A giant unaffected by penalties? But still braced herself, urging the Sword of God to charge in for support. Impaled like a hedgehog, the angel still maintained her superior demeanor, stopping her subordinates. "No, you are not allowed," she growled, shouting an absolute command. "Don't take another step." Mugh spread his gigantic hand, wondering if he had just heard Hayes screaming, or if the insects had simply become smaller. The giant didn't bother to think much, clenching his hand into a steel fist. "As long as I can destroy everything with greater power," Mugh thought to himself, swinging his earth-shattering fist down at the haloed woman. The kimono woman's face drained of color, screaming, "Hess coming! Everyone dodge!" The blonde zealot desperately yelled, "How can we dodge something this big?" Suddenly, Hendrik burst out from a red and black streak of light, using his weapon to block Mugh's destructive punch. Hendrik and a brand new purple-haired mage glared at each other, preparing for action. The mage opened fire, a stream of deep purple magic power shooting straight at Mugh. Both Hendrik and the mage stood before Mugh's gigantic shadow, the giant groaning in pain. "That hurts, you insects," Mugh roared, taking another attack straight to the face. The mage yelled, warning Hendrik to dodge, as Mugh's earth-shattering punch came crashing down. Another unfamiliar silver-haired warrior appeared, unleashing a gigantic blue energy slash towards Mugh. Mugh's entire body was engulfed in the energy explosion, the giant screaming tragically. The terrifying explosion sent rocks and debris flying everywhere, devastating the battlefield. Suddenly, a blonde warrior appeared, using a dazzling golden light sword to block Hendrik's dark sword. The blonde warrior strained, confronting Hendrik directly, as a new battle was about to erupt. The blonde swordsman and Hendrik clashed, their weapons sparking, creating a terrifying explosion in mid-air. Blocked, Hendrik let out a furious roar, purple demonic energy flaring violently around him. He suddenly realized, wait, the giant's penalty has been lifted too? The small fry below are in danger. Just as he was about to rush down to help, Hendrik froze as a blinding holy light descended from the sky, signaling a new force had entered the fray. An angel with 6 magnificent wings, a transcendent, descended in a brilliant halo, making Uriel on the ground look up in tense anticipation. Hamiel, the transcendent, looked down and declared, "So you are the one who defied the select and kill order." Hendrik was stunned to recognize the presence of an acquaintance. He yelled in astonishment, "It's Uriel!" Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, the blonde swordsman immediately struck, coldly reminding him, "Don't lose focus during battle." Hendrik was startled to realize he had been ambushed from behind, only managing to mutter a curse. From above, a gigantic destructive energy blast was fired straight at Hendrik's position, clearing the battlefield. Crack! Cha Jinhyuk's demonic transformation shattered into pieces under the enemy's attack. He staggered, bitterly realizing, "Damn it. It even broke my demonic transformation." His magic power depleted, Cha Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, knowing his strength wasn't enough to challenge a Cain Fallon unaffected by any penalties. Cain Fallon stood opposite him, his tone full of sarcasm. "What's wrong, Cha Jinhyuk? Distracted because you're worried about the small fry?" He sneered, adding another stab. "It was your useless allies who created that opening." Cain proudly pointed to the sky, boasting, "Up there, we have the transcendent Hamiel." Then he pointed to the ground. "Below, there's Mugh. Your allies will all be wiped out." Cha Jinhyuk could only grit his teeth as Cain delivered a chilling final blow. "And I will personally finish you off." Cain's entire body erupted with holy light, as he arrogantly declared, "Very well. For defying the will of heaven, I sentence all who resist to death. He flashed a savage smile, repeating his old warning. I told you, didn't I? Jinhuk smirked, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and growled. My comrades are very different from yours. The entire formation stood behind the orc warrior, and he declared loudly, we will never let our comrades die. The orc warrior realized there was a new enemy, and he roared. Evasion magic, it's a paladin! Before he could act, a giant golden coin unexpectedly flew past the orc warrior's face, making him freeze. A literal storm of gold descended, engulfing the battlefield, making the orc warrior panic. Gold! Gold is floating. From afar, William threw a money bomb worth 5 million gold, creating a dazzling explosion. In the air, Hamiel was startled by a strange surge of power erupting from the ground. Hamiel was stunned. Her mutated eyes widened, realizing this was the very power she had once witnessed. A pillar of emerald energy shot straight into the sky, and Hamiel exclaimed in horror, Tessa's disciple. Inside the pillar of light, Choi Kyung-hoon smirked, channeling power into his hand, preparing to unleash his first technique, Palm Blade. Choi Kyung-hoon exerted all his chi, and his hand transformed into a razor-sharp emerald energy blade. Crash! A single slash descended, and the ground cracked open as if struck by lightning. The impact created a deep crater, and Choi Kyung-hoon stood at the epicenter, his chi still surging outwards. With a whoosh, he sprang out of the crater, landing softly on the ground as if nothing had happened. Choi Kyung-hoon grimaced, looking at his mangled hand, and muttered, It hurts more than I thought. This hand is probably useless for a while. He smirked, considering sacrificing a hand to send a god named Sandalphon away without any issues was a bargain. Suddenly, Hamiel stumbled and landed in front of him, her body tattered, but her eyes had recognized everything. Hamiel gritted her teeth, realizing she had been tricked. You were waiting to drive Sandalphon away from the start. How? How dare you? Losing all composure, Hamiel roared, her pale eyes glowing, charging straight forward. A mere human dares to disrespect a god? Choi Kyung-hoon stood still, expressionless, and coldly retorted her fury, blabbering about gods. Choi Kyung-hoon coldly looked at the enraged Hamiel and lectured her. Instead of worrying about them, why don't you look at yourself? Hamiel watched in horror as her body cracked, blood splattering everywhere. He continued his lecture on power. If you don't cultivate yourself, don't even dream of pursuing the power of the gods. Finishing his words, Choi Kyung-hoon unleashed an invisible blow, blowing Hamiel away in an instant, her limbs shattering in midair. From another angle, Jinhuk appeared, the myriad transforming primordial chaos artifact in his hand, transforming into a blazing purple energy bow, activating Allmaster, archery. He roared, splitting arrow, firing a volley of deep purple energy arrows towards the enemy. Cain Fallon appeared amidst the rain of arrows, his face nonchalant as he mocked. How many more beatings do you need to understand, Jinhuk? He arrogantly raised his hand, gathering a dazzling orb of holy power, and growled. Even if you use all your skills, in my eyes, you're still just a struggling worm. Cain Fallon unleashed a destructive explosion of light. Facing the overwhelming attack, Jinhuk froze, his confidence vanished, and he could only utter one word, damn it. Boom! Cain Fallon's holy power explosion swept away everything, the ground shattering into fragments. Amidst the rubble, Jinhuk landed on a floating rock, luckily surviving but injured. He panted, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and bitterly admitted, every one of Cain's light attacks is a fatal blow to me. Realizing this direct confrontation was unwinnable, Jinhuk glanced at the tower and identified a new target. If I can't win when he's not penalized, then what I need to aim for is, clenching his fist, his eyes sharpened, determined to break the stalemate. That penalty nullification mechanism. The target was locked, the red energy orb at the top of the tower. The orb suddenly turned purple, signaling an external intervention. Jinhuk drew his sword, his entire body erupted with crimson dark energy, preparing to unleash an all-out attack. Roaring, he swung his sword, unleashing Black Dragon Slash. A gigantic black and red energy slash tore through the air. The unexpected technique struck Cain Fallon directly in the chest, but he merely smirked. That's nothing. Hendrik frantically slashed at Mugh's colossal body, but the attack was merely a tickle to the giant. He gritted his teeth bitterly, unable to believe that after so much arduous training, he had ended up like this. Blown away by an invisible surge of chi, Hendrik was utterly shocked. Impossible. I can't even cut its skin. Realizing he had reacted too slowly, Hendrik only had time to see his opponent's fist hurtling towards him. I've got you, worm, Mugh roared, unleashing a devastating punch onto the ground, with enough power to crush everything. Amidst the smoke and dust, Cha Jinhyuk unexpectedly appeared, and coldly declared, "The worm I let escape last time has finally been caught." Mug looked down at the motionless bodies of Kimono Woman, Purple-Haired Mage, and Maria, smugly stating that no more worms would block his path. Just as Mug was about to go assist Kane, a series of unexpected light beams shot directly at him, stopping him in his tracks. Kane Fallon suddenly appeared in the air, glaring at Mug and shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Growling with authority, Kane declared, "I'm still here," signaling that this battle was far from over. Mug's eyes flashed and he growled, acknowledging his opponent's strength. "You're strong." Kane Fallon hovered in the air and boasted arrogantly, "But you have a penalty. Just try to touch me, and you'll be pulverized." Mug scoffed and declared confidently, "I don't have any penalty, as long as I Mug protect that mechanism." The giant's aura was completely overwhelming, and he was certain victory was within his grasp. "Mug will win." Kane Fallon broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth in frustration. "I thought the giants were just a bunch of idiots, but who knew they could fight so well?" Realizing the disadvantageous situation, Kane Fallon narrowed his eyes, his mind beginning to calculate a way to break this deadlock. At the same time, Cha Jinhyuk also assessed the situation and resolved, "I have to take a risk." Cha Jinhyuk stood amidst a colossal pillar of divine light, activating his ultimate skill, Divine Power Fusion. Seeing the commotion from Cha Jinhyuk's side, Kane Fallon smirked challengingly. "So you still haven't given up, huh? In that case, I'll go all in with holy power." Kane Fallon growled, his body erupted in dazzling light, transforming into a war god clad in golden armor from head to toe. Seeing Cha Jinhyuk suddenly change his flight path, Kane Fallon thought the guy was scared witless and running away. He froze, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" In his golden armored war god form, Kane Fallon roared in pursuit. "Are you running away, Cha Jinhyuk?" He crowed loudly, sarcastically. "Ha! You know you've lost, so you're abandoning even your hatred to flee?" Cha Jinhyuk retorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with contempt. "You're the one who abandoned something important." Kane Fallon was stunned, his mind racing. "No way!" He realized that Cha Jinhyuk's true target was the penalty nullification device, which he was guarding. Kane Fallon growled, pouring all his divine power into one attack. "You think that foolish strategy will succeed as you planned?" A destructive surge of energy shot straight towards Cha Jinhyuk, but it was useless. Cha Jinhyuk deftly dodged the attack and continued to rush straight for his target. Tricked, Kane Fallon poured all his divine power into one final attack, determined not to let his prey escape. He roared, "Divine Power Shot," unleashing a colossal surge of holy energy that illuminated a corner of the sky. Kane Fallon smirked smugly, thinking he had successfully forced his opponent to dodge. Tsk, almost got him. But from behind his broken mask, Cha Jinhyuk coldly retorted, his purple eye gleaming with disdain. "No, I didn't miss." Kane Fallon's divine power unexpectedly changed direction, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, exactly as Cha Jinhyuk intended. The true target of that charade was the penalty nullification device on the giant Mug's back. Mug's eyes widened in horror as his device exploded into pieces. What? What happened to my device? Just then, a third force appeared. William, the Gold Lich, unleashed his Gold Rush skill, a tsunami of pure gold crashing straight into Mug. William coldly declared the price of this destructive attack. 100 million gold. Boom. The golden storm engulfed the giant in a terrifying explosion. Mug could only scream in helplessness, as he was literally crushed to death by money. Kane Fallon was utterly shocked, stammering, "Impossible." Finally, understanding dawned on him. He realized he had been tricked. So, from the start, its target was Mug's penalty nullification device? Mug staggered after taking the full golden shower to the face, only managing a groan. The giant was blown away like a fly, screaming in helplessness. "You won't escape." Blood rushed to his head. Mug decided to go all out. "I'll defy the penalty and swell up. Let's die together." But a dark figure descended from the sky. Hendrik coldly declared, "No, only you will die." With a savage grin, Hendrik roared the skill name, Demonic Dragon Slash. A blazing red sword strike tore through space, hurtling straight down towards the giant who was transforming into chaos. Kane Fallon gnashed his teeth, spitting out each word with hatred. "Cha Jinhyuk." He furiously screamed at Cha Jinhyuk. "If you hadn't come back, everything would have gone according to my plan." Kane Fallon roared, brilliant golden divine power gathering in his hand, declaring, "This time, I'll kill you properly." Suddenly, a figure shot down like a meteor, emerald green key exploding. Choi Kyung-hoon had arrived, growling. "Who are you trying to kill?" Choi Kyung-hoon's bandaged fist clenched, his eyes bloodshot. "How dare you betray my friend?" Without another word, Choi Kyung-hoon threw a punch straight to the face, unleashing a destructive blue energy orb. "Take this instead." Crash. The attack collided with a golden honeycomb-shaped divine power shield, completely blocking the punch. Choi Kyung-hoon landed, staring at Kane Fallon, who floated safely behind the shield. Inside the shield, Kane Fallon sneered smugly. "Attacks like that can't break my divine power." Choi Kyung-hoon. Choi Kyung-hoon smirked, realizing something important when he saw his opponent wasn't being punished by the system. "Oh, so you really aren't penalized." Wham! Kane Fallon unexpectedly took a devastating blow to the face right inside the shield, spitting blood in astonishment. Kane Fallon spun around, utterly shocked to see William standing behind him, asking coldly, "Was that you?" The gold lich tossed a few coins, his face expressionless as he retorted to the screaming Kane Fallon. "I was never on your side, Kane." The gold lich clicked his tongue, secretly calculating that if those two went all out, their power would be on par with his. Truly troublesome. Cornered in a 2-on-1 situation, Kane Fallon growled, determined to protect the cleaner and deal with them one by one. Suddenly, a colossal dragon silhouette appeared in the sky, piercing even the divine power shield, making Kane Fallon look up in astonishment. Meanwhile, in another place, Uriel and the Swords of God were kneeling, pouring all their divine power into performing a summoning ritual. Uriel looked up at the sky with an urgent expression, pleading for help. Whoosh! A streak of purple light descended to the ground with terrifying speed, signaling the arrival of an uninvited guest. Miho plummeted from above like a meteor, while the dragon silhouette still hovered overhead. With a mischievous grin, Miho let out an enigmatic shout. "Mother!" Immediately, a chaotic energy explosion erupted fiercely between golden divine power and purple demonic power. After the terrifying explosion, a dark figure was thrown back, shattering within the purple energy. Miho, the nine-tailed fox, descended with a superior aura, directly taunting Kane Fallon. "Hello, slave of the Master of the Sky." Kane Fallon choked, his voice trembling as he recognized her identity. Kane Fallon roared, intending to counterattack with divine power. "If that body falls, your descent will also end." But Miho merely glanced, coldly commanding, "Freeze!" Instantly, Kane Fallon was locked solid in midair, his entire body immobile, unable to move even a single finger. Seizing the golden opportunity, Miho shouted a signal. "Now!" Cha Jinhuk descended from the sky like a phantom, the sword in his hand blazing with deadly purple demonic power. With a cruel smile, Cha Jinhuk roared, "It's over, Kane." Kane Fallon could only stare wide-eyed, screaming in despair as the scythe of death was at his throat. Cha Jinhyuk poured all his strength, his sword transforming into a colossal surge of energy, preparing to impale Kane Fallon in a finishing blow. Cha Jinhyuk plunged down like a purple lightning bolt, while Kane Fallon could only raise his hands in despair. Kane Fallon braced himself to block the attack, but the immense pressure made him cry out in pain. He was utterly shocked, unable to believe he had once blocked Choi Kyung-hoon's punch, yet now he was being pushed back by a mere sword strike. Suddenly, a blazing red lock icon appeared on Kane Fallon's forehead, signaling a system malfunction. Kane Fallon's eyes widened in horror, realizing he was truly doomed. Penalty. Kane Fallon panicked as a surge of black and red energy began to bind him. Just as the blade of death was about to strike, a dark figure suddenly appeared, blocking the attack with bare hands and coldly declaring, "That's enough." The black-clad observer, who looked exactly like Cha Jinhyuk, growled Kane Fallon's name, confirming he had come to rescue him. Kane Fallon looked up, stunned to see his savior, and stammered his name. "Cha Jinhyuk." Miho stood with her arms crossed, smirking smugly. "Looks like we won." While a notification from the Apex of Malevolence appeared, affirming our side's position. A notification from the Apex of Malevolence appeared, mockingly asking, "They're asking if the gift has been received properly." Immediately after, another force intervened, a golden system panel clearly displaying the identity, Master of the Sky, but only remaining meaningfully silent. Miho crossed her arms, a mocking smirk on her face. "Why aren't you saying anything?" A flash of light streaked across the sky, signaling the clash of powers among the entities behind the scenes. Seeing her opponents remain silent, Miho continued to taunt, suggesting they were laughing and speechless at the current situation. Another blue-purple system notification appeared, also displaying only an ellipsis, the atmosphere growing even tenser. With his neck seized by the black-clad observer, Kane Fallon cried out in despair about his ideals. "It can't end like this. I need a paradise ruled by the strong, where all obstacles are eliminated." The black-clad observer coldly retorted, "If you do that, who would climb the tower? That's not paradise." Cain Fallon laughed maniacally, his neck veins bulging as he argued. "Exactly. That's the ideal world, where everyone knows their place and obeys." Jinhuk, having run out of patience, had a colossal shadow monster appear behind him, growling, "Shut your mouth. It's time for your punishment, Cain." Jinhuk curled his lips into a sneer, sending a deadly message to the tormented man. "Tell Carmen I said hello." Crushed by the dark power, Cain Fallon screamed in despair, unable to accept that he would perish so disgracefully. In his delirium, he recalled the colossal god he worshipped and cried out that he hadn't yet seen the ideal world that God would create. Cain Fallon's face contorted with rage and fear, his neck veins bulging as he screamed again, "I can't die like this." Having no other choice, Cain Fallon threw his head back and shrieked the name of his last savior, Master of the Sky. Immediately, a brilliant golden light tore through space, signaling a high-tier entity's intervention in the battle. But the newly opened space was physically ripped apart by a pair of colossal black hands, exuding overwhelming power. A colossal entity with a white mane was breaking space to descend, its terrifying power shaking everything. The Master of the Sky had arrived, a divine being with brilliantly glowing cross-shaped eyes, its aura crushing all.